Chapter 1. Lu Xiaoxiao felt utterly speechless. Just a few days ago, she was merely a reclusive individual, spending her days indulging in comics, playing video games, and watching various videos. On a stormy day, while stepping outside to dispose of some garbage, a bolt of lightning struck. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in this quaint village. Is there a more clicked way to traverse realms? She thought with resignation. Well, if she had to cross over, she might as well embrace a new world and a fresh existence. After all, she had no family or ties in her previous life, so there was little to miss. Having awakened several days prior, Lu Xiaoxiao learned that the original owner of this body was named Helena. She decided to adopt the name of the former inhabitant henceforth. This small village was situated on an island known as Wheatfield Village. She discovered that, like herself, this body had no living relatives. Approximately 8 years of age, she had been abandoned as an infant on a small boat, which subsequently drifted to this island, where the villagers kindly took her in. Not long ago, Helena had also been struck by lightning in this world, prompting Lu Xiaoxiao to inform the villagers that she had lost her memory. However, what truly left her at a loss for words was her current predicament. Standing amidst a group of children her age, she couldn't help but notice a glaring discrepancy. She towered over them by at least 2 heads. Moreover, this body possessed silver-white hair, violet eyes, and pronounced canine teeth that were nearly protruding. Yet, despite these peculiarities, her features were undeniably charming. But wait, this body hardly resembled that of a human. Her strength was remarkably prodigious, as well she had effortlessly yanked a door off its hinges, though the door's poor quality played a part in that. Nevertheless, this was still abnormal. Strangely, the villagers seemed unfazed by her appearance and abilities, treating her as if such traits were commonplace. Yet, aside from her, the villagers appeared quite ordinary. Nonetheless, the very existence of this body proved that the world she inhabited was far from simple. After spending about a week in the village, assisting the villagers with their daily tasks, she found herself uncertain about her next steps. One day, while seated beside a well, she overheard the villagers chatting and was suddenly struck by a mention of the Navy. A jolt of realization coursed through her. Could it be that she had crossed into a world of pirates? It was also possible they were referring to the navy of the nation to which this island belonged. Pondering this, she gazed up at the sky, and to her astonishment, a seagull adorned with a postman's hat and satchel swooped down, dropping several newspapers. No need for further speculation, it was undoubtedly a world of pirates. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a renewed wave of incredulity. With remarkable agility, she leaped to catch one of the newspapers, unfolding it to reveal a striking image that elicited an exclamation from her lips. Though she recognized few characters, the largest feature on the front page depicted a gallows. There, a man clad in a captain's uniform, with a handlebar mustache and long hair, sat cross-legged in handcuffs, flanked by 2 executioners with crossed, long-handled blades. Poised before him, Gold. Roger, the illustrious pirate king, has been executed. Oh my, it is indeed that pirate king. The name of Roger resounded even in the seemingly tranquil village of Wheatfield. Look, it states here that before his demise, he declared he left the grand treasure on the Grand Line. Good heavens, the grand treasure, the embodiment of everything One Piece. In stark contrast to the jubilant cries of the crowd, Lu Xiaoxiao stood silently, once again at a loss for words. What a predicament to arrive just in time for the age of pirates, where survival amidst such chaos proves to be a formidable challenge. Yet, having encountered this era, I cannot allow myself to be dispatched by an ordinary pirate. It is time to hone my skills. Selena silently resolved, confident that her current physical prowess would surpass that of the average individual. Speaking of which, if circumstances permit in the future, I wish to live a stable life. Should any trouble arise, I must not become a target for bounties. 8 years have elapsed. I in the woods to the west of Wheatfield Village. A tall figure wielding an oversized axe struck forcefully against a tree that could be encircled by 5 or 6 people. The sound of steel cleaving through wood resounded, and the massive tree crashed to the ground. She approached to tidy up the fallen trunk, effortlessly hoisting the colossal log upon her shoulder and striding out of the forest. Selena arrived at a small mound of logs and let the tree thud against the ground. With a deep exhale, she wiped the sweat from her brow, surveying her accomplishments from the morning's exertion with satisfaction. Though still a mere 16-year-old girl, Selena now towered over 2 meters tall. Her physique, while not particularly robust, was lean and agile. Over the past 8 years, she had seized every opportunity to train in the mountains. While lacking in combat techniques, it would require the combined efforts of 8 or 9 adult men to bring her down. She found solace in this fact, as it afforded her a measure of self-defense in this ever-shifting world. Returning to the village with her axe, Selena observed the villagers bustling about, alongside some rather unusual individuals. Clad in white sailor vests and caps, armed with firearms and blades, several appeared to be injured and were receiving treatment. Are these not the Navy? A sense of foreboding washed over Selena. Grasping the arm of a passing young man, she inquired, "Jamie, what is the situation with these Navy personnel?" Hey, let go. Ouch. Could you be gentler? These Navy officers encountered a band of pirates in the nearby waters, were bested, and have temporarily taken refuge on our island. Everyone is busy attending to them, Jamie replied before moving on, leaving Selena in contemplation. Pirates nearby? That puts the village in jeopardy. Furthermore, if the pirates manage to repel the Navy, they may very well pursue them and set foot on our island. With this thought, she sought out the village chief to relay her concerns. Having conversed with the chief, she turned to head home when she was approached by two small figures. A pair of siblings, no more than 6 or 7 years old, gazed up at Lu Xiao. The older brother asked, "Sister Selena, what are these Navy uncles here for? Are they here to catch bad guys?" "Indeed, Kims, the Navy uncles are here to apprehend evildoers. If any villains appear, you must protect little Aisha," she replied. "Yes, I will protect my sister." After the departure of the two children, Selena returned home as well. By nightfall, she had retired to bed early. Along the coast, more than a dozen small boats landed on the side of the island away from the village. The newcomers were the pirates who had clashed with the Navy during the day after the Navy retreated. The pirates had followed the naval vessels from a distance. Once the Navy established a base on the island, the pirates refrained from a hasty assault, instead sending scouts to stealthily gather information about the situation there. At this moment, they split into two groups. The majority advanced to attack the Navy's encampment, while a small contingent launched a surprise raid on the village. The leader of this pirate crew was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 11 million, a formidable adversary in the treacherous waters beneath the mountain. He led his band of pirates to the front of the Navy camp, where the sentinels had already been dispatched by their earlier scouts. With a swing of his warhammer, the pirate captain shouted, "Charge, my men!" Responding to their leader's command, the pirates rushed into the camp with wild cries, catching many unprepared Navy soldiers off guard, resulting in immediate casualties. Some of the Navy personnel, realizing the ambush, scrambled to arm themselves, but as the assaulted party, they suffered devastating losses. Meanwhile, on the other side, although the number of pirates was small, there were still over 30 of them. They surged into the village, wreaking havoc and pillaging. Villagers attempted to resist, but against the brawny pirates, their efforts were futile. Some pirates hurled flaming bottles onto rooftops and into houses, igniting a fierce blaze at the western edge of the village. At the eastern side, the village chief organized the villagers to flee toward the mountains. Amidst the panicked crowd escaping the village, a tall figure ran in the opposite direction. Upon noticing this, the village chief called out urgently, "Selena, where are you going? I am going to eliminate those damned pirates. Come back. You cannot defeat them. There are still so many left behind, how can I stand idly by?" Selena sprinted westward and soon encountered several pirates looting the homes. Overcome with rage, she considered these villagers as her kin, and this small village as her homeland, now subjected to such devastation. Without hesitation, she charged straight at the pirates. When the pirates finally noticed her, she was less than 10 meters away. Startled by the sight of a towering woman barreling towards them, one pirate reacted swiftly, raising his gun to aim and fire. Bang! Bang! One shot missed, while the other struck Selena's shoulder, merely piercing the outer layer of skin without inflicting any serious harm. Seeing this, the pirates were taken aback. This imposing woman was not someone they could easily contend with. Realizing that the bullets had little effect on her, Selena felt reassured, recognizing that she had underestimated her own strength. As she reached the pirates, she seized one of them and hurled him into his companions, causing several to tumble to the ground. An audacious pirate, undeterred by the chaos, lunged at her with a knife. She deftly sidestepped the blade, grasped his wrist, and with a swift motion, she snapped it, eliciting a scream as he dropped the weapon. Helena caught the knife without a moment's hesitation. She brought it down, splattering blood across the chest of the pirate, who fell to the ground and soon breathed his last. Panting heavily, her hands trembled. This was her first act of taking a life. A glance at the lifeless body made her stomach churn, yet her anger propelled her onward, dismissing her nausea. The remaining pirates gradually retreated, then turned to flee, knowing they stood no chance against this formidable creature. Surely their captain could handle it. However, Helena was determined not to let them escape. She unleashed her long legs in pursuit, dispatching one after another, though one managed to slip away. The commotion of battle drew nearby pirates, who hesitated at the sight of the blood-soaked girl and the corpses strewn about her feet. Yet, their numbers gave them confidence, and they felt emboldened. An impulsive pirate could no longer contain himself, and charged at Helena with his blade, prompting the others to swarm in as well. Meanwhile, within the naval camp, a group of commanding officers gathered before a tent, where a wounded major stood valiantly with his sword raised, nearly exhausted. Any pirate daring to approach would meet his swift end. Behind him, a young female scholar clutched an archaic box, trembling as she observed the chaos unfolding. "Miss Mocha, you must flee. I can barely hold on." Mocha hesitated for a moment, then unsteadily rose to her feet, stumbling away into the distance. I could see that moment. The pirate chief appeared before the major, wielding a massive war hammer. Towering at 3 meters with a robust physique, he grinned wickedly at the major. "Still resisting, are we? Allow me to make your acquaintance." He swung the hammer down with great force. The major attempted to endure the blow, but faltered. The weapon crashed into his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he fell backward. The chief commanded several of his men to pursue the fleeing scholar. The naval forces within the camp were nearly obliterated, and the pirates began to scavenge the battlefield. One pirate, flustered, rushed to the chief to report, "Boss, there's a very strong woman in the village. Many of our brothers have been slain by her." "Oh? Let's go meet her." In the meantime, Helena's blade had dulled, and her body bore numerous wounds, a mix of pain and discomfort overwhelming her. Surrounding her lay a dozen pirates, while the remaining ones kept their distance, too afraid to approach. Mocha rushed into the village to warn the villagers to flee, only to find the place engulfed in flames. With scarcely a soul in sight, she realized the villagers had already evacuated. As she exited a narrow alley, she inadvertently stumbled upon Helena engaged in battle with the pirates. She turned to escape, but a pursuing pirate emerged from the shadows and seized her. She was pinned to the ground, clutching her box tightly. Seeing this, Helena sprinted over and struck down the pirate with her knife, blood splattering on Mocha. She then delivered a punch to another pirate's face, sending him flying several meters, crashing into another. The remaining pirates, frightened, hastily retreated. Mocha quickly scrambled to her feet and hid behind Selena, her lips incessantly murmuring words of gratitude. "Thank you, thank you, thank you for saving my life." Selena, however, had no time to indulge her. Her strength was nearly depleted, and she bore numerous wounds. Though her body was resilient, she could not endure much more. She urged Mocha, "You must leave at once. The villagers are on the eastern mountains of the island. Please come with me." Mocha implored, "I must hold off these pirates." Selena declared resolutely. Just as Mocha turned to flee, she spotted the pirate captain approaching, wielding a war hammer and flanked by a band of pirates. Realizing that more foes were closing in, Selena thought it might be her final stand, but she was determined to take down a few more before she fell. As the captain arrived and beheld the fallen pirates scattered on the ground, he let out a raucous cackle. You've taken down so many of my men, you're quite impressive. How about joining my crew?" Selena spat at him, retorting, "Go to hell." The captain raised an eyebrow and grinned. "In that case, I shall have to kill you." Hey. With that, he lifted his war hammer and charged at Selena. Aware of the captain's formidable reputation, she did not underestimate him. Though the captain was robust, his speed was surprising, and he was upon Selena in an instant. The warhammer came crashing down, and Selena dared not meet it head-on. Instead, she sprang backward to evade the blow. The ground beneath her erupted into a crater from the impact. The captain swiftly swung his hammer toward Mocha, who was caught off guard. With no option left, Selena raised her blade defensively, gripping its back with her left hand. The heavy iron struck the blade, shattering it instantly and sending the fragments hurtling into Selena. A searing pain erupted in her chest as she coughed up blood, her body flying sideways for several meters. The captain, relishing the moment, refrained from pursuing her immediately, eager to humiliate Selena instead. It took her a full minute to recover enough to rise, but the odds of her overcoming her adversary in her current state seemed exceedingly slim. Observing Selena being flung away, Mocha realized that victory against the pirate captain was beyond their grasp. She lowered her gaze to the box within her grasp, contemplating its contents, then glanced back at the beleaguered Selena. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved the items and dashed towards Selena. No. The colossal wolf let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens before unleashing its massive claws upon the captain. The captain stood frozen in place, utterly startled by the sudden appearance of this monstrous creature. Could it be that this beast was the same woman who had just devoured the devil fruit? It was indeed a zoan type. Before he could contemplate further, the creature's claws struck him, a sensation akin to being hit by a train. As its razor-sharp talons pierced through his skin, the captain screamed in agony, and the pirate lackeys in the distance, witnessing their leader's injury, were filled with dread. Too frightened to rush to his aid. Regaining his senses, the captain swung his warhammer in an attempt to retaliate. But the creature clamped down on the hammer's handle with its jaws, lifting its head and disarming him. With a slight exertion of its sharp teeth, the iron handle snapped into several pieces. The beast raised its paw and swiftly swiped, sending a crescent-shaped silver gust of wind that hurled the captain into the air before crashing him back to the ground. The wind left a horrific wound across the captain's abdomen as he struggled to sit up, clutching his belly, fear glimmering in his eyes. The creature approached the captain slowly, prompting him to plead for mercy. "Please, spare me. I will give you all the treasures aboard my ship." The beast paid him no heed, suddenly spinning around and sweeping its massive tail, which struck the captain once more, sending him crashing into the ruins, where he lay motionless. The creature then turned its gaze towards the other pirates, who, terrified, began to retreat, abandoning their leader and fleeing in panic. However, the monster did not pursue them. After staggering a few steps, it collapsed onto the ground. Its form gradually diminished, fur retreating as it transformed back into human shape. Helena propped herself up with her hands, gasping for breath. Mocha, dragging her injured right leg, hobbled over to Helena's side and knelt beside her, asking, "How are you feeling? Do you need to rest?" "My head hurts terribly. I might faint." She barely finished before collapsing onto Mocha, falling into a deep sleep. Mocha attempted to lift her to find a more comfortable place, only to realize she could not move her at all. The night passed, and the great fire had ravaged half the village, claiming nearly 1/5 of its inhabitants. Had it not been for the village chief leading the townsfolk to the mountains, the casualties would have undoubtedly been far greater. The Navy suffered even heavier losses. Of the original 100-strong unit, nearly half had perished, with dozens more injured. After a night of battle, barely more than 30 remained standing. The lieutenant had survived but was gravely wounded, currently lying in the camp receiving treatment. Helena's home had been consumed by flames, and she was now being cared for by Mocha in the homes of others, a request made willingly by Mocha herself. The villagers regarded Helena as a hero. Within the Navy's encampment, amidst a pile of debris, a transponder snail suddenly began to ring incessantly. A large Navy warship was advancing towards the island where Wheatfield Village was located. On the deck stood a Navy officer dressed in a suit, draped in a coat emblazoned with the word justice. Beside him, a communication officer continuously called out on the transponder snail. After a prolonged silence, the communication officer reported to the officer beside him, Admiral Sterling. Since Major Matsey reported the pirate attack and retreated to Wheatfield Village, there has been no further communication. General Sterling nodded and promptly issued orders to quicken their pace, insisting that they must arrive at Wheatfield Village by the following morning. In the evening, Selena awoke from her slumber. She sat up slowly, realizing that her body and head were wrapped in bandages. Although the wounds still ached, her strength had largely returned. Hearing a commotion from within the room, someone entered. It was Mocha, her right leg also bandaged. Upon seeing Selena awake, she exclaimed joyfully, "You're awake. Wait here. I'll fetch you some food and water." With a slight limp, she departed, only to return shortly with an abundance of bread, meat, and a large jar of water, which she laboriously placed on the bedside table. "Given your physique, I suspect your appetite is quite substantial," Mocha remarked. Selena found herself at a loss for words. Mocha truly was blunt yet sincere. Nevertheless, she was indeed hungry and did not hesitate to devour the food voraciously. "The pirate you defeated has been captured, and the villagers are busy rebuilding the village." "Oh, by the way, I'm Mocha. You're Selena, right?" "I'm an intern researcher at the Navy headquarters." "Researcher? What do you research?" Selena inquired, her curiosity piqued, though she sensed it might be a complicated explanation. After swallowing a piece of bread, she pressed further. "What exactly is the ability of the devil fruit you gave me?" Mocha's smile faltered momentarily before she finally responded. "That fruit is an animal-type mythical zoan, specifically the Tengu form." "Mythical zoan?" Mythical zoans are rare creatures or deities from mythology. Selena was well aware of mythical zoans. A few had appeared in the comics of her previous life, and they were even rarer than Logia types. Those who consumed mythical zoans were all formidable beings: warlords, Kaido, Marco, Yamato, Luffy, and Orochi, with the exception of a few. However, from which mythological tale does the Tengu form originate? Noticing Mocha's downcast expression, Selena gently asked, "What is the matter?" Mocha lifted her head, her face a portrait of despair. It's nothing. It's just that now that you've consumed this fruit, I'm certain I will face punishment. Moreover, you will likely be taken by us as well. Selena had anticipated this outcome, yet she resolved to cooperate with the Navy. For this devil fruit was undoubtedly of great significance. She recognized her current weakness and had no desire to be hunted down, especially not with a bounty that demanded her live capture. Hiding was hardly an option. As a commoner from a small village, she had neither connections nor power. Besides, if the situation escalated, it would not only be the Navy seeking her. If the CP intervened, it would truly spell disaster. Upon reflection, she considered that cooperating with the Navy might actually yield benefits for her. With this thought, her worries began to dissipate as she resumed her hearty meal. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she stood up to stretch her limbs. I'm going out to help, she declared. Eh? Your injuries? Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine to do some work now, she assured. Thanks to her monstrous physique and the regenerative abilities bestowed by her animal-type devil fruit, Selena retired early for the night, still bearing the remnants of her injuries. The following dawn, a colossal naval warship emerged on the horizon, and by noon, it had anchored at the shore. Matsy had already awakened and was presently stationed at the dock to greet Major General Sterling as he disembarked. Upon the general's arrival before him, Matsy saluted and reported, General, Lieutenant Matsy of the Navy G-19 Division. All the pirates on the island have been subdued. The general nodded and commanded, Bring those pirates aboard my ship. I encountered their remnants on my way here and apprehended them all. Leave me to the one who consumed the devil fruit. Yes, sir. Helena was in the process of delivering a substantial stack of wooden planks to the rooftop when Sterling, accompanied by a dozen sailors, approached alongside Matsy. Matsy pointed out Helena to Sterling, who squinted critically at her before commanding, Secure her. Helena, of course, noticed the sailors and sensed that the man in the tailored suit draped in a coat of authority was formidable, at least of the rank of lieutenant commander. Likely an officer from the headquarters. She understood that confronting him was futile. Therefore, when the sailors surrounded her, she refrained from any resistance. Placing her belongings on the ground and standing still as they fastened the heavy shackles upon her wrists, a wave of helplessness washed over her. So this is what it feels like? Mocha rushed over upon seeing Helena in cuffs, directly confronting Matsy and Sterling, exclaiming, Please, don't do this. She has done anything wrong? Matsy, taken aback by Mocha's defiance in front of a rear admiral, admonished, Mocha, this does not concern you. Hurry and gather your things for the admiral's ship. We are departing shortly. He subtly indicated to her not to interfere further. Mocha caught the lieutenant's warning. Yet she wished to say more, only to be interrupted by Helena's weary voice. Mocha, it's all right. Please don't say anything. Mocha turned to her, filled with concern, unsure of what to articulate. Finally, Sterling interjected, Stop wasting time and board the ship immediately. I expect your cooperation. To which Helena replied, I will. Witnessing Helena's acceptance of her confinement, Mocha felt it unnecessary to voice further objections and followed the sailors back to the ship. On their way to the dock, they unexpectedly encountered Kims and Aisha, who spotted Helena being escorted by the sailors toward the harbor. Without hesitation, Aisha inquired of Lu Xiaoxiao, Sister Helena. Did you do something wrong? Why are you being taken away by the naval uncles? Not at all, dear. I'm just visiting the naval uncles. Helena responded with a smile. So, when will you be back? Aisha pressed. I'll be back very soon. Don't worry. Helena stepped onto the deck of the naval vessel, fully aware that, at this very moment, and even at the instant she consumed the devil fruit, the prospect of leading a tranquil and uneventful life had become exceedingly improbable. A week later, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Helena stood on the deck of the warship. Her spirits lifted as she admired the breathtaking sight of Marineford. The crescent-shaped bay was dotted with countless heavy artillery pieces, while dozens of warships traversed the waters. The handcuffs that once restrained her had been removed, a favor granted by Mocha. In the highest echelons of the Navy Command, within the office of the Marshal, Fleet Admiral Akainu sat with his arms crossed, engaged in conversation with the man beside him, none other than Admiral Sengoku, who had yet to ascend to the rank of Marshal. Hasn't Karp returned already? Where is he? Marshal Akainu inquired of Sengoku. That rascal must be off seeking some soba again, Sengoku replied with irritation. Akainu turned his gaze to the window, just in time to see Sterling escorting Helena and Mocha, accompanied by 2 Navy soldiers, approaching their direction. Ah, Sterling has returned, Sengoku. What are your thoughts on this matter? Regardless of whether this devil fruit has been consumed, we must ensure its containment. Even if it has been ingested, the wielder must be under our control. Ideally, we would have her join the Navy as well. After all, as a mythical Zoan type, her potential for growth is immense. However, Akina paused, contemplating the report. The description of her appearance, do you not find it reminiscent of that race? They have been extinct for around 500 years. It seems implausible. The Lunarians have descendants who have survived. Who knows? Sengoku replied. What concerns me is that if her identity and lineage present any issues. His words trailed off, leaving an unsettling silence. Helena and Mocha followed Sterling to the marshal's office. As they ascended the stairs, they encountered several familiar naval officers, though their names eluded Helena's memory. They were likely the later vice admirals. Notably, figures like Kizaru and Akainu were absent. Upon reaching the door of the marshal's office, the guard respectfully saluted Sterling before knocking. A voice from within beckoned them to enter. Your Excellency, the Marshal, and Your Excellency, Sengoku, this young lady is Helena, the one who consumed the devil fruit. This is Mocha, a researcher from the North Sea G19 branch. Sterling briefly reported and then stepped aside, falling silent. Both the Marshal and Sengoku scrutinized Helena intently. Although she sensed they would not act against her for the moment, the presence of such formidable figures made her exceedingly nervous, causing beads of cold sweat to form in her throat to constrict involuntarily. Mocha, standing before the Marshal and Admiral, was acutely aware of her past mistakes and dared not breathe too loudly. Breaking the silence, the Marshal inquired, "Where is your hometown?" "I was abandoned shortly after birth and grew up on that small island." "I do not know where I come from," Helena replied. "I see," Sengoku continued. "What are the specific abilities of the fruit?" Noticing Mocha's hesitation to respond, Sterling prompted her, "Miss Mocha?" I observed Helena transform into a beast form, resembling a gigantic wolf with some unrealistic features. She then executed an attack similar to the Gale Kick, which I initially assessed as an inherent ability of the fruit rather than a skill of the user. This fruit also possesses the common trait of Zoan types, remarkable regenerative capabilities. As Mocha elaborated, her confidence visibly surged, aligning with Helena's assumption that Mocha specialized in devil fruits. Yet, Helena couldn't help but wonder why Mocha had not disclosed this earlier. Did her research extend beyond just devil fruits? The Marshal turned his body slightly, keeping a keen eye on Helena. After Mocha concluded her explanation, he rose from behind the desk and approached her directly. "I shall be straightforward. You must have realized the Navy's interest in your fruit by now," he stated. To which Helena nodded. "Then you are aware of our intentions?" she inquired. "To imprison me and thoroughly investigate my fruit's capabilities?" Helena provocatively suggested this grim scenario to gauge their reactions. "No, that is unnecessary. You are not a malevolent pirate," the Marshal replied. "We wish for you to join the Navy. If you can defeat that pirate, it will demonstrate that you possess at least the strength of a branch lieutenant. You are still very young, with boundless potential, and will undoubtedly become a significant asset to the Navy, earning a corresponding status and rewards. And what if I escape your control?" she challenged. "Certainly, that is a concern, but confining you now would only worsen the situation. Thus, we are indeed taking a gamble, wagering that you will fight for justice." "For justice?" Helena elongated the word meaningfully, knowing well that, when the time came, either the Marshal or Sengoku's trusted aides would be nearby to monitor her closely. Beside her, Sengoku's eyes flickered slightly as he gazed at Serena's violet pupils. Disregarding her previous remark, he continued, "So how about joining us?" Her response, though tentative, signified acquiescence, allowing her a moment of relief as she turned and sauntered back to her seat behind the table. "Given your unique circumstances and the recent triumph over a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million, I hereby appoint you as a special combatant in our headquarters, with the rank equivalent to a lieutenant. What do you think?" "I'm not well versed in such matters. I shall follow your directives," she replied, nodding. "Since you have only just enlisted in the Navy, it would be unreasonable to assign you as an officer commanding troops outright. Instead, you will be placed in a unit for training. Do you understand?" "Understood." Having arrived at Marineford 4 days prior, Serena had spent this time familiarizing herself with the various naval protocols and acquiring knowledge in combat, navigation, etiquette, and diplomacy. During her downtime, she frequented the training grounds to enhance her physical prowess. Her foremost aspiration was to strengthen her capabilities, whether she remained in the Navy or sought alternative paths. Formidable skills would afford her greater choices. While joining the Navy was not her ideal option, it was a perilous existence, even without a bounty on her head. She aimed to bolster her strength primarily in 2 areas: the development of her devil fruit abilities and combat techniques. The former required no elaboration, while the latter demanded practical experience alongside mastery of haki. Uncertain of her possession of the Conqueror's haki, she was determined to hone her observation and armament haki. Additionally, she recognized the necessity of naval warfare. After all, it would be imprudent to command a warship without the ability to navigate it effectively. At that moment, she stood in the marshal's office, utterly perplexed. "Lieutenant Tsurina, this is Vice Admiral Sakazuki. You will be training under him for the foreseeable future." Tsurina saluted the formidable Sakazuki, inwardly cursing both Sora and Sengoku for assigning her to the most ruthless individual. If she were to step out of line, she feared a molten fist would soon follow. Sakazuki, clad in a standard naval cap, scrutinized her with an intimidating gaze, causing her apprehension to mount. Sora, sensing the tension, broke the silence, directing Tsurina. "You may leave now. Report to Instructor Zephyr for training this afternoon." "Yes, sir." After saluting, she hastily exited. Sakazuki cast a sidelong glance as she departed the office and turned to Sora, remarking, "I doubt she will willingly serve us. Perhaps we ought to reconsider. Escalating matters could prove detrimental. You are aware of the government's recent stance towards the Navy." Sora chose not to elaborate further. "Those CP agents insist on accompanying our fleet at every turn. When inquiring about their objectives or how to cooperate, they simply respond that it is classified. Their performance is utterly subpar." Sakazuki expressed his profound dissatisfaction. "Very well, just keep it in mind." In the afternoon, Tsurina donned her training uniform and lined up with the other soldiers in the training ground, awaiting Zephyr. To be candid, her youthful visage, combined with her incongruous height, rendered her rather conspicuous. As other soldiers speculated about the origins of the newly recruited soldier, their eyes were drawn to the insignia at her collar. Astonishingly, this new recruit held the rank of lieutenant, suggesting either exceptional prowess or influential connections. Zephyr finally arrived. At that moment, his right arm remained intact. Yet his wife and children had already fallen victim to the pirates. Thus, despite retaining the title of general, he had withdrawn to his secondary role as an instructor. Upon his arrival, Zephyr immediately noticed Tsurina, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he bellowed, "Commence a 5,000-meter warm-up run at a brisk pace." Helena, breathless after completing the 50,000-meter run, reflected that in her previous life, she would have struggled to even manage 500 meters. After warming up, she proceeded to strength training and endurance exercises. As evening approached, it was time for hand-to-hand combat practice. Zephyr narrowed his eyes and scanned the team before pointing at Lu Xiaoxiao, beckoning her to come forward. "You, step up, and I shall assign you an opponent." Zephyr then selected a soldier significantly larger than her to face off against on the platform. Helena was acutely aware that Zephyr was keen to gauge her true capabilities, evidently having been informed by either Kong or the warring states. The soldier assumed a fighting stance, while Helena, lacking any combat proficiency, mimicked the movements of a sumo wrestler from her past life, spreading her legs apart and resting her hands on her knees, mistaking her posture for provocation. The soldier scoffed internally and lunged forward with a punch. Helena raised her arms to block the blow but attempted to seize the soldier, only to be evaded. The soldier delivered a kick to her abdomen, causing her to stagger back. Seizing the moment, he advanced again with another punch. Gritting her teeth, Lu Xiaoxiao chose not to evade or block. Instead, she braced herself and absorbed the blow with her face, seizing the soldier's arm in the process. The soldier tried to withdraw his arm but found himself unable to move. With a surge of strength, Helena pivoted, flinging the soldier sideways, sending him crashing 3 meters away onto the ground. The onlooking soldiers exchanged glances, although their combat skills far surpassed Lu Xiaoxiao's. It was evident that brute force could indeed yield extraordinary results. Such a prodigious display of strength suggested a formidable talent, one that could easily veer towards extremes. Zephyr's thoughts swirled. He stepped onto the stage and addressed Helena. "Next, I shall test you. Now, unleash your utmost strength and strike me." Helena nodded, moving closer to Zephyr. Taking a deep breath, she let out a low growl and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Zephyr's chest. Zephyr raised his hand, his forearm gleaming black. And as her fist struck his arm, a resounding metallic clang echoed through the air. Helena retracted her trembling fist. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Seemingly realizing that he had underestimated her, it was necessary to employ haki to defend against her. However, he mused, her speed was rather lacking. A more agile opponent would surely evade her attacks effortlessly. Helena stood there, awaiting further instructions, yet Zephyr suddenly withdrew his right leg and, at a speed imperceptible to her, launched a punch towards her face. Helena sensed the imminent danger, but her body failed to respond accordingly. prompting her to instinctively retreat. In an instant, Zephyr's fist halted mere centimeters from her nose, the force of the punch ruffling her bangs and sideburns. It was then that her body finally reacted, and she took a significant step backward. Her eyes widened in shock, still reeling from the encounter, as beads of cold sweat emerged on her forehead. Had she sensed something? It was the same as before. Her potential was vast, yet her foundation was severely lacking. 6 months later, in the waters near the kingdom of Coscord on the Grand Line, a pirate bellowed, "Brothers, eliminate these marines." He was immediately sent flying by a cannonball. This pirate crew was engaged with a formidable warship. On the deck of the pirate ship, a fierce battle raged between the marines and the pirates. On board the marine vessel, Akainu commanded Helena, "You, go and subdue them." Helena saluted and replied, "Yes." Helena nimbly leapt onto the railing of the ship, gracefully adjusting her form mid-air before landing firmly on the pirate vessel. Nearby, an unwitting pirate charged at her with a fierce cry, brandishing a blade. Helena deftly evaded the swipe, countering with a swift kick that sent him flying. With a powerful punch, she dispatched another assailant. The pirate captain, noticing her prowess, hoisted a heavy cannon and aimed it at Helena, firing a cannonball engulfed in flames and smoke towards her. Employing her observation hockey, Helena tilted her body, narrowly avoiding the projectile as it zipped past her back. Transforming into her beastly form, she morphed into a werewolf, her head taking on that of a wolf. Her body adorned with a dense coat of white fur, and her hands and feet morphing into formidable claws. Channeling her strength, she unleashed a swift strike. Lunar Eclipse, Stormblade. A gale surged forth, slicing through the air and severing the captain's entire right arm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from him. Helena crouched slightly before dashing towards the captain, her razor-sharp claws inflicting a multitude of bloodied gashes upon him. With a spinning kick, she sent the captain crashing into the mast, rendering him motionless. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining pirates abandoned any thoughts of resistance, surrendering en masse. As the naval forces began to secure the battlefield, Helena returned to Vice Admiral Sakazuki's side. He remained fixated on the distant kingdom of Coast God. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Helena inquired, "Why is this seemingly straightforward and low-difficulty mission being undertaken by someone of your rank?" His cold gaze turned toward her, and she braced herself for indifference or reprimand for her audacity. "We have received intelligence indicating that the uprising in Coast God is orchestrated by the Revolutionary Army, and a senior officer from their ranks is currently on the island." Understanding dawned upon her, hence the deployment of an officer of such high caliber as Sakazuki. The Revolutionary Army certainly posed a significant challenge. Several hours later, night descended, and the naval ship anchored off the southern coast of the island. The majority of the nation had succumbed to the rebels, with the capital already fallen. Only a city in the southwest remained under the control of the royal forces, where the king was taking refuge. The mission was now clear, to ensure the safe evacuation of King Gabudum III from the island. Helena and a major general were commanded to remain stationed at the port where the warship was anchored, while Sakazaki personally led a contingent to seek out the king. The residents of the port city, burdened with their families and belongings, hurriedly boarded vessels to flee the island. The streets were bustling with frantic individuals, occasionally leading to collisions. Some, unable to secure a place on the ships, spotted a military vessel docked at the pier and even beseeched the Navy for passage aboard, seeking protection. Helena gazed upon the scene, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. The populace remained unaware that this warship had come to retrieve their sovereign, who was prepared to abandon them. The turmoil of war was a stark contrast to the peaceful era in which Helena had previously lived. The insurrection in this nation was ignited by the oppressive exploitation of the people by the king, the nobility, and the entrepreneurs. Such a nation had become a prime target for the revolutionary forces. Helena stood on the deck, lost in contemplation, when the sound of cannon fire erupted nearby, just a few meters away, as an unseen enemy unleashed their barrage. Below, the Navy was under siege while fortifying their defenses. Helena observed in horror as countless figures clad in brown cloaks emerged from the alleys of the city, launching an assault against the Navy. The cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts intertwined with the screams of innocent bystanders filled the air. The insurgents had infiltrated this area, intent on severing the king's escape route. A general commanded the defense below, and without hesitation, Helena leaped from the ship. Upon landing, her gaze fell upon a striking figure among the enemy ranks, a tall, slender individual cloaked in mystery, wielding an extraordinarily long katana. Each swing was accompanied by a crimson arc of energy, cutting through the ranks of ordinary soldiers like a tiger among sheep. Helena assessed the situation and deemed this foe a significant threat. In a city on the island, the diminutive Gobtum III sat in his carriage, incessantly pounding on the leather seat, berating his attendant. What is the meaning of this? Why hasn't that wretched navy arrived yet? Haven T, I informed them that those troublesome peasants have breached the city gates and are heading this way. Hurry them up, or I shall have your head. The attendant, pale and flustered, hurried away as Gobtum III continued to vent his frustrations about the navy's tardiness. Suddenly, a guard rushed over with alarming news. Your Majesty, it's dire. The insurgents are almost upon us. What? A band of ruffians. We must flee. We must flee at once. I am the king. I cannot perish here. The carriage lurched into motion, surrounded by guards escorting it toward the port. A bullet struck the wooden panel above Gobtum III's head, sending him into a panic. The insurgents had caught up with the king and his retinue, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. The guards attempted to retaliate but were swiftly defeated. Cowering within the carriage, Gobtum III prayed while cursing, "Oh heavens, they will surely kill me. Those accursed peasants, the barbaric scum. Who will save me? I do not wish to die. Where are the navy? They should be torn to shreds for their cowardice and not coming to my aid." As the insurgents charged forward, the sky suddenly illuminated, and a torrent of molten rock descended, incinerating the foremost insurgents before they could even scream. The navy arrived just in time to repel the insurgents, and Sakaski approached the carriage to assess the battlefield. Only when he saw the navy had arrived did Gobtum III emerge from his hiding place. Spotting Sakaski beside him, he arrogantly exclaimed, "Hey, you useless lot. Why did you arrive only now? Do you believe I want to have you all executed later?" Sakaski shot him a cold glare, his expression devoid of emotion, sending a chill down Gobtum III's spine, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Even he understood that this man was not to be trifled with. Helena executed a swift kick, sending one individual crashing to the ground. Another approached from behind, brandishing a knife. However, with her arm enveloped in the formidable hockey, Lu Xiaoxiao deflected the blade with a resounding clash, then delivered a powerful punch to the assailant's abdomen, causing him to double over in agony and succumb to the floor. Helena sensed an ominous presence and swiftly rolled to the side, as a streak of crimson sword energy grazed past her, leaving a deep scar upon the ground. Helena turned her head to look, and indeed it was the person wielding the katana. At that moment, he charged towards her at high speed, striking with his blade, which had transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Helena did not dare to be complacent. She activated her beast form. The lunar eclipse, rebirth, a circular white shield enveloped Helena, while the crimson blade struck against the shield as if it were hacking at stone. The individual retracted their blade and leapt back several paces, observing Helena from a distance. Helena, with her dual claws, executed a series of swift slashes, unleashing a multitude of razor-sharp blades. The technique, moon eclipse, storm thorns, prompted her opponent to sense the lethal nature of these blades, leading him to nimbly evade while parrying several with his weapon. Helena seized the opportunity, denying him any chance for counterattack, as she summoned forth white energy that surged from her claws. With a powerful strike to the ground, the energy fractured the earth beneath her, propelling her forward. The opponent, gathering his strength, leaped into the air, his cloak billowing away, revealing a figure clad in crimson with flowing ebony hair, a woman. The technique, Rakshasa, Jade Slash, saw her rotating gracefully in the air, unleashing two streams of red sword energy that converged from opposing directions towards Helena. With no time to execute her technique of reversion, Helena relied on her observation haki to evade, yet the two streams of sword energy, upon passing her, began to converge toward the center. In a swift response, Helena coated her palms with armament haki, intercepting each blade with a hand, resulting in a dazzling display of sparks. Helena's palms bore deep wounds, oozing crimson blood. The woman in red descended gracefully, a blade resting upon her shoulder. Wuma Qianlin furrowed her brows as she fixed her gaze upon Helena, realizing that this adversary was more formidable than she had anticipated, suddenly recalling something, as her cloak had slipped off during the skirmish. Qianlin swiftly donned the mask that had been draped around her neck. Helena became acutely aware of her movements, as her identity seemed rather delicate. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind Qianlin, whispering in her ear, "The naval commander dispatched for this mission is incapable of resolving the situation. Do not linger any longer. We must depart swiftly." Qianlin nodded in acknowledgement, then abandoned Lu Xiaoxiao and seamlessly melted into the crowd. Helena was utterly perplexed. How could the battle turn into a retreat? The army's offensive had been thwarted by the navy, which had effectively trapped them within the city. Realizing their efforts were in vain, they began to withdraw. As night faded, the following midday saw Sakaski escorting the king to the port, where Helena and the general awaited at the junction. Before they even caught sight of the king, his piercing voice echoed through the air, "Hey, where's my wine? What in the world is wrong with you wretched fools?" His attendants scurried about, drenched in sweat, and one of them was struck by the king's hand in frustration. Helena was left speechless under such a king's rule. It was hardly surprising that an uprising might erupt. The troops arrived, and the major general reported the previous night's battle to Sakazuki. Nodding, Sakazuki declared, "We must leave this island at once to avoid any further complications." He continued, "The rebel forces may not launch another attack immediately. I have annihilated all the insurgents we encountered along the way. Thus, we must hasten our departure." As the group made their way to the dock, King Gobtom III continued his boisterous demeanor. Numerous hurried pedestrians on the street, upon seeing their king swaggering towards the dock, began to murmur amongst themselves. Unable to contain their frustration, one individual stepped forward and questioned, "Your Majesty, where are you headed? Are you attempting to flee? The war was instigated by you, and now you wish to escape. You tyrant, tyrant, tyrant." Gobtom III's indifferent attitude ignited the populace's fury, yet he grew increasingly incensed. He pulled aside the curtain of his carriage, his eyes widening with fury, and bellowed like a madman, "You wretched commoners, ungrateful scoundrels, I am your king. My life holds a value 1,000 times greater than yours. You lowly peasants." He then turned to the nearby naval soldiers, commanding, "You, I order you to fire upon these commoners. Silence them. Hey, did you hear me? Are you deaf? What's wrong with you? How dare you defy my orders?" The soldiers exchanged glances, hesitating to follow his commands. Sakazuki halted his steps, casting a cold gaze at Gobtom III. "You do not possess the authority to command my soldiers," he stated sternly. In a fit of rage, Gobtom III disregarded Sakazuki's demeanor, considering himself the king of a world government member nation. How could a mere naval officer dare oppose him? "You all deserve death. Once I reach Mariawa, I shall have you all executed." Seeing the navy's disobedience, he turned to his guards, barking, "You, fire upon those rebellious citizens." Now, having been indoctrinated since childhood to obey the king's wishes without question, the guards found themselves in a moral dilemma but lifted their weapons towards the crowd nonetheless. As the people saw the guards truly preparing to shoot, panic ensued, and they attempted to flee, only to be trapped in a tight mass. Bang! Smoke and fire erupted with the sound of a gunshot, bullets hurtling towards the crowd. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking the path of the incoming bullets, raising a hand enveloped in armament hockey, deflecting the bullets with a resounding clang. Fury coursed through Helena, veins bulging on her forehead. After intercepting the bullet, she advanced step by step towards Gobtom. The king, intimidated by the fearsome expression and presence of this imposing woman, faltered momentarily but then reassured himself of his royal status. "Who are you to dare shield these commoners from bullets?" he shouted at Sakazuki. "You, have your soldiers execute her immediately, right now." Sakazuki remained unmoved, his expression impassive. Helena clenched her fists, having grown weary of this arrogant scoundrel, a deposed king who dared to flaunt his insolence. One could hardly fathom the source of his audacity. Observing her readiness to strike, the soldiers hastily intervened. But with a surge of her remarkable strength, Helena broke free from their grasp. Approaching Gobtom, she found him dwarfed beside the towering figure of Lu Xiaoxiao, appearing even more frail and diminutive. "Silence, you ungrateful wretch!" Helena exclaimed, raising her fist, prepared to deliver a blow. It was only then that Gobtom realized the peril he faced. The fear in his eyes was unmistakable. Suddenly, a hand appeared, seizing Helena's wrist and halting her advance toward Gobtom III. It was Sakazuki. "If you proceed, the Navy will find themselves in a precarious situation," he stated, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet Helena found herself regaining her composure. Indeed, no matter how repugnant Gobtom may be, he remained a king of the allied nations, a figure sheltered by the world government. Helena stepped back a few paces, lowering her head and falling silent. Gobtom seemed to understand the situation as well. Ceasing his loud outcries, Sakazuki ordered an immediate retreat. The warship departed the harbor amidst the jeers and cries of the populace. In the distance, the insurgents set the city ablaze, illuminating a small portion of the sky. In the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, the kingdom of Concord erupted in rebellion, leading to its demise. Gobtom III fled to the sacred land of Mariawa, while the insurgents established the Concord People's Republic. which has yet to receive recognition from the world government and its affiliated nations. A year later, bang! Zephyr's fist collided with Helena's, sending Lu Xiaoxiao hurtling backward, spinning in midair before adjusting her form and landing safely. Zephyr retracted his fist, glancing at the time and concluding the training session. Colonel Helena, please proceed to the marshal's office at once. A messenger called out. Understood. In the sacred land of Mariehua, atop the Red Earth continent, a man ascended. Fisher Tage, armed with a gun and a knife, advanced step by step towards the place where slaves were imprisoned. Covered in blood, flames erupted outside the prison, illuminating the dark cells. Tage severed the iron lock on the cell door with a single stroke, and the slaves rushed out, breaking the shackles from their hands and feet. They followed Tage, unlocking cell after cell, and all the slaves burst forth. The prison's main gate was smashed open, and the approaching guards attempted to intercept, but were swept aside by the exuberant slaves. The slaves seized the weapons from the guards and turned to attack them, with Tage always at the forefront, guiding the crowd. Another squad of guards rushed from a distance, but a giant among the slaves tore down the massive iron gate of the prison barehanded and hurled it towards the oncoming guards. The G1 branch of the Navy in Mariehua was alerted and dispatched soldiers to suppress the uprising. However, the slaves had already ignited fierce flames in various locations, and the places of enslavement were not limited to just one. More and more slaves joined the rebellion. At this critical moment, Vice Admiral Kazan was absent from the base, urgently inquiring at headquarters how long until reinforcements arrive. The acting officer commanded the communicator, Laburubarubaru, can you hear me? This is G1 branch. Where's the headquarters support? A cold voice emanated from the phone. I am Admiral Sakaski from headquarters. My troops have already reached the bottom of the Red Earth continent. Sakaski, leading his forces, arrived at Mariehua. The slaves, filled with hatred, stormed the palaces of the celestial dragons, yearning for vengeance. But the celestial dragons had long since hidden away. The slaves scattered throughout Mariehua, igniting raging fires. Sakaski commanded his soldiers to collaborate with the G1 branch to quell the rebellion. At the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku inquired, why must she be sent? This is an opportunity for her to be promoted, and it is also a chance to announce to CP that she is one of ours. The warring state ceased to inquire, for he comprehended the intentions behind the emptiness. At this moment, another matter weighed heavily on his mind. Helena struck down the individual before her and paused to assess her surroundings. Although she was most reluctant to work for the celestial dragons, she had no choice. Disobedience was not an option. 3 young maidens fled in the shadows, making their escape towards Mary Geos. Helena initially assumed they were merely runaway slaves. Quickening her pace to apprehend the last of the trio, a girl with chestnut hair, whom she pinned to the ground. The other 2 halted, turning back to see their blonde companion captured, and cried out in desperation, Marigold, sister, save me. I do not wish to be taken back. Before she could finish her plea, the girl named Marigold burst into tears. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sympathy. These young women had been seized and subjected to indignities as slaves, and now she was to return them to that fate. Marigold? The name resonated with familiarity. 8 years had passed, and many memories from her previous life had long since faded. She lifted her gaze to the other 2 girls, one with raven hair and striking azure eyes, breathtakingly beautiful, the other with green hair, her oversized head awkwardly proportioned to her body. This cannot be. Helena suddenly recalled who they were. Could it be the Empress Hancock and her 2 sisters? Indeed. The 3 Hancock sisters had escaped from Mary Geos and returned to Amazon Lily. Having consumed the snake fruit, Sandasonia transformed into a colossal serpent, sweeping her tail and exclaiming, "Release my sister." Helena remained silent, leaping from Marigold and seizing the sweeping tail, forcefully hurling the giant serpent to the ground. Sandasonia, dazed from the impact, was momentarily disoriented. Concerned for her sister's safety, Hancock pressed her hands together to form a heart shape, sending a pink heart soaring towards Helena. Helena deftly evaded, leaving Hancock at a loss, unsure of what course to pursue next. Helena glanced at them, then surveyed her surroundings. Once she was certain that no one was paying attention, she turned to Hancock and said, "You should leave. If anyone catches you, I cannot be held responsible." With that, she stepped back to a safe distance. The 2 sisters returned to Hancock's side, and the trio anxiously stared at the girl before them, who appeared to be of similar age, uncertain of the performance they were witnessing. "You should go. I will not hinder your departure." The sisters exchanged a worried glance, casting a concerned look at Helena before turning and fleeing. Helena let out a weary sigh, She had no desire to capture slaves for the celestial dragons, merely hoping to indulge in a leisurely respite. Little did she expect to encounter Hancock, whom she certainly did not wish to apprehend. For such a pivotal character in the narrative was not someone she dared to alter. Tiger felled a Navy soldier and was about to charge at another when scorching magma suddenly materialized before him, forcing him to retreat hastily. Sakazuki, half of his body transformed into elemental form, became molten lava, with droplets sizzling as they struck the ground, advancing step by step towards Tiger. He transformed his fist into magma and unleashed it upon Tiger. Although Tiger defended himself with haki, he was still scorched by the searing lava. As Sakazuki's molten fist lunged at Tiger once more, Tiger evaded its deadly arc, pondering how to extricate himself from this perilous situation. Losing patience, Sakazuki bellowed, "All Navy personnel, retreat from this area." The sailors, aware that their vice admiral was about to escalate the situation, hastily distanced themselves from Sakazuki. The slaves, oblivious to the impending chaos, mistakenly believed they had driven the Navy away. However, Tiger comprehended that the formidable adversary before him was now serious. Sakazuki leapt into the air, his right hand transforming into magma, an ever-increasing surge of lava erupting forth. A colossal hand of molten rock emerged in the sky, and the slaves on the ground gazed upward in terror as the intense heat enveloped them, causing them to scatter in frantic flight. From a distance, Selena observed Sakazuki with a mixture of awe and trepidation, recognizing the sheer terror of the natural elements at play. Sakazuki cast a cold gaze upon the fleeing slaves below. Suddenly, a colossal fireball, accompanied by a massive fist of molten rock, descended with a thunderous crash, hurtling towards Tej. In that very moment, lightning illuminated the sky as an inexplicable tempest swept through. Dark clouds gathered ominously, unleashing a torrential downpour. A tornado manifested beneath the fireball, disrupting the enormous molten fist and scattering it into countless fragments of lava that splattered in every direction. Though some individuals were struck by these molten remnants, the casualties were notably fewer than before, and Tej emerged unscathed. Helena found herself perplexed by the sudden onset of extreme weather and fierce winds, her entire being drenched by the relentless rain. A bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, casting a brilliant glow that momentarily revealed a shadowy figure above the palace of the celestial dragons. Suddenly, several tornadoes emerged, sweeping towards the Navy, and many sailors were caught in their grasp, with Helena unable to escape the calamity. The tornadoes hurled them beyond the red Earth continent, and as the tempest subsided, the soldiers began their descent, plummeting towards the vast sea below. Helena thought to herself, "It's all over." She couldn't swim. She had been submerged for an indeterminate duration when, with a sudden thud, it felt as though she had been struck by a train. Her insides jolted violently, followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness. The surroundings fell eerily silent as seawater invaded her mouth and nostrils. She lacked even the strength to struggle, her consciousness fading into a blur. "Hey, Captain, look over there." "What is that?" shouted a pirate minion, pointing to a figure floating on the surface of the sea. "Hee, this time we can exchange it for even more coin." They were engaged in the nefarious trade of kidnapping merfolk near the Red Continent, indulging in human trafficking and slavery. Though the Marine headquarters was nearby, the adage that fortune favors the bold rang true, for the profits here were substantial, especially from the foolishly wealthy celestial dragons. It had recently been rumored that the slaves in Mariehua had all escaped, leading one to speculate that the celestial dragons would venture out to procure new ones. When the figure was retrieved from the water, the pirates soon realized this was no ordinary person. "Goodness, I'm exhausted. Why is this woman so tall?" one exclaimed, sensing something was amiss. "Hey, look. Isn't she wearing a Navy uniform?" Indeed, it appeared so. "Should we still sell her? What if the Navy gets involved? Should we toss her back into the sea?" The pirate captain contemplated Helena for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Sell her. Why not? Auction houses accept everything. What is there to fear?" Helena fainted, her awareness slipping away for an indeterminate duration. As she gently opened her eyes, she could faintly discern voices nearby. Alas, it seemed she was no ordinary individual. Naturally, the Navy would not bestow upon her such an exorbitant treasure as the Shanghai stone without reason. Oh dear, just in case. It would suffice. Given her physique, she could surely command a handsome price. Immediately, that familiar and loathsome sensation of helplessness washed over her once more. Helena yearned to awaken, yet was unable to resist the pull of slumber, succumbing to a deep sleep once again. Helena had a dream in which she returned to the island of Coscode. The repugnant king remained as arrogant as ever, and this time, she struck him. Suddenly, Sakaski appeared beside her, repeatedly uttering in his cold voice that the navy was difficult to deal with. The scene shifted to the burning Mary Geos, where countless figures rushed by, slaves and navy personnel alike. In the distance, a furious tornado swept through the surroundings. The imagery transformed again, engulfing her in darkness. She felt powerless, struggling to breathe, and realized she was at the bottom of the sea. A colossal creature emerged before her, seemingly possessing 4 legs, though its form eluded her clarity. As it swam toward her, she awoke from the dream, bolting upright, gasping for breath in a state of panic. Surveying her surroundings, she discovered herself in a dimly lit basement, confined and shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. She attempted to move her hands, but found them devoid of strength. Was this sea stone? Turning her neck, she noticed a collar encircling it. Sitting upright, she felt a dull ache in her back. She recalled being swept away by the tornado and plummeting into the sea. How was she now imprisoned? Struggling to stand, she found her shoes missing, her feet bare. Her trousers were tattered, exposing her left calf, while her top remained relatively intact. She was not alone in the cell. It was spacious and high. Nearby sat a fishman, motionless, perhaps asleep. In another corner, a man sat, persistently drinking from a bottle, yet Helena could not discern his face. Approaching the iron bars, she grasped them, realizing they too were made of sea stone. "Are you part of the navy?" the man in the corner queried, setting down his bottle. Helena paused, turning to him, realizing he was addressing her. "Indeed. Do you dare to sell even the navy as slaves? The audacity of the people here is remarkable. What is this place? Is this the auction at tree number 1? Tree number 1? This is Sabaody," Helena muttered to herself. Helena approached the man and inquired, "So, are we all merely awaiting our turn to be auctioned?" "Indeed, it appears that today is our cell's turn," he replied. As she stepped inside, Helena discerned the man's visage, an elderly gentleman with spectacles and long, flowing hair. "Wait a moment," she said, stepping back, certain she could not be mistaken. Before her stood Silvers Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Pirate King. "Me? Here, they all refer to me as Old Ray, the coding master." Rayleigh assessed Helena with an inscrutable expression, recognizing that the young woman surely possessed some knowledge. "Ah, the coding master, I see," Helena acknowledged, realizing her earlier astonishment had revealed more than intended, and quickly adjusted her demeanor. At that moment, the silent merman beside them suddenly interjected, "Old man, you don't seem particularly concerned. Aren't you afraid of being sold? Or do you have confidence in your escape?" "No, I do not intend to escape. I wish to be sold for some coin, after which I shall rob my buyer," Rayleigh replied calmly. The merman chuckled softly, evidently amused by Rayleigh's self-assuredness. He shifted his posture slightly. Just then, the iron door swung open, and a rather diminutive figure was thrust into the cell. Upon closer inspection, Helena realized it was Hancock. She lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, evidently shackled by sea stone handcuffs. However, unlike Helena, she lacked such extraordinary resilience, and being but a child, she had not the strength even to rise. Helena glanced at the 2 other occupants of the cell. The fishman remained utterly still, while Rayleigh continued to sip his drink, casting a sidelong glance at Hancock. With a sigh, Helena stepped forward to assist Hancock. She bent down to help her up, and Hancock looked up at her. "Thank you." But wait. She recognized the person aiding her as the Navy officer who had freed her days ago in Mariehua, still clad in her uniform. Helena guided her to the wall and seated her there, while Hancock slumped weakly against it. "Pray tell, how did you find yourself captured again?" Helena inquired, her voice tinged with exasperation. Hancock lifted her gaze to meet Helena's, entranced by the enigmatic, perilous, yet captivating violet depths of her eyes. What is it?" Helena waved her hand before Hancock's eyes to rouse her from her reverie. Coming back to herself, Hancock recollected her response. We drifted here by boat, seeking a vessel to return to our homeland. However, the mark upon us was discovered, and they were not apprehended. The mark of the celestial dragons, I presume?" Helena shook her head in exasperation. "I said, you truly are foolish. In the doldrums, where the winds are still, even ordinary vessels struggle to pass through. And yet you still wish to seek." As Helena paused abruptly, she glanced down at Hancock, who was indeed staring at her with a look of perplexity. How did Helena know she hailed from the land of women when she had not disclosed such information? Hancock, being astute, recognized that further inquiries at this juncture would yield no fruitful answers and could potentially complicate matters. "And what of you? How did you come to be here?" Hancock deftly shifted the topic, gesturing towards Helena's handcuffs. "As for myself? Oh, during the battle, I fell from the red Earth continent and plunged into the sea. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself here. You cannot swim? Helena's lips twitched slightly. Goodness, that is the red Earth continent. Falling from such a height and merely losing consciousness is a testament to my resilience. Isn't it? Merely fainting is quite commendable. With a sigh, Helena remarked, I, too, am a person of abilities. At the mention of devil fruit powers, Hancock shivered, forced by the celestial dragons to consume a devil fruit for their amusement. The horrifying memories flooded back, rendering her silent. Helena, seated beside her, also chose to remain quiet. After a prolonged silence, Hancock suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, why did you let us go? Were you not sent by the Navy to capture us? Sighing, Helena replied, how should I put this? I harbor a deep disdain for the celestial dragons. They repulse me. The mere thought of those pampered beings makes my skin crawl. She uttered these words unperturbed by the presence of others. Moreover, we are of similar age, yet you are perceived as a slave and livestock. It breaks my heart to contemplate that. These sentiments were indeed her genuine thoughts, albeit only part of her reasoning. She refrained from disclosing everything lest it alter the course of events. Is that so? Thank you. Are we truly of similar age? Helena stammered, somewhat at a loss for words. Huh? What's wrong? I am nearly the same age as you. At most, just a year older. Yet your stature is so impressive. Helena remarked, noticing Hancock's height. Your sister is even taller than I am. The one with green hair. My sister only grew tall after consuming the fruit, Hancock retorted. You'll be nearly 9 meters tall once you grow up. You're not petite by any means. Helena silently scoffed at this. Are you also someone persecuted by the celestial dragons? Rayleigh pondered nearby. Oh, by the way, I am Helena. And you? I am Hancock. A distant cacophony began to resonate, signaling the commencement of the auction outside. Helena furrowed her brow, contemplating a way to escape. She certainly did not wish to be sold into slavery. The sea-stone handcuffs and explosive collars posed a significant issue. Could she possibly rely on Riley? He had no reason to assist her. After all, to him, being sold would not be an insurmountable obstacle. As the armored guards approached their cell, Riley rose, stowing away his bottle. He turned to Hancock and inquired, So, little girl, do you require my assistance? Hancock regarded him with confusion. Do you have a means of escape? Not precisely a method, but it is feasible to get out, he replied. With no other option, Hancock nodded in agreement. Riley then glanced at the other two. And what about you two? Helena affirmed with a nod, while the fishman added, Please. Very well, but I have a question. Why assist us? Would it not be simpler for you to escape on your own? Riley looked at her and replied with a smile, For the same reason as you. I detest the celestial dragons. Helena fell silent. The guards arrived at the front of the cell, where the darkness enveloped them. As they opened the door, an object flew out and landed at their feet. They looked down to see a broken iron ring. Wait, this can't be. Boom. A violent explosion startled the ongoing auction, causing the auctioneer to jump, while the buyers below turned their attention to the backstage. Hey, go check what is happening. One exclaimed, laughing. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on. The auction shall continue. In the VIP section, a young man with light blue hair instructed his attendant, Go see what's going on, Menzel and Saint. Suddenly, 3 consecutive explosions erupted. The entire auction hall trembled slightly, with some buyers screaming, while others hastily fled the scene. One person rushed to the auctioneer, saying in the back, There's a cell. And for some unknown reason, the collars of the slaves inside have been removed. Those explosions were caused by those collars. What? The guards are attempting to regain control over those slaves. Helena and the fishman barreled through the throng of guards. And Helena noticed that the fishman bore the mark of the celestial dragons upon his back. This might explain his lack of animosity towards them, the humans. Judging by his demeanor, he was likely not an ordinary individual. Hancock, positioned behind them, utilized her devil fruit abilities to assist the duo. While Rayleigh sat atop a large wooden crate, sipping his drink, a handful of stones in his grasp, ready to lend support with a projectile imbued with his hockey. However, as more guards converged, the two in the front sustained injuries. Helena knelt on one knee, her hands resting on the ground. In a magnificent display, her beast form was unleashed. The colossal white celestial hound let out a resounding howl, startling both the guards and Hancock. With a swift motion of her claw, Selena unleashed several blades of mist, toppling a vast swath of adversaries. Beside her, Rayleigh observed with keen interest, pondering the fortunate occurrence of encountering a mythical beast type. Helena's mouth opened wide, gathering energy into a luminous white orb, which she expelled towards the crowd. The lunar eclipse, life's radiance, caused the orb to detonate instantaneously among the throng, sending shockwaves that propelled the guards far away, creating a vast expanse in the midst of the gathering. Following this, her colossal tail swept across repeatedly, rendering the guards in their beastly forms as fragile as mere paper. They scattered in disarray, and Helena turned to Hancock and the others, urging them, "Follow me." The attendees in the auction hall were alerted to the sounds of battle from backstage, with many already preparing to flee. Suddenly, the wall behind the grand curtain was shattered, and a wolf-like white creature burst forth. The audience below was struck with terror, rising en masse to escape. The host, astonished, collapsed to the ground, staring agape at Helena. Minzelin, escorted by his attendants, made a swift exit, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Helena. Helena lifted her gaze towards the ceiling, and with a sweeping motion of her colossal claws, she cleaved a wide blade of tempest that shattered the overhead structure. She allowed Hancock and the fishman to climb onto her back, paying no heed to Rayleigh, as she was confident in his ability to manage on his own. With a swift leap, she shattered the auction house's ceiling and ascended to the rooftop. Below, in the venue, the host pushed aside a heavy stone slab that had pinned him down and hurried to the back to locate the transponder snail. "Quickly summon those bounty hunters and pirates to the auction. We cannot allow them to escape," the host exclaimed frantically into the transponder snail. Helena leapt from the rooftop, and the merman addressed her, "They will not spare us. Let us head to the seaside." Helena nodded in agreement. She then sprang onto the roof of a nearby house, carefully determining her course. Below, pirates and bounty hunters had already gathered. "Look, they're over there," Helena observed, and immediately began to sprint towards the shore. Navigating through the town with deft agility, she evaded their relentless pursuit, while Rayleigh, though not having departed, trailed closely behind. Upon reaching the coastline, she found numerous vessels, their hulls gleaming, prepared to plunge into the depths of the sea. The merman leapt from the back of the ethereal witch and instructed the others, "Wait here," before diving into the water with a graceful leap. Hancock glanced around, suddenly inquiring of Helena, "Hey, that old man, rest assured, he has already departed on his own." Helena understood that Rayleigh wished to avoid unnecessary complications, hence after the auction, he had not revealed himself again. The pursuers were drawing near. Yet there was still no sign of the merman, raising suspicions about his escape. With no other option, Helena steeled herself for battle. Suddenly, the surface of the sea behind her roiled, and a colossal sea creature emerged, upon which the merman stood, calling out to them, "Hurry, come aboard." Helena transformed back into her human form and lifted Hancock into her arms. With a powerful leap, she landed upon the back of the sea beast. The fishmen urged the creature to depart from Sabaody, leaving the pursuers on the shore to watch helplessly as they vanished. "Excuse me, Uncle Fishman. May we first head to tree number 39? I have an appointment there," Helena inquired. "Ah, very well, but we must make haste," came the response. "By the way, may I ask your name? As for me, you may call me Daliot." Tree number 39 is one of the amusement areas in the Sabaody archipelago. At this moment, Helena and Hancock were hiding in an alley, observing the passers-by outside. "Hancock, is this truly the right place?" "It has been an entire day," Helena lamented. "Indeed, it has been a day, but they won tea." Hancock shook her head, striving to maintain a positive outlook. "Ah, so you were here all along." "I've been searching for a long time," a voice suddenly echoed from above, accompanied by the sounds of revelry. Helena glanced up to see Rayleigh perched upon the rooftop, sipping his drink and smiling down at the two. "Follow me. Your sister is with us," Rayleigh beckoned to Hancock. They called out to Daliot by the seaside, and the three followed Rayleigh to tree number 13. He led them into Shocky's bar, where, upon entering, they spotted Hancock's two younger sisters seated by the counter. Upon seeing their sister return safely, they rushed over and embraced Hancock, tears streaming down their faces. However, upon noticing Helena behind them, Sonia abruptly recoiled, her serpent-like tongue flicking out as she glared fiercely at Lu Xiaoxiao, clearly recognizing her as the Navy officer from Mariewa. Helena hastily waved her hands to indicate that she meant no harm. Hancock interjected to clarify, "She is not an enemy. I owe my escape to her." Behind the bar stood a short-haired woman, a lit cigarette dangling from her lips, who inquired of Rayleigh, "Did these three also escape from Mariewa?" "Ah, this girl is not one of them," Rayleigh replied, gesturing towards Helena. Helena recognized that the woman was Shocky, an enigmatic figure. "Never mind. Why don't you all take a shower and change your clothes? The odor is quite overpowering." After their bath, Helena and her companions savored the meal prepared by Shocky at the bar. Riley sipped a drink and inquired, "So, what are your plans moving forward?" Hancock exchanged glances with her two sisters and replied, "We wish to return to our homeland." "From where do you hail?" "Amazon Lily, perhaps?" "That could be quite problematic." "I can escort them there," Dahlia stated after swallowing her food. "I intend to become a pirate. Returning to Fishman Island offers little opportunity." With a chuckle, he glanced at Helena and remarked, "Such ambitions might not be appropriate to express in your presence." "Well, I shall pretend I didn't hear that," Riley said, redirecting his gaze to Helena. Without hesitation, Helena declared, "I will certainly return to the Navy. I suspect they are desperately searching for me as we speak." Helena chose not to elaborate further. 3 days later, in the Grand Line, the Ceres Islands, Helena leaped ashore and turned to bid farewell to Dahlia and Hancock, who were perched upon the back of a sea beast. "Farewell, until we meet again," Dahlia urged the sea creature to depart. Helena glanced around at the surrounding forest and resolved to navigate through it in search of humanity. Meanwhile, at the heart of the archipelago stood an active volcano, beneath which lay a lavish city. Midway up the volcano's slopes, in a gray fortress, a colossal pirate was reveling with his fellow marauders. This man, known as the notorious breaker of cities, Daegu, boasted a bounty of 430 million. After draining a barrel of, he flung it aside and bellowed, "More. Bring me more." A pirate lackey hurried before Daegu to deliver a report. "Boss, the chief minister of Pando has arrived." "Osley. Oof, let him enter." A middle-aged man clad in a long robe stepped into the banquet hall, casting a cold gaze upon the drunken revelers. Daegu glared at him and demanded, "Hey, Osley, what brings you here?" "I come on behalf of the Ceres kingdom to inquire when you intend to depart our lands." Upon hearing this, Daegu erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. You've certainly reaped your benefits while in my presence, haven't you? Are you truly so ungrateful as to burn the bridge behind you? Return and inform your little brat of a king that my departure is not his decision to make. We are prepared to join the world government. And your continued presence here is inappropriate," Osley asserted, his tone growing more severe. Daegu, upon hearing this, let out a cold chuckle. "Heh, you best remember your place. This kingdom is funded by me. Every brick and tile in that city of Pando bears my investment. Do not overestimate your significance." With that, he dismissed Osley, returning to his revelry. Realizing the negotiation had collapsed, Osley turned without a word and strode out. Helena traversed through the woods and arrived at a beach adorned with an abundance of seashells. Scattered around were a few individuals collecting shells. And Lu Xiaoxiao approached a trio of children. "Hello, may I inquire the way to the naval base?" The 3 children looked up at her, exchanging glances of confusion. "Huh? Do you not understand my words?" "No, well, this country does not possess a naval base," one child replied. "Oh. So it seems this nation has not joined the world government and is not under the protection of the Navy," Helena murmured softly. "Are you from somewhere else?" One child asked Helena. "Ah, yes, if there is no naval base, then where is the port? I wish to take a boat to leave this place." Upon hearing this, the children bowed their heads, falling silent. "This island cannot be left at will. There are ships patrolling the nearby waters belonging to His Majesty the King, and if caught, one would be taken away. It appears this nation is under tyranny as well. How unfortunate. Wishing to depart from here is indeed a daunting endeavor." A weathered middle-aged man approached, wielding a harpoon. Upon seeing the children conversing with a strangely appearing woman, he hurried over to separate them. "Riley, who is this person? Do you know her? Do not speak to her carelessly." Seeing that she was suspected, Selena hurriedly waved her hand and exclaimed, I am a pirate." However, the middle-aged man, unwilling to hear Selena's words to completion, assumed she was indeed a pirate and raised the harpoon in his hand, regarding her with utmost caution. Helena took a step back and explained, No, I am a member of the Navy." "The Navy? The Navy?" scoffed the middle-aged man. "How could the Navy possibly come to this country? We pleaded with them, exhausting all our savings, yet they turned a blind eye. What a farce of justice. They are nothing but a pack of liars." After uttering these words, the man grasped a few children and departed. The children, too timid to utter a sound, followed him quietly. When those shell collectors return, let us accompany them." By evening, Helena trailed behind the group back to their town. It was quite a sizable settlement, yet the faces of its inhabitants were etched with sorrow, indicating a life of hardship. Helena decided to first seek accommodation before anything else. She wandered about, yet could not find an inn. In her frustration, she approached an elderly fruit vendor by the roadside and inquired, "Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me how to get to the nearest inn?" The old man looked up at her with a puzzled expression and replied, "An inn? There is no such place here, perhaps in Pander, but this country rarely sees outsiders. So inns have ceased to operate. Are you not from outside? Indeed, I am, she affirmed. I am a naval officer in search of a naval base, but it appears there is none here. A naval officer? You must be cautious. The old man's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Why do you say that? She asked. About 10 years ago, the previous king passed away, and the princes began to vie for the throne. One of them enlisted the help of a pirate crew. It is said that beneath the volcano near the capital lies a type of precious or unique to this land, and that prince traded the rights to mine it for the pirate's assistance. Once that pirate helped him seize the throne, he infiltrated every corner of the kingdom with his men. And now the young king finds himself unable to rid himself of their influence. The old man paused momentarily before continuing. After the new king assumed power, the pirates forced him to seal off the entire nation. All foreign trade has fallen under their control, leaving us with diminishing returns and growing poverty. Many have attempted to flee this country, but the seas are rife with patrolling ships. Those caught are taken to the volcano to toil as laborers. They claim to be royal vessels, but in truth, they are merely pirates in disguise. And the National Guard? They are nothing more than a band of traitors colluding with the pirates. At this point, the old man trembled with indignation. After regaining his composure, he spoke softly, however. There are still those who resist. There exists a group known as the Knights of Spia, who are tirelessly working to make a difference. Whenever possible, we assist them in their efforts. If you are indeed a naval officer, the pirates will surely not spare you. You must not speak of your identity freely. I understand. Yet for now, I must focus on where I shall spend the night, she replied. Come to my place. If you are able to leave this country, please, do help us. Is it not the duty of the Navy to uphold justice? Helena gazed into the pleading and expectant eyes of the old man and could only nod in response. In the northern archipelago lies Maivai Island, the largest of the 4 islands, and the primary stronghold of the Spia Knights. This place is fraught with unrest, as conflicts between the Knights, pirates, and the National Guard occur far more frequently than on the other islands. However, the Knights have recently achieved a significant victory, gaining near-total control over Maivai Island. Within the Hot Albus Valley, the headquarters of the Spia Knights, the leaders convened a meeting. The commander, Geldo, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the Grand Round Table, which bore a map of the Syria's archipelago. They were deliberating on a long-planned general assault on the kingdom. Yet they understood that a failed attack could spell catastrophic consequences for the Knights, necessitating utmost caution. The various commanders were engaged in a heated debate. To launch a direct assault on Pompey Island is far too perilous. It is easily defensible, and our naval forces are significantly weaker than theirs, rendering us incapable of mounting a successful attack. One argued. What do you suggest then? Another countered. We should first target Garcia Island. It serves as their logistical base. Although it is undoubtedly heavily guarded, if we can seize it and destroy the supply bridge, conquering Pondo would merely be a matter of time. And what of Lifaz Island? Interjected another. It is their naval base. If we do not neutralize it, their ships will hinder our Eagle squadron. At that moment, Geldo rose, prompting all the commanders to cease their discussions and turn their attention to their leader. He then directed his gaze toward a corner of the room, where 2 cloaked figures stood, one of whom had a remarkably long katana resting beside him. Lord Philip, you have heard us. Might we entrust the task concerning Lifaz Island to your revolutionary forces? One of the individuals nodded affirmatively, replying, Very well, leave it to us. The tension in Geldo's furrowed brow finally eased. He pointed to the map and declared, Let me summarize our battle plan. The 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th regiments, along with 3 Eagle squadrons, will advance on Garcia Island. The 6th, 7th, and 8th regiments will launch an assault on the bridge and then stand by, awaiting the opportunity to join forces with those on Garcia Island to attack the capital, while the 3rd Regiment will collaborate with the revolutionary forces to dismantle the naval base at Lifaz Island. That is the general outline of our strategy. Selena has taken residence in the home of the elderly man known as Mr. Pagger and is currently assisting in his orchard. Helena hoisted a large box of fruit onto the cart, while old Pagger stood nearby, chuckling, Oh dear, you are indeed a tremendous help. Oh, it's nothing. You've graciously offered me shelter, so it is only right that I assist you, she replied modestly. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the orchard as a battalion of soldiers clad in blue uniforms forcefully broke open the gates, marching into the grove, led by an officer astride a formidable ceratosaurus. It's the National Guard. This is the end, old Pagger murmured, visibly shaken. Hey, whose orchard is this? Step forward. The officer bellowed impatiently. Trembling, old Pagger emerged from the thicket, stammering, "Sir, I am here. What is your command?" The officer cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, "There have been reports of an illegal immigrant here. Is there any truth to that?" Helena surmised they were indeed searching for her. I don't know, sir. I haven't seen anyone of that sort," old Pagger replied, his voice quavering. The officer squinted, a sinister glint in his eyes, threatening, "Should you dare to conceal anything, you shall face dire consequences." He then waved his hand, ordering, "Bring everyone in this orchard out." Shortly thereafter, several laborers, along with Helena, were dragged from the grove. Helena had initially contemplated fleeing, but the soldiers outside posed a significant threat, and she feared for old Pagger's safety should any trouble arise. The officer's gaze soon fixated on Helena, her striking appearance making her stand out conspicuously. He urged his Ceratosaurus closer to her and inquired slowly, "You are not from around here, are you?" Helena averted her gaze, remaining silent. Why did she not respond? Oh, perhaps it is a guilty conscience. Take her away. Several soldiers approached, binding Helena's hands. She contemplated escaping once they were far from old Papage's orchard. The officer surveyed the surrounding fruit trees and remarked, "Indeed, our camp has been lacking in fresh fruit lately. You there," he pointed at the workers. "Go and gather 3 carts of fruit and deliver them to the camp. Be swift." The workers, intimidated, did not dare to disobey, while old Papage stood by, silent and despairing. An hour later, the carts were loaded, and the officer led the troops escorting Helena back to the camp. The rope binding Helena was fastened to the collar of the massive lizard the officer rode, estimating that they had been away from the orchard for about 2 hours. Helena was about to make her move. At that moment, a cry of an eagle pierced the air, causing the officer to look up anxiously. 2 colossal Cellarian eagles circled above, and keen-eyed Helena noticed that each bore a rider. "This is bad. It is the knights. Fire! Bring them down." The officer commanded his troops to attack. The soldiers raised their rifles and fired into the sky, but the 2 eagles deftly evaded the onslaught. As Helena noticed the soldiers' attention was diverted to the sky, she exerted herself to snap the ropes binding her, transforming into her beastly form. She gathered energy in her hands and struck the ground with force. The earth around her split open, causing the National Guard to topple and fall. Helena charged through the crowd, clawing at one person after another. With a single leap, she pounced on an officer, sending him tumbling off his giant lizard, which then lost control and began to rampage. Meanwhile, 2 riders atop a giant eagle observed the chaos below. One exclaimed, "Look, what has happened to that person? What kind of creature is that?" The other replied, "That is someone who has consumed a devil fruit. You certainly have never witnessed such a sight before." With a scoff, he continued, "I bet you've scarcely ventured into Pander more than thrice. Enough of this chatter. Should we not assist that individual?" He then retrieved a bomb from his backpack, pulled the fuse, and hurled it towards the ground. The other rider, seeing this, attempted to intervene, but the bomb was already airborne. On the ground, Helena bit through a soldier's firearm and sent him flying with a powerful punch. Suddenly, she heard something drop behind her and turned to see a black spherical object emitting wisps of smoke. The surrounding soldiers, realizing the danger, hurriedly retreated, but alas, it was too late. The bomb detonated. The explosion was truly formidable, decimating a significant number of soldiers. Helena emerged from the blast disheveled and covered in dust, her white fur now tainted gray. What if that bomb had struck her? One eagle rider admonished the other. "Oh, look, she seems to be none the worse for wear," came the nonchalant response. Helena gazed silently at the sky, perplexed by the senselessness of tossing bombs about. Turning back, a gust of wind sent several individuals flying. An officer, scrambling to his feet, realized that the creature before him was insurmountable and commanded, "Retreat, swiftly." Upon hearing this, the soldiers turned and fled. Once they had distanced themselves, Helena reverted to her human form. In the air, 2 figures directed a giant eagle to descend, leaping off its back to stand before Helena. "You are truly formidable," exclaimed one. "I am Lady, and this is Ruko. Who was it that just hurled the bomb?" Ruko inquired, pointing at Lady, whose grin had frozen on his face. "Bang! That hurt," Lady exclaimed. "You brought that upon yourself," Ruko remarked dryly. Ignoring Lady, he turned to Lu Xiaoxiao and asked, "Are you a user of the devil fruit abilities?" "Indeed. And you are from the Spire Knight Brigade, correct? From your words, you do not hail from this nation?" "Ah, my ship was wrecked, and I drifted to this island." Helena recalled the middle-aged man's opinions on the Navy on the beach, deciding it prudent to conceal her identity. "I see." Ruko pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, "Since you are familiar with the Knight Brigade, You must also understand the state of this nation. Yes, I wish to hire you to assist us. What do you say? Leaving this country will not be easy, and you will still find yourself at odds with the National Guard. Even if you remain on this island, they will continually trouble you. Hearing this, Lady hurried to Ruko's side and whispered, "Hey, don't make unilateral decisions. We know nothing of this person. If something goes awry and she proves powerful, she will undoubtedly demand a substantial reward for her assistance. We cannot be so reckless. However, you just said she is extraordinarily strong. She could be of immense help." Ruko countered. Lady's concerns were not lost on Helena. She acknowledged them as valid but remained unfazed. Now, she contemplated the proposition Ruko had put forth. While leaving was not impossible, it was indeed challenging. Fighting against the National Guard was secondary. The primary issue was the lack of a vessel. Even if she seized a ship, she would be unable to operate it. Thus, aiding the Spire Knight Brigade and toppling the current regime seemed a viable course of action. Moreover, this nation was not a member of the world government, which would spare her from complications with the Navy. "All right, I am quite adept at combat. I can assist you," Helena affirmed. With her agreement, Lady found himself at a loss for words. "Very well, come with us," Ruko said. The two climbed onto the giant eagle's back, and Lu Xiaoxiao leaped onto Ruko's eagle. "Make sure to hold on tight," Ruko warned. The giant eagle flapped its wings, soaring swiftly into the sky, heading towards Meiwai Island. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sakaski strode briskly into Sengoku's office. Sengoku informed him, "We have located her. I will gather a team and head there immediately." Sakaski took it upon himself to undertake the task, leading to the disappearance of Selena, which was indeed a grave miscalculation on his part. No, that country is exceedingly complex. It is not among our protected entities and is currently in a state of isolation. Furthermore, individuals from CP frequently venture there. Sakaski diverted his gaze elsewhere as Sengoku continued, "Nevertheless, we must proceed, albeit with utmost caution. Do you understand?" "Understood." With that, Sakaski turned and exited the office, his fist clenched tightly as he walked. "The Sirius Islands, Meiwei Island. Look, that is our stronghold," Ruko exclaimed, pointing to a valley below. Addressing Selena behind him, Helena gazed downward, where a sprawling town lay nestled in the heart of a vast valley, flanked by towering walls at its exits. Structures adorned the rocky cliffs and loomed above the valley. Two majestic eagles descended, and three figures dismounted from their backs. A man approached them. "Captain, allow me to introduce Helena, our hired aide, whose prowess is formidable." Helena greeted him courteously. The captain, as described by Luca, scrutinized Helena with a disapproving expression. He leaned close to Luca and whispered, "How long have you known her? You cannot just bring someone back at such a precarious time. We are on the brink of war. Any misstep could have dire consequences." In truth, Luca felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his decision had been rather hasty. However, having already brought her here, he could not send her away. "We must remain cautious, trust her only to a degree, understood?" the captain instructed. To which Luca nodded in agreement. Helena heard everything, yet she chose to disregard it, proving what she could believe in seemed futile. Her sole intention was to seek an opportunity to escape this place, as the longer she remained, the more dire her situation would become. Since the most prudent course of action was to overthrow the existing regime, she felt compelled to assist. Remaining silent, she stood there quietly, awaiting instructions on her next course of action. After an extended whispering session between Luca and the captain departed. Luca approached Helena and said, "Come. I will arrange a temporary place for you." In the distance, a cloaked figure was secretly observing her. Helena followed him into a modest lodging room. Ruko exchanged a few words before departing. Helena sat in a chair, lost in thought, momentarily unsure of what to do. Rising to stretch her legs, she opened the door, only to find a cloaked figure standing outside. Though masked, the figure unmistakably appeared to be a woman, draped in a crimson garment and wielding a long katana. "Wait. Who are you?" Helena took a cautious step back, recognizing the woman before her, the one clad in red, who had clashed with the insurgents in the kingdom of Coscord a year ago. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" she inquired. "That question should be directed at me, Navy. What, are you intent on seizing control of this nation?" The woman replied with malevolent intent. Helena took a deep breath and shook her head, saying, "No, I merely stumbled upon this place. The other sailors are likely unaware of my whereabouts. All I desire now is to leave." The woman huffed, clearly unconvinced. Helena, disinclined to elaborate, inquired instead, "Who exactly are you, and what brings you to seek me?" "It is of no concern to you." Helena was at a loss for words as she observed the woman before her, who seemed hesitant to speak. Regardless of our respective positions, it was you who approached me, yet you do not even divulge your name? Surely, you could fabricate one if necessary. The woman blinked, maintaining her stern expression. Upon reflection, Helena's words indeed held some merit. She opened her mouth, but no words emerged, and to her surprise, her cheeks flushed slightly. As Helena took advantage of her silence, she scrutinized her closely. They appeared to be of similar age, and her eyes were exceptionally beautiful. Exuding a sharpness that conveyed a certain chill, she embodied the essence of an ice queen. Helena waited for an eternity, yet she remained silent, leaving both of them awkwardly standing there. Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Helena, unwilling to prolong the discomfort, hastily attempted to dismiss her, moving to close the door. Suddenly, the individual interjected, holding the door ajar, and declared, I am Qianlin, and I wish to engage in a proper duel with you. After uttering this, she glanced at Helena before briskly departing. Helena gazed at her retreating figure, utterly speechless. What an inexplicable situation. Out of the blue, she proclaimed the desire to engage in a duel, treating me as her sparring partner. Could she possibly be a martial arts fanatic, reveling in the incessant challenge of others? Helena, feeling despondent, closed the door with a heavy heart. Losing all inclination to venture outside, she reclined on her bed, lost in contemplation. The one named Qianlin could not possibly be a member of the Coast Court, she mused. Could it be that she is affiliated with the Revolutionary Army? Helena pondered within herself. It would be prudent to seek confirmation from her, as it would not be surprising for a revolutionary group to have a presence on this island. Nearly every nation under tyrannical rule has its agents instigating uprisings and similar endeavors. Helena lingered in her room for a while before deciding to take a stroll. Meanwhile, in a certain maritime region aboard a naval vessel, Sakazuki scrutinized the map of the Sirius Islands laid out before him. A peculiar sound of crunching drew his attention, prompting him to cast a sidelong glance. To his chagrin, he beheld an elderly man with graying hair, voraciously devouring rice crackers. Sakazuki inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to expel him from the room. The old man, seemingly oblivious to Sakazuki's irritation, chuckled heartily, "Ha ha ha, my apologies for the disturbance." He then abruptly tilted his head and dozed off, a bubble of mucus forming at his nose. Sakazuki clenched his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. With a sudden pop, the mucus bubble burst, rousing the old man from his slumber. "Ah, I actually fell asleep," he exclaimed, oblivious to the disturbance he had caused. Sakazuki sighed and inquired, "Mr. Garp, what prompts you to embark on this mission?" "I was simply too idle at the naval headquarters and thought I'd take a turnabout," Garp replied, before resuming his loud munching of rice crackers. 3 days later, the headquarters of the Spyan Knights issued a call to arms, and all members of the knightly order across the archipelago entered a state of readiness. Helena ambled along the path, her expression one of utter despondency. Suddenly, she halted, turned around, and implored, "I truly have no desire to engage in combat with you. I beg of you, please let me be." Behind her, Qianlin also paused, blinking in surprise as she replied, "No, we must have a proper match." "But why? We are rivals, and the victor has yet to be determined." Helena, in a fit of irritation, raked her fingers through her hair and exclaimed, "Why is it not a contest? Why must we distinguish between victory and defeat? You've won. Haven't you? I want to engage in a serious match with you. It's been a year, perhaps you've surpassed me significantly. Wouldn't you agree? If we were to fight again, it might lose its significance, don't you think?" Helena forced a smile, adding, "Only through battle can we truly ascertain." Helena has truly become quite inflexible. Ignoring her, I continued on my own path. Qianlin also remained silent, merely following behind. In recent days, Helena has come to understand that the individual known as Qianlin indeed accompanied the Revolutionary Army. However, she is not a formal member of it. Helena speculates that there might exist an employment relationship between them. "Qianlin, we must depart." A figure in the distance calls out to Qianlin. She glances at the person, then at Helena, and says, "Wait for my return. You must not flee." Helena, casting a disapproving glance her way, gestures for her to hurry along. Thus, Qianlin departs. As night descends upon Garcia Island, at the entrance of the transportation bridge, a guard stands inebriated. Another guard, frowning at him, reproaches, "How can you drink so much while on duty? If something were to happen..." When has anything ever occurred here? Indeed, Garcia Island is the smallest among the 4 islands, entirely encompassed by a small town. While most strategic materials are stationed here, the island is fortified, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The sober guard leans against a post at the checkpoint, idly gazing at the sky. Suddenly, several shadows flit overhead. What is that? The guard rubs his eyes, attempting to see more clearly. Not far away, an ammunition depot suddenly erupts in flames, followed by a series of explosive detonations. The station soldiers on the island are stirred, hastily emerging from their quarters. What has happened? What is going on? Fool! It must be an assault by the knights. Quickly, arm yourselves. Prepare to engage. In the air. The Eagle Squadron, having dropped their bombs, swiftly retreats. Should the island's cannons and searchlights activate, they would find themselves in grave peril. The guard who had previously noted the shadows awakens his companion. Hey, wake up. We are under attack. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding roar fills the air. The guards turn to the bridge, witnessing a horde of colossal lizards charging toward them, each ridden by a member of the Knights. Due to the Knights' control over Maui Island, the transport bridge between the two islands is obstructed by large barriers. The foremost attackers hurl their specially crafted explosives, and with a series of thunderous blasts accompanied by flames, the obstacles are obliterated, allowing the lizard riders to surge into the town. Simultaneously, countless members of the Knights emerge from the sea, having dived to land on Garcia Island. As both sides engage in combat, the Knights gain the upper hand in the surprise assault, leaving the National Guard disoriented. However, the National Guard momentarily holds back the Knights' advance, utilizing the terrain and fortifications, leading to a standoff. Meanwhile, at the transportation bridge between Pondo and Maui Islands, the Knights launch a similar offensive from the naval base on Life's Island. Helena, alongside Gildo and his companions, was engaged in fierce combat with the guards on the bridge. Meanwhile, within the palace of Pander, the young king's face was ashen with worry as he implored Osley, "Hurry, we must intercept those Knights. Why have we not heard from Daguda? Send for their assistance at once. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Messengers have already been dispatched. Those Knights are merely a disorganized rabble. Our weaponry far surpasses theirs, and they shall not prevail." But what of Maui Island? You claimed it was a momentary oversight, yet 6 months have passed. Not only have we failed to reclaim Maui Island, but they have even launched attacks against us. The king's frustration caused him to strike the ornate armrest of his throne, leaving Osley momentarily speechless. Within Daguda's fortress, the leader declared, "The ships are fully loaded and ready to depart. There's no rush. We must retrieve the batch of sea stone from Garcia Island. Send someone to collect it." Understood, boss. On the Grand Bridge connecting Maui and Pander, the battle raged with intensity, the Knights launching a relentless assault. However, both sides of the bridge were fortified with heavy artillery, capable of decimating large groups with a single shot, resulting in significant casualties for the Knights as the sounds of gunfire echoed across the battlefield. A colossal beast charged towards one of the fortifications, the cannon fire merely momentarily halting its advance. With a tremendous impact, the fortress was breached, and it transformed into its hybrid form, gathering energy into a luminous sphere. Eclipse, radiant light. The sphere detonated within the fortress, triggering a chain reaction that caused the ammunition stored inside to explode. The ensuing cacophony startled many, as a portion of the bridge was obliterated, igniting a fierce blaze. Witnessing the destruction of the nearby fortification, Geldo commanded the Knights to advance and break through. Before the explosion, Selena leapt onto a support beam beside the bridge. Just as she intended to jump back onto the main structure, she noticed a small boat lurking in the shadows of the sea, seemingly observing the situation. Now poised to depart, Helena leapt with great force, landing heavily upon the small boat, causing the entire vessel to tilt precariously to the right, nearly capsizing. Suddenly, a grotesque humanoid figure descended from the sky, startling the individual aboard the ship. Helena transformed back into her human form and stepped forward, seizing the collar of the man. "Who do you serve? Speak quickly, or I shall dispose of you." The man stammered in fear, "I am a subordinate of Dagu." "Dagu? Is he one of the pirates occupying this place?" she demanded. "Are you intending to return and inform him? I was sent to assess the situation. Please, do not kill me. Do you wish to live? Very well, take me to your leader." Helena raised her left hand, transformed into a wolf's claw, and brought it before his face. I will lead the way, I will lead the way." Helena contemplated launching a decisive assault on the pirate stronghold. Confident in her capabilities, her tenure with the Navy had not been in vain. Yet maintaining control over this nation for a decade indicated that the pirate leader was no ordinary adversary. Caution was paramount. Defeating that band of pirates would dismantle the king's support, rendering victory in the war merely a matter of time. On Lifaz Island, at the National Guard's maritime base, a sudden explosion erupted from the ammunition hold of a vessel docked at the harbor. Water began to seep into the ship, causing it to slowly sink. Explosions rippled through various locations in the harbor, accompanied by the anguished cries of soldiers and the frantic commands of officers. Within a building perched on the cliff by the seaside, a middle-aged man clad in General Sirius's uniform directed the defense from the port's dispatch room, wielding a dagger that he occasionally brandished. How infuriating. They have prepared so thoroughly. General Banaji lamented as the destroyed vessels blocked the harbor, rendering it impossible for medium and large ships to either enter or exit. Meanwhile, both Pondo and Garcia were under attack. Banaji slammed his fist onto the table where a map lay spread, forcing himself to regain composure. He had weathered numerous storms. How could he allow panic to seize him due to an ambush? Have the heavy artillery on the cliffs been activated? Temporarily abandon the eastern half of the harbor. Everyone, fight while retreating to the side with the heavy artillery. Understood. With a mighty swing of her long blade, Qianlin severed the main mast of a large warship, causing it to topple onto an adjacent vessel with a resounding crash. Qianlin leaped onto the fallen mast, charging onto the enemy ship. The defenders, upon spotting the intruder, raised their rifles in alarm. Qianlin sprang into the air, her speed too swift for the soldiers to track, landing among the throng. She executed a sweeping strike with her katana, sending the opposing forces into disarray. Soon, members of the Knightly Order joined her aboard the vessel, swiftly eliminating the National Guard troops present. Suddenly, a thunderous detonation echoed as several members of the Knightly Order, mounted on giant lizards, were violently thrown into the air by a colossal and devastating cannonball. This is bad. The heavy artillery on the cliffs has been activated. Everyone, be careful. The one who issued the warning was obliterated by a cannonball, reduced to mere fragments. More cannonballs rained down, and seeing that her companions were unable to cope, Qianlin leapt toward the dock, executing a series of slashes midair. Several waves of sword energy surged forth to intercept the incoming projectiles, though not all were thwarted. Many lives were saved. Landing gracefully, she activated her observation haki, retreating a step to evade a bullet that whizzed past her. Subsequently, she brandished her katana, charging at the National Guard. Just as she leapt to deliver a downward strike, a dagger intercepted her assault. She recoiled, rolling on the ground before regaining her footing. Looking up, one could see a resolute general of the National Guard standing there with a sword in hand. Qianlin discerned that this man was a formidable opponent. Banaji sighed. Were it not for the debt owed to the young king, he would not linger here entangled in these endless trivialities. The small boat glided along the expansive coastline of Pando, heading towards the volcano on the other side. The pirate steering the vessel felt a profound sense of despair. Any misstep on his part would surely provoke the monstrous woman behind him to end his life. Helena sat at the rear, the distant sounds of battle gradually fading away. She turned her gaze towards the island city, where lights shimmered brilliantly. Half an hour later, the small boat arrived at a secluded harbor at the foot of the volcano, where several modest vessels were anchored. Numerous pirates lounged there, indulging in drinks and idle chatter, utterly unaffected by the war raging on the opposite side of the island. Helena transforms into her beast-human form. Lunar eclipse. Penumbral eclipse begins. Helena's figure gradually faded into obscurity, disappearing from sight wherever the moonlight reached. She could maintain her state of invisibility. In this condition, her speed was significantly heightened. Speak carelessly, and I shall end you, Helena whispered ominously behind the pirate. The pirate, drenched in cold sweat, nodded vigorously in response. As the small boat reached the shore, the individuals at the dock exchanged a few casual words with the pirate before he circumvented the harbor and ascended a winding path. Selena, moving with utmost stealth, trailed behind him for an indeterminate duration until they finally arrived at the pirate stronghold. Upon reaching the entrance, the two guards had barely exchanged a few words with the man when, without any warning, a werewolf suddenly materialized, delivering a swift kick to each of them, sending them crashing to the ground, motionless. Helena turned to the guide and inquired, "Where is your leader?" Typically, they would incapacitate that individual in the main hall and conceal the three others in a discreet location. Now, the plan was to confront Daegu directly, subduing their leader. The rest would lack the strength to retaliate. Within the fortress's outer walls lay an expansive area, and ahead was the core of the stronghold. Just as she stepped into that space, the iron gate behind her descended abruptly, sealing her inside. She had been discovered. Countless pirates emerged from all directions, brandishing knives and firearms, encircling Helena. Among them, A colossal figure stood out prominently. Daegu, towering 2 stories high, crossed his arms and regarded Helena with disdain. Long before their arrival by ship, his men had spotted them from the shore. Moreover, Daegu had already heard whispers of a devil fruit user who had clashed with the National Guard days earlier on Lifeoz Island. From the description of those who had encountered her, it was clear that this woman before him was indeed that formidable individual. Thus, Daegu did not underestimate her. He had laid a trap well in advance for her arrival. Daegu had no desire for idle chatter. He had more pressing matters at hand. Attack, with a single command. The pirates brandished their weapons and charged forward with wild cries. Helena, realizing that escape was futile, embraced the inevitable clash, transforming into her beastly form. She leaped into the air, gathering energy in her mouth before unleashing a radiant sphere that plummeted toward the ground. The moment it struck, the sphere erupted, creating a clearing amidst the throng. Clang. As blades met, Banaji suddenly withdrew his force, causing Qianlin to lean forward slightly, losing her balance. He delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Qianlin quickly retreated, evading his onslaught. Banaji charged at her, swinging his sword with great force. Qianlin sidestepped, leveraging the length of her weapon to pivot and slash at Banaji's right arm. Blood splattered, and Banaji grimaced in pain, retaliating with another strike toward Qianlin. Realizing evasion was impossible, she raised her blade to block. The might of Banaji was immense, numbing her arm with the impact. Seizing the moment when Banaji paused his assault, Qianlin deftly withdrew, creating distance between them. Rising to her feet, her katana now stained with Banaji's blood, the blade gradually transformed into a vivid crimson hue. With a gentle flick, an eerie wail echoed, the blood-red katana taking on an ominous aura. Rasha, Bloodblade. She executed a horizontal strike, sending a torrent of scarlet energy toward Banaji. He raised his sword to defend, but the energy swiftly fragmented into numerous fine blades, striking him with precision. Banaji winced in pain as Qianlin leaped into the air once more. Rasha, Mystic Ascend. The blade elongated dramatically, accompanied by a surge of energy as it descended upon him. Banaji, fortifying his arm with a protective layer, barely managed to withstand the blow, yet a deep gash marred his limb. Qianlin, refusing to relent, aimed for his legs as she landed, but Banaji evaded swiftly. Rising again, she unleashed a flurry of energy slashes. Banaji could do nothing but defend, retreating steadily, while Qianlin seemed tireless in her relentless assault. What manner of creature is this? Banaji pondered in disbelief. Helena's dual claws slashed through the air, leaving the pirate before her a mere mass of blood and flesh. Suddenly, a cannonball detonated against her back, seizing a pirate. She hurled it toward the source of the cannon fire, knocking the assailant down. No, she must regain her composure. Her observation haki was faltering. Leaping from the throng, she ascended a nearby pillar. Activating her half-shadow feeding technique, her form became indistinct, her speed surging instantaneously. She plunged into the crowd, dispatching one pirate after another with a single claw strike. The pirates could not discern her figure, perceiving only an indistinct blur. Some fired at the nebulous shape, but Helena deftly evaded their shots, causing the bullets to strike her fellow pirates instead. Daegu, losing patience, bellowed, "Everyone, stand back." Clad in boxing gloves and wrist guards, he surged toward Helena with remarkable speed, his fists enveloped in armament haki. In response, Helena heightened her velocity once more, narrowly avoiding his powerful strike. Helena swiftly appeared atop Daegu's head and delivered a kick. Daegu, reacting with remarkable speed, immediately crossed his arms to shield his head. The kick struck his wrist guard, and Helena instantly felt a searing sensation, quickly followed by intense pain radiating from her foot. She hastily withdrew and glanced down, discovering that her foot had been burned. Seizing the opportunity while she inspected her injury, Daegu charged forward, bringing his fist down upon her. With no choice left, she activated her protective shield, the white barrier absorbing the blow. A swift swipe of her claws inflicted a gash upon Daegu's shoulder, causing him to recoil in pain and create distance between them. Helena gasped for breath, her gaze fixed upon the bracers and gauntlets adorning Daegu's hands. What are those? Daegu discerned the confusion in her eyes and chuckled softly. He had no intention of enlightening Helena about their nature. Helena was intently observing her surroundings when suddenly, a barrage of cannonballs erupted behind her, as other pirates from a distance unleashed a hail of gunfire to disrupt her focus. Taking advantage of the chaos, Daegu surged forward once more, relentlessly throwing punches. Helena had no choice but to activate her observation haki, deftly evading his strikes. Daegu's strength surpassed Helena's, and he exhibited remarkable speed, compounded by the peculiar gauntlets he wore. Even with the powers granted by her devil fruit, she found herself at a disadvantage, unable to unleash her abilities effectively. Just then, a cannonball detonated beneath her feet, further complicating matters as the pirates continued their interference. Stumbling slightly, Helena inadvertently provided Daegu with an opportunity, and he landed a heavy punch squarely on her head. At the very moment his fist made contact with her face, Daegu activated a device on his gauntlet, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Helena in an instant. Helena emitted a piercing scream as she was propelled backward. How scorching! Cursed pain. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she managed to rise, only to find Daegu looming before her. His fists, akin to colossal hammers, relentlessly struck Helena's body. She yearned to defend herself, yet the unceasing barrage of blows rendered her incapable of mounting any form of defense. A punch landed squarely on her head, causing Helena to sway and eventually collapse to her knees. Daegu finally ceased his assault, surveying the boxing gloves on his hands with satisfaction. Crafted from a metal known as fire jade iron, sourced from beneath a volcano, these gloves could absorb extreme temperatures and release them with remarkable swiftness. Without this equipment, you would indeed find yourself in quite a predicament, Daegu remarked casually. Helena had succumbed, reverting to her human form. A severe headache plagued her, her body marred by burns, and her internal organs undoubtedly suffered damage. What should she do? Qianlin ceased her assault, gripping her sword tightly above her head as she regarded Banaji. Banaji bore numerous wounds, panting heavily as he warily observed Qianlin. Coldly, Qianlin declared, "It is futile. The moment my blade strikes you, your defeat is inevitable." No sooner had she spoken, a terrifying spectral figure emerged from her form, accompanied by haunting wails that echoed through the air. The blade in Qianlin's hand began to glow, crimson energy spiraling up her arm. Banaji swiftly leaped back, distancing himself from Qianlin, his gaze fixed anxiously upon her. The ghostly apparition coalesced into a blood-red wind that surged toward Banaji. He retreated hastily, yet the shadowy gust ensnared him, the spectral figure materializing above his head. With a powerful swing, Qianlin struck down, mirrored by the ghostly figure above Banaji, which brandished a blade aimed at him. A sharp sound resonated as the knife cleaved through flesh, a horrific gash extending from Banaji's shoulder to his abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He let out a despairing scream, collapsing to the ground. The ghostly figure dissipated, and Qianlin returned to her normal state. She rested her sword upon her shoulder and departed from the scene. Banaji lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his body convulsing uncontrollably. What should he do? He still possessed some strength, but the flames. Daegu observed Helena's stillness, mistakenly believing she had abandoned her treatment. With a scoff, he thought, "If you seek your own demise, do not blame me." He raised his fist, prepared to deliver her fate, when suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted from Helena, the searing flames forcing Daegu to retreat. What is happening? He wondered, puzzled. The flames engulfing Zelina intensified, wrapping her entire being in a fiery embrace. Daegu retreated cautiously, his instincts warning him of the formidable danger this woman posed. Could the fire emanating from her be a manifestation of a devil fruit ability? Such a power was evidently beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Zoan-type fruit. The flames enveloping Helena erupted suddenly, radiating outward in a fierce conflagration. The surging fire consumed the surrounding pirates, who emitted anguished cries, retreating in haste from the inferno. The flames that surged toward Daegu were absorbed by his gauntlets as he fixed his gaze upon Helena. Before him stood Helena in her beast-human form. Her once silver fur transformed into a lustrous black. Her forearms, adorned with claws, blazed with fierce flames. Her tail, which had once been singular, now branched into three, each tip flickering with fire. Glowing orange patterns adorned her entire being, and even the wolf-like maw, lined with sharp fangs, shimmered with an orange radiance. Helena gazed at the two claws enveloped in flames, a voice echoing persistently in her mind. Disaster, disaster. Helena crouched low, her hands pressed against the ground. Huolyuli, centered around Helena, unleashed flames that rapidly spread outward, engulfing the majority of the pirates with astonishing speed. Those few who managed to escape scrambled to higher ground, too fearful to descend back to the earth. Daegu, donning her combat gloves, absorbed the surrounding heat, her expression darkening, as it seemed that the intense heat and flames had no effect on her. Helena began to inhale, drawing the surrounding flames into her being. Her chest swelled, radiating an orange glow. With a fierce eruption, the technique Calamity's devouring flame unleashed a towering column of fire directed at Daegu. Daegu crossed his arms defensively over his chest. The fiery essence absorbed the searing heat, Yet he was propelled backward by the immense force of the blaze, leaving two distinct marks upon the ground beneath him. Dagu mused inwardly that Helena's fiery onslaught would bear little effect on him. As the flame column dissipated, Dagu turned his gaze toward Helena, only to witness a massive fireball hurtling toward him, within which he discerned the outline of a monstrous figure, utilizing Calamity's fallen fire. While Dagu was preoccupied with the fire column, the flame at Helena's tail suddenly intensified, engulfing her entire form in a blaze. She leapt forth, soaring toward Dagu at an almost imperceptible speed. Helena collided with Dagu, propelling him towards the fortress behind. With a resounding crash, the granite exterior of the fortifications shattered like a spider's web at the point of impact, followed swiftly by a burst of flames. Dagu emerged from the ruins, his outer garments completely incinerated, revealing beneath them a suit of armor forged from fire-infused iron. Had he not donned this protective gear in advance, he would now be grievously burned. Helena suddenly appeared before Dagu, her feet engulfed in flames as she delivered a swift kick to his face, causing a bloodied tooth to fly from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Dagu grasped Helena's foot and, with a resounding crash, hurled her to the ground, followed by a powerful punch to her face. However, his subsequent strike was deftly evaded. Helena concentrated white energy in her hand, forming a luminous sphere that enveloped the flames. With a technique known as disaster radiance, she struck Dagu in the abdomen. The sphere erupted instantaneously, unleashing flames and a blinding white light that obscured the view for the surrounding pirates. As the brilliance dissipated, Dagu was seen on one knee, gasping for breath. His armor shattered and his body battered. Gritting his teeth, he discarded his gauntlets and, reaching the pinnacle of his speed, charged at Helena with his fists enveloped in haki. Preparing to strike, Helena similarly coated her hands with haki, and as their fists collided, the shockwave extinguished the nearby flames. The two continued to exchange blows. Dagu, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 400 million, undeniably surpassed Helena in strength. Even though her once advantageous fiery assaults had now become a liability, she still possessed the capability to engage in combat. Helena seized the opportune moment, sinking her teeth into Dagu's shoulder as flames erupted from her mouth. Dagu could no longer contain the pain and let out a cry. As Selena turned to face Dagu, she swung her claws with great force, unleashing two intersecting blades of storm imbued with flames that struck Dagu's back. The calamity of the firestorm sent Dagu hurtling forward. Selena, eager to capitalize on her advantage, charged towards Dagu. However, as Dagu rose, feigning ignorance, he suddenly pivoted and delivered a powerful blow that sent Selena flying. Helena gracefully executed a somersault in midair, stabilizing her form before landing with poise. Each of her claws coalesced luminous orbs, enveloped in flames. As the two orbs collided, they compressed relentlessly, ultimately suspending a ping-pong ball-sized orange fireball between her claws, radiating a brilliance so intense it was blinding. Cold sweat trickled down Dagu's forehead, for he understood that should he be struck by this attack, it would likely spell his demise. He struggled to rise, yet the multitude of injuries he had sustained had significantly diminished his speed. Helena seized the fireball with a claw and hurled it forcefully towards Dagu, the projectile slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. The fireball erupted with a thunderous explosion, illuminating the entire clearing with a brilliant white light. Flames engulfed the surroundings, sparing only the pirates who had hastily retreated from the scene. Meanwhile, within the city of Pondo, the Knightly Order had breached its walls and was engaged in fierce urban combat with the National Guard. The clash intensified, and the violent eruptions from the distant volcano captured the attention of all below. In the sky, Ruko, mounted on a giant eagle, observed the unfolding situation and urged the majestic creature to soar towards the chaos. The arena lay in ruins, the bodies of the pirates largely reduced to charred remains, while Dagu, scorched and blackened, had succumbed to immobility. Helena, too weary to concern herself with him any longer, was nearing her limit, transforming back into her human form. She collapsed onto the ground, her body marred by numerous wounds. Helena was resting on the ground when it suddenly began to tremble. The volcanic fire jade iron mine had long been exhausted, and Dagu had initially planned to depart today. However, he did not anticipate Helena's unexpected appearance, nor did he foresee his own defeat. He had previously ordered the destruction of both the mine and the fortress to prevent any unforeseen complications. The tremors felt beneath him signified the detonation of the mine, and shortly thereafter, the fortress erupted in a series of explosions, causing its upper structure to gradually collapse. Helena rose swiftly. If she hesitated any longer, she would be crushed beneath the rubble. Helena, a voice called out from above. She looked up to see Ruko soaring in the sky atop a majestic eagle. He skillfully guided the giant bird to descend within Helena's reach, pulling her up with urgency. Behind them, the fortress collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending up a vast cloud of dust. I was concerned about your sudden disappearance, yet you ventured forth alone. How perilously reckless. Helena smiled wearily, choosing silence. Yet, your strength is truly remarkable. You have managed to defeat that Daegu, a feat that countless challengers have attempted over the past decade, only to meet their demise at his hands. Turning to glance at Helena, I noticed her gaze was fixed upon the sea. What troubles you? Over there. A fleet of pirates is setting sail. Humph. They are likely transporting the ores extracted from this place. Nevertheless, it is futile to pursue them now. The war will soon conclude in our favor. At last, we shall reclaim our homeland. In the city below, the National Guard was in disarray. The knights had breached the palace, with Jurdo leading his men into the grand hall, where only Osley awaited them, his face dark with discontent as he glared at Jurdo. Jurdo paid him no heed, commanding his men to swiftly locate the fleeing king. He must not be allowed to escape. Disguised and escorted by a few guards, King had made his way toward the city's outskirts. The oppressed lower class of Pandar, witnessing the knight's victory, surged into the streets, jubilantly celebrating the downfall of both the king and the nobility. As the king walked with his head bowed, he was suddenly jostled by a group of commoners, prompting him to exclaim, "You insolent rabble!" Immediately regretting his words, he was soon recognized. "Look, is that not the king?" they cried. "Indeed, it is he. He seeks to flee. Seize him. Capture him. Hang him. He must not escape." The enraged mob surged forward, leaving the king and his guards battered and bruised, before binding him with ropes. A day later, Helena, her body wrapped in bandages, sat in old Pag's orchard, indulging in fruits. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, causing Helena to choke in surprise. Looking up, she found it was Qianlin. Helena was momentarily speechless. Surely, she wouldn't come looking for me to fight. I have searched for you for quite some time, only to find you hiding here. Look, I am still not fully recovered, so it would be impossible for me to perform at my best, wouldn't it? Perhaps we should postpone this for a few days? Qianlin scoffed and turned away, prompting Helena to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Uncle Parg approached with a cart and informed Helena, "A naval warship has arrived at the port. I wonder if it is here for you?" Upon hearing this, Helena immediately sprang to her feet. "Uncle Parg, goodbye. I must leave." "Wait. Take it slow. You're still injured," he called after her. With that, she dashed out of the orchard and ran towards the sea. Not far behind, Qianlin noticed Helena sprinting away and tilted her head in contemplation, ultimately deciding to follow. Upon reaching the shoreline, Helena spotted the warship, which was still about a kilometer offshore, and she turned to head towards the dock. Qianlin emerged behind her, and upon seeing her follow, Helena felt a bit bewildered. Qianlin glanced between Helena and the distant warship, and suddenly understood. With a hint of urgency, she declared, You cannot leave. We must settle this before you go." Helena's face turned pale, disregarding Qianlin. She turned and fled. "No. Who wants to fight with you? Don't run." Helena sprinted relentlessly towards the harbor, weaving through the bustling marketplace, with Qianlin closely trailing behind her. Upon reaching the seaside, she glanced around. Helena swiftly boarded a small boat, severed the rope tethered to a wooden post, and grasped the oars, propelling the vessel forward several meters in an instant. Helena, as if evading the pursuit of a ferocious beast, glanced back to find Qianlin motionless on the shore, instantly feeling a sense of relief. She settled down to rest for a moment, but her unease compelled her to look back at Qianlin once more, and she froze in place. To her astonishment, Qianlin set aside her knife and, with an exquisitely graceful motion, leaped into the sea, propelling herself towards the small boat with the speed of a fish. Could this truly be possible? Without hesitation, she grabbed the oars and began to row, making only slight progress. Suddenly, Qianlin emerged from the water, landing deftly in the boat, sending a cascade of water splashing over Helena. Helena relinquished her treatment, gently placing her paddle aside, and sat in serene silence, awaiting her fate. She could scarcely fathom how swiftly she had swum. "Sister, could you possibly be a mermaid?" Upon hearing this remark, Qianlin's eyes flickered, though Helena remained oblivious to the subtle change. Shaking the droplets from her dark, lustrous hair, Qianlin's mask, worn consistently, had slipped away, revealing a beauty that closely resembled Helena's preconceived notion of an aloof enchantress. With a small knife in hand, Qianlin approached and delicately lifted a strand of Helena's silvery hair. severing a portion. I shall create your life card, and when the time comes, I will return for you. Without waiting for Helena's response, she turned and leaped back into the sea, swimming towards the shore. Helena let out a deep sigh, truly finding it quite troublesome. Selena saluted. Admiral Sakazuki. Next to him, Admiral Carp incessantly stuffs a bay into his mouth. Oh, Selena, we have come specifically to find you, Carp mumbled, his speech garbled by the snacks. Unable to tolerate the interruption, Sakazuki interjected, upon your return, compose a report detailing your experiences since you went missing in Mariewa. Yes, he replied. Furthermore, did you indeed eliminate the Citybreaker Daegu? Well, I did take down the leader of a pirate crew that had been entrenched in Sirius, although I am not familiar with his name. That pirate is the bounty of 430 million, the Citybreaker Daegu Zalman. Well done, Sakazuki remarked, his expression remaining impassive. Helena felt a twinge of anxiety. It was perplexing that being praised by Akainu seemed more daunting than receiving his reprimands. By what means did you come to know of this matter? She inquired after a moment's contemplation. We encountered the remnants of their forces at sea, Sakazuki replied succinctly. Helena was unperturbed, his willingness to respond was commendable enough. 6 years later, in the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, Helena, now 23, held the rank of Rear Admiral at the Navy headquarters. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino had been promoted to admirals in 1514 and 1515, while Sangoku ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral and Kong became the supreme commander of the armed forces. Throughout the past 6 years, Helena had been recognized as the most formidable figure among the younger generation of the Navy, consistently distinguishing herself in numerous missions, earning her the well-deserved title of a rising star within the naval ranks. For years prior, the Battle of Simak erupted. Helena, along with 3 warships, found themselves engaged in a skirmish against a pirate alliance boasting over 20 vessels in the Simak Strait. The Navy was caught in a pincer movement, and those rushing to provide support initially believed that the 4 warships would face total annihilation before they even reached the battlefield. Upon learning of the dire situation, Sengoku urgently dispatched Borsellino to rescue Helena. However, upon Borsellino's arrival at the scene, he was taken aback to witness Helena battling aboard a pirate ship. In her monstrous form, she unleashed torrents of flames, incinerating one pirate vessel after another, dispatching 6 ships in rapid succession. Meanwhile, the Navy had only sustained the loss of a single warship's operational capabilities. By the time Borsellino joined the fray, the battle was overwhelmingly in their favor, and the naval conflict concluded swiftly. Helena rose to prominence within the Navy, earning the monikers of Mad Wolf from her admirers and Mad Dog from her adversaries. 2 years ago, while stationed at a naval base in the Kingdom of Taido, the neighboring nation of Berlang, a non-member of the world government, unexpectedly launched an assault. The naval base became a target in this onslaught. At that time, the base was under the command of a vice admiral, who was largely engaged in overseas operations, leaving a brigadier general to oversee its defense. Initially, the Navy held the advantage, successfully repelling the attacks from the Berlang forces with relative ease. However, as the Berlang army reinforced its numbers to over 10,000, they encircled the base, which housed only around 1,000 personnel. One fateful morning, the Berlang forces initiated a full-scale assault. Just as they were about to breach the Navy's defenses and storm the base, they were halted at the entrance by a creature resembling a werewolf. Helena fought valiantly against 1,000 men for an entire day, persisting until the dawn of the following morning, ultimately causing the Belong army to retreat. A reporter from Morgan's news agency chronicled this fierce battle, publishing an account in the newspaper. Beneath the striking headline, "A Monster of a Woman, the Navy's Fearsome Weapon," lay a photograph capturing Helena, bloodied yet triumphant, as she carved through the throng. Moreover, she had undertaken numerous missions of varying magnitude. Her prowess had long surpassed that of an ordinary lieutenant general. However, the warring states deemed it prudent to exercise caution, opting to wait for her strength to develop further before reinstating her in a prominent role. Among the common folk, some proclaimed her a radiant, holy beast, while others spoke of her as a hellish hound, spewing flames. Helena strode towards the deck, where an elderly woman draped in a coat of justice stood, Admiral Crane. Upon Helena's arrival, she addressed her, saying, "The reason I summoned you for this mission is that we will be dealing with an acquaintance of yours." "An acquaintance?" Helena inquired. 6 years ago, when you were captured at the auction in Chambord, did you not encounter a fishman? Oh, it is him, Daliot. The warship traversed Mariewa and reached the New World. After sailing for another week, they arrived at Nasos. Nasos is not an island, but rather a colossal tree, its roots embedded in the seabed, with its trunk protruding above the surface of the water. Although the tree has long since perished, inhabitants have established their dwellings within its trunk and branches. 8 years prior, several groups of mercenaries arrived and established a guild, drawing an increasing number of mercenaries to this land, which has now transformed into a realm for them. However, Nasos has not been recognized by the world government as a nation. At most, it is regarded as a mere settlement. Helena stood upon the warship, and even from a distance of over 10 kilometers away, she could perceive the immense grandeur of the towering tree. As she drew closer, Helena beheld the roots that protruded slightly above the ocean's surface, each one dwarfing the vessel significantly. The branches of the colossal tree were adorned with numerous edifices, while its trunk had been hollowed out, creating multiple tiers. The lowest tier boasted the greatest expanse, with the various levels interconnected by more than a dozen elevators situated at the very center of the trunk. Not far ahead, a sea creature lingered, and squinting her eyes, Helena discerned a figure standing upon its back. Helena immediately recognized who it was. She waved her hand and shouted, "Hey, Uncle Daliot!" As the warship approached the sea beast, Helena leaned over the railing, her expression radiating joy. "Uncle Daliot, it has been such a long time." Daliot smiled and waved back, replying, "Indeed, it has been 6 years. Hasn't it?" At that moment, Crane approached, and Helena promptly stood at attention to salute. Crane nodded at her before turning to Daliot. "You are the Inspector Daliot of Naso, correct?" "Indeed, I am. I am responsible for guiding you. The waters here are treacherous. Beneath the surface, roots abound, which can easily damage the ship's hull. We must navigate the path we have cleared." Daliot directed the sea beast to guide the warship along the correct course. Upon reaching the port of the first layer of Naso, they found themselves surrounded by vessels of various sizes. Naso remains an unrecognized entity by the world government, thus residing in a gray area. Among these ships, undoubtedly, lurked elements of illegality, yet the Navy had neither the time nor the resources to attend to them. The colossal tree was so immense that a town could be constructed within its trunk. Helena and Admiral Crane, accompanied by a dozen naval soldiers, made their way towards the central elevator. Helena strolled alongside Daliot, who was elucidating the affairs of the place. Due to the frequent visits from pirates, brawls and gunfights ensue almost daily. My role involves commanding a watchful band formed by various mercenary groups. Uncle, did you become a mercenary after we parted ways? After escorting those 3 girls back to their hometown, I wandered aimlessly until I clashed with a band of pirates in Magic Valley Town. Their adversaries were a mercenary group that sought me out, inviting me to join them. Together, we vanquished the pirates, and I subsequently stayed with them. Eventually, I arrived here. "Oh, you are quite the celebrity," Daliot remarked with a smile. "Huh? Don't you read the newspapers? Many of the battles you fought have been reported, mentioning you as the rising star of the Navy." "Really? I heard I made it to the papers, but not to that extent. They even gave you nicknames. Some call you Mad Wolf, others Crazy Dog, Crazy Dog. Ha ha ha, I have no idea how these names came about." As the naval officers passed through the streets, the onlookers grew tense, whispering among themselves. "Hey, look, it's the Navy." What brings the Navy here?" "Wait, the one walking beside the inspector looks somewhat familiar. I've remembered. She is the Mad Wolf, Helena." "Indeed, it is her. I heard she single-handedly held off 10,000. "Oh, I've heard that long ago, and she's well connected too. I have insider information that she was specially recruited by the Navy." Sensitive to her surroundings, Helena had already overheard these snippets of gossip. She shook her head dismissively, diverting her gaze elsewhere. She noticed a recurring motif throughout the area, a sea serpent. This emblem adorned signs, flags, and even tattoos on people's skin. "Uncle, what is the origin of that sea serpent design?" Well, Nasos has had residents for a long time. There's a legend that a colossal sea serpent would one day destroy Nasos. To honor the serpent and prevent its wrath, people have drawn this pattern as a sign of respect. The group boarded the central elevator, ascending slowly while Daliot continued his explanations. There are 8 floors in total. The first 3 are markets. The 4th floor is where tasks are posted, while the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors accommodate living quarters for numerous mercenary groups. The 8th floor houses the governmental seat of Nasos, where the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild is located. Upon reaching the top floor and exiting the elevator, they encountered 2 guards stationed beside it. Recognizing Daliot and his entourage, the guards refrained from further inquiries. Daliot guided the group towards a grand hall, where at the head of a large table sat a man sporting a goatee. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Navy, he rose to greet them. Approaching Crane, he introduced himself. "I am Talaran, the the president of the mercenary guild. You must be General Crane, am I correct? Crane nodded and replied, Mr. Talaran, pleasantries are unnecessary. Given the gravity of our mission, is it possible to bring out the scholar? Talaran chuckled lightly. Of course, of course. But perhaps we should first discuss matters pertaining to the mercenary guild. What do you think? Crane maintained an air of calm, as if he had anticipated this. Very well. But I trust you understand the significance of this matter. The Navy is unlikely to make excessive concessions. I understand. Please, have a seat. Talaran said with a hearty laugh, inviting Crane to sit, while Selena stood behind him. Crane nodded to his aide, who presented a document before Talaran, who smiled as he began to peruse it. Crane briefly explained, this document primarily outlines some restrictive regulations recognized by the world government. Talaran set the document down, his smile unwavering, yet his tone grew firmer. There is a clause here. No pirates are permitted to operate in Nassau. You must understand. When we are paid to eliminate pirates, their adversaries are often pirates as well. Are you not cutting off our means of income? Anticipating that this clause would pose a problem, Crane mentioned a revision plan. All publicly marked pirates arriving in Nassau must report to the Navy. What do you think? Crane regarded Talaran with a sidelong glance. Ha. That presents a bit of a conundrum. We would lose our credibility elsewhere, General Crane. Talaran maintained his smile. I'm afraid we cannot concede on this point. Closing his eyes and contemplating for a moment, Crane asked, then let us review the others. Are there any further issues? Very well, Talaran replied, and after an hour of discussion, they concluded. Crane stood and remarked, regarding the clause we could not agree upon. I will consult with headquarters and provide you with a response by tomorrow. Very well. Daliot, please escort General Crane to his quarters for some rest. In the confinement chamber, Maeslinger sat in the corner, clutching a crumpled piece of paper, muttering incessantly, tomorrow is tomorrow, it must be. Suddenly, the iron door of the room clanged open, startling Maeslinger. The food slot opened, and a meal was placed inside. Maeslinger sighed in relief, not bothering to glance at the food. With his glasses on and a frail figure, he remained fixated on the paper in his hands. The paper depicted a sea serpent, commonly seen around here, with a tree to its right, atop which a person was sounding a great horn. The style of the drawing suggested it was an ancient piece. Maeslinger swallowed hard and tucked the paper into his chest. As darkness fell outside, it would be a sleepless night for him. Helena strolled along the bustling streets of Nassau, her eyes alight with wonder as she surveyed the myriad of splendid shops surrounding her. How delightful it is to be with Crane. I had anticipated that she would coldly decline my request, yet upon asking Crane for permission to explore, he readily acquiesced. Helena had served under Sakasaki for 7 long years. 7 years. She had never once witnessed him smile, and the very thought of requesting leisure time from him was utterly inconceivable. However, it seemed that Sakasaki had a fondness for cultivating flowers and plants. Recently, he had finally been promoted to the rank of general, and Helena had acquired command of her own warship. Yet, this time, she was accompanying Rear Admiral Crane, which meant she would not have the opportunity to command. Dismissing such trivial concerns, she hummed a tune while strolling through the streets, and before long, she found herself laden with an abundance of delectable treats. As she continued her leisurely walk, a figure suddenly appeared before her, obstructing her path. As Helena lowered her head and discerned the identity of the person before her, she found herself unable to hold onto the food in her hands. After a brief moment, she turned and fled. Why is it you again? The individual was none other than Qianlin, and Helena was rendered speechless upon seeing her. How could this person be so persistent? Over the past 6 years, she had approached Helena several times. Turning to see if Qianlin was in pursuit, Helena was startled to find her standing motionless. She halted, warily observing Qianlin. Wait, it seemed she was injured? Helena noticed Qianlin panting heavily, her face pale and smeared with blood. Hastening closer, she discovered that Qianlin was indeed gravely wounded. A deep gash marred her abdomen. Although it had ceased to bleed, it had not been treated or bandaged and was certain to become infected. Helena disregarded everything else. As they were somewhat acquainted, she took the katana from Qianlin's hands and, with utmost care, hoisted her onto her back. Hey, are you still conscious? Helena inquired. Qianlin, resting her head on Helena's shoulder, slightly moved her pale lips and nodded gently to signify her awareness. All right, hold on. I will take you to a place where you can rest. Helena carried Qianlin in search of an inn, mindful that Qianlin's identity was not suitable for the naval quarters above. As they ventured into an alley, their path was abruptly obstructed by a group of ruffians, unmistakably brigands. Do you know where you are? woman, to wander in here so recklessly? One of the bandits boasted arrogantly. In truth, Helena, bearing the rank of rear admiral, typically donned a cloak of justice, yet she had no such inclination. Despite being a mythical beast, she transformed without concern for her attire. It was no wonder these miscreants failed to recognize her as a naval officer, otherwise, they would not have dared to accost them. Bang, bang, bang. Several brigands were sent hurtling out of the alley, groaning in agony upon the cobblestones. Helena hastily fled the alley with Qianlin, scanning the surroundings until she spotted an inn and rushed towards it. After securing a room, she gently laid Qianlin on the bed, then stepped out to procure supplies for dressing wounds. After a considerable amount of time, she had managed to bandage him adequately, offering Qianlin a few sips of water before he succumbed to a deep slumber. Taking a seat, she observed as the dawn gradually broke outside. From the first floor of the inn, one could still glimpse the rising sun. Suddenly, the wrist-mounted communication device emitted a series of beeps. Beep, beep, beep. Is this Rear Admiral Helena? The voice of Crane's aide resonated from the device. I am here, what is it? The mission target has escaped. Please direct the search from the first and second floors. Understood. Helena rose to her feet, casting a concerned glance at Qianlin, who lay on the bed, before stepping out of the room to seek assistance. Helena learned from the adjutant that their mission objective, the scholar Maeslinger, had somehow feigned death. While they sought a physician, he seized the opportunity to escape. It is now widely believed that he has concealed himself within the cargo elevator, descending to the lower levels. Helena commanded the Navy to scour the first and second tiers, while also notifying the naval forces at the port to guard the essential passageways. As morning unfolded, no discoveries had been made. Maeslinger, trembling, ascended the largest branch of the Nasu tree. Although referred to as a branch, its narrowest point exceeded 10 meters in width. At the end of this branch lay a colossal horn, seemingly ancient, precisely resembling the horn depicted on Maeslinger's parchment. At long last, after years of anticipation, Maeslinger staggered towards the horn, gently caressing the exquisite artifact crafted from bronze. Helena ascended to the 8th floor via the elevator, arriving before Crane. His aide hastened to report, "We have located him, but he is threatening to end his life, asserting that should he perish, all the information he procured from the naval headquarters will be surrendered to the Revolutionary Army." The Revolutionary Army? How had he become entangled with them? Helena could not help but inquire. However, now was not the moment for such contemplations. It was imperative to ascertain his demands. Indeed, the aide darted off towards the location of Maeslinger, while Helena cast a glance at Crane, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to follow the aide. Upon reaching the branch, Maeslinger stood vigilantly, his gaze fixed on the naval soldiers before him. The sailors, wary of provoking him, remained still, cognizant that should he become incensed, he might leap down without hesitation. Helena rushed to the side of her aide, who whispered to her, "Major General Helena, if he jumps, it will be up to you to pull him back." Understood. The aide shouted. "Professor Maesling, please remain calm. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to express it. We will certainly accommodate your needs." Maesling murmured softly, "What I desire is beyond your capacity to grant." After a prolonged silence, he swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Any request can be fulfilled? Indeed, anything is possible. Very well, then I must insist that you do not intervene, regardless of what I may do." "That is acceptable, Professor. You must trust us." At that moment, Crane also arrived, squinting at Maesling. What is his true intention? Crane pondered. Upon hearing this, Maesling slowly turned around, bent down, and with all his strength, blew the horn. The deep, resonant sound of the horn pierced through the air, causing everyone present to feel as though their very insides were trembling. The entire city of Nassau could hear the horn, and many paused in their tracks. Seeking the source of the sound, Maesling knelt on the ground, pulling from his bosom a piece of paper, fixated on the image of the sea serpent depicted upon it. Helena rushed forward, seizing him and pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Observing her bold advance, the surrounding Navy personnel swiftly moved to assist. In the next moment, the branches beneath them began to tremble. The entire island of Nassau quaked as if shaken by an earthquake. Helena glanced downward to witness a colossal whirlpool forming upon the sea's surface. A melodious, resonant cry echoed as a gargantuan entity slowly emerged from the vortex's core. Was it a sea beast? Helena pondered. The creature ascended gradually from the depths, revealing a monstrous head, terrifyingly vast, adorned with greenish-blue scales and crowned with horns reminiscent of a goat. The vessels caught in the whirlpool were no larger than its teeth, disintegrating upon impact. While the creature remained impervious to these minor collisions, it slowly opened its eyes, gazing vacantly into the distance. Helena stared, entranced, at the colossal serpent that had suddenly appeared. Maeslinger, whom she had pinned to the ground, broke free from her grasp and dashed to the edge of the branches, overwhelmed with joy. His face a canvas of tears and snot. The sea serpent truly exists, he exclaimed fervently, babbling incoherently. The people of Nassau beheld the magnificent creature, and many locals recognized it as an exact match to the legendary descriptions of the sea serpent. I thought it would be no larger than a ship. Yet it is this immense. The serpent slowly raised its head, and the ocean erupted into tumultuous waves, revealing its massive form piece by piece. The waters surrounding Nassau churned violently, parts of the serpent's body surfacing intermittently, sending tremors through the crowd. The towering heights of Nassau appeared diminutive next to the serpent, which stretched its enormous head toward the branch where the horn was situated. All eyes were cast upward in awe of this behemoth, and a sense of inexplicable dread welled up within many naval soldiers. Maeslinger, as if beholding a deity from his faith, knelt on the ground, extending his hands toward the serpent as though longing for an embrace. The serpent, noticing this minuscule figure akin to an ant, slowly turned its gaze upon Maeslinger. So beautiful. I have finally seen you. Those foolish idiots, how could they not believe in your existence? Maeslinger's voice was filled with fervor. But soon his words twisted into a tirade of anger. The serpent, however, remained motionless, indifferent to his outburst, while Maeslinger continued his frenzied monologue. Helena anxiously glanced back at Crane, who shook his head, signaling her to refrain from any rash actions. The serpent gradually shifted its head, moving away from the branch, then opened its massive jaws, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Crane, sensing impending doom, shouted, "Everyone, evacuate immediately." Maeslinger persisted in his ramblings, alternating between praising the serpent and cursing those who doubted its existence. In a sudden burst, the serpent lunged toward Maeslinger, its gaping maw crashing down upon a branch several meters thick, snapping it with ease. The retreating sailors heard a thunderous roar, felt the ground tremble beneath them, and found themselves plummeting through the air. Those fortunate enough landed on other branches, escaping with only broken limbs, while others fell directly into the sea below. Crane, along with his lieutenant and Helena, managed to land on a branch, where Crane commanded, "That man is dead. Quickly gather everyone and see if we can escape." Yes. The serpent's powerful jaws clamped shut, severing the robust branch in two. It roared defiantly, the sound reverberating through the air. As the people of Nassau witnessed the serpent's attack, they scrambled toward the port in a desperate bid for safety. However, it was not long before the serpent's massive body emerged from beneath the surface, and the departing vessels collided with it, splintering into fragments. Nassau found itself encircled by the serpent's colossal, serpentine form, stretching for miles. The sea serpent coiled itself around Nassau, lowering its head and ensnaring him with its powerful body. As the serpent constricted, its immense strength relentlessly pressed against the trunk of Nassau, causing fissures to appear in the supporting tree walls of the fifth layer. It was not long before the structure gave way, and the trunks above began to tilt precariously. The naval personnel perched on the branches lost their balance, and many plummeted into the sea below. The sea serpent roared and held incessantly, its fury palpable. "If this continues, we are doomed," Helena proposed loudly. "I will distract it. You all must contact Marine Vondo." In the distance, Crane nodded in agreement, and the lieutenant swiftly produced a transponder snail to call the naval headquarters. As Helena transformed into her beastly form, her speed surged instantaneously, propelling her to leap onto another branch. She darted gracefully between the branches, ascending with determination, heading directly toward the head of the sea serpent. The serpent, upon sighting the 8th level of the structure, appeared enraged, howling as it opened its massive jaws to strike. In an instant, the Mercenary Guild's hall was reduced to ruins, the serpent's head shifting, and the entire 8th level lay in ruins within mere minutes. Helena ascended into the air with her moonwalk, and although she was not proficient in the Navy 6 styles, the techniques of moonwalk, finger gun, and shave were certainly worth practicing. She leapt from the sky onto the colossal, undulating body of the sea serpent, akin to an ant scaling a person's neck. The sea serpent remained oblivious to her presence, continuing its rampage on the 8th level. Helena steadied herself, transforming into her beast form, and opened her maw to gather energy, subsequently unleashing a barrage of luminous orbs. The moon eclipse, starfall orbs detonated in succession, creating a cascade of explosions along the serpent's neck. The sea serpent felt as though it were being pierced by a multitude of needles, its irritation manifesting as it violently shook its neck, clinging tightly to the serpent's scales. Helena braced herself, akin to a passenger on a roller coaster. Once the tumult subsided, she made her way towards the serpent's head. Upon reaching the apex of the serpent's cranium, she reverted to her hybrid form, her claws infused with radiant lunar energy, and she forcefully drove them into the serpent's scales. Such thickness? Helena's claws failed to penetrate, prompting her to withdraw them. Transforming into her fiery form, she ignited in flames that enveloped her entirely and soared into the sky. Aiming at the serpent's head, she descended like a meteor. Disaster, meteoric fire. With a resounding thud, the sea serpent seemed to be struck by an immense force, its colossal head being driven downward by the tremendous impact. Helena was also propelled into the air, gracefully adjusting her form as she executed a moonwalk to land upon the serpent's horn. The sea serpent, sensing an attack from above, thrashed its head in all directions, while Helena clung to its horn, steadfast in her resolve to avoid being thrown off. Seizing the opportunity while it paused, Helena leapt onto its head, her claws gathering a luminous sphere enveloped in flames. With a swift motion, she struck the sphere down upon the serpent's crown, inflicting yet another blow that ignited its fury. As it coiled down from the trunk of the Naso tree, the tree lost its support, causing its upper half to topple sideways. The serpent's head plunged into the water, unleashing a towering and terrifying wave. As Helena was hurled from the serpent's head down the precipice, she fortuitously landed upon the fractured exterior of the fifth tier. Had she plummeted into the sea below, her life would have been in grave peril. Noticing the collapsed upper section of the Nasos, Helena instinctively began to search for Crane and her aid. Suddenly, a sea serpent erupted from the water's depths, its jaws agape, lunging towards Helena. She leapt aside just in time, as the serpent's maw clamped down on the outer wall, producing a resounding crack, and a large section of the timbered faade was severed. The sea serpent fixated on Helena, relentlessly attempting to bite her, although its speed was not particularly swift. Its colossal size rendered it capable of devastating a vast area with the slightest movement of its enormous head. Helena felt a sense of urgency. Hiding away indefinitely was not a viable solution. The sea serpent's tough skin rendered her attacks ineffective. Just as she was lost in thought, the sea serpent lunged at her once more, and this time, escape was impossible. At that moment, a crimson sword aura surged forth from behind Helena, striking the sea serpent and inflicting a deep wound, causing blood to spatter. In pain, the sea serpent recoiled. Helena turned her head to see Qianlin standing amidst the ruins of the fifth floor, brandishing her sword. She had just used that strike to save Helena. However, her injuries were not yet healed. After that single blow, she was left breathless and soon collapsed to her knees. Helena leapt forward to assist her. "Are you all right?" Qianlin shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Helena glanced at the katana in her hand, recalling how effective that strike had been against the sea serpent. "May I borrow your sword?" Helena reached for the weapon, but Qianlin, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "No. I will return it to you. Just let me give it a try." With that, Helena transformed into the eclipse form, infusing the katana with white energy, causing the blade to radiate a brilliant white glow. "This will work." She turned to Qianlin and declared, "Take care of yourself. I will handle that creature." Helena gracefully ascended into the sky, while the sea serpent searched fruitlessly for her presence. Despite her limited experience with a blade, she believed she could conjure a gusting blade of wind. With both hands raised above her head, she brought the sword down with great force, producing a melodious clang. A crescent-shaped, white blade of wind soared towards the sea serpent. With a sharp sound, it struck its neck, causing a torrent of blood to flow, and the sea serpent let out a pained, thunderous cry. Helena descended to the fifth layer, waving her blade, the radiant white light having vanished, her attempt to infuse it with energy having failed. "Can I borrow this?" she called out, finding Qianlin, placing the blade before her, and then dashing away while shouting, "Thank you for lending me the sword." Qianlin rolled her eyes, expressing her gratitude that the weapon had not been damaged. It seemed the Gale blade could inflict harm, yet the ordinary version was insufficient. She would need to rely on something else. The sea serpent lunged at Helena with its head, to which she nimbly leapt aside. Amidst the ruins, she sprinted relentlessly, the sea serpent growing increasingly agitated, unable to strike that pesky little creature. In despair, it writhed and contorted its body, attempting to crush the trunk, hoping to obliterate even the relatively unharmed lower half. In such a case, no matter how agile that ant was, it would meet its demise in the depths of the sea. seizing the opportunity as the serpent's attention wavered. Helena halted in place. She closed her eyes, white energy surging from various parts of her body, converging in her left hand. After a minute, the blade quivered under the immense pressure of the sea serpent. Helena opened her eyes, the claws on her left hand emanating a blinding white light. With a graceful leap into the air, the sea serpent, spotting her, roared and lunged forward. Helena swung her left claw with force, aiming directly at the serpent. Lunar eclipse, gale shift. A blade of wind, several dozen meters wide, surged forth with the sound of tearing space, striking the serpent's neck and severing one of its horns. The impact on its neck did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it continued to slice through its flesh. The sea serpent howled in agony, retreating into the depths. Had she vanquished it? Helena sighed in relief, reverting to her human form as her communication device buzzed with an incoming call. General Helena, we are currently at the port of the first layer. Understood. I will be there shortly, she began, but before she could finish her sentence, a sudden tremor shook the ground, followed by a series of violent jolts. The sea serpent burst forth from the depths, crashing into the lower half of Nasu, leaving the area between the third and fourth layers riddled with cracks. The serpent recoiled, gathering strength for another assault. The outer wall of the trunk shattered with a thunderous roar, and the fifth layer began to collapse, tilting precariously to one side. With great effort, Zelina steadied herself and suddenly recalled that Qianlin was still on this level. She transformed into her lunar eclipse form in search of Qianlin. When Helena found her, Qinren was falling towards the inclined side. She leaped forward to catch Qinren and landed on a rooftop. Helena cradled Qianlin in her arms and exclaimed, "Phew. I'm glad I made it just in time." Qianlin coughed a couple of times and replied, "Cough, cough, you needn't worry about being cautious." Huh? As Helena turned her head, the colossal head of the sea serpent came into view, hurtling towards her with alarming speed. Realizing escape was futile, she tightly embraced Qianlin, invoking her protective shield, a luminous white orb enveloping them both. In that fleeting moment, Helena felt as though her body was on the verge of disintegration, an overwhelming numbness gripping her. This was soon followed by an indescribable agony, a deafening roar filling her ears. When consciousness finally returned, she found herself plummeting downward. Struggling to glance at Qianlin in her arms, she noticed that he had lost consciousness, blood seeping from his wounds and staining her attire. A desperate thought crossed her mind. They would perish if they fell into the sea. Yet her body remained ensnared in excruciating pain. Even moving her arms felt like an insurmountable challenge. Cursed be this plight. Surely, every bone in her body must be fractured. With a resounding splash, they plunged into the ocean. Just as Helena resigned herself to her fate, she felt an unexpected force lift her from the depths. Breaking the surface, a figure leapt before her. "Are you all right?" It was Delia. Helena gently released Qianlin from her embrace, struggling to sit up as she carefully laid Qianlin down. Gasping for breath, she uttered, "I am all right. I witnessed your battle just now. I apologize for my inability to assist." "It is of no consequence," Dahlia remarked, raising her gaze towards the sea serpent, which continued to wreak havoc upon Naso. Countless lives had been lost among the various levels of Naso, and the ships in the port lay in ruins. They were utterly trapped in these waters, as the serpent's massive form encircled Naso beneath the surface. "Shall we then eliminate it? Are you capable of confronting it alone? Perhaps we should summon some reinforcements from your navy? I have already made contact, but it will take some time for them to arrive. It seems I must confront this beast alone. Please take good care of her for me. I implore you. Leave her to me." The sea serpent unleashed a thunderous roar, its deafening sound reverberating across the entire region. Throughout Naso, many had fallen to their demise, some crushed by debris. Others perished in the depths of the sea. Talawan crawled onto a tree root from the ocean, fearfully gazing at the monstrous creature rampaging about. "It is over, utterly over. My mercenary guild is destroyed." He then succumbed to despair, collapsing onto the ground and weeping uncontrollably. Helena stretched her body, though numerous aches still plagued her. She was now ready to engage in battle. The sea serpent fiercely bit into a large chunk of the tree trunk, shaking its head to cast the splintered debris into the ocean. Just as it was about to continue its rampage, a massive fireball soared from a distance, striking the serpent's left cheek. Catastrophe, falling fire. Helena transformed into her lunar eclipse form, initiating the penumbral eclipse with a swift execution of the Navy's sixth style, shave. Her speed surged dramatically, allowing her to instantaneously arrive atop the sea serpent's head. Concentrating energy within her claws, she executed a swift counterattack. Lunar eclipse, gale blade. The gale blade shot forth, striking directly at the serpent's eye. With a resounding impact, it pierced the pupil. This blow had the potential to obliterate half a warship. The sea serpent let out an agonizing roar, overwhelmed by fury. It was infuriated by this diminutive creature, hardly larger than its own scales, relentlessly assaulting it. Proving impossible to vanquish, much to its vexation, Helena landed on a fractured section of the tree trunk, coughing twice as a dull ache radiated from her chest. Despite inflicting numerous wounds upon the sea serpent, it remained as vigorous as ever, driven to madness by the relentless barrage of pain. In a frenzied state, it lunged at Helena, who deftly evaded its strikes. The serpent raised its head in search of her, but she retaliated with a blade of wind that struck its form. The sea serpent writhed, its head plunging into the depths of the ocean, its robust body stirring up monstrous waves. Helena gazed down in bewilderment as the entire Naso trembled and shook violently. Moments later, the serpent erupted from beneath the surface, crashing through the outer wall of the Naso on this side before bursting out the other side. It proceeded to breach the second layer, piercing through the lower half of the Naso with precision, creating multiple gaping holes. The battered structure of the Naso finally succumbed to the onslaught, beginning to collapse. The outer wall beneath Helena suddenly tilted, casting her outwards. She continuously shifted her footing on the crumbling surface. This was unsustainable. Its scales were both hard and resilient. And despite her utmost efforts, she could not penetrate deeply. Helena devised a rather dreadful plan. After some deliberation, she ultimately resolved to proceed with it. She leaped onto the remnants of the upper half of the Nasu, gathering her strength to unleash a gale strike upon the sea serpent. The creature, writhing in pain, shifted its focus to Helena, determined to eliminate this bothersome little pest once and for all. It opened its cavernous maw and lunged towards her. But this time Helena did not evade. Instead, she enveloped herself in a protective sphere. With a resounding crack, the sea serpent bit down, devouring a substantial portion of the debris along with Helena herself. In the distance, Crane and her aides stood upon a tree root, observing the unfolding situation. The aide, binoculars in hand, exclaimed anxiously, "This is dire. Major Helena has been consumed by the colossal serpent." Upon hearing this, even the ever-composed Crane felt a surge of panic and instructed her aide, "Quickly, urge headquarters to expedite the arrival of reinforcements." Yes, Helena curled herself into a ball, nestled against the protective embrace of the circular form as she glided down the esophagus of the sea serpent. Helena felt as though her brain was being thoroughly shaken. Once the tumult finally subsided, she swiftly extended her claws to grasp the inner wall of the sea serpent's esophagus. Her sharp claws pierced through the tender flesh, eliciting a flow of blood. As the sea serpent continued to writhe, the inner wall undulated like the rolling waves of the ocean. Helena wasted no time, transforming into her Huido form, her chest swelling and radiating brilliance. Huido, devouring flames. Helena unleashed a torrent of flames, incessantly scorching the flesh and blood of the sea serpent. After a relentless 10 minutes, she paused momentarily before resuming her fiery onslaught. Meanwhile, the sea serpent, in a fit of rage, continued to wreak havoc upon the remnants of Naso. Suddenly, it felt a sharp pain emanating from a specific part within its body, the agony intensifying with each passing moment. It let out a tormented howl, yet the torment showed no signs of abating. Helena beheld the charred remains before her, and with purpose, she hurled her fiery weapon towards the opposite side. Once she established her footing, she resumed her onslaught of flames. The sea serpent experienced a profound agony, as if something had forcefully thrust against it from within, followed by an inferno of burning torment. In its distress, it violently struck its head against the nearby wreckage, emitting a continuous cacophony of hissing cries. As Helena unleashed torrents of fire, she forcefully clapped her claws together. The spell, Disaster's Flame Glass, caused flames to rapidly spread from her palms, and the sea serpent felt an unbearable increase in pain. "Commander, that colossal serpent seems to be suffering immensely for some unknown reason." Of course, the Crane also observed the scene, and her heart steadied slightly at the sight. It appeared that Helena was unharmed. Perhaps that was her assumption. The sea serpent submerged into the depths of the ocean, then resurfaced, thrashing about wildly. Helena intensified her fiery assault, the temperature soaring as the flames transformed into a vivid purple hue. Helena herself exhibited certain reactions, feeling a faint burning sensation throughout her body. It seemed she could not endure for too long. The sea serpent could not withstand the excruciating pain. The esophagus contracted and constricted, yet to no avail. Helena concentrated her efforts to refine the tongues of flame, incessantly scorching a singular point further eroding the already decayed interior. After half an hour, the front chest of the sea serpent was entirely incinerated, releasing a jet of violet fire, with Helena propelled forth alongside it, landing upon the remnants of Naso's upper half. The sea serpent trembled a few times before collapsing. Its immense head crashed heavily before Helena, still convulsing, emitting a series of anguished cries. Helena seized the opportunity, pivoted, and with a flurry of punches, shattered a 10-meter-thick branch. She caught it and hoisted it onto her shoulder. With a powerful leap, she directed the branch towards the serpent's eye. The sea serpent emitted a final, earth-shattering howl as the branch pierced its left eye, which had long been blinded by previous wounds, driving straight into its brain and extinguishing its life. At last, it was vanquished. Standing atop the serpent's head, Helena placed her hands on her hips, panting heavily from exhaustion. Surveying the surroundings, she noted that Nasos had been utterly devastated, the sea littered with corpses and injured souls. Those fortunate enough to survive clung to the roots of trees or floated atop the remnants of shattered vessels. After a brief respite, Daria summoned a sea beast to retrieve her, and she leapt onto its back, using a communication worm to contact Crane for a rendezvous. As dusk fell, naval support arrived aboard warships to attend to the wounded sailors. Helena secured a room for Qianlin, who remained unconscious and was now suffering from a high fever. After tending to her own injuries and wrapping them in bandages, Helena devoted herself to caring for Qianlin. After a long day, she sat down, weary, and gazed at Qianlin's pale face, questioning why she was so attentive to her. Yet, how could she simply ignore someone in pain? Stepping out of the room, she spotted Crane standing nearby at the ship's railing, watching her. "Admiral Crane." Helena saluted, and Crane nodded, inquiring, "Who is that girl?" "She is a friend of mine," Helena replied. Crane blinked, refraining from further questions, and turned her gaze towards the sea. "Admiral Crane, have we failed in our mission this time?" she asked. Though it would have been better for him to be alive, the items he brought from headquarters have already been confiscated, so his death is inconsequential. But who exactly is he? 30 years prior, in Nasos, a group of children played soccer while a bespectacled boy sat nearby, engrossed in a book. One child kicked the ball, striking the bookish boy in the head, causing his glasses to fall to the ground. As he bent down to retrieve them, the other children snatched his book. "Give it back. The bookworm Maeslinger is angry now." "Do you think we care for your books?" "Ha." The child with the book tossed it aside. "Always talking about the sea serpent, idiot." "Ha." Maeslinger scrambled to pick up his book, glaring at the others in frustration. He knew that no amount of words would convince these foolish children of the sea serpent's existence. He dashed home, seeking refuge in his room, which was strewn with books, the vast majority of which chronicled tales of the sea serpent. The sea serpent was the guardian of Nasos. How could they treat it so contemptuously? Maeslinger pondered. 5 years later, at the age of 33, Maeslinger had become a paleontologist. The sea serpent continued to haunt his dreams, compelling him to exhaust all his efforts in collecting information about it, including references from ancient texts. This pursuit led him into trouble, as O'Hara had once been the epicenter of global scholarship, housing many invaluable resources that could only be found there. Thus, he began to investigate matters pertaining to O'Hara. As anticipated, the Navy soon sought him out and confined him within their academic institution. However, the Navy treated him with a degree of respect, permitting him to pursue his research. Over the course of 5 years, he discovered a method to summon the sea serpent within the pages of an ancient tome. 2 weeks ago, he made a rubbing of the page detailing the summoning ritual and seized an opportunity to escape from Navy headquarters, returning to Nassau. Until the very moment of his demise, he remained convinced that the sea serpent was the guardian deity of Nassau. Yet, in truth, centuries ago, the sea serpent was known as Cain, and Nassau was once called Abel. The colossal tree, Abel, served as Cain's dwelling, while Cain lay in slumber. Humanity occupied the mighty tree. Upon Cain's awakening, humans attacked it, perceiving it as an invasive sea beast. Severely wounded, Cain fell back into a deep sleep. And in commemoration of their triumph, humanity placed a colossal horn upon the branches of Abel. Centuries passed, and many events faded from memory, leaving only the legend of the sea serpent. Maeslinger mistakenly believed that sounding the horn would summon the sea serpent, yet to Cain, the horn represented a blatant provocation. Helena gazed at a newspaper, and upon flipping to the first page, she was rendered speechless. The headline was about her, proclaiming, "The naval news star defeats the mad aquatic monarch." Below the title was a photograph of her, standing with her hands on her hips, resting atop the head of Cain. Helena felt a tinge of frustration, Ever since she rose to fame, she was invariably recognized wherever she went. Initially, this brought her a modicum of joy, but as time passed, it became rather troublesome. Frequently, during missions, her identity was revealed, allowing targets to escape. Moreover, the War Council was not particularly pleased with this predicament and advised her to undertake fewer assignments, resulting in a slower progression in her rank. It was not that she placed great importance on her military status. Rather, she simply felt a sense of constraint. Upon returning to her room, Selena immediately noticed that Qianlin had awakened and was sitting there. "You're awake. You've slept the entire day. Allow me to fetch you something to eat." A sense of relief washed over Selena as she turned to leave. "No need," Qianlin interjected. "I have no appetite and cannot eat," she added. "Very well," Selena replied. Taking a seat, a silence enveloped them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Seeking to break the tension, Selena ventured, "How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Qianlin, her expression clouded with irritation, replied, "It's none of your concern." However, recalling how Selena had cared for her over the past few days, and how she might have perished without her, the harsh words stuck in her throat. "It's nothing. I simply lost to someone else," Qianlin remarked, her demeanor reverting to indifference as she offered a dismissive response. Helena swallowed hard, refraining from further inquiries. "So, where do you intend to go once you recover? You are currently aboard a naval ship, and aside from me, no one is aware of your affiliation with the Revolutionary Army. It would be prudent to depart soon." "I am not part of the Revolutionary Army." "Ah? Then you are merely repaying a debt of gratitude." Suddenly, Qianlin turned to fixate on Helena, startling her. What's the matter? You don't intend to fight me again, do you? I beg you, please don't." "No, that's not it. I am simply curious." "Curious? As a member of the Navy, why would you assist someone like me, who has previously served the Revolutionary Army? Have I not also fought alongside the Revolutionary Army? That is not the same. At that time, you had no other choice. Now, you could apprehend me at any moment. Why have you not done so? Instead, you choose to conceal my identity and advise me to leave promptly." Helena scratched her head, displaying a look of difficulty, and after a considerable pause, she finally responded. "How should I put it? I don't harbor any negative views towards the Revolutionary Army, as I am not well acquainted with them. As for why I would assist you, I suppose it is only fitting to offer help upon meeting someone in need. After all, we are not particularly related." Qianlin lowered her head and remarked. Despite the exchange, a profound silence enveloped the two once more. "I shall fetch you something to eat," Helena stated. Qianlin did not refuse, and thus, Helena exited the room. "What are your plans moving forward?" Helena inquired of Qianlin. "I intend to seek a place to enhance my abilities," came the reply. "Then you shall challenge the one who bested you?" Helena teased. "Ha! As long as I draw breath, he will inevitably seek me out," Qianlin said with a wry smile, laden with meaning. As the ship docked, Qianlin leaped ashore, her sword slung over her shoulder. "Farewell." Helena waved her hand in farewell. Indeed, farewell. A few days later, at the naval headquarters, within the conference room, the situation is as follows. The monsters of the New World are stirring restlessly. The pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are becoming increasingly rampant, and the activities of the Revolutionary Army are growing more frequent. We must strategically utilize the 7 warlords to aid us in countering the 4 emperors, while remaining vigilant against the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku paused, rising from his chair to gaze at Helena, who stood behind numerous vice-admirals. "There is one more matter, Vice Admiral Helena." "Present." Helena was suddenly called upon, her heart racing, yet she maintained a composed salute. "Henceforth, I officially promote you to Rear Admiral of this headquarters. Do you possess the confidence to shoulder this responsibility?" Upon the utterance of these words, the gathered vice-admirals expressed surprise. Indeed, Helena's prowess was more than sufficient for the rank of Rear Admiral. Yet at merely 23 years of age, she had attained this position in just 7 years. Even those once-deemed prodigies like Akainu and Kizaru, along with Akiji, had taken over a decade to ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral. Excluding Helena, the youngest vice-admiral was nearly 40 years old. With a smile, the fiery mountain removed the cigar from his mouth and stated, "Well, Vice-Admiral Helena's abilities are adequate. Her promotion to Rear Admiral is indeed justifiable." Across from him, the ghost spider scoffed, "I fear she is too young, her experience insufficient." Meanwhile, the mohawk-haired weasel merely cast a sidelong glance at Helena, remaining silent. Helena certainly did not anticipate this. She had believed that the warlords would prefer her to remain understated, and that attaining the rank of Rear Admiral might be the pinnacle of her career. However, she was taken aback by her swift promotion to Vice Admiral. Yet, she found herself with no justifiable grounds for refusal and stood at attention, affirming, "I have this confidence." In truth, she felt a twinge of apprehension. For ascending to the rank of vice admiral would inevitably bring forth a multitude of unforeseen challenges. After the meeting concluded, Sengoku and Tsuru remained in the conference room. Tsuru regarded Sengoku and inquired, "Why the urgency? Even I am left in the dark." Sengoku sighed and replied, "Kong informed me that the celestial dragons are becoming increasingly interested in her. I have repeatedly emphasized to the higher-ups that her characteristics merely coincide with that race. There is ample reason to delay her promotion. Her rank is of little consequence in this context. By elevating her to vice admiral, it becomes more difficult for the celestial dragons to act against her. At this juncture, the Navy must bolster its strength as much as possible. Both she and SSG cannot afford to overlook any opportunity." Tsuru closed her eyes, tacitly acquiescing. There was another matter that Sengoku had pondered for quite some time before voicing. Tsuru opened her eyes and gazed at Sengoku, awaiting his continuation. Sengoku mentioned Akainu, yet did not elaborate further. Tsuru understood. Akainu was inherently a staunch hawk within the Navy, which fundamentally conflicted with the guiding principles of Sengoku, Tsuru, Karp, and others in their leadership cadre. After Akainu's promotion to admiral, and even during his tenure as a rear admiral, he had attracted radical elements such as the likes of Drake. Initially, Sengoku had intended to oppose Kong's decision to assign Helena to Akainu's tutelage, originally considering having Akiji mentor her. Now, with her promotion to vice admiral, including the previous years where she frequently accompanied Tsuru or Karp on missions, Sengoku intended to align her with his faction. In the year 1516 of the Sea Circle, at Mariawa before the World Conference, Kizaru was trimming his nails when the din-din mushi before him suddenly rang. "Bring, bring, bring." Kizaru set down the nail clippers and answered the call, "Moshi Moshi, Borsellino." A serious voice from Sengoku echoed through. "A king's vessel has been attacked by pirates in the New World. You must address the situation immediately." "Well, what of the Navy dispatched to escort the king?" Kizaru inquired nonchalantly. "The assailants are high-ranking officers from the Big Mom pirates, and the rear admiral sent to assist the king has been defeated." "Ah, but the celestial dragons have instructed me not to leave Mariawa," Kizaru replied. "Vice Admiral Helena has already arrived here with the king she escorted. What should be done about her?" Sengoku hesitated, ultimately conceding with reluctance. "Very well, let her depart at once." Helena, draped in her coat of justice, stood at the bow of the vessel as the warship surged forward at full speed towards the site of the incident. A soldier hastened to her side, saluted, and reported, "General Helena, we have completely lost contact with the naval unit at the scene. According to their last transmission, they were attacked by Charlotte Smugi, a cadre of the Big Mom pirate crew, who carries a bounty of 640 million. A spark of realization ignited within Helena Smoky. She recalled the long-legged beauty, one of the sweet 3 stars from 8 years hence, a key asset of the formidable maternal faction. However, at present, the bounty was not as substantial as it would be in 8 years, and her prowess was somewhat diminished. The lookout aboard the ship bellowed a report, announcing the sighting of the Big Mom pirate's vessel. "Accelerate at once," Helena commanded with authority. In the distance, Smokey stood upon a flaming naval warship, surrounded by lifeless bodies, many having already turned to desiccated remains. The severely injured rear admiral lay incapacitated nearby. She glared down at the king, harshly rebuking him. "How dare you deceive us?" "What? No, it's not as you think. Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. We possess all the transaction records. Do you still dare to lie?" Smokey pivoted and hurled the king onto her pirate ship. "Mother will personally administer your punishment," Smokey declared with fierce intensity. Sister, Smokey's twin sisters, Strong and Snamin, rushed over, with Strong exclaiming, "Sister, a naval ship has arrived 1 kilometer to the southeast, likely here for reinforcement." "Humph, what a nuisance. Eliminate them." Smokey scoffed dismissively. Snamin urged her sister, "Let us depart quickly. Engaging them is futile. They will always be a lingering issue. It is better to deal with them directly." Unable to sway her sister, Snamin reluctantly acquiesced. As the distance between the two parties dwindled to a mere 300 meters, Helena could clearly discern the towering figures of the Smokey sisters. Smokey brandished her enormous sword, plunging it into the body of the defeated rear admiral. With a shriek of agony, the rear admiral was instantly drained by Smokey's munch-munch fruit abilities, leaving behind a desiccated corpse. The extracted moisture flowed into Smokey's form, augmenting her already immense physique, and Helena, even from hundreds of meters away, could distinctly observe her growing stature. Helena felt a sense of foreboding. Smuggy raised his sword high above his head, channeling his energy towards the distant warship. The colossal sword of the Kingdom of Wei descended with tremendous force, unleashing a purplish-red shockwave imbued with an aura of destruction that surged towards the vessel. The very sea was cleaved asunder, a spectacle of immense grandeur. Helena instantly activated her eclipse form, leaping into the air with a graceful moonlit stride, a radiant white energy shield enveloping her, safeguarding the warship behind her. As the eclipse, rebirth collided with the might of the Wei nation, Helena strained to maintain the protective barrier, thwarting the terrifying blow. The warship behind Helena was caught in the turbulence of the energy shockwave, causing both the vessel and the ocean surface to sway incessantly. Smuggy was somewhat astonished, as he had not anticipated that the opposing force could so effortlessly counter the strike. Helena squinted, realizing the fearsome nature of the barbaric swordsmanship hailing from Elbaf. Smuggy raised his sword once more, intending to unleash another strike to sap his opponent's strength. However, a fireball hurtled towards him at high speed from a distance. Colliding with Smuggy, he had no choice but to raise his sword defensively to intercept the fiery projectile. Bang! The fireball met the blade, and flames erupted in all directions. As the flames subsided, Smuggy discovered that the fireball was, in fact, a werewolf adorned with 3 tails and covered in black fur. Its hands enveloped in armament color as it struck the blade. With a surge of strength, Smuggy propelled Helena away. Helena spun gracefully in the air, unleashing a fiery whirlwind. Smuggy raised his sword once again to block the fiery tempest, then plunged his blade into a nearby corpse to absorb its moisture. Helena was unwilling to grant her adversary the opportunity to augment her strength. A luminous sphere coalesced in her grasp, enveloped in flames. The fireball of calamity erupted before Smudgy, who staggered backward repeatedly as the flames dissipated. Helena observed that Smudgy had grown several meters taller than before, unmistakably absorbing moisture. Smudgy's form had expanded dramatically, now exceeding 20 meters in height. Helena felt somewhat speechless. Why did she always encounter adversaries of such colossal stature? Smuggy swung his massive sword down, leaving an extensive fissure on the deck of the warship, prompting Helena to leap aside to evade the strike. Smuggy then horizontally aimed his blade at Helena, who gracefully leaped into the air, deftly avoiding the blow. The sword cleaved through the ship's railing on one side, reducing it to splinters. Helena unleashed a meteorite in midair, striking Smuggy's head. Smuggy raised his left hand, enveloped in armament hockey, to shield himself from Helena's attack, and then, with sheer brute force, sent Helena flying. Helena collided with the mast, shattering it upon impact. Grasping the remnants of the mast with one hand, she unleashed a fiery blaze with the other, while Smuggy once again raised his sword to deflect the assault. Helena understood that confronting Smuggy head-on would yield no advantages. With the activation of her lunar eclipse form, she unleashed the power of the penumbral devourer, her speed instantly accelerating to the point of leaving behind mere afterimages. Smuggy, now possessing a massive physique, moved with a slight lethargy, utterly incapable of discerning Helena's whereabouts. By employing her observation hockey, she sensed Helena's presence only to find her already positioned behind Smuggy. Helena conjured a sphere of light in her hand, and as it struck Smuggy's back, a blinding white radiance erupted. Smuggy was propelled forward, yet she managed to brace herself with her sword, preventing a fall. Turning to seek Helena, she found that she had vanished without a trace. Helena moved with the agility of a true wolf, utilizing all 4 limbs to traverse swiftly. She approached Smuggy, her claws sinking into his slender calf, drawing forth 3 crimson gashes. Smuggy, reacting with swift irritation, brought his foot down forcefully, yet Helena adeptly evaded the blow. The wooden planks beneath him splintered instantaneously. Smuggy clicked his tongue in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn, I can't catch her." Suddenly, Helena appeared directly in front of him, her right hand gathering energy, enveloping her claws to resemble a wolf's head. What? Smuggy attempted to block the impending strike, but alas, Helena's speed was too formidable. The attack, titled Lunar Eclipse, Wolf Hunt, struck heavily against Smuggy's abdomen, unleashing a tempest of white energy at the point of impact. Remarkably, Smuggy's massive form was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the opposite chamber of the warship, where he lay momentarily still. Upon witnessing the scene, Helena swiftly turned and leapt onto Smuggy's vessel to rescue the king. Smuggy's 2 sisters brandished their swords in an attempt to thwart Helena, but she deftly evaded them and made a beeline for the king. Grasping the king, Helena's warship arrived nearby, unleashing cannon fire upon Smuggy's ship. Helena, with the king in tow, was poised to leap aboard the warship when a remarkably potent and far-reaching sword aura surged forth from the side, cleaving the vessel in two. Helena turned her gaze and noticed that Smuggy had risen once more, effectively blocking her retreat with his formidable presence. How infuriating! Just as she was about to make her move, she lifted her foot only to discover that her legs were ensnared by an unseen force. Looking down, she saw a large mass of blue crystals resembling glass at her feet. "Smuggy, I have come to assist you," a voice with a pronounced lisp chimed from above. Smuggy felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted, "Brother, I can handle her. Do not underestimate her. She is the so-called Mad Wolf, the rising naval star who has recently attained the rank of Rear Admiral." Helena found herself unable to escape the enigmatic object beneath her feet. She lifted her gaze and beheld a man attired in a yellow tuxedo, adorned with a top hat. His elongated tongue emerged to caress a colossal lollipop in his grasp. Helena recognized him as Perispero, the eldest among Big Mom's children. With a flick of his hand, Perispero sent a mass of syrup hurtling towards Helena, ensnaring her. Seizing the opportunity, Smuggy leaped forward, brandishing his sword. Helena, harnessing her haki, broke free from the bindings, crossing her arms adorned with armament haki above her head to block Smuggy's strike. Meanwhile, Perispero interfered, conjuring several pointed syrup projectiles that shot toward Helena, piercing her flesh. Wincing in pain, she faltered, and Smuggy's sword followed suit, slicing into her. Blood splattered as Helena, gritting her teeth, attempted to rise, only to be ensnared once more by Perispero's syrup. In the chaos, a minion seized the chance to fasten seastone handcuffs and a collar around Helena's neck, instantly sapping her strength. Smuggy approached her, sword raised, intent on delivering the final blow. "Wait," he exclaimed. "Mother has long been interested in her. We should take her back to her." Meanwhile, Sengoku set aside the documents he had been perusing, lifting his teacup for a sip, only to find the tea had gone cold from the prolonged deliberations. He placed the cup down, rubbing his temples, burdened by the increasing demands placed upon the Navy with the upcoming World Conference. They were tasked not only with safeguarding the kings attending the event, but also with thwarting any opportunistic mischief makers. Suddenly, a messenger burst in, drenched in sweat. Standing at attention to report, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Helena has been captured by the Big Mom pirates. Sengoku sprang to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead. "What did you say?" The messenger stammered under the marshal's intense gaze. "Vice Admiral Helena has been taken by Big Mom's crew." Exhausted, Sengoku sank back into his seat, his mind racing. Once hailed as a strategic genius, he could surmise why Big Mom had targeted Helena. How infuriating. He should have anticipated it. Yet, lamenting the past bore no fruit. Action was imperative. In the New World, at Tato Land's Cake Island, a vividly colored ship navigated along a river flowing into the heart of the island. This was the stronghold of one of the four emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, and her pirate crew. Cake Island, along with over 30 surrounding islands, formed the realm known as Tato Land, where Big Mom reigned as the supreme queen. The ship docked in the town center, and Helena was forcibly disembarked. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the architecture resembling a variety of cakes, with pedestrians of all races bustling about, save for giants. Directly ahead loomed the island's largest structure, Big Mom's castle, designed like a three-tiered pink cake. Smuggy and Perispero escorted Helena inside the castle, leading her into a dimly lit hall where visibility was obscured. Helena surveyed her surroundings, the grand hall brimming with confections, each delicacy animated, sporting human visages, incessantly exclaiming, "Mother! Mother! Someone has arrived." The atmosphere of the hall instantly transformed into an eerie spectacle, further accentuated by the castle's food-like appearance, as if one had been transported into a whimsical realm akin to Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, yet far more grotesque. The king was also brought to this strange place, now standing there, trembling in fear. Before him loomed a colossal throne shrouded in shadows, upon which sat an imposing figure. Helena gazed at the creature lurking in the shadows, exclaiming, "And mother!" An eerie laughter echoed, emanating from an elderly woman. Perispero stepped forward, addressing the figure on the throne, "Mother, that audacious scoundrel who dared to deceive us, along with the woman you desire, is right here." The person on the throne leaned forward, and Helena could discern her visage, a corpulent woman with pink hair. Big Mom fixed her chilling gaze upon Helena, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down her brow. Was this the intimidating power of one of the four emperors? Big Mom turned her attention to the man beside her and inquired, "Hey, you are the king of the Kazota Kingdom, aren't you?" Her icy tone rendered him speechless. "You wretched fool. dared to betray me by reselling the weapons I provided through the underground black market. Quite a clever scheme, isn't it? You scoundrel. The harrowing reprimand instilled such terror in the man that he nearly lost control. And no, it's not as you think. I am mother. Fear not. The money you deceived me of can be repaid with goods instead, she replied. Hearing a glimmer of hope, the man eagerly responded, Yes, yes. I can provide whatever you desire. Indeed, that is the essence of a transaction. With gain comes sacrifice. Your lifespan shall suffice. The man's ingratiating smile vanished, replaced by a paralyzing dread. In an instant, he felt as though he had entered a different realm, enveloped by boundless darkness. While the already imposing figure of Big Mom appeared even more colossal and terrifying. Unable to withstand the overwhelming fear, he collapsed to the ground. Big Mom chuckled maliciously, saying, Let us take 80 years from your lifespan as repayment. With that, she activated the powers of the soul fruit, reaching out her hand to grasp before him, extracting a creamy, milky white soul from his body. The man's expression twisted in agony, and the moment his soul departed, he succumbed to death. And mother, behold, this is the fate of those who deceive me. His lifeless body was dragged away by homies, resembling chess pieces. Big Mom then turned her gaze toward Helena. Hey, young girl, she called out to her. Your name is Helena, correct? Helena swallowed hard and nodded. Where were you born? She inquired. I don't know. The aunt raised an eyebrow, picked up a nearby cake, and opened her mouth wide to take a bite. As Horwitz screamed, he exclaimed, Is it delicious, Mama? Is it delicious, Mama? Helena felt an indescribable sense of dread enveloping the scene. The elderly woman reclined against the back of her chair and inquired, Are you entirely oblivious to your own identity, or is it that you are concealing something? Helena's voice rose slightly. I truly do not know what my identity is. I was cast into the sea the moment I was born. Helena, would you be interested in joining my pirate crew? Let me be frank. If your identity is indeed what I suspect, you cannot remain in the Navy. Helena remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. The elder lady chuckled a few times and said to Parasparrow beside her, Hey, Parasparrow, confine her to Munder. Yes, Mama. Helena was taken to an underground chamber filled with books, where Mondor, one of Big Mom's children, thrust her into a massive tome, causing Helena to stumble and fall to the ground. Infuriated, she resolved to devise a plan. 2 days later, a mysterious figure arrived at Cake Island, requesting an audience with Big Mom. The matriarch tossed a piece of pudding into her mouth, chewing it heartily while casting a sinister glance at the cloaked individual before her. Inquiring, Who do you represent? For Emperor Big Mom, you have Vice Admiral Helena in your custody, do you not? Big Mom bellowed, slamming her fist against the armrest of her throne, her face contorted with anger. First, answer my question, scoundrel. Speak, who sent you here? The mysterious figure removed his hood, revealing a head of brown hair. He lifted his gaze to Big Mom, his eyes devoid of luster, reflecting an unsettling emptiness. Sensing that this young man had endured something profound, she perceived the absence of emotion within him. I am Rear Admiral Fina, here on behalf of the Navy to negotiate the release of Vice Admiral Helena. Upon hearing this, Big Mom chuckled with a knowing smile. Oh my. It seems the Navy holds that woman in high regard. Is there something particularly special about her? She feigned ignorance. No, she is nothing extraordinary. Really? Let me guess. Who issued the orders directly? Sengoku? Fina hesitated briefly before responding nonchalantly. No. Then it must be. This is delightful. Big Mom laughed even more heartily, as her suspicions regarding Sengoku's interest were confirmed. She savored another piece of cream cake and declared, Return to Sengoku and inform him that Helena is now under my command. Tell him to cease his futile efforts. Should he continue to bother me about this matter, I shall ensure that our dealings are made public. There will always be those who believe it, ha ha ha. Fina lowered his head and donned his hat, saying understood. He then turned to leave, while Big Mom resumed indulging in her desserts. Although his expression remained stoic, Fina's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The direct negotiation had failed. It was time to initiate the contingency plan of infiltration and rescue. That evening, Fina stealthily slipped out from the town's inn. As he navigated the streets, patrolled by cookie soldiers, he skillfully evaded detection and soon approached the castle. Before he could find an opportunity to enter, a swarm of homie soldiers appeared around him. A tall, slender woman with an unnaturally long neck and a pallid complexion, reminiscent of a corpse, emerged from the ranks of homies, smoking a cigarette and wielding the renowned blade, White Fish. Fina recognized her as Amanda, Big Mom's daughter and a hybrid of the Snakehead tribe. In the air above, Mondor stood atop two books, dismissively proclaiming, "Humph. I suspected you wouldn't give up so easily, homies. Capture him." Fina remained impassive, skillfully repelling the assailing Hormiais with his remarkable physical prowess. Amanda, exhaling a plume of smoke, lost her patience and coldly declared, "Enough." With a swift motion, she brandished her knife, instantly closing the distance to Fina. Despite being a highly trained operative, Fina reacted with lightning speed, narrowly evading the strike with a deft maneuver. However, Amanda's superiority was undeniable. She unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon him, ultimately pressing the blade against his throat. Helena sat within the confines of the book, contemplating whether to initially acquiesce to the aunt's request to join her ranks, only to subsequently seek an opportunity to escape. However, the ocean sea slugs were omnipresent, rendering a discreet exit from the realm of nations nearly impossible. Mondor led a contingent of Homais, escorting Fina to the basement, where she too was confined within the book. After Mondor departed, Helena scrutinized Fina intently. Fina turned her gaze towards Helena, her eyes devoid of anger, and inquired, "Are you General Helena?" "Indeed, I am. I am Major General Fina, dispatched by the Commander-in-Chief to retrieve you. I apologize for the failure of the operation." "Ah, there is no need for your apologies. No, this unfortunate predicament is entirely my fault." With that, Fina fell silent. Helena gazed at him with a sense of bewilderment, perpetually sensing that there was something peculiar about this individual. Helena sighed, tilting her head back. "Alas, this is the only solution we have." "Hey, Fina. I'm here. I intend to feign compliance with Big Mom's request to join her, and in return, I will strive to secure your release. You must ensure that you convey this clearly to Admiral Sengoku. Do not allow him to genuinely believe I have turned to piracy." "Commodore Helena, if I may be frank, the likelihood of them releasing me is virtually non-existent." "Then do you possess any alternative plans?" Fina remained silent for a moment, while Helena regarded him with an expression of hopeful anticipation. "None." Helena was left speechless. The following day, Mondor arrived at the basement and inquired, "Hey, my mother sent me to ask you whether you will join our pirate crew. This is the final opportunity." Selena cast a furtive glance at Fina, wrestling with her thoughts before ultimately conceding. "All right, I shall join you." Fina remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to this arrangement. It was indeed the right choice. Being alongside her mother assured a plethora of resources. "Homais, bring her forth. Do not unshackle her just yet. We must ascertain your loyalty," Mondor instructed with caution. "But I have a request," Selena interjected. "A request? What sort of request?" "Release him." Selena gestured for Fina's release. "Keeping him serves no purpose. Had he departed yesterday, we would not have pursued him. It was his own volition to venture in and rescue you. Therefore, we bear no blame. Allow me to speak with Big Mom," Selena asserted with a hint of defiance. Mondor's expression darkened as he scrutinized Selena, who met his gaze unflinchingly. The two remained locked in a tense standoff until Mondor ultimately relented. "Bring them both out." Mondor led the two from the basement when suddenly the phone bug in his possession began to ring. "Lubu, hello? What transpired?" "Mondor, where are you?" "Mother is in trouble." "What? Opera? Is that you? What has happened to Mother?" "Mother's eating disorder has flared up. She is demanding macarons, and the chefs are working diligently to prepare them. But Mother has already caused a commotion in town." "I understand. I shall head over immediately." With that, he ended the call. Upon hearing this, Selena realized it was a fortuitous opportunity to escape while Big Mom was in a frenzy and preoccupied. She turned to Fina and exchanged a knowing glance, which Fina understood. Fina utilized Shave to approach Mondor, delivering a swift kick to his face that sent him flying. Mondor crashed into the wall, momentarily incapacitated. Fina, harnessing her haki, broke free from the handcuffs binding her wrists and swiftly dispatched the incoming homies. Just as Mondor regained his footing, Fina struck him once more in the abdomen, causing him to collapse again. "You wretched duo!" Mondor exclaimed as Fina discovered the key to the sea prism stone handcuffs on him, liberating Selena in haste as they made their escape. After they had distanced themselves, Mondor retrieved a din mushi and shouted to Opera, "The woman whom Mama holds in high regard is attempting to flee. Dispatch some personnel immediately to apprehend them." "What? Mama has yet to be dealt with here?" Opera replied. "Then inform the other islands to send reinforcements at once." Meanwhile, in the town of Cake Island, the uncontrollable Big Mom roared, her eyes wild with madness. "Macarons! Where are the macarons? Bring me the macarons." As she spoke, she swung her fist, demolishing the roof of an ice cream shop. The townsfolk scattered in panic. while her children stood nearby, at a loss for what to do. Big Mom's fifth son, the cream minister opera, incessantly urged the chefs via Din Din Mushi to expedite the macarons, to which the chefs responded, "It will take approximately half an hour." Half an hour? That is far too long. Hurry up. Quickly. Mama's hunger pangs are severe. Act swiftly. A squad of homies pushed open the gates of Cake Castle. Once Selena and Fina ensured everyone had exited, they stealthily slipped out of the castle as well. Just outside, a cake-shaped roof suddenly plummeted from the distance, landing directly in front of them. Helena was startled and advised to be cautious, lest she be affected by the rampaging woman. Fina turned to Helena and said, "My ship is docked in the harbor on the eastern side of the island. Let us proceed there." "Very well." The two of them sprang into action. Racing towards the port, Mondor dashed out of the castle and, upon encountering Ophelia, seized her arm and inquired, "What of those two individuals?" "I have no idea," she replied. "Curse it. They must have headed to the harbor. Quickly, alert them to seal off the port." Helena and Fina arrived at the eastern port, where the Homais troops and pirates had awaited their arrival for some time. "The target has appeared. Seize them." The enemy surged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Helena and Fina. The 32nd son of Big Mom, Brony, charged at Fina wielding a baseball bat, swinging it towards her. Fina deftly evaded the swing and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Brony flying. Meanwhile, the 33rd son, Ryzen, drew his sword and rushed towards Helena, his blade enveloped in the fierce aura of hockey as it struck towards her. Helena, with her left hand coated in hockey, parried the blow, while her right fist swung forward, only to be narrowly dodged by Ryzen. Helena denied him the opportunity to counter, transforming her left hand into a wolf's claw and unleashing a gusting blade that sent Lazon flying. After the two of them were dealt with, Fina guided Helena onto his motorboat. As the boat set sail, heading towards the island's outskirts, Mondor contacted the port using a communication insect. Brownie, rising from the ground, replied, "I apologize, brother. They have managed to escape by boat." "What? How infuriating." "No matter, reinforcements are already en route. They will surely intercept them." As Helena and her companions set out on the motorboat, it wasn't long before they were surrounded by countless vessels from all directions. "We are ensnared." A burly man with a crew cut and a prominent mustache, exuding an intimidating presence, stood at the bow of one of the boats, looking down upon the two with a fierce gaze. Helena also noticed him, recognizing him as the third son of the matron, Charlotte Dafu. He possessed the power of the vaporization fruit and, 8 years later, commanded a bounty of 300 million, stationed as a minister of beans on Creaking Island. It is likely that he was summoned by Mondor to intercept them. "Surrender willingly. You cannot escape," Dafu said coldly. Helena gazed intently at him, transforming into her beastly form, signaling that this adversary required utmost seriousness. Upon witnessing Helena's intention to engage, Dafu refrained from further dialogue, swiftly rubbing his hands against his belt. A voluminous surge of azure smoke erupted from a central aperture in his belt, coalescing into a colossal figure reminiscent of the mighty genie from Aladdin's lamp. Wielding a formidable greatsword, the entity incessantly chanted "Giant, giant, giant," as it brandished the massive blade towards Helena. She fortified herself with armament hockey, and as the sword collided with her obsidian arm, a resounding metallic clang echoed through the air. Helena deflected the sword, sending forth a gust of wind blade directed at the giant. However, the being, composed of smoke, evaded the attack just as the blade was about to make contact, transforming back into a swirling mist under Dafu's command. The wind blade sailed through the vapor, only for the smoke to reconstitute the giant, which then swung its sword anew. Fina observed the clash between the two above, while nearby pirate vessels began bombarding the steamboat. Without hesitation, Fina dashed to the helm, maneuvering the vessel to evade the oncoming cannon fire. Helena, having found her repeated assaults on the demon fruitless, swiftly darted past it, aiming for Dafu. Dafu hastened the friction between his hands, and from the central aperture of his belt, a thick plume of smoke erupted, coalescing into another demon. The newly manifested figure bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, brandishing a pair of ring blades. "Demon! Demon!" The ring blade demon swung its dual weapons, sending Helena soaring away and rendering her unable to approach. Before she could regain her balance midair, the blade-wielding demon launched an attack, prompting Helena to activate her circular shield to deflect the blow. "Demon! Demon!" The two demons pressed their advantage, assaulting her from both flanks. Helena unleashed her half-shadow technique, dramatically increasing her speed to evade their strikes, while the blade-wielding demon cleaved through the ring blade demon. However, the Ringblade demon quickly reformed, and the two demons relentlessly pursued Helena. Helena transformed into a fiery sphere, launching herself towards Dafu like a cannonball. In response, Dafu commanded the two demons to disperse and return to his side, forming a protective barrier while imbuing the smoke with the power of armament hockey. Helena collided with the inky black smoke and was repelled, executing a moonwalk to evade. Seizing the opportunity while the Fu-est minions had yet to convene, she gathered a luminous orb enveloped in flames in her hands and hurled it towards the vessel beneath the Fu's feet. The fireball detonated upon impact with the ship, causing the entire structure to shudder and tilt forward. Unsteady under Defu's feet, he was compelled to grasp onto a support to prevent himself from toppling, leaving him bereft of the energy to command his minions. Helena seized the opportunity, and a meteor surged towards Defu. A magnificent purplish-red sword energy sliced through the air from the distance, cleaving the surface of the sea. Helena had no choice but to envelop herself in an armament color for protection, yet she was still struck by the formidable sword energy, sending her flying onto an enemy vessel. Helena looked up and saw Smuggy coming to the rescue. "Brother, please be careful," Smuggy shouted to Dafu. "I know," Dafu replied irritably. Helena wore a grave expression, finding herself somewhat overwhelmed in the face of two formidable adversaries. "Opera, my dear, the macarons have arrived," she exclaimed with delight. "Quick, bring them to me." Summoning her courage, Opera rushed to the towering figure of Big Mom, calling out, "Mother, the macarons are over here." She pointed to a sizable heap of macarons nearby. Big Mom slowly approached the mound of macarons and began to devour them voraciously. "Delicious," she proclaimed, her demeanor returning to normal. Mondor rushed over, urgency in his voice. "Mother, those two Navy officers are currently engaged in battle with our men in the eastern waters of the island. How dare they confront Helena? I shall take matters into my own hands," Big Mom declared. "Zeus." "Yes, Mother," replied the baseball cap-clad Thundercloud, Zeus, as he emerged, transforming into a darkened form and gradually enlarging. Big Mom leaped on Zeus to the eastern side of the island. Suddenly, Smoothie swung her sword, narrowly missing Helena, but inadvertently cleaving their own pirate ship in two. Helena turned swiftly and unleashed a fiery blast, while Smudgy's arm, enveloped in hockey, deflected it with ease. Behind Selena, the formidable blade-wielding demon advanced with ferocity, but Selena deftly evaded the assault once more using her lunar steps. At that moment, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Defuku glanced upward and called out to Smuggy, "Smuggy, Mother is coming." "What? Mother is coming in person?" Before the words could fully escape his lips, the matriarch soared through the air atop Zeus. "Mama," Selena exclaimed, "where do you think you're trying to flee?" Helena gritted her teeth, sensing the dire situation ahead. It was time to take a risk. Perhaps it was true what they said about inviting calamity by refusing a toast. Suddenly, the voice of the matron turned cold, chilling the air like the harbinger of death. "Prometheus," she commanded, seizing the nearby miniature sun, which instantly transformed into a blazing sphere of fire. Hellfire erupted in a torrent, hurtling towards Helena. Yet, she did not flinch. Instead, she activated her disaster form, absorbing the flames entirely. "Intriguing," the matron exclaimed, observing Helena emerge unscathed, a smile creeping onto her face. "Napoleon," she called out. "Yes, Mother." Napoleon transformed into his imperial sword form. Bolts of lightning entwined around him as he descended upon Helena with a thunderous slash. Helena swiftly leaped away, but in midair, the matron's other hand, enveloped in hockey, struck Helena with a powerful punch, sending her hurtling backward. Helena had yet to rise when the matron stood before her. The matron, wielding a bolt of lightning, brought it crashing down upon Helena. The blinding purple radiance of the thunder rendered Defu and Smoogie positioned at a distance, unable to open their eyes as arcs of electricity surged and scattered. Helena, struck by the lightning, teetered on the brink of consciousness. The matron seized Helena and held her before her, scrutinizing her intently. "What? Still unwilling to surrender?" "Imam, I had intended to discuss your matters with you earnestly, yet you rushed away so hastily. I have changed my mind. Since you are so enamored with remaining in the Navy, then so be it. You may join me when you uncover the truth." With a careless toss, she hurled Helena onto the speedboat of Fina. Both Defu and Smoogie were taken aback, astonished that their mother would release such a person, something they had never witnessed before. Helena rose to her feet, casting a perplexed glance at the enigmatic matron whose expression hinted at a deeper significance. At that moment, She sensed that a considerable secret lingered within her. Clearly, the matron was eager for some entertainment. "Shall we depart?" Fina inquired, devoid of emotion. "Yes, let us go," Helena replied, taking a seat to rest. Sengoku sat behind his desk, listening intently to Fina's report. After the negotiation faltered, "I resolved to infiltrate Big Mom's castle under the cover of night to rescue Vice Admiral Helena." Sengoku was taken aback by this revelation. "What? Why would you do such a thing?" "My subordinate, the mission failed," Fina replied. "This is beyond your capability. What has happened to you?" "My subordinate." "I am also at a loss," Fina responded. Sengoku contemplated expressing his anger, but upon seeing the lifeless gaze in Fina's eyes, the words caught in his throat. "Enough. Let this be the last time. You may leave now." "Understood." Just as Sengoku settled into his chair, a messenger burst into the room, announcing, "Marshal, there is an urgent call from Mary Geos for you." Sengoku answered the transponder snail, and a young man's voice emerged. "Is this Admiral Sengoku of the Navy?" "Yes." "May I inquire who is calling?" "I am Horace Minzelin, and I wish to meet with a vice admiral in your ranks." The man interrupted Sengoku without hesitation. Recognizing the name, Sengoku's expression turned grave as he deduced whom the man sought. Nevertheless, he asked, "Who do you wish to see?" "Helena, is it not?" "That woman." "What is your purpose in seeking her?" "That is classified information." "By the way, Marshal, do you happen to know her surname?" Minzelin's tone was indifferent. "I do not." "As she is an orphan. The name Helena was given to her by her adoptive parents." "I see. By the way, Marshal, you must know something, right?" Minzelin suddenly posed a perplexing question. "What do you mean?" "Never mind. No matter how I ask, you would only evade my inquiries. Please inform Vice Admiral Helena to come here." Without waiting for Sengoku's response, he abruptly ended the call. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing the situation had become complicated. However, there was no alternative but to instruct the messenger to notify Helena. After pondering for a moment, he decided to contact Kizaru, who remained in Mary Geos, to ensure that Helena was kept safe and that no incidents occurred. Helena followed a figure clad in white garments, adorned with a white mask, along the corridor of a grand palace. Helena felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of the purpose behind the celestial dragon summons. She glanced at the individual before her, presumably a member of CP0, who had yet to utter a single word. Instead, he communicated with her by inscribing messages on a writing board, suggesting that he was incapable of speech. Helena gazed out the window, her eyes captivated by the magnificent garden beyond. She found herself momentarily entranced. The residence of the celestial dragons exceeded her wildest imaginings in opulence. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a figure seated at a table in the garden. Was that Kizaru? She clearly discerned him holding a cup of coffee, his eyes fixed upon her, as he offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. The CP0 agent abruptly halted, prompting Helena to do the same. They arrived at the door of a room, where the CP0 agent stepped forward to knock. "Come in," an emotionless voice responded. The CP0 agent opened the door, stepping aside to gesture for Helena to enter. Helena swallowed nervously and cautiously stepped into the room, followed closely by CP0, who closed the door with a resounding thud. This was a study, evidently a private chamber. Behind the opulent desk, positioned in front of the window, sat a strikingly handsome young man with blue hair, adorned in luxurious attire. Helena had anticipated encountering a peculiar individual clad in strange attire, adorned with a transparent helmet. To her surprise, it was Minzelin who spoke first. I am here," Helena replied nervously. "Are you entirely unaware of your own lineage?" "Yes," she responded. The mention of her heritage made Helena alert. Recent events orchestrated by her aunt had unveiled the complexities surrounding her origins, and now even the celestial dragons were involved. "From birth until now, have you noticed anything about yourself that sets you apart from others?" "I am taller and stronger than the average person. However, I believe there are countless individuals with superior physical attributes," Helena replied dismissively. "Do your eyes exhibit any peculiarities?" "No," she insisted. Helena was reluctant to elaborate. In recent days, many had alluded to her uniqueness, yet none spoke the truth, leaving her perplexed and somewhat irritated. Minzelin fell silent, fixating his gaze on Helena, who averted her eyes, keen to avoid antagonizing a celestial dragon. Suddenly, Minzelin turned his attention to the CP0 agent standing silently behind Helena, tilting his head slightly to signal him to act. The CP0 agent swiftly raised his hand towards Helena with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Yet, Helena had already sensed his movements through her observation hockey. She pivoted and seized his outstretched wrist with one hand while constricting his throat with the other, pinning him to the ground. The commotion from the struggle attracted the attention of the guards outside, who burst through the door to protect Mincelin. Upon assessing the scene within, they raised their weapons, aiming them at Helena. Helena turned her head to gaze at Mincelin, suppressing the urge to speak disrespectfully. "What do you intend to do to me?" Mincelin remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated that CP0 would be countered by Helena. Seizing the moment while Helena's attention was directed at Mincelin, CP0 deftly produced a small syringe filled with blood and injected it into Helena's arm. Helena swiftly cast aside the syringe and leaped away, yet a trace of blood still infiltrated her system. What was that substance? She bellowed at Mincelin, her fury palpable, feeling as though she had been toyed with like a mere jester amid the bewildering events that had unfolded. Veins pulsed on her forehead. Her mouth cracked open to reveal fangs, yet she resolutely restrained herself, knowing that provoking a celestial dragon could spell her doom, even with Sengoku's protection. Mincelin, with an air of elegance, clasped his hands and approached Helena with deliberate slowness, meeting her gaze with an upward tilt of his chin. His scrutiny of her violet irises sent an uncomfortable shiver down her spine. After a prolonged silence, Mincelin spoke. "Calm yourself. That substance poses no harm to you. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely your prerogative. You must understand, tuition does not require such elaborate measures." He turned away, lifting a teacup from the desk, sipping leisurely before setting it down. His assertion rang true. As a celestial dragon, he did not embody the typical pampered ineptitude. At this moment, Helena recognized her inability to contend with him. "What do you want from me?" she demanded. "No? Just proceed with whatever you wish. Some matters are still unprepared. How shall I put it? You may regard me as a collaborator." "Collaborator? What value do I possess that would compel you to partner with me?" Mincelin shrugged nonchalantly. "The worth of every individual varies across different perspectives. Just trust me when you are needed and follow my directives. It will undoubtedly be to your benefit. Does Helena regard me as a mere pawn? Your thoughts are of no concern to me. What I express is simply my own desire. Moreover, you find yourself devoid of any alternatives, do you not?" Mincelin ceased to speak, lifting the teacup to resume sipping. Helena's temper had somewhat subsided. She inquired, "Is there anything I can know at this moment?" "I'm afraid not," came the reply. Helena closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and ultimately acquiesced. "All right, I have conveyed everything I wish to express. You may depart now." With that, the guard at the entrance stepped aside. Helena cast a complicated glance at Mincelin before exiting, leaving this place behind. Helena sat behind the desk in her office, now a major general, having her own workspace. She looked speechlessly at the person seated on the sofa beside her, who belonged to CP0. "Are you here to monitor me?" she inquired. CP0 picked up a writing board that read, "I am here to assist you. I do not require any assistance." She retorted, "Give it up. Whether you wish to or not, I will remain. Even if you were to kill me, others would be sent in my stead." Helena's anger surged within her. She felt as if she were being held captive, subject to the whims of others. A soldier knocked at the door, and CP0 vanished in an instant. Helena replied, "Please come in. Admiral Helena, here are the bounty notices for this month. Please have a look." "Very well," she answered. "I shall take my leave now." Supporting her forehead, Helena began to flip through the documents. After only a few pages, she abruptly halted, seizing one notice for a closer examination. The bounty featured a striking young woman. Her long, raven hair framing a cold visage, her sharp gaze imbued with a lethal aura. Her moniker was Crimson Demon, and her name was Chiharu. With a staggering bounty of 300 million berries. Chiharu, on tree number 37 of the Sabaody archipelago, a woman entered a tavern, her face masked to conceal her identity. The establishment was filled with pirates and various criminals, and upon her entrance, many leered at her, captivated by her alluring eyes that peeked from beneath her veil. Several patrons whistled, while others brazenly uttered lewd remarks. Chiharu ignored them. Striding directly to the bar where she addressed the bartender, "I wish to see Mr. Dre." With an impassive expression, the bartender replied, "To meet Mr. Dre, you must reveal your identity." After a brief hesitation, Chiharu removed her mask. The bartender instantly recognized her, exclaiming, "The Crimson Demon Chiharu, is it not?" He set aside the glass he had been polishing. At that moment, someone in the tavern recognized her true identity, shouting, "Isn't she the one with the 300 million bounty, the Crimson Demon?" The raucous crowd fell silent, as another individual produced a bounty notice to confirm her identity. "She is the one who single-handedly annihilated an entire naval branch, the Crimson Demon Chiharu?" a man whispered to his companion. suddenly feeling a chill as he recalled the inappropriate comments he had made moments before. Go through that door. The bartender pointed to a door behind him, addressing Chiharu. Chiharu donned her mask once more and proceeded through the door. Once she vanished, the raucous pirates resumed their clamor, though many remained apprehensive. In a dimly lit room, an exceedingly corpulent man lounged on a large sofa, smoking a cigarette. Opposite him sat a gaunt and haggard figure. Boss Dre, as long as you are willing to invest, I assure you that you will reap substantial profits. The new location for the guild has already been selected, the frail man eagerly asserted. Dre, pressing down on the cigarette between his fingers, gestured for him to cease his prattle. Brother Talawan, assisting you in your resurgence is certainly no issue. However, I must confess that my resources are limited, so do not expect me to contribute significantly. Moreover, I am a rather greedy individual. I require a considerable profit to feel satisfied. Do you understand? Talawan recognized that Dre sought to extract more from him, yet he felt powerless in the situation. Oh, I understand. Talawan forced a smile, masking his discomfort. Darui raised his wine glass and downed a drink when suddenly a knock echoed at the door. Followed by a voice reporting from outside, Mr. Darui, the appointment has arrived. With a casual gesture of his open palm towards the entrance, he beckoned Terong to proceed. Terong, understanding the cue, promptly stood and made his respectful farewell to Darui as he stepped outside. Upon opening the door, a masked woman clad in red stood before him. Terong instinctively stole a glance at her, but was met with a sharp glare from Qianlin, causing him to jump back in surprise and hurriedly exit. Qianlin entered the room without uttering a word, tossing a bundled object onto the floor before Darui. The fabric was stained with large splotches of blood. Miss Crimson Demon, you've completed it so swiftly? Darui complimented, but Qianlin remained unresponsive. One of the subordinates stepped forward to retrieve the wrapped object, unveiling a severed hand within. Bloodied and adorned with a ring set with a large gemstone. Upon recognizing the ring, Darui erupted into laughter. He waved his hand dismissively for the subordinate to take the severed hand away and instructed, "Bring me that knife." Clapping his hands, he remarked, "Truly worthy of the title Miss Crimson Demon." Qianlin continued to ignore him, patiently awaiting the return of her subordinate. After a brief moment, the subordinate rushed back holding an exquisite katana, presenting it to Qianlin. Upon receiving the blade, she turned to leave, and rather than showing displeasure, Darui cheerfully called after her, "Take care, until next time." Before his words could fully settle, Qianlin departed. Meanwhile, near the shores of Xiangbidi, Selena stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the coastline. Behind her, a messenger approached, reporting, "Major General Selena. Teams 3 and 4 have found no leads, while Team 2 has tracked some targets but was ambushed." The assailants were clad in matching red attire, likely members of a local gang. Helena removed her justice coat and instructed the messenger. "Notify the entire ship to be on standby." "Yes." The messenger hurried away, and suddenly, the peculiar CP0 agent appeared silently behind Helena. Had she not employed her observation haki, she would have been oblivious to his presence. "Do I have to bring you along on my mission?" Helena expressed her dissatisfaction towards CP0. He wrote on his clipboard, "It is my duty, please understand." Helena sighed. "If a battle ensues, will you lend assistance?" "Within the limits of my abilities." "Very well." The two boarded a small boat and approached the bustling street of the tree number 37 in Shambadi. As Helena contemplated whether the second team had encountered an ambush here, something suddenly darted past her feet. It was a small boy, covered in grime, yet as agile as an eel. As he scurried past Helena, he attempted to flee, only to be abruptly seized by the collar. Startled, the boy flailed his limbs uncontrollably. The person gripping him turned him upside down and shook him, causing a wallet to fall from the boy's clothing. Helena picked up the wallet and turned to the little boy she had caught, smiling as she said, "Little brother, you can't steal from your sister. Put me down. Put me down," he exclaimed. "How brazen of you to be caught stealing. Have you never been taught a lesson?" Helena shook the boy up and down, causing him to see stars and feel dizzy. "Let me go, you brutish woman," he shouted. "Huh?" Helena, displeased by his words, retorted. "Who are you calling brutish? Let me go." "Ah, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall teach you a lesson," she threatened. The boy, though still defiant, quieted down somewhat, mumbling, let me go, let me go. If you want me to release you, answer me a question." "What?" "Who do the ruffians in red clothes here belong to?" "The ones in red? They should belong to Big Dre." "Hey, don't say I told you," the boy said nervously, flailing his arms. "So where can I find Big Dre?" Over there." The boy pointed towards a distant tavern. Helena looked up, but the boy began squirming again. Hey, can't you just stay still? All right, I'll let you go. Now scram. The child ran off, and Helena and her companion headed straight to the tavern. Upon arriving, they found the door locked. They circled to the side of the building, and with her armed finger, Helena pierced a small hole in the wooden wall. Peering inside, she was met with a horrific sight. The tavern was strewn with corpses, blood pooling on the floor, and chaos reigned. A few still clung to life, groaning on the ground. Returning to the front, they discovered the door had been forced open, and CP0 stood there with a small iron rod, watching Helena. She shot him an irritated glance. They entered the tavern, carefully stepping over the bodies, unaware of the whereabouts of the murderer. Behind the bar, they found the corpse of the bartender. Pushing it aside revealed an open trapdoor leading to the basement. Cautiously, they descended into a long, dark corridor filled with more bodies, most likely the guards, all bearing cuts consistent with those inflicted from outside. At the end of the hallway, a door was tightly shut, muffled voices emanating from within. Helena pressed her ear against the door to listen. You know where she is, don't you? Just tell me about Wilma Qianlin. Qianlin. Helena was taken aback by this revelation. Is she here too? Are they searching for her? Suddenly, the occupants of the room sensed someone outside. Someone's out there. This is bad. We've been discovered. They quickly jumped aside, and with a sharp sound, the door and the walls on either side were cleaved in two. With a resounding crash, the door fell to the ground, and Helena beheld the scene within. As in other areas, the floor was littered with the bodies of guards, and a large, rotund man sat on a sofa, being yanked by the collar. The individual grasping his collar donned an extraordinary Japanese garment, adorned with an elaborate topknot and wooden clogs, with a blue scabbard housing a blade at his waist, embodying the essence of a samurai. Nearby, closer to the door, stood another samurai, his sword drawn, with a green scabbard, suggesting that the recent strike was executed by him. Quite skilled, isn't he? Hey, Ryzen, have you uncovered the whereabouts of that creature? Yes, indeed. Why the haste, Makuz? However, this person outside appears rather formidable. Makuz displayed a boastful grin. Upon hearing these words, Selena glanced around. Where had that CP0 gone? Before she could ponder further, Makuzang charged forward with his blade, moving with such swiftness that he zipped past Selena in an instant, coming to a leisurely halt behind her. Delicate slashes, intermingled with a powerful gust of air, struck Selena, leaving countless wounds upon her body. She thought to herself that this individual possessed formidable swordsmanship. Hey, Nyongwan, what direction is that monster in? I shall pursue it first. You take care of her, and then follow. Understood, understood. Head east to tree number 36. Helena listened intently to their words. The monster they spoke of must be Qianlin. Liangquan unsheathed his blade and charged towards Helena, who deftly dodged to the sides. Behind her, Mokuzu had leisurely exited the underground. Liang Chuan's sword struck Helena on the shoulder, and a wicked smile crept across his face as purple arcs of electricity surged forth from the blade, shocking Helena for several seconds. Having successfully landed his blow, Liangquan intended to strike again, but Helena transformed her hand into a wolf's claw and lunged at him. Liangwan, displaying remarkable agility, swiftly evaded her attack, gazing at Helena's hand with a look of bewilderment. As Helena unleashed her blade of storm, it became difficult to evade within the confines of the narrow space. Liangquan skillfully intercepted it with his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Helena charged forward, her claws enveloped in an aura of armed color, aiming to grasp Liangquan. Unexpectedly, arcs of electricity surged from Liangquan, stunning Helena for several seconds as she advanced. Liangquan swung his sword horizontally, and Helena, with her arm coated in armed color, attempted to block the strike, only to be met once more with a surge of electricity coursing through the blade, shocking her. Helena was compelled to retreat, maintaining her distance from Liangquan. With a swift motion, Liangquan swung his blade, unleashing a violet sword aura crackling with electricity. Helena, utilizing her observation haki, deftly evaded the onslaught. Liangquan, undeterred, charged forward with his weapon raised. Helena swiftly sidestepped, but Liangquan relentlessly pursued, continuously striking with his blade, the air alive with flashes of lightning. Seizing the opportune moment during his assault, Selena unleashed a powerful kick imbued with armed color, striking him squarely in the abdomen and sending him hurtling through the air. Liangquan collided with the ceiling, letting out a pained scream before plummeting to the ground, unconscious. Helena no longer paid him any mind as she stepped over him and made her way to the room at the end of the corridor. Upon entering, she beheld CP0 seated upon a person who lay groaning on the floor, blood seeping from his mouth, suggesting he had sustained significant injuries. Meanwhile, Dre remained silent on the sofa, not daring to make a sound. CP0 was scribbling on a notepad and, upon noticing Helena's arrival, displayed the pad for her to see. "This is your target, the defector Brigadier General?" Helena inquired. CP0 nodded, and she turned her gaze towards Dre. "So you are the esteemed Dre?" "Oh no, please, just call me Dre," he replied humbly. "What did that person seek you for?" Helena asked, tilting her head towards the man pinned to the ground, then bending down to address Dre. "He claimed to possess confidential information regarding the Navy and sought to contact me to arrange a buyer for the intelligence." Helena narrowed her eyes, and the astute Dre quickly waved his hands in protest. I haven't had the chance to connect him with anyone. Besides, the information he possesses has not been compromised through me." Helena straightened up, disregarding Dre. She addressed CP0, requesting, "Could you kindly escort him back to the warship? I have a few matters to attend to and shall return shortly." CP0 remained motionless, offering no response. Observing his prolonged silence, Helena dismissed him and departed on her own. Upon exiting the room, she noticed Liang Quan rising from the floor, his face twisted in a menacing glare directed at Helena. "You wretched creature, I shall see you dead," he exclaimed, as the blade of the katana in his hand became enveloped in crackling purple lightning, his eyes and body pulsating with the same electric energy. Helena sighed and transformed into her formidable form. Liang Quan observed as the tall woman across from him suddenly emanated a radiant glow, which, upon dissipating, revealed a monstrous creature with the head of a wolf. The beast unleashed a ferocious roar, and a torrent of flames erupted, instantly engulfing the entire corridor. As the inferno subsided, the corpses within the hallway were reduced to charred remains, the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeating the air. Liang Quan writhed on the ground, screaming in agony, yet Helena cast him no further glance as she strode past him. Emerging from the underground, she recalled the directions exchanged between the two warriors earlier. However, as soon as she exited the tavern, a throng of individuals clad in crimson garments, including thugs and ruffians, armed themselves and surrounded her. "Brothers, Boss Dre is in peril. We must rush to his aid." These men mistakenly believed Helena to be the assailant targeting Dre, raising their weapons as they charged towards her. Helena let out a silent sigh. Qianlin sat atop a small hill, gazing at the knife she had just retrieved. This blade belonged to her cousin, yet he had come with the intent to take her life. Qianlin closed her eyes, weary from nearly a decade of evasion. She could scarcely recall the number of wounds she had endured prior to her chance encounter with Nasuo and Helena. "There you are, demon," came the voice of Makuza from behind her. "You are capable of slaying Yamashikin. However, in doing so, there would be no need to fabricate a reason for your own demise." Qianlin did not turn to face him, but instead inquired, "Was the original intention always to kill me? What do you think?" Makuza chuckled softly. Helena rose, setting aside Shanshan's blade. Drawing her own katana, she cast a cold gaze upon Makuz. "Do you still wish to struggle?" Makuz scoffed. "How could you possibly triumph over me?" "Haha. It is utterly impossible for you to defeat me now. Even if you have awakened the crimson blood ambition, what of it?" Makuz sneered. "That power can only be wielded once a month by those who have just grasped it. What do you intend to use to conquer me?" Makuz slowly drew his sword, an aura swirling around him, and Qianlin felt the winds intensify. Gripping her katana tightly, its blade shimmered with a scarlet glow. Makuz appeared supremely confident, one hand resting behind his back while the other held his weapon, devoid of any pre-battle tension. Qianlin launched the first attack, spinning gracefully as she unleashed two streams of crimson sword energy towards Makuz. "Resetsu, Jade Slash." Makuz let out a derisive laugh and, with a horizontal slash, released a formidable azure sword energy that far surpassed Qianlin's, dispersing her crimson strikes before continuing its assault on her. Qianlin was forced to evade, continuing her offensive mid-air. "Resetsu, Blade Blood." Countless fine strands of sword energy assailed Makuz from all directions. He drove his sword into the ground, and a sudden gale erupted from his center, scattering the sword energies. He then withdrew his blade, lunging fiercely at Qianlin, a slender stream of energy shooting towards her heart. Qianlin raised her sword in defense, the overwhelming force causing her arm to tingle. Just as she landed, a terrifying slash was upon her. She narrowly dodged the strike. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Had she not evaded that blow, she would have been left severely injured, if not dead. Makuz halted his assault momentarily, regarding Qianlin with disdain. "Do you still wish to resist? How stubborn you are." Makuz grinned wickedly. "What is this? Do you wish to return? There is no place for you and your family anymore. Your foolish father and monstrous mother are long dead. Qianlin's pupils constricted as she gasped for breath. Yet she quickly regained her composure. She had anticipated such a scenario. We strangled your father and burned your monstrous mother to ashes. Moku's laughed. Qianlin gritted her teeth, her heart aching with pain. I have had enough of your despicable kin. Suddenly, Moku's delivered a heavy slash, releasing a crescent-shaped sword energy that shot forth. Qianlin raised her blade to counter it. After blocking the energy, she discovered Moku's had closed the distance between them. As he swung his weapon, Qianlin evaded, her katana glowing with a crimson brilliance. Resetsu, mysterious cut. The katana descended in an instant, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. However, the swirling energy around Moku's halted her strike. Qianlin immediately retreated, but the ground where she had stood was cleaved by Moku's slash, leaving a deep gash. Though Qianlin was slightly out of breath, Moku's continued to smirk disdainfully, appearing entirely at ease. Surrounding Helena were a circle of individuals, whom she swiftly dispatched before hastening her way towards Qianlin. After a brief period of running, she heard the sounds of combat ahead. Upon approaching, she beheld Qianlin leaping to strike at Mukazang, who effortlessly deflected Qianlin's attack with a single-handed grip on his blade. In retaliation, Mukazang unleashed a wave of sword energy, which Qianlin narrowly evaded, leaving a nearby building cleaved in twain. Helena's right hand transformed into a wolf's claw, gathering energy in preparation to strike at Mukazang, aiding Qianlin. Upon noticing her, Qianlin urgently called out, Helena, you must not interfere. His gaze, filled with sorrow and anger, fixated on Mukazang in the distance. Mukazang, upon seeing Helena, realized that Liang Quan had likely met his demise here. The smile faded from his face as he steeled himself for the encounter. Internally, Mukazang scoffed. Having only intended to silence Liang Quan, yet he found himself embroiled in unforeseen complications. It seemed that a swift resolution was imperative. With both hands gripping his blade, Mukazang summoned his strength for a decisive slash, unleashing a spiraling gust of sword wind towards Qianlin. Instinctively, Qianlin raised his sword in defense, but the attack's vast range inflicted deep cuts on his arm and leg. Wincing in pain, Qianlin gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of anguish. Mukazang followed up with a cross-shaped wave of sword energy, accelerating relentlessly. Qianlin activated his observation haki and leaped aside to evade, yet he was still struck on the shoulder. Blood sprang forth. Unable to stifle a groan, Qianlin immediately raised his blade and charged at Mukazang. His sword, enveloped in the color of armament haki, whistled through the air as it aimed at Mukazang. With a dismissive snort, Mukazang retaliated, engaging Qianlin in a fierce clash. The resounding clang of metal echoed as they exchanged blows, but Qianlin found himself at a disadvantage in strength. Moreover, in the close-quarters combat, his lengthy katana lacked the agility of Mukazang's weapon, forcing him to retreat under a barrage of heavy strikes. In a moment of desperation, Qianlin's eyes suddenly glowed crimson, his strength surging dramatically. Not only did he deflect Mukazang's assault, but he also sent him sprawling backwards. Mukazang, momentarily taken aback, distanced himself to observe Qianlin closely. He noted that the crimson glow in her eyes flickered and vanished almost instantaneously, leaving her gasping for breath. As expected. She had recently utilized the Crimson Blood heroic heart. It was implausible for her to access it again in such a short span. Mukazang mused privately. Qianlin posed little threat. His gaze shifted toward Helena in the distance. That woman had emerged unscathed after defeating Liang Quan, presenting a far greater danger than Qianlin ever could. Helena was eager to assist, aware that Qianlin was clearly no match for the warrior. The man was hardly exerting himself, and Qianlin not only bore injuries, but was also showing signs of fatigue. However, Helena understood Qianlin's stubbornness. Yet, she remained vigilant, ready to intervene should Qianlin find herself unable to continue. With a swift strike, the warrior unleashed a powerful cyclone, sending Qianlin soaring into the air, her body lacerated by the sharp currents. The warrior, wielding his blade with astonishing speed, charged at the still airborne Qianlin, his weapon glimmering with a cerulean light, surrounded by formidable gusts. Helena could no longer hesitate. She activated her eclipse form, initiating the half-shadow devourer, and dashed toward the warrior, positioning herself behind him as she gathered energy to form a luminous orb. Eclipse, radiance. The warrior glanced over his shoulder, quickly pivoting to deflect the orb with his blade. The collision of the cerulean-infused blade and the vibrant orb of white moonlight resonated with a deep rumble, the shockwave flattening the grass around them. As the energies exploded in fierce conflict, Both combatants were forced to retreat. The warrior's right sleeve was tattered from the energy's onslaught, with several bruises adorning his arm, while Helena emerged with only minor wounds. Squinting, the warrior assessed Helena and then the distant Qianlin, who was struggling to rise. He huffed heavily, gathering his strength for another strike, unleashing a tempest toward Helena. She had to brace herself against the ground to avoid being swept away. When she looked up again, the warrior had vanished. Activating her observation haki, she surveyed the area, finally exhaling in relief once she confirmed his departure. Transforming back to her human form, she approached Qianlin. "Are you all right? You should rest," she suggested. Qianlin shook her head, pausing before inquiring, "What brings you here?" "By chance, I came to carry out a mission," Helena replied. "And what of the person accompanying you?" "I defeated him at the tavern known as Dre." Qianlin slowly moved aside, picking up the blade that lay in the grass. "Were they the ones who injured you before?" Helena asked. Qianlin remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After a moment, Qianlin lifted her gaze and said, "Thank you. I could not have bested him. Without you," Helena smiled gently. "We are friends, after all. How could I stand idly by?" Qianlin looked into Helena's eyes, where she found a warmth and kindness she had not felt in a long time. Unable to maintain the gaze, Qianlin lowered her head and took a deep breath. Helena believed that she did not appreciate being stared at, so she turned her gaze elsewhere. "Will he come looking for you again?" Helena inquired. Silence enveloped Zelina for a considerable time before she lifted her gaze and declared, "I no longer wish to flee. My loved ones are no longer with me. They were my motivation for survival. Please, Zelina," she thought of advising her, yet found herself at a loss for words. "I must return, even if it means facing death. I am grateful for the assistance you have provided me on numerous occasions." "You have changed, Qianlin," Zelina stepped forward. "Once, you were a person of unwavering determination. You would seek me out time and again for the sake of our contests. In those days, you would not easily concede. Why is it different now? I took the life of someone who loved me, and since that moment, I have no desire to wield a blade against those who pursue me. They share my blood, and my family will not spare me. I must return to my hometown and bring closure to everything." Tears welled in Qianlin's eyes as memories flooded back. "I will accompany you," Zelina suddenly asserted. Qianlin, bewildered, inquired, "Why? This does not concern you." Realizing her words may have inadvertently dismissed Zelina's goodwill, she quickly added, "I fear of entangling you in unnecessary troubles." Helena smiled softly and said, "I have very few friends, and you are one of them. If a friend is contemplating death, I cannot simply stand by. At the very least, I can assist you with anything you wish to do." Qianlin's pupils trembled as she gazed at Helena, a tear cascading down her cheek. "Thank you," she murmured. "Oh, there is no need for that. Why are you crying?" Qianlin managed a smile. "It's just that it's been a long time since anyone has shown me such concern." Suddenly, a figure appeared beside them. It was the CP0. Upon seeing him, Helena frowned and raised a hand to shield Qianlin. Startled by the unexpected presence, Qianlin noticed Helena's expression, which suggested that she recognized the man. "Do you know Red Demon Qianlin?" Helena asked, her voice laced with caution. "So what if I do?" "Relax, I harbor no ill intentions," he replied. Helena fixed her gaze upon CP0, remaining vigilant to every motion he made. CP0 inscribed another line on the writing board. "Minzelin Saint has already decreed that you may possess certain privileges." Helena hesitated, lowering her arm, perplexed as to why they would consent to her presence alongside a bounty hunter. However, it was impossible to sever ties with the Navy and the world government. This was a blatant threat, yet Helena remained unfazed, as she had no intention of doing so. "Wherever you wish to go, I must accompany you. I hope you can comprehend this, though comprehension is not requisite for acceptance." The CP0 agent's demeanor was unwavering, and Helena narrowed her eyes, coldly fixing her gaze upon him before ultimately conceding. Off the coast of the Sabaody archipelago, aboard a naval warship, Turkaka sat in a chair, arms crossed, squinting at the sun above. At the age of 28, she had risen to the rank of commander, a youthful achievement within the Navy. Yet, the officer she assisted was nothing short of a prodigy, having attained the rank of vice admiral at merely 24 years old. A feat unprecedented and perhaps a stepping stone towards the rank of admiral. While awaiting Helena's return, Turkaka pondered the considerable disparities among individuals. Suddenly, the din mushi on her wrist buzzed to life, prompting Turkaka to rise and answer. Moshi, Vice Admiral Helena." "Yes, what is it?" "You intend to leave for a while?" Turkaka was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Where are you headed? Do you mean to depart alone?" A look of concern crossed her face, as after assuming the role of Helena's aide, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had specifically sought her out, instructing her to monitor Helena closely and report any anomalies. You want me to take the defector back without reporting? That is impossible. Takaka scratched her head in distress, but Helena had already ended the call. Hello? Vice Admiral Helena? At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku sipped his tea, preparing to review documents when a messenger knocked and entered. Report, Fleet Admiral. There is an urgent communication requiring your attention. Sengoku took the den mushi. Hello? What is it? She left on her own. Sengoku suddenly became agitated. Pursue her. However, he paused. Helena had always been loyal to the Navy, and her unilateral departure must have been warranted for some reason. You will follow her discreetly, keeping me informed of her movements, but do not interfere with her intentions. After placing down the den mushi, Sengoku sighed. Ever since Helena returned from Mariewa, something had felt amiss. Days later, a small vessel coated in a protective film prepared to dive to the ocean floor at a depth of 10,000 meters, traversing Fishman Island en route to the latter half of the Grand Line. Helena had previously journeyed to the New World via Mariewa. This would mark her inaugural visit to Fishman Island. Helena, bearing a crate, leaped gracefully from the shore onto the vessel, turning to wave farewell to a figure on the bank. Thank you for your hard work, Master Lei. Lei took a sip of his drink and cautioned, be careful. The depths of the sea are perilous. Understood. Farewell. Qianlin observed Helena with a peculiar feeling, sensing that with her presence, everything would be just fine on this journey. Lost in thought, Qianlin gazed at her intently until Helena approached and playfully flicked his forehead, saying, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help with the cargo. In the distance, CP0 sat with a pen in hand, meticulously sketching on a sheet of paper, depicting the scene of Qianlin and Helena standing together. Beneath the depths of 10,000 meters, in the dark and tranquil waters, a colossal creature glided through the abyss. It was a whale, its immense body moving gracefully, carving elegant arcs through the pitch-black ocean floor. A fishman swam alongside, drawing near to the whale and gently stroking its back. The whale emitted a resonant sound, a melody uniquely its own. The fishman gazed at the whale, a smile gracing his lips. Wait for me, Shachin. The whale and the fishman surged forth from a trench, joining a vast pod of whales, their harmonious calls resonating in the silence, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The fishman closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the enchanting song. In the profound darkness of the ocean floor, a small sailing vessel, encased in a large bubble, descended deeper into the abyss. Helena gazed absent-mindedly at the surrounding sea, when suddenly a thought struck her. She turned to Qianlin and inquired, Qianlin, you have been placed under a bounty, have you not? Upon hearing this, Qianlin froze momentarily and nodded gently. Yes, she replied softly. What have you done to warrant such a staggering bounty of 300 million on your head? Helena pressed on. Qianlin hesitated before revealing, I annihilated an entire naval branch, along with 2 vice admirals who came to their aid, casting a furtive glance at Helena to gauge her reaction. Helena's expression was intricate as she gasped softly and cautiously inquired, Could you share what has transpired? I possess a certain gift. A gift? My family refers to it as crimson-blooded valor. She paused for a moment, turned to face Helena directly, and with utmost seriousness declared, Helena, if I am compelled to wield this power, you must exercise extreme caution. If I were to inadvertently harm the innocent, you must take my life. Helena was startled and waved her hand, somewhat flustered, exclaiming, surely not. Qianlin closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously, stating, This is truly terrifying. It is only with this that I could slay so many. I understand now. Helena turned her gaze towards the CP0, who was skillfully maneuvering the ship's helm, intently observing the permanent pointer of Fishman Island on his wrist as he adjusted the course. She pursed her lips in slight resignation. Well, having him accompany her was somewhat beneficial, considering his navigational skills surpassed her own. The vessel continued its descent, and ahead loomed a breathtaking spectacle, a torrent of water cascading downwards, creating a waterfall-like wonder in the depths of the ocean. Helena was captivated by the magnificent spectacle, standing at the bow of the ship in a state of excitement. After observing for a while, she seemed to discern a colossal dark shadow beneath the surface. Squinting her eyes to bring the image into focus, she found the depths of the ocean too obscured by darkness. Suddenly, a massive tentacle of an enormous octopus, capable of effortlessly shattering the sailboat, surged upward from below, poised to strike the vessel with tremendous force. While Helena was still contemplating what to do, Qianlin sprang into action, leaping out of the bubble to draw her blade and confront the octopus's tentacles. She left a gash over 10 meters long upon the appendage, causing it to quiver and retract momentarily. However, in an instant, several more tentacles emerged from all directions. Qianlin, agile as a fish, darted between the tentacles, occasionally striking at them, leaving the octopus below in a state of helplessness. Helena stood in awe, watching Qianlin move through the water with the grace of a merman. Qianlin retreated slightly, raising her blade behind her. The demon, Yasu, surged forward like a torpedo, swiftly severing the tentacle that spanned over 10 meters in diameter. The octopus, seemingly in pain, retracted its remaining tentacles and fled. Qianlin dove back into the bubble, landing on the deck, where Helena offered her a towel. And Qianlin began to dry herself off. Helena inquired, "How is it that you are so agile in the water?" Qianlin hesitated for a moment before responding truthfully. "My mother is a mermaid." Helena's eyes widened in disbelief. Qianlin felt a pang of sadness, realizing that upon discovering her mermaid lineage, Helena would undoubtedly look down upon her. "Wow, your mother is a mermaid? That means you are a mermaid too, right? Where is your tail?" Helena's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had only ever encountered mermen and had long imagined the beauty of a true mermaid. Qianlin felt somewhat taken aback. It appeared that Helena was genuinely intrigued. I am not a mermaid. My father is human, and the offspring of mermaids and humans are merely human, albeit more adept at navigating underwater than others." "Oh, you're not? But that's all right. Once we reach Merman Island, you will see some." Hee. Qianlin, lost in thought, recalled her mother and felt a wave of melancholy. Remaining silent, Helena noticed her appearance and was reminded that Qianlin's mother had already been slain. Realizing her previous remarks were excessive, she quickly apologized. I am truly sorry." "Your mother is fine. Please do not let it dampen your spirits." Qianlin offered a slight smile in response, though she said as much. Helena dared not broach the subject again. A tapping sound resonated from above, and the two turned to see CP0 knocking on the ship's helm. Upon noticing their gaze, CP0 raised a writing board that bore the message, "Hold on tight. We are about to enter the underwater waterfall." The sailboat surged into the waterfall, its bow suddenly angling downward, plunging straight down with the current. In the depths of the ocean, at a depth of 7,000 meters, visibility had vanished entirely. Enveloped in total darkness, save for the faint glow of a few lamps aboard the vessel, Helena rushed to the bow of the ship and activated the powerful spotlight she had previously purchased and installed there. The conical area in front of the sailboat was illuminated. And suddenly, a colossal deep-sea creature swam by, startling Helena. Countless deep-sea beings surrounded them, their immense sizes utterly terrifying. CP0 relied on the eternal compass to navigate, carefully avoiding these marine entities. Beneath the vessel, dozens of faint lights flickered to life, and before long, a swarm of jellyfish emerged from below, each nearly the size of the sailboat. The sailboat veered and maneuvered, escaping the massive jellyfish. Hours later, the seabed appeared beneath the sailboat, preventing any further descent. Helena shouted to CP0, "Find a trench. We must descend from there." The vessel advanced in search of a trench. At an indeterminate moment, ethereal calls resonated through the deep sea. Helena slowly lifted her head, captivated by this enchanting sound. Was it the song of whales? She strained her eyes to peer into the water, yet nothing was visible. Stepping closer to the ship's railing, the whale's song grew increasingly distinct. Suddenly, the world before her became transparent. The once murky waters transformed into a vast clarity. Qianlin watched Helena from the side, noticing her eyes ignite with a purple glow. Hesitating to approach and unsure of what to do. In the distance, CP0, though firmly grasping the helm, silently observed Helena. Helena sensed something amiss. She observed vibrant threads of various hues undulating around the vessel, some radiating outward like rippling waves. Surrounding her were a dozen blue whales, gliding gently around the sailboat. Yet, in Helena's eyes, these majestic creatures appeared to be adorned in a myriad of colors. Turning her gaze to Qianlin, she found that Qianlin had transformed into a spectral figure composed of shifting shades. "What is wrong with you?" Qianlin inquired. At that very moment, countless colorful threads emanated from her, spreading outward in a wave-like pattern. Helena closed her eyes and shook her head, then opened them again, finding everything had returned to normal. The surroundings plunged back into darkness, with only the haunting melody of the whale song echoing in the distance. "Helena, are you all right?" Chihiro inquired, leaning closer to gaze into Helena's eyes. "Your eyes were glowing just now. What was that about?" Chihiro asked, puzzled. I am not sure," Helena murmured. lost in thought as she recalled the extraordinary events that had just transpired. The world from that perspective was wondrous, vibrant, yet imbued with a sense of peril, as if one might fall in and never emerge again. Perhaps you should sit down and rest for a moment? Huh? Oh, all right, she replied. The vessel navigated past a vast expanse of underwater volcanoes, wary of the potential eruption and its aftermath, so it took a wide detour. Even at such a distance, the oppressive heat was palpable, leaving both Chihiro and Helena drenched in sweat, fervently wishing to escape the vicinity. After several hours of advancement, the permanent indicator pointed straight downwards. This must be the trench, Helena remarked. No sooner had she spoken than the entire ship suddenly plummeted downward, akin to leaping from a precipice. The passengers aboard experienced instantaneous weightlessness, thrown into the air like bubbles. Helena gritted her teeth, desperately gripping a mast while restraining the wildly flailing Qianlin. Disoriented, Qianlin instinctively clung to Helena's arm. It was uncertain how long they had been plummeting, but suddenly, Helena's surroundings brightened as their descent abruptly slowed. The trio landed back on the ship, and even the typically composed CP0 appeared somewhat disheveled, hastily rising to their feet and straightening their attire. Helena lay on her back like a giant character sprawled upon the deck, while Qianlin rested atop her. Qianlin shook her head and rose to survey the surroundings. And Helena also sat up. The environment resembled the shallow seas of daylight, with sunlight streaming in, illuminating everything around them. Countless fish and marine creatures danced in the boundless expanse of the ocean. Above them, an enormous bubble housed an island. Deep beneath the sea, at a depth of 10,000 meters, lay Fishman Island. Is this not the ocean floor? Why is there sunlight? Qianlin inquired with curiosity. Because of that. Helena pointed to the radiant object above Fishman Island. Reminiscent of the sun, she vaguely recalled it being called the Sun Tree Eve. How marvelous. Rarely captivated by such beauty. Qianlin clung to the ship's railing like a child, her eyes sparkling as she gazed dreamily at this underwater realm that seemed alien to humanity. The ship, controlled by CP0, navigated towards Fishman Island, veering to the other side where a circular opening awaited, and vessels lined up in a long queue to enter the island. Upon reaching the entrance, towering Fishman guards wielding tridents flanked either side, mounted on enormous seahorses. Helena suddenly had an idea and hurried to fetch a rope, approaching Qianlin. Qianlin looked at her in confusion. Qianlin, please do not resist. Wait a moment. Helena swiftly bound Qianlin, who then plopped down on the ground in confusion and inquired. What is the meaning of this? You are now a notorious criminal with a bounty of 300 million. Strutting about so brazenly will surely lead to trouble. Aren't you a member of the Navy? Can't you just pass through directly? No. Helena interjected, raising a finger for emphasis. Fishman Island is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy must submit a request in advance to enter. As the sailboat advanced slowly, they finally approached Helena and her companions. The checkpoint officer was a robust fisherman, with a small lantern atop his head radiating light. Present identification, otherwise, we shall conduct a thorough inspection of the vessel, the officer stated, his tone tinged with impatience. He glanced at the few individuals aboard, but his eyes widened in shock as they fell upon Qianlin. It's a wanted criminal, he exclaimed, blowing into a conch shell horn that hung around his neck. Instantly, dozens of Fishman soldiers appeared, surrounding the sailboat. Helena promptly exclaimed, Calm down. Calm down. I am a bounty hunter. The wanted criminal is already under my control. See, she is bound. A bounty hunter? The inspector furrowed his brow and replied, Even so. A search must be conducted. Of course, that's entirely acceptable. A dozen guards boarded the ship and commenced their search. After several minutes, one of the guards approached the inspector and reported, Sir, no hazardous items have been discovered. The inspector breathed a sigh of relief and said to Helena, Very well. You may pass. However, your vessel lacks a registered identification number and must be confiscated to allow for your lawful entry. All right then. The guards cleared a path, and the ship sailed into Fishman Island. After traversing a water-filled passage, they entered an underwater bubble, ascending to the surface where the bubble burst with a pop. Upon reaching the port, Helena carried Qianlin and CP0 disembarked, while the guards controlled a large sea turtle to tow the vessel away. The trio found a secluded corner, where Helena untied the ropes binding Qianlin and placed a mask over her face. We should cover your face, just in case. Qianlin nodded in agreement. With the ship gone, the funds I possess are only sufficient to procure a vessel akin to the one we had before. I must devise a means to set sail once more. CP0 lifted a notepad to show them. Do not fret. Your expenses can be covered by that esteemed individual. With that, he produced a card adorned with the emblem of the world government in gold, and Helena recognized it as a payment card utilized by the celestial dragons. What? You possess such a valuable item. Financial worries are no longer a concern. Wait a moment. Why didn't you mention this when I was purchasing the ship earlier? At that time, you ventured out alone and did not inform us of your intentions. By the time you returned, the purchase was completed. And I had no means to intervene. CP0 shrugged, feigning helplessness. The small sailboat had been sold by unscrupulous merchants in Sabaody for hundreds of thousands of berries. And Helena felt her heartache. Very well, you go by the ship, and we shall procure other items, but you must reimburse me. CP0 did not decline and turned to leave. Let us go, Helena said, bending down to grasp Qianlin's arm as they made their way into the island. As they strolled through the bustling streets, they were surrounded by fishmen and merfolk, with only the occasional human in sight. Helena's long-awaited encounter with the mermaids finally materialized, and indeed, they were every bit as enchanting as rumored. The street's architecture was crafted from enormous shells, conchs, and corals, with the ground resembling the rocky shores of the sea. Entering a department store, they were greeted by mermaid attendants, adorned with bubble belts that allowed them to float on land. Welcome. How may we assist you? We will browse on our own. One of the mermaid attendants began chatting with another. Hey, the day after tomorrow, that day is almost upon us. The day after tomorrow? What day is that? It is the anniversary of Miss Mattia's passing. At that moment, the entire Fishman Island would likely fall into a solemn silence. The last speaker cast a sidelong glance at Selena and Qianlin. Her smile now vanished. Qianlin noticed the shift in her expression. Helena was captivated by the memorial day of the illustrious Misha, which cast a solemn shadow over the entirety of Fishman Island. What manner of person could she have been? Driven by curiosity, Helena approached to inquire, yet the shopkeepers recoiled from her, refusing to answer. The atmosphere grew awkward until a seemingly kind-hearted mermaid stepped forward, likely recognizing that leaving Helena in silence was rather inappropriate, given her status as a customer. Miss Misha was once the most renowned songstress of Fishman Island. But how did she meet her demise? Helena surmised, to some extent, that it was related to humanity. It was during her performance in Sabaody that she was tragically slain by a human. Helena opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, and finally inquired. Why was she killed? A rather fiery mermaid shouted at Helena. Why? How could we possibly know? It was you who murdered Miss Mithia. And you still have the audacity to ask us why. A nearby shopkeeper grasped her arm, urging her to refrain from such outbursts. Helena and Qianlin exchanged a glance, with Qianlin subtly signaling her to leave hastily. After Helena completed her purchase and settled the payment, the two exited the store. Once outside, Helena remained silent, prompting Qianlin to inquire, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. As they passed through a square, they noticed a group of fishmen erecting a statue in the center. The statue depicted an embrace between a female mermaid and a male fishman, captivating Helena's gaze for a moment longer before Qianlin urged her away. It would be wise for us to depart swiftly, Qianlin said anxiously, adding that it was best to leave before the anniversary of Mithia's demise. I understand your concern. Upon returning to the port, CP0 awaited them atop a pile of wooden crates. As the two approached, he leaped in front of them and rapidly inscribed on a chalkboard, "The ship has been secured. Considering the paperwork and other matters, we can depart by the day after tomorrow at the earliest." Qianlin sighed, and CP0 tilted his head, noticing their despondency, and wrote, "What has transpired?" Helena recounted the tale of Mattia to him, expressing, "The mermaids in the shop have turned a cold shoulder towards us." With a complex expression, Helena gazed skyward. "The mermaid songstress Mattia? I have heard of her," CP0 remarked, drawing the attention of Helena and Qianlin. He continued, "Mattia rose to fame at the tender age of 18, captivating the hearts of all on Fishman Island. Subsequently, she was invited to perform at the Sabaody archipelago. Tragically, just before she was to take the stage, she was fatally stabbed in the heart backstage." CP0 penned this extensive narrative for the two to ponder, prompting Helena to inquire, who was the assailant? Or rather, who orchestrated it? What was their motive? The perpetrator was identified as a pirate, yet he remains at large. However, one detail warrants attention. What is it? Helena asked. Mattia's body was stolen prior to her burial. Both Qianlin and Helena were taken aback. Stolen? By whom? Cyril Mion, a male fishman, previously a musician of equal renown to Mattia, skilled in playing an instrument known as the choral piano. They had collaborated on a grand performance at the Pearl Opera House on Fishman Island. But what does this have to do with the theft of Mattia's body? Helena questioned. The two were in love, CP0 emphasized, underlining the significance of this revelation. When Mattia journeyed to Sabaody, Cyril accompanied her. Upon their return, he secluded himself in his chamber for 3 days, utterly heartbroken. On the day of Mattia's interment, her body was discovered missing, and Cyril vanished as well. The public concluded that he had taken Mattia's remains. Some viewed it as a poignant tale of love, while others deemed Cyril selfish for denying Mattia her rightful rest. Helena and Qianlin gazed at the story inscribed on the board, their expressions filled with wistfulness. Somewhere in the waters surrounding Fishman Island, a towering structure fashioned from coral rested atop a cliff, beneath which sprawled a vast expanse of luminescent flowers. A fishman slowly pushed open the grand door of the tower, revealing an entirely empty interior, adorned with a ceiling crafted from multicolored glass. The light filtering through the glass from the sun transformed into a myriad of hues. Directly ahead, upon a circular platform, lay a crystal coffin. Its transparent lid revealed a stunning mermaid, though her skin and lips bore a pallid hue. The fishman swam to the coffin's front, extending his hand to gently rest upon it, gazing longingly at the mermaid within, murmuring, "Mythia will soon arrive, do not despair." As tears streamed down Cyril's face. 2 days hence marked the anniversary of Mythia's passing. Every street of Fishman Island overflowed with mermaids and fishmen. Some wept silently while others lamented openly. They slowly made their way towards the square where a statue of Mythia had been erected, with many riding fish or sea turtles soaring through the air toward the plaza. Look, it is the Dragon Palace's vessel, a red eel, bearing the insignia of the Dragon Palace, soared overhead toward the square, with the mermaid Prince Sharkstar standing at the bow. "The Dragon Palace has sent Prince Sharkstar to attend the memorial," exclaimed one. "It would not be surprising if King Neptune himself were to honor Miss Mythia's remembrance," another lamented. "Alas, Miss Mythia's remains have been stolen. How dreadful." "Indeed. Who would dare to desecrate Miss Mythia? It must surely be those lowly humans. They all deserve punishment." Yet, it could also be Mr. Cyril, for he has vanished for a year. That is indeed a possibility, though it is somewhat understandable. After all, they were in love. And it is not unreasonable for Mr. Cyril to take his beloved's remains. Their love is truly enviable. Both were exceptionally talented, and their collaborative performance was nothing short of astonishing. Enough talk, it is beginning. A weathered fishman elder took to a raised platform in the square and commenced reading a commemorative article penned for Mythia. Upon completion, he waved his hand, prompting the fishman vocalists flanking him to harmonize in a rendition of Mythia's renowned piece. Many in attendance were moved to tears upon hearing the familiar melody, intermittently calling out Mythia's name. Outside Fishman Island, Cyril looked up at the sun tree. Its fruit illuminated the entire seabed. Cyril had come here to retrieve the fruit. Clutching a conch shell horn, he blew into it, summoning 3 colossal island whales from the trench behind him. Cyril swam toward the sun tree, blowing the horn as the island whales sang their haunting melodies in unison. The guards outside Fishman Island had spotted the island whales and reported to the Dragon Palace. Hey! On the western side of Fishman Island, 3 island whales were observed making their way towards the island, leaving the reason for their movement shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a figure emerged, Mr. Cyril. Without a moment's pause, Mr. Cyril pressed onward, only to be confronted by a squad of guards. "Mr. Cyril, please stop. Where are you headed? And what of those island whales behind you? Did you bring them?" The guards called out from a distance, yet Mr. Cyril chose to ignore them, circumventing their presence and continuing his advance. The guards attempted to halt him, but they were unable to impede the swift movement of the island whales. As the populace mourned for Mythia, the sky darkened abruptly, revealing the silhouettes of the 3 whales amidst the clouds, accompanied by the haunting melodies of their songs. The merfolk, who had been singing, paused and gazed upwards in awe. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Fishman Island, 3 individuals, including Helena, stood aboard a vessel procured from CP0, observing the colossal whales in the distance. "What is happening?" "Those are island whales, but such creatures typically do not venture into the deep sea," Qianlin remarked in confusion. Helena, with her remarkably keen eyesight, gazed towards the whales. It appeared there was a person there. Cyril squinted, adjusting to the blinding radiance surrounding him. The core of the sun tree was its fruit, and its luminous roots and branches depended on this fruit for sustenance. If the fruit were taken away, the entire sun tree would extinguish. Cyril approached the fruit slowly, extending his hands to pluck it. Behind him surged countless guards, led by Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. "Cyril, is that you? What do you intend to do?" Neptune, wielding a trident, propelled himself towards Cyril with great speed. Cyril turned to glance at him. His expression impassive. "You shall not hinder me." With a forceful grasp, he seized the fruit, causing all the luminous spots on the sun tree to begin extinguishing one by one. The inhabitants of Fishman Island felt the sky growing increasingly dim, panic beginning to spread among them. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned dark? Is something wrong with the sun tree, Eve? What should we do? Not only Fishman Island, but the entire seabed was plunged into darkness, enveloped in an ominous gloom. Thousands of fish were startled by the abrupt darkness, scattering in disarray. Aside from the few flickering lights on Fishman Island, the sole source of illumination was the sun tree fruit cradled in Cyril's arms, flickering like a candle amidst the vast ocean. The royal guards of Fishman Island reacted swiftly, bringing over several lantern fish mounts to illuminate a small area of the surrounding waters, at least allowing them to discern their surroundings. Simultaneously, they summoned the deep-sea merfolk, possessing extraordinary vision in the dark, for assistance. Neptune, his beard trembling with fury, shouted at Cyril, "Cyril, put the sun tree fruit back." He turned to the guards beside him, commanding, "Quickly apprehend him, and summon reinforcements to remove these island whales." The guards sprang into action, rushing towards Cyril. Cyril cast a cold glance at them and sounded the horn, causing the whales that had been swimming languidly nearby to become agitated. They instinctively sought out living beings to attack, opening their massive jaws to devour the guards. The guards had no choice but to disperse, unable to approach Cyril. Not wishing to squander any more time, Cyril altered the tone of the horn, transforming it into a deep, melodious sound. The whales returned to tranquility, following Cyril as he departed towards the eastern side of Fishman Island. "Chase him. Gather more troops. We must reclaim the sun tree fruit." "Your Majesty, what about those whales?" "Utilize the Sea Emperor's harpoon cannon." The sudden engulfing darkness startled Selena and her companions, rendering them momentarily disoriented. However, Selena swiftly regained her composure, recalling a previous instance when she had accessed a peculiar perspective. With her eyes closed and her mind calmed, she sought that sensation, feeling a surge of energy converging towards her eyes. When she reopened them, the underwater scene transformed dramatically. Everything around her was vividly adorned with rich colors, and each sound materialized as colorful threads swirling in the surrounding space. Unable to resist, Selena reached out to stir those vibrant threads. From the vantage points of Qianlin and CP0, two beams of purple light suddenly illuminated the darkness. Helena gradually advanced her steps, captivated by the resplendent allure of this alternate realm. Upon hearing the melodious songs of the whales, she turned to behold countless crimson threads coalescing into the form of a magnificent whale, its maw agape, lunging towards the vessel. Humanity, doomed to perish. The visage of Cyril, illuminated by the reflection of the sun-kissed fruits held in her embrace, appeared even more somber. Helena's eyes widened as she sensed something was amiss, instinctively shouting, "Run." The ship has been overturned by the powerful currents unleashed by the attacking whale. Qianlin was thrown overboard, enveloped in bubbles as she separated from the vessel. She tumbled through the water, but her mermaid lineage endowed her with an agility that rivaled that of any fishman. Soon, she regained her balance and steadied herself. The whale devoured the ship whole, while Sealer continuously blew the horn, directing several whales to assist in her departure. "Helena! Damn it!" Qianlin exclaimed, a twinge of panic gripping her as she pondered Helena's fate. Suddenly recalling something, she frantically searched her person until she finally grasped a small piece of paper. "The life card is intact. Thank goodness," she sighed in relief, confirming Helena's safety. Now, her thoughts turned to how to locate her. Fortuitously, she had been cocooned in bubbles when thrown overboard. In the distance, dozens of lights appeared, and upon closer inspection, Qianlin discerned that they were fishermen guards riding lanternfish. "Quickly, let us pursue those whales," she urged, realizing that following them might lead her to Helena. At the rear of the group, she spotted a few seahorses towing an exceedingly ancient vessel, its prow adorned with a formidable cannon. An idea sparked in her mind as she swam toward the ship and leaped aboard, enabling her to accompany the guards in their search for the whales. Meanwhile, within the belly of the island whale, Helena lay atop a wooden plank, floating atop the whale's gastric acid. Time was of the essence, as the plank would soon be corroded. Helena scanned her surroundings, desperately seeking alternate footholds. At that moment, a white figure darted nearby. It was CP0, his mask betraying no emotion or hint of panic. He glided between various perches, touching each one, leaving behind a delicate blue thread that he grasped. After traversing the wreckage of ships, planks, barrels, and other debris, CP0 leaped to Helena's side. With a swift tug, He drew everything around them toward the plank beneath their feet. A cacophony of clattering sounds erupted as the pieces collided and fused together, each component interlocking with remarkable solidity. Helena stared in astonishment at the spectacle as CP0 inscribed upon the board, "I am a user of the puzzle fruit. Their vessel is yet to be as large as a whale's tooth. Indeed, I possess the extraordinary ability to amalgamate any organic matter, rendering it inseparable unless the very essence of the object is destroyed." Helena surveyed her surroundings. Is this the stomach of a whale? It certainly appears to be. She pondered how to escape, contemplating how to break through the whale's body. CP0 approached her and wrote on the board, "Have you noticed that the bubbles on our bodies have burst?" "Indeed, but what of it?" "The stomach of the island whale is vast, filled with ample air, which is why you didn't notice the bubbles had ruptured. Once we breach its belly, we shall be exposed to the depths of the ocean, a perilous 10,000 meters below, where we would be instantaneously crushed. What shall we do then?" "The only option is to locate the whale's drainage hole, and, when it surfaces, to be expelled along with the water through that very aperture." Helena wore a reluctant expression, asking, "Is there truly no other way?" CP0 shrugged and continued, "As for that woman, you need not worry excessively. She is a merfolk hybrid and possesses considerable self-preservation skills in the ocean. However, the likelihood of perishing from water pressure is quite high. Let us hope that is not the case." Helena's expression was grave. She could not comprehend why the ocean floor had suddenly descended into darkness. Nor could she fathom the reason behind the whale's assault on them. Cyril returned to the tower, where 3 whales, lacking his command, swam languidly above. Approaching the crystal sarcophagus, he activated a mechanism, causing 4 iron chains to descend from the tower's pinnacle, each adorned with a hook at its end. These hooks latched onto the corners of the sarcophagus, and upon activating the device once more, the chains retracted gently, lifting the sarcophagus slowly into the air. Cradling the sunfruit, Cyril swam above the sarcophagus, peering through the crystal lid at Mattia within, tears streaming down his face. After a year of relentless effort, he was finally poised to fulfill Mattia's long-held wish. "Cyril, hurry up." "Aha." Mattia's laughter, akin to the sound of silver bells, rang out as she led the way, urging Cyril to keep pace. I know, take it easy." Cyril smiled, watching the enchanting figure in front of him. Reaching Mattia's side, he inquired, "With a performance in the upper world just 2 days away, shouldn't you be rehearsing instead of wandering about?" "Oh, I've practiced enough. I just need a break," Mattia replied, stretching languorously. Cyril chuckled, allowing her to lead, trailing behind as they engaged in playful antics. Time passed, and Mattia began to feel weary. Stopping to rest upon a massive stone, below them lay a trench, teeming with thousands of jellyfish that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Mattia's mouth fell open in awe at the breathtaking spectacle, while Cyril, seated beside her, chose to gaze at the exquisite profile of Mattia rather than the beauty beneath. "Hey, Cyril, do you know what I often dream about?" Mattia asked, turning to meet his gaze. Cyril smiled and shook his head. "Dreaming lotus flower," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Dreaming lotus flower? That's merely a legend. No one has ever seen it. How could you dream of it?" "I don't know. It's indescribable. In my dreams, the entire world is adorned with vibrant luminescence, even more splendid than those jellyfish." Mattia's eyes shimmered as she spoke. "I believe that must be how the dreaming lotus flower blooms." She gazed longingly into the distance, yearning to witness it with her own eyes. Cyril, looking down at the jellyfish, wrapped his arm around Mattia's slender waist, drawing her close. "Then, when you return from your performance, let us seek out the dreaming lotus flower. Just the 2 of us." Mattia's face slowly flushed with a rosy hue as she gazed at the gentle man before her, her pupils trembling slightly. She bit her lip and nodded softly. Cyril, too, began to breathe heavily, his heart racing. Mattia, cradled in his arms, appeared extraordinarily endearing and exquisite. Their cheeks inched closer together. A vibrant swarm of jellyfish glided past them, scattering behind like a sky full of stars. Mattia buried her head in Cyril's embrace. Though this was not their first kiss, she pondered nervously why she still felt so bashful. With a flick of her tail, Mattia propelled herself upward, her face aflame, gazing at Cyril with longing as she began to sing the song crafted for their love. Cyril would forever remember that melody, a song sung solely for him. Both were musical prodigies, falling in love amid the enchanting symphonies they created together. Cyril's tears mingled with the sea as the coffin ascended to the top of the tower. The crystal lid opening, and Mattia's hair gently stirred by the ocean currents. Cyril cast a passionate, infatuated glance at Mythia before turning to swim upward towards a circular device. This ancient relic, along with the towering structure, remained unknown to the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Its purpose was to cultivate the dreaming blossom. After Mythia's passing, a heartbroken Cyril contemplated ending his own life, yet he recalled Mythia's wish and resolved to find the dreaming blossom for her. However, this rare plant, in the past, had stringent growth requirements, leading to the construction of this tower above the trench, which provided the optimal environment for its cultivation. Cyril traversed the ocean floor and even ventured onto land in search of the dreaming blossom seeds, enduring countless hardships until he finally succeeded. Only one final step remained, the illumination from the sun tree fruit. Unaware of how this issue was resolved in the past, he knew he had to obtain that singular fruit. As Cyril placed the fruit into the circular device, the outer ring began to rotate, adjusting its position behind several prisms. The device activated, and the light from the sun tree fruit illuminated the prisms, refracting and instantly brightening the entire trench. All the dormant, dreaming blossoms below basked in sunlight. Awakening as if roused from slumber, their fluorescent blue petals lifting gently, slowly blooming. Beneath the radiant glow, the vibrant hues of the dreaming blossoms remained captivating, transforming the trench into a canvas awash with a myriad of colors, each flower swaying gently, the colors flowing like waves. Cyril halted beside the coffin, disregarding the breathtaking scenery below, and focused solely on Mythia's beautiful yet pallid face. Gently, he lifted Mythia and descended above the trench, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yet, submerged in the ocean, even his sorrowful tears would be carried away by the water. The light enveloped them. Although Mythia's life had faded, the crystal coffin preserved her body, causing her face to shimmer brilliantly in the light. Your Majesty, there is an unusual brightness ahead. Neptune, accompanied by a throng of royal guards, approached with an ancient vessel in tow. His gaze fell upon Cyril, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed the lifeless form of Mythia cradled in Cyril's arms. He recalled the time when Mythia, a vibrant young songstress, had first risen to fame during their encounter in Dragon Palace. Now, she lay before him as a pale corpse. Cyril, you have indeed stolen Mythia's body. Cyril shot a cold glare at Neptune, seemingly disdainful of any dialogue. Return the fruit of the sun tree at once. The entire Fishman Island has lost its light. If this continues, dire consequences will ensue. And what of it? What concern is it to me? Cyril icily retorted, she was the only one I cared for. Neptune, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Qianlin emerged from the hold of the ship, carrying 2 conchs for bubble generation, and swam towards the 3 whales that were slowly circling above. Cyril vocally challenged Neptune, why did you not pursue the one who murdered Mythia? Why did you not execute that human? At that time, it was pivotal for us to maintain cordial relations with the surface world. We could not afford to sever ties. Those humans deserve death. You coward. Neptune's gaze was drawn to the fruit of the sun tree atop the high tower, with a commanding wave of his hand. He ordered, go. Retrieve the fruit. The guards swiftly obeyed, swimming towards the tower. As sunlight faded, the dreaming blossom would wither. Cyril could not allow such a fate to befall them. He raised his horn and began to blow. The whales received the command and descended, while Qianlin took refuge to avoid being struck by them. Neptune turned to his guards aboard the ship, commanding, use the Sea King cannon. Yes. The guards maneuvered a massive, deep blue crystal sphere, 2 meters in diameter, and loaded it into the enormous cannon at the bow of the ship. Qianlin gazed at the imposing artillery, having thought it merely decorative. Boom. The cannon's mouth illuminated with blue light as a blue sphere shot forth, creating ripples in the water around the cannon's muzzle. The projectile hurtled towards Cyril, yet it missed him by several hundred meters, exploding in a brilliant display of blue light. Cyril instinctively shut his eyes against the blinding brightness. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, he felt an immense force pull him forward, followed by a sudden push that sent him soaring upward. The surrounding water also displaced, and he began to plummet downward. As the blue sphere detonated, it expelled the surrounding seawater, creating a vast semicircular space nearly a kilometer in diameter, devoid of water, the edges adorned with blue ripples. The tower and the trench below were enveloped within this space, while the dreaming blossom sea was pressed against the ocean floor by the sudden influx of water. A colossal island whale found itself caught in this expanse, detached from the water, and plummeted downwards with a resounding crash against the seabed, lying on its back and emitting cries. In the belly of the whale, Shirlena and Qianlin found themselves ensconced within a colossal washing machine, tumbling incessantly in all directions. Utilizing the powers bestowed by their fruit, they managed to avoid injury. Qianlin, having fallen to the ocean floor, was momentarily disoriented but soon staggered to his feet. Upon noticing a stranded whale ahead, he retrieved Shalina's life card from his pocket, the small piece of paper subtly shifting towards the beached creature. This was it. Qianlin seized a knife and dashed towards the whale. Meanwhile, Sealer had plummeted from the apex of the tower. Before he could assess his own injuries, the image of Mattia flashed through his mind, and he looked up to see her lifeless body descending. With a surge of desperation, he sprang to his feet and raced towards the impending impact site, launching himself forward in a leap to catch Mattia's corpse. A wave of relief washed over Sealer as he sat up, cradling her in his arms, kissing her damp hair tenderly. Neptune, encircled by a ring of bubbles to facilitate movement on land, approached with his guards. They brandished tridents, forming a tight circle around Sealer. With intense resentment, Sealer glared up at Neptune, realizing that he would ruin everything. He would shatter Mattia's dreams. In a moment of resolve, Qianlin leaped into the air, raising his knife to unleash a blade of energy directed at the whale, which tore a gash in its belly. Helena's observation Haki sensed the impending assault from Chiharu. Chiharu? She is currently outside. Chiharu landed atop the whale's belly, plunging her blade into the wound, forcefully slicing as she sprinted to the side, the gash widening with each moment, eliciting a pain cry from the whale. Helena activated that unique perspective, and through the translucent belly of the whale, she beheld the intricate web of crimson and ebony threads that formed Qianlin, gaining clarity on her actions. Helena sprang into action, intent on coordinating with Qianlin to expedite their departure from within the belly of the whale. Qianlin had already inflicted a gash several meters long across the whale's hide, merely breaching the outer layer, and knew that a more formidable assault was required. Leaping into the air, she gripped her blade firmly above her head. For several seconds, she channeled her energy into the weapon, the blade glowing ominously red. In an instant, she descended with tremendous force, delivering a powerful strike upon the whale's wound. Blood erupted forth, and the sheer destructive power of her attack reduced the surrounding flesh to a mangled mass. Helena transformed into her beast form, Huido. Within the belly of the whale, her fur shimmered a deep ebony, engulfed in fierce flames. Huido's fiery essence enveloped her entire being as she launched forth like a released arrow, a force more potent than falling meteors, attainable solely in her beastly state. She aimed directly at the corresponding location of the wound inflicted by Qianlin. Outside, Qianlin's slashes and the immense impact from within relentlessly eroded the whale's flesh and blood. As the force from Qianlin's strike dissipated, a dim orange glow suddenly illuminated the wound before her. Without hesitation, Qianlin leaped aside, just as she did. The wound was completely breached, and a torrent of flames erupted from the opening, accompanied by a colossal black silhouette. Tengu Huido descended before Qianlin, who was overjoyed, her face aglow with delight as she rushed forward to embrace Helena's wolf-like head. "You're safe. That's wonderful." Helena was startled, reverting to her human form, while Qianlin embraced her neck. After a prolonged moment, Qianlin finally released her hold and said, "I truly feared for your safety." Helena blinked and smiled. From the belly of the whale, CP0 emerged, drenched in blood, yet with their mask pristine. In the distance, Neptune observed as several individuals unexpectedly sprang forth from the whale's interior and commanded several guards to ascertain their identities. Just as the crowd's attention was fixated on Helena and her companions, Cyril forcefully crushed the horn in his hand, unleashing a piercing sound that reverberated in all directions. Suddenly, the waters churned violently as two other whales became frenzied, one of which charged towards the ship bearing the Sea Emperor cannon, smashing it to smithereens and severing the cannon's barrel in two, as if losing its support. The outer wall of this space devoid of seawater began to ripple like waves before shattering and dissipating, allowing the sea to surge in from all sides. In this critical moment, Qianlin retrieved two bubble conches, encasing Helena and CP0 within their protective bubbles. "What about you?" Helena asked anxiously. Qianlin was at a loss. Knowing that a single bubble conch could not produce two bubbles in a short span, her initial thought was merely to ensure their safety. CP0's hands glimmered with blue light, and they touched the bubbles surrounding themselves and Helena, extracting two additional bubbles, while the ones on their bodies slightly diminished in size. The two bubbles fused together, promptly enveloping Qianlin. As the tumultuous waters surged forward, the trio was violently swept in various directions. Neptune and his guards were also tossed about, caught in the tumultuous waves. Seizing the opportunity, Cyril clutched Mattia and swam upwards, reaching the pinnacle of the tower. He carefully placed Mattia into a crystal coffin, closed the lid, and turned towards a peculiar object nearby. It was an instrument, a coral-supported harp with 3 robust hollow corals at its back. Cyril sat before the coral harp, placing his hands upon the keys, commencing a solo for his love. The ethereal and melodious notes, amplified by the hollow corals, resonated throughout the entire sea, captivating all who heard this soul-stirring melody. Qianlin, having risen from the seabed, was enchanted by the sound of the harp, momentarily lost in its allure as she gazed upwards. Helena shook her dizzy head, feeling as though she had just been tossed about in a washing machine for an eternity. Upon hearing the sound of the piano, she became somewhat alert. What new mischief was about to unfold? She wondered if the figure in the distance could possibly be Neptune. Where precisely was she? Why were those whales attacking us? Were they under someone's control? Helena was now engulfed in a whirlwind of questions. Before she could ponder further, the surrounding currents surged violently. With great effort, she steadied herself, striving to maintain her balance. Raising her gaze, she was astounded by the spectacle before her. Countless fish darted towards her from all directions, a dark mass of vibrant colors churning the nearby waters. Ultimately, all the fish congregated above the towering spire, swirling incessantly around a central point, forming a vortex of aquatic life. 2 colossal whales circled above the whirlpool, gliding around the tower. Meanwhile, Cyril's subordinate played without pause, the melody transforming from a gentle tune into a fervent crescendo, infused with an indescribable sense of anger. As the music style shifted, the dense mass of fish abruptly divided into several schools, their trajectory aimed directly at Helena, her companions, Neptunus, and his guards. Helena transformed into her beast form, unleashing a radiant burst of light that pierced through the approaching school of fish, creating a fleeting gap, only to be swiftly filled by others. Qianlin wielded an exceptionally long katana, each swing resulting in the demise of countless fish, yet the numbers seemed insurmountable. CP0, relying on his extraordinary agility, continuously shifted positions, evading any contact with the relentless swarm. With a powerful stroke, Qianlin unleashed a wave of sword energy, cleaving a path through the fish, while the slain floated momentarily, only to be crushed by their brethren. However, if this continued, the relentless tide would inevitably engulf her, tearing her apart. Neptune and his guards gathered to block the onslaught of the fish, achieving some measure of success, yet it was clear that their endurance would not last long. Helena enveloped herself in a protective sphere of luminous white light, while schools of fish incessantly collided against her shield. Within the sanctuary, she concentrated 2 orbs of radiant energy in her hands, subsequently merging them into one. The eclipse, radiance unleashed, causing the protective barrier to dissipate as the fish surged forward. With formidable force, Helena brought the radiance crashing down upon the ocean floor, igniting a blinding brilliance that cleared the surrounding waters. The seabed shattered under the immense impact, leaving a vast crater beneath her feet. Although the radiance in its eclipse form lacked the sheer power of the scourge form, it was the only option available in the depths of the sea. Seizing the moment before the surrounding fish could converge, Selena swiftly transformed into her beast form and darted away. With the activation of Shadow Fang, her speed surged instantaneously, leaving the shoal far behind. Selena, assist me in dealing with these fish. I shall confront the one playing the lute. Understood. Selena halted her advance, unleashing a barrage of luminous orbs from her wolf-like maw. The technique, lunar eclipse constellation, resulted in numerous orbs exploding amidst the fish, scattering them in disarray. Seizing this opportunity, Qianlin delivered a powerful slash, sending a crescent-shaped arc of crimson sword energy slicing through the dense throng of fish. With a sudden surge, Qianlin nimbly broke free from the encirclement of fish, propelling herself directly towards Sealer. Meanwhile, Sealer remained engrossed in her performance, the melody shifting once more, causing all the fish to surge toward Qianlin, relentlessly pursuing her from behind. Helena continuously cast beams of light below to shield Qianlin, ensuring that the schools of fish could not catch up to her. However, 2 whales emerged before her, charging directly at her. Gritting her teeth, Qianlin realized she had no choice but to resort to her ultimate weapon. She dragged her blade behind her, a crimson energy emanating from her body, her eyes filled with a blood-red hue. With the great demon blade, Blood Surge, Qianlin propelled herself forward in an instant, leaving a trail of red in her wake. The blade whirled rapidly before her, resembling a meat grinder, and as it grazed one whale's fin, it severed it with terrifying precision, leaving a gory wound as if it had been bitten. The whale let out a pained howl, losing its balance and thrashing wildly in the water. The other whale, frightened by the sight, attempted to flee, yet was compelled by the melody to continue charging at Qianlin. Qianlin halted, observing the relentless approach of the second whale. With both hands gripping her blade, she raised it before her face, the edge glimmering with a crimson glow. With the great demon blade, slippery demon, she swung her sword, unleashing a red demon with a gaping maw that lunged at the whale, incessantly biting and circling around it. The whale writhed in agony, struggling helplessly. By the time the demon dissipated, the whale was left battered and bruised, on the brink of collapse and devoid of the ability to move. Turning away, Qianlin dashed towards the summit of the towering structure like an arrow released from a bow. Cyril was still attempting to command the fish to intercept her, but to no avail. In an instant, she reached the pinnacle, dragging her blade behind her, executing a strike with an imperceptible swiftness. With the great demon blade, Mystic cut, the entire top of the tower, along with the devices and choral harp, was cleaved in two. Cyril was bisected, blood and entrails gushing forth. The crimson liquid spread through the seawater as his arms flailed helplessly, his expression one of agony. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the crystal coffin, until he ultimately breathed his last. After dispatching Cyril, the crimson energy enveloping Qianlin dissipated, and she, exhausted, began to sink slowly towards the ocean floor. Helena hurried to catch her. With the fish now in disarray, they scattered in all directions. Cradling Qianlin, Helena reproachfully remarked, "Why do you always deplete yourself so thoroughly? Can you not save a bit of your strength for later?" Qianlin, too weak to respond, furrowed her brow and nodded slightly. Leaning her face closer into Helena's embrace, Neptune commanded his guards to retrieve the fruit of the sun tree and approached Helena with his arms crossed. "I am grateful for your assistance," he said. "You are the king of the merfolk, Neptune?" "Indeed. Then who exactly are you?" "A conservative enforcer." The Fishman Island remained shrouded in darkness, the panic ongoing. Above in the sky, a point of light streaked across the vast ocean. "Look, something luminous has just darted past." The inhabitants of Mermaid Island became acutely aware of the anomaly. Neptune placed the sun tree's fruit within its vast and intricate root system, causing the entire root structure to emanate a radiant white light. This illumination spread outward, enveloping the surrounding area, restoring brilliance to the once-dim sea. Leading his guards back to Mermaid Island, Neptune was greeted by jubilant shouts from the populace. "Your Majesty, you truly are our deity. Your Majesty, it is you who has brought us back the light. Your Majesty." Yet, Neptune understood that without the aid of those two humans, his fate could have been precarious. A newly forged ship, glistening with a polished sheen, surged forth from the trench, venturing into the volcanic region located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Helena contentedly patted the railing of the new ship, reveling in the satisfaction of reimbursement. Qianlin emerged from the captain's cabin nearby, and upon seeing her, Helena inquired with concern, "Have you fully recovered your strength?" Qianlin smiled gently and replied, "Yes, I'm perfectly fine now." Helena gazed intently at Shahaya, who, feeling puzzled, inquired, "What is it? You have yet to disclose where you hail from. Did I not mention it?" Shahaya replied, Let me take a wild guess. Could it be the land of Wa? How did you arrive at that conclusion?" "Your name, of course, and the fact that a samurai sought you out. It surely indicates your origins lie within the land of Wa." The mere mention of the land of Wa caused Chahaya to reminisce about her family, casting a shadow over her countenance. She moved to the railing, seated herself, and became lost in thought, her gaze fixated on a distant point. Helena bent down, placing her hand upon her head, quietly accompanying her from the side. "Helena, how long has it been since you last saw your family?" Qianlin inquired, looking up. "Me? I am an orphan. I have no family to speak of." Qianlin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Helena settled beside her and continued, "In truth, the other villagers have taken good care of me, yet they are not true family." Helena paused momentarily, then suddenly turned to Qianlin and said, "Qianlin, regardless of what you intend to pursue, promise me you will not perish, all right?" Qianlin gazed into Helena's violet eyes, which were filled with genuine concern. She solemnly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, CP0 remained at the helm, not steering the ship, but rather engrossed in writing something. In the Vickelson Kingdom, renowned far and wide as a marketplace for luxury goods, countless precious jewels, exquisite fabrics, and rare beasts converge here, only to flow out into the world. This place serves as a paradise for the affluent, where the entertainment and financial industries flourish. Many have amassed great wealth here, while just as many have found themselves destitute. The ruler of this realm is Duke Halifax, who, despite his title, essentially reigns as the king. The bustling port is crowded with opulent vessels, and in a few days, The much-acclaimed prodigy magician, the White Hat, will perform here, marking the final stop of his world tour at the illustrious Hylia Theater in the heart of the city. Both the king and the nobility are drawn to witness the mesmerizing spectacle of the world's foremost magician. In the grand hall of the Silja Theater, a blonde woman pushed open a door and entered the room. At that moment, a figure clad in a white suit, adorned with a white hat and a black mask, descended from above, landing gracefully before her. With an exaggerated bow, a male voice resonated, "Miss Vivian, please take a seat over here." The figure gestured invitingly. As Vivian settled beside a table, another individual, identical in attire to the first, emerged from the shadows, holding a bottle of red wine and a wine glass. The glass was placed before Vivian, and the second figure poured the wine for her. Once the glass was filled, both white-clad figures twirled away in a dance, their movements theatrical and whimsical. Vivian, however, did not partake in the wine. Instead, she inquired, "Mr. Claude, what brings you to summon me?" The two figures resumed their exaggerated dance, performing bizarre movements that defied human capability as they approached a sofa where a third figure in white was seated. The third figure, rising from his seat, paced over to Vivian and remarked, "Of course, it's for rehearsal. The performance is just days away. We cannot afford to neglect our practice. Nor can I tarnish my reputation as the foremost magician. I believe we have rehearsed sufficiently," she replied. "Sufficiently? No, certainly not enough." "Kiki." Claude halted abruptly, pivoting towards her, his masked face looming ominously close. With a low, foreboding tone, he declared, "I intend to ensure Halifax witnesses all that he has missed." Meanwhile, CP0 navigated their vessel into the harbor of Vickersling. Once docked, he presented a card meant for the celestial dragons to Shelina. "Purchase whatever you desire. If you have the inclination, you may attend the performance of the magician known as the White Hat." Stealing a glance at Qianlin, Shelina noted his singular desire to return, seemingly uninterested in the spectacle. Yet, a yearning to attend lingered within her. Sensing her distraction, Qianlin nudged her arm and suggested, "If you wish to go, we can certainly attend, but do not feel obliged. I would never want to confine you. I am already grateful for your companionship. How could I ask for more?" Helena chuckled softly, bending down to affectionately pat Qianlin's head. "Stop touching my head all the time. It makes me feel like a child," Qianlin protested, somewhat disgruntled. "Ha ha ha. All right. All right, I shall refrain," Helena replied. Duke Halifax alighted from his carriage, guided by a nearby attendant toward the grand hall. Along the way, he encountered various dignitaries and affluent magnates, all of whom extended their greetings to Halifax, who graciously reciprocated. Upon entering the hall, he found himself amidst a splendid ball, where elegantly attired individuals twirled gracefully across the dance floor. Halifax merely took a glass of red wine from a servant, sipping leisurely while observing the revelers below. His secretary approached, leaning in to whisper, "Your Grace." He declined the invitation, citing a desire to remain inconspicuous. "I see," Halifax acknowledged, nodding imperceptibly. Furthermore, the batch of contraband explosives has been traced back to the revolutionaries. At this revelation, Halifax's brow furrowed. The revolutionaries? This complicates matters. After imparting a few instructions to his secretary, who then departed, Halifax proceeded to engage in conversation with the king. In the heart of Vickelson Island flows the River Tazwen, which traverses the entire island. Numerous vessels, both large and small, navigate its waters, including cargo ships and luxurious yachts for the affluent. On one such yacht, groups of individuals mingled in high society social activities, accompanied by a nearby band playing a graceful melody. Two gentlemen, wine glasses in hand, conversed at the side of the vessel, appearing calm and composed, yet occasionally casting furtive glances around them. Suddenly, one lowered his voice, saying, "Philip, look at the shore. Is that not her?" Philip glanced at his watch, feigning a more comfortable position as he subtly surveyed the bank, his eyes flickering, though his expression remained unchanged. "It is she, Qianlin," Philip replied in a hushed tone. "What is she still doing here? Surely it cannot be. No, it must be mere coincidence. Yet we should remain vigilant. She may interfere with our plans." As Philip spoke, he unexpectedly spotted Helena beside Qianlin. "Wait, is that not the Navy Vice Admiral Wild Wolf, Helena?" One of the gentlemen, drawn by Philip's words, exclaimed in astonishment. "Why is she with Qianlin? Hasn't Qianlin already been placed under a bounty?" Philip's expression darkened slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. Helena and Qianlin strolled through the bustling streets, flanked by a myriad of shops and an array of street performers. As they passed a casino, a giant brandishing a massive advertisement bellowed, Do you wish to amass wealth? Do you crave riches? At Kuli's amusement park, you can possess it all. Qianlin gazed at the vibrant spectacle around her, momentarily entranced. Nearly a decade had passed since she departed from the land of harmony. Yet she was acutely aware of the vastness and vibrancy of this world. The opulence surrounding her was unlike anything she had previously witnessed. Even the grandeur of Shambodhi paled in comparison. Although the land of harmony boasted the flower capital, for various reasons, she had never ventured there. As she continued to observe, Qianlin's pace unconsciously slowed. Suddenly, a hand grasped her arm, pulling her along. She focused solely on Helena, as if the world around them had decelerated. Qianlin, come. There is something beautiful over here. Philip and another individual approached a hotel, returning to the room they had reserved. Each kept a vigilant eye on the door, ensuring their surroundings were secure. Philip produced a pocket communicator. Hello? The device remained silent for a moment before a voice inquired, what type do I prefer? Blonde female. Code accepted. Is that you, Philip? The figure by the door smacked his lips in exasperation. Yes, it's me. What is the situation with the explosives? There has been naval interference. Navy? That is unfortunate. They arrived just as we docked. Now the enemy will be on high alert. We were making such progress. Don't lose heart. It's too early to declare failure. Understood. We shall act swiftly and await our intelligence. Best of luck. May everything proceed smoothly. Just as Philip tucked the communicator away, a figure from a distant clock tower observed the two within the room, clutching its own communicator. Do not concern yourself with them. Vickelson lacks my wager, the communicator relayed. The figure swiftly scribbled on a notepad. Is Halifax to be secured? After completing the note, they snapped a photo with their specialized communicator and sent it off. Halifax has someone backing it. We shall refrain from involvement. Upon disconnecting, the figure stood and lunged forward, plummeting from the tower. Midair, they glanced back and indeed saw a cloaked revolutionary occupying the spot they had just vacated. Having sensed the ambusher's presence with their extraordinary observation hockey. Exposed? When did that happen? They executed a moonwalk to land on another building. However, the revolutionary was swift, with 5 or 6 others climbing to surround them. Attack! One revolutionary commanded. The revolutionary forces surged forward, brandishing their swords in a fervent assault, while CP0 nimbly evaded their strikes, delivering a powerful blow whenever an opening presented itself. A blue luminescence emanated from his hand as he lightly touched 2 individuals, sending them hurtling towards each other, their garments entangling as they fell to the ground, unable to separate. CP0 unleashed the capabilities of the pudding fruit, binding 5 individuals together in an unbreakable embrace. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he prepared to depart. Capturing these individuals held little significance for him, as his paramount task lay elsewhere. A torrential downpour, a rarity in Vikralin, did not overshadow the nation's splendor. Halifax adjusted his collar, ready to venture out to meet the magician. The Duchess approached gracefully, her gown trailing behind her, inquiring, "My lord, why must you go out in such rain? This performance could yield us great profits. We must establish a fruitful collaboration with him." Halifax replied nonchalantly. The steward approached, whispering, "My lord, the carriage is ready." Grasping his cane, Halifax followed the attendant out the door. Before he reached the threshold, the doorman, drenched from the rain, rushed over to announce, "My lord, a young lady awaits outside, claiming to be the assistant of the magician, sent to pay you a visit." Halifax paused, then inquired, "And where is the magician himself? It appears she is alone. Surely you did not accompany her. Please, invite her inside." Halifax sipped his hot coffee, having felt a chill after a brief spell outside. He set down the cup and turned his gaze to the young woman seated across from him. She remained silent, her eyes fixed on the table, devoid of expression, untouched by the coffee before her. "Miss Vivian, am I correct? I was just about to visit the magician myself. Forgive my candor, your grace." "But he will not see you," she replied. Halifax merely smiled, though a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. Such arrogance! How dare he presume to act so grandly solely by virtue of his title as the world's foremost magician? Did he think so highly of himself? "I am the master of Vikralin." Yet, he refrained from expressing his indignation, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Vivian produced an envelope from her coat, stating, "This is the reason for my visit, your grace. It is a letter from him to you." Halifax squinted at her, pondering what could necessitate a written correspondence rather than a face-to-face discussion. Was he truly so reclusive? He meticulously opened the envelope, extracting the letter, which bore printed text, indicating that the individual had no desire for his handwriting to be scrutinized. The letter contained but a single passage, Esteemed Duke Halifax, I am an old acquaintance of yours. As I recall, you once had a fervent passion for magic performances. You were once a dreamer, were you not? Anticipating our meeting tomorrow. Halifax furrowed his brow upon reading the letter, casting a peculiar glance at Vivian, his hand trembling slightly as it clutched the missive. Might I inquire, Miss Vivian, if you could reveal the true name of Mr. White Hat? Halifax managed to ask, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. I regret that I cannot disclose that information. Vivian replied, closing her eyes and shaking her head. Halifax set the letter down, resting his forehead on his hand in silence. As the clock told 10, Vivian slowly rose and bid farewell to Halifax. I have no further matters to discuss. If you permit, I shall take my leave, Mr. Halifax. Halifax, unresponsive, allowed her to depart unimpeded. Gradually, his breathing grew labored, and finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards the door in pursuit of Vivian. The butler, witnessing his master's disregard for both attire and umbrella, hurriedly called after him. Sir, please, take care. Vivian, shielded by her umbrella, walked with her head bowed towards the entrance when Halifax called out to her, Miss Vivian. She paused, turning slowly, and inquired politely, Is there something else, Mr. Halifax? Please take me to see Mr. White Hat, Miss Vivian. Halifax feigned composure as he made his request. I am afraid not, Mr. Halifax, Vivian replied, tilting her head slightly to the side. He does not wish to meet anyone. Halifax clenched his fists, crumpling the letter in his grasp. As he raised his hand, poised to unleash his frustration, a voice echoed from above. Halifax, how touching that you think of me so. Startled, Halifax's eyes widened as he looked up, seeking the source of the voice. A figure clad in a white suit and mask descended gracefully from the air, descending slowly like a feather. As it landed behind him, Halifax swiftly turned to look, but found no one there. Well met, old friend, the voice resonated beside him. Turning, Halifax was confronted by a pale mask adorned with a grotesque smile, instinctively causing him to recoil. He pointed a trembling finger at the figure, stammering, Claude. Is that truly you? I thought you were dead. Claude chuckled mockingly. Thanks to you, I remain alive. He removed his mask, revealing a half-decomposed, burned visage. The other half of his face bore a twisted, ghastly expression, a stark contrast to the youthful and charming Claude Halifax once remembered. Halifax opened his mouth, struggling to find words. Claude donned the mask once more, laughing softly. Ah, Vickelson has certainly flourished, has it not? Wouldn't you agree, my lord? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Halifax, preoccupied with his thoughts, retorted, Did you come here merely to perform? Claude strolled around Halifax, responding, Of course. And I wish to showcase the fruits of my diligent study of magic over the years. Furthermore, it is also about realizing the dreams we once shared, my old friend. Upon hearing the mention of dreams, Halifax swallowed hard, casting a nervous glance at Claude. Claude patted his shoulder, reassuringly saying, Oh, so much time has passed. I understand you. Worry not. In a swift motion, Claude appeared beside Vivian, bowed to Halifax, and announced loudly, Well, I shall take my leave now. Do come to witness my performance tomorrow. Your Grace. He then departed with Vivian. Halifax stood motionless in the rain, fixated on the receding figures of the two. After a while, the butler hurried out, holding an umbrella to shield Halifax from the rain. The butler, visibly flustered, explained, My lord, I do not know what happened. My body suddenly became unresponsive. Halifax paid him no heed, still lost in thought as he gazed in the direction Claude had vanished. After a considerable time, he finally accepted the towel offered by the butler to wipe his face and turned to re-enter the house. Helena and Qianlin squeezed among the crowd on the street, captivated by the street performances. Suddenly, Helena felt a peculiar sensation. Activating her observation hockey, she discerned someone in the distance surreptitiously watching them. Turning to glance at Qianlin, she noticed that Qianlin had also spotted the individual who was spying on them. The two exchanged a subtle nod and made their way out of the throng, heading towards a narrow alley. The follower trailed behind, and upon their entrance into the alley, peered in, only to find no trace of the two. Puzzled, they ventured further into the alley, when suddenly, a hand emerged from the shadows, covering their mouth and pulling them away. Helena and Qianlin bound the man tightly, with Helena threatening, If you dare to scream, I will end your life immediately. The pursuer fell silent, awaiting his fate. Helena patted his head and inquired, What is your mission? To monitor our movements? Or do you have other intentions? The man glanced at Qianlin and then at Helena, ultimately remaining silent. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Helena hissed softly, clenched her fist, and prepared to take a firmer stance. Helena, such methods will yield no results. I have a notion to use him as bait. Bait? The rain fell incessantly as Philip dashed toward the location where his subordinate had vanished. Cursed be the circumstances, trouble had indeed arisen. Yet he did not intend to employ any tricks. After all, his adversary was Qianlin, with whom he had once collaborated. If they could clarify matters, she should release him. Upon arriving at the alley, Philip's expression remained impassive as he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling breeze behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to find Qianlin standing right there. Philip, is that you? Has the Revolutionary Army come here? Qianlin recognized the individual before her. Both she and Philip had previously participated in the Battle of Celius. Qianlin, we sent someone merely to ascertain whether you might pose a threat to us. After all, you are now allied with a naval officer. I hope you understand, Philip sincerely articulated. Qianlin sighed, exuding a sense of resignation. Rest assured, I have other matters to attend to with that naval officer. I am not here to trouble you. She paused, then inquired, by the way, are you planning to incite a riot here? Philip hesitated for a moment before responding, no, we are merely passing through, taking a moment to recuperate. So, where are my men? Qianlin nodded towards a dim corner behind her. Philip approached and found his unconscious subordinate, hoisting him onto his back. As he prepared to depart, Philip turned and assured her, you need not worry, Qianlin, we shall not trouble you again. Qianlin nodded in acknowledgement. After Philip left, she turned to walk away, only to find Helena seated atop a rooftop, smiling down at her. Helena, what are you doing here? So that is why you sent me away. It was the Revolutionary Army, wasn't it? You knew it was them all along, didn't you? Qianlin's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly nodded in response. Helena supported herself with her hand and leaped gracefully from the rooftop, landing steadily before Qianlin. Standing upright, she gazed at her and said, all right, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I am not accompanying you in my capacity as a naval officer. With that, she smiled and affectionately ruffled Qianlin's hair, adding, your disguise is rather poor. It was apparent at first glance. Qianlin, at a loss for a retort, could only murmur, please refrain from always patting my head. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, Helena, I should have been more cautious. The revolutionaries are not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Philip, sprinting with his subordinates, was communicating via a snail phone, proclaiming, everything is prepared. Halifax sat gravely on the sofa, showing no intent of sleep, the letter laid out before him. Claude stood atop the tallest tower of Vickelson, allowing the rain to drench his garments, arms outstretched towards the entirety of Vickelson. Vivian, holding an umbrella, looked up at Claude with a gaze that flickered uncertainly. The following morning, the sky had cleared, and the entrance to the Cilia Grand Theater was thronged with people. Nearby, a multitude of opulent carriages belonging to the elite were parked. Nobles and affluent individuals were ushered into the performance hall by their attendants. To everyone's surprise, Halifax had already seated himself in the VIP section, seemingly having waited there for quite some time. His expression was somber. When greeted by others, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. This revelation astonished those around him even more, for Halifax was known for his profound depth. To see his emotions laid bare was indeed perplexing. At that moment, Halifax had no desire to engage with anyone, his unwavering gaze fixated on the curtain, waiting impatiently. Meanwhile, backstage, Claude peered through a crack and observed Halifax's serious demeanor. Unable to contain his laughter, he chuckled to himself. What's this, Halifax? Were you not always poised and self-assured? Ha! Claude continued his revelry, while Vivian stood silently in the background, arms crossed, her restless eyes betraying her inner turmoil. Outside the theater, Helena and her companions stood amidst the crowd. Is it truly possible to enter with just this card? Helena wondered aloud, scrutinizing the celestial dragon's gold card under the sunlight, incredulous that such a small object could wield such significance. Suddenly, a member of CP0 sprang forth, snatching the gold card and shaking it between his fingers. Raising a clipboard before Helena, upon which was inscribed, the power of these adults is beyond your imagination. Simply enjoy the benefits and do not overthink it. Helena stretched out her hand, pouting slightly, and said, all right, all right. CP0 handed a white cloak and a white mask to Qianlin, who accepted them. CP0 then inscribed on a writing board, put these on and masquerade as a member of CP. Otherwise, it would be peculiar for you not to be recognized with a bounty of 300 million on your head. Once Qianlin donned the cloak and mask, the trio squeezed through the crowd, arriving at the entrance of the Grand Theater where the affluent were entering. The butler of Halifax greeted the esteemed guests at the door and furrowed his brow upon seeing Helena and the others. The unusual attire of CP0 and Cheelin made him somewhat wary. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enter through another entrance. This passage is reserved for those who have reserved VIP seating," the butler suggested politely, unsure of their identities. CP0 stepped forward, presenting a gold card to the butler. The seasoned butler's eyes widened upon seeing the card. However, he quickly leaned closer to CP0, whispering skeptically, "Why did the esteemed guest not notify us in advance? Rest assured, my lord, she is merely out exploring. If you doubt our word, you may have the card verified. We can wait," CP0 quickly inscribed on the board. I wouldn't dare to doubt. Please follow me. I will personally arrange your seating," the butler responded. Following the butler into the theater, they were led through a small passage directly to the second tier of the audience area, where numerous dignitaries had already gathered. My lord, you." Helena cast a glance at CP0, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. She responded, "You may call me Saint Helena. Please, take a seat here. I shall fetch our esteemed master at once." "Oh, no. I merely wish to observe the performance. Please do not treat me with any special considerations." Of course. The butler hurried off to find Halifax, whispering a few words in his ear. The once vacant gaze suddenly flickered, and he promptly straightened up to look back. Realizing with dismay that he had neglected the arrival of a celestial dragon, this could lead to trouble. "Master, that esteemed individual has indicated that we need not attend to them. He likely wishes to remain undisturbed. Then you must swiftly prepare the finest refreshments for our guest. Go quickly." Yes. The butler hurriedly departed. Once the esteemed guests had largely taken their seats, the audience began to trickle in. Although these spectators were not exceedingly wealthy, securing a ticket to this performance was no easy feat. Those who managed to obtain one had paid a hefty price. Thousands settled into the hall, the atmosphere buzzing with animated conversations as they eagerly engaged with one another. Helena was quite excited, glancing around with a childlike charm that made Qianlin smile. As the lights in the hall gradually dimmed, a hush fell over the crowd, all eagerly awaiting the performance's commencement. After a few moments, the laser lights suddenly illuminated a small circular area on the left side of the stage. There stood Vivian, adorned in a splendid yet agile gown, with a dove perched delicately on her outstretched arm. Her expression remained as impassive as ever, her eyes gently closed, as if she too were in anticipation of something momentous. Slowly, she raised the arm that held the dove, which then took flight. The spotlight followed suit, into the astonishment of the audience. The dove erupted into a multitude of birds, soaring throughout the hall, eliciting gasps of surprise from the spectators. All the doves returned to the stage as Vivian tossed a white hat into the air, around which the dove circled gracefully. The hat descended languidly, and in a dramatic flourish, all the doves converged, bursting forth in a cloud of smoke. As the haze dissipated, Claude emerged, donning the hat with a flourish. The audience erupted in applause at Claude's appearance, some cheering enthusiastically. Claude, however, leaned forward, dramatically raising a finger to signal for silence. Halifax, utterly uninterested in the spectacle, fixated on Claude, gripping the armrest of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my performance." Claude's voice, though not particularly loud, resonated throughout the hall. "I shall present to you the most wondrous visual feast." He slightly raised his head, casting a glance at Halifax, who shivered involuntarily. With a grandiose turn, Claude transformed into a white cloth, vanishing from sight. Vivian swiftly stepped forward to catch the cloth, waving it gracefully before tossing it into the air. For reasons unknown, the cloth suddenly expanded, defying the absence of wind as it ascended, instantaneously dispersing into a myriad of colorful confetti that filled the banquet hall. The audience was adorned with the vibrant paper, their cheers echoing in appreciation of the magnificent display. Qianlin reached out to catch a red piece of confetti, glancing at Helena, who was enraptured by the unfolding performance, prompting a secret smile from Qianlin. With a flick of her wrist, Vivian conjured a door that appeared out of thin air. It swung open, and Claude leaped forth. He snapped his fingers, and two more doors materialized beside him. After performing a brief dance, he turned and stepped through the center door, closing it behind him. In the next moment, the right door swung open, and Claude emerged once again, only to retreat behind the right door, reappearing from the left door moments later. Then, with a clap of his hands, the three doors transformed into swirling blue smoke. Leaning back, he extended his hands as if drawing the smoke towards him, forming a small blue orb between his palms. He grasped the small ball in his hand, raising it before his eyes as if inspecting it with great care. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the ball behind him. Upon striking the ground, it erupted in a spectacular display, releasing a cascade of blue and red smoke that billowed upwards, forming countless blossoms in the air. The audience, initially taken aback, erupted into cheers and screams as the vibrant spectacle unfolded. Meanwhile, Philip strolled leisurely along the harbor, appearing to be a carefree gentleman enjoying a promenade. Yet, his keen gaze remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. In the distance, a dockworker unloading cargo glanced at Philip and nodded. Nearby, a clerk engaged in registration removed his yellow scarf and gave it a vigorous shake. Across the street, a coachman, upon noticing Philip, lit the lamps of his carriage. Everything was in readiness. Philip quickened his pace, departing from the port. Ensuring that no one was watching, he rolled up his sleeves and spoke into the communicator. Addressing all present, everyone, remain patient. Our moment to shine is imminent. In the grand theater of Hylia, Claude's performance continued unabated. He grasped Vivian's hand and began to dance the tango. As Vivian spun around, Claude suddenly appeared on the other side to catch her, leaving the audience bewildered as to how he had executed such a swift maneuver. The two parted, and with a flourish of his hands, enormous piano keys materialized from nowhere, floating in midair and forming a spiraling staircase that ascended toward the heavens. Claude ascended this staircase, step by step, as the keys emitted a clear and melodious piano sound. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he snapped his fingers, and the keys dissipated into a cloud of dust. Claude hovered in the air, his hands gliding gracefully, conjuring golden objects that flowed like liquid in their wake. With continuous motions, the liquid transformed into roses, then into flying birds, and in the next moment, into two figures applauding each other. Halifax's pupils dilated, his lips clenched, and panic filled his eyes as he beheld this spectacle. Unbeknownst to him, the performance had drawn to a close. Claude continuously bowed to the audience, expressing his gratitude, which was met with sustained applause for several minutes. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your presence at my performance. As the applause gradually subsided, Claude turned his gaze toward Halifax and proclaimed, "Perhaps you are unaware, but I am the closest friend of this nation's lord, Duke Halifax. In our youth, we were the most harmonious and exceptional partners in magic." Upon hearing this, the audience, including the nobles above, began to murmur among themselves. Could it be true? The Duke of Halifax was once a magician? I've heard whispers of this tale, but lacked proof until now, as the world's foremost magician has confirmed it. Indeed, the Duke traveled abroad for several years in his youth. It must have been during that time. Halifax, disregarding the surrounding chatter, cared not for their opinions on his past. His focus was solely on Claude, who stood on stage. We aspired to become renowned magicians of the world, swearing an unyielding oath. But why has he ascended to the lofty position of Duke Halifax, the ruler of Vickelson? Claude's voice rang out, instigating confusion among all present. Meanwhile, Halifax trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. For he is a deceiver, a liar, a coward who has betrayed his oath. Claude, shedding his previous elegance, erupted in anger, his voice becoming harsh. Halifax's mouth twitched, his expression contorting in discomfort. Our vows mean nothing in the face of power and wealth. He has unhesitatingly broken his promises. In order to inherit the rule of Vickelson, he cast aside me and all we once held dear, doing so with resolute determination. The audience buzzed with disbelief. Surely, the Duke would not do such a thing? I cannot believe this. This man is slandering the Duke. If I were in his position, I would do the same. Why forsake a noble title to become a magician? The nobles above scoffed at Claude, deeming him merely a buffoon. The security team, armed and determined, surged from the backstage and the rear of the audience, encircling Claude on stage. Halifax adjusted his attire, swallowed hard, and steadied his nerves before rising to the edge of the second floor. I do not know what you are speaking of. We have never met before, let alone exchanged any vows. Security team, seize him. I intend to accuse him of defamation. Halifax shouted loudly. Ha ha ha, how brazen you are, Halifax. Claude retorted furiously. The security personnel lunged forward, attempting to capture Claude. However, as soon as they made contact, he vanished in an instant, leaving only a piece of white cloth and a cloud of dust behind. Qianlin leaned closer to Helena, murmuring, "Something feels amiss. Trouble may be brewing. We should leave." Agreed, Helena replied. Philip anxiously checked the time. Though this was not his first mission of this nature, his heart raced nonetheless. Suddenly, cries echoed from a distance, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire. Philip sprang to his feet and dashed toward the harbor, calling his companions on his communicator as he ran. What happened? Respond quickly. We've been compromised. The Navy and city defense forces have surrounded the harbor. Philip ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Detonate the explosives immediately. We cannot delay. Minutes later, several explosions erupted from the harbor, though fewer than anticipated. This is intolerable. If we don't act swiftly, our operation will fail. Everyone scanned the surroundings, searching for Claude's figure. Halifax, observe your surroundings. The dignitaries look to you with reverence, and the common folk idolize you. They have no inkling that you are a coward at heart. Claude's voice echoed from above, drawing everyone's gaze upward to find him perched atop one of the grand crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Claude erupted in laughter. Ha! Dear guests, do you still wish to witness a magic performance? No. Let us all partake together. As for the audience, let us showcase our talents for the entire world. Countless strands of purple silk emanated from Claude, and simultaneously, figures resembling Claude appeared throughout Vickerland, dressed identically. They too unleashed purple strands that surged toward the crowd. Before anyone could react, the strands struck them, causing their bodies to tremble and become uncontrollable. Within the theater, everyone, including Helena and Qianlin, fell victim to the strands, rendered motionless and paralyzed. Halifax stared at Claude in terror, his body immobilized apart from his mouth, which he could still use to speak. What have you done? Claude leaped down from the chandelier, landing before Halifax. Grabbing him roughly by the collar, he sneered. What have I done? You shall soon find out. I have merely brought a revelry to Vickerland. Subsequently, he stepped back a few paces, lifted his foot, and forcefully stomped the ground, causing purple waves of energy to emanate from beneath him, swiftly spreading across the entire island. Claude removed his mask, revealing his grotesque visage, a smile curling upon his lips as he proclaimed, Now, the revelry begins. Within the theater and throughout the island, all those struck by the purple threads froze momentarily, trembling in unison before they began to move. Initially, their movements resembled those of rusted automatons, stiff and uncoordinated, their bodies seemingly beyond their control, terror etched upon their faces. After a few minutes, their movements became more fluid, yet they remained unable to reclaim mastery over their own bodies. Some even picked up nearby objects, and soon, the crowd surged towards one another, attacking indiscriminately. Regardless of age or gender, those armed wielded their makeshift weapons, while the unarmed resorted to flailing fists. The air was filled with screams, as their bodies moved as if manipulated by unseen strings. Then, the island echoed with agonizing cries. The individuals within the theater huddled together, the scene resembling a hellish nightmare. As they frantically charged at one another, fear plastered across their faces. Help! Help me! Who will stop me? What am I doing? I've killed someone. Hey! Mother! Halifax remained motionless, seemingly intentionally so by Claude's design. Claude's face twisted into a sickly grin as he leaned closer to Halifax, his murky eyes fixating on him with a chilling intensity. Halifax gazed at Claude in terror, words escaping him. Demon, he murmured softly. Claude pretended not to hear, bringing his ear closer as if to listen intently. Am I a demon? Claude erupted into laughter. I merely bring joy to everyone. How could I be a demon? Ha 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 ha. Once his laughter subsided, he continued, knowing I am not dead. Are you not pleased, old partner? Halifax swallowed hard, remaining silent. No words? Very well, let us continue to witness this performance. Amidst the frenzied crowd below, two individuals remained still, Qianlin and Selena. Selena speculated that the purple threads were the manifestation of a devil fruit's power, straining against it with her haki, while Qianlin's complexion turned ashen. Upon hearing a sharp crack, Helena felt the restraints on her body instantaneously dissolve. She moved her arms, reclaiming control over her form at last. Helena turned her gaze towards Qianlin, who was suddenly enveloped by a crimson specter resembling a malevolent spirit. The apparition let out a chilling wail, extending its ghastly hand to extract a purple thread from Qianlin's body, severing it with a swift motion. The specter retreated back into Qianlin, who then broke free from her restraints. Upon their liberation, Claude immediately sensed the shift, yet he remained unfazed, as his objective was nearly within reach. Exchanging a glance filled with determination, Qianlin urged Helena, We must thwart that sorcerer. I'll follow your lead, Helena replied resolutely. Meanwhile, Claude continued to laugh heartily before Halifax, when suddenly a scarlet blade of energy and a white gust of wind surged forth, tearing Claude's form into fragments. However, the chaos of battle did not cease. Helena and Qianlin exchanged puzzled looks, questioning whether they had truly engaged a genuine wielder of power. Helena, look. Qianlin pointed at the remnants of claws scattered on the ground. Helena scrutinized the debris closely. Is that wood? That cannot be a real person. Ho ho ho, why are you two not joining our performance? Claude's voice echoed from above, prompting Helena and Qianlin to glance upward, where they beheld an identical figure of Claude floating in the air. Let us see if another attack will yield different results. As Zelina unleashed her blade, Claude made no attempt to evade, and was cleaved in two, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. This was not even his true form. What manner of ability was this? Suddenly, two additional Claudes emerged from seemingly nowhere, floating in the air while cackling maniacally. Why do you two draw your weapons against me? One of them inquired, their voice dripping with mockery, as Zelina and her companion remained on high alert. Abruptly, Claude halted, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he proclaimed, "A new idea has just struck me." Hee. In an instant, the chaos within the theater ceased, and those under his control surged towards Zelina and her companion in unison. "This is bad. We must flee," they exclaimed, but being on the second floor, the exit was blocked, leaving them with no means of escape. "We shall ascend," Qianlin declared, brandishing her sword and unleashing a broad arc of energy that shattered the dome of the theater across from them. Helena activated her catastrophic form, cradling Qianlin, and propelled herself towards the gaping breach with a comet of fiery descent. Helena, cradling Chiharu, leaped from the dome and landed atop a pillar outside the theater. As she glanced back, she beheld a multitude of white figures suddenly erupting from within the theater, resembling a swarm of white locusts, countless claws. These puppets dove towards the pair, prompting Helena to open her mouth and unleash a formidable pillar of fire. The technique, devouring flame, summoned an ever-increasing horde of puppets, and the flames began to falter. In a swift motion, Chiharu sprang into action, brandishing her blade and spinning it rapidly before her, unleashing a crimson vortex directed at the oncoming puppets. The technique, Demon's Blood Vortex, shattered a significant number of puppets. However, some had already surged close, each armed with a blade, ready to strike at the two. Helena and Qianlin had no choice but to continue their relentless assaults, yet the number of puppets only multiplied. Helena shouted to Qianlin, "We must leave at once. We cannot afford to linger any longer." With that, she gathered energy in her hand, forming a blazing sphere of light, which she then crushed, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated the puppets within a radius of several meters. Qianlin executed a swift maneuver, using Xiandang to break free from the throng of puppets. The two of them leapt from the pillars of the theater, plummeting towards the square below, where countless individuals, under the influence of control, were engaged in a fierce struggle. Helena extended her hand, drawing Qianlin into her embrace, and soared to the summit of another building with the aid of meteor fire. Dreadful. Where on earth is his true form? Helena felt a twinge of irritation. Qianlin reassured her, "Do not fret. These puppets pose no threat to us at present. Yet, we cannot continue to be drained like this. These wretched creatures are insufferable." Helena unleashed her wolf's kiss, a surge of energy emanating from her body, converging towards her mouth, gradually manifesting into a colossal orange orb of light. The dazzling orange radiance was so intense that it rendered Qianlin momentarily blinded. Chaos Star. The orb erupted forth, scattering into countless smaller orbs mid-flight, each detonating upon contact with the puppets, shattering them into fragments. Although the number of puppets remained uncountable, their offensive had been momentarily halted. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed from afar, and the ground began to tremble violently. Helena and Qianlin steadied themselves atop the building. What is happening? 20 minutes earlier, at the port, Philip arrived at the scene, where the Revolutionary Army was engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. "Philip, what are you doing back here? You must not put yourself in danger." Philip approached the man who had called out to him and inquired, "What is the situation? How many of the designated demolition points have been successfully breached? 4 have succeeded, but 8 have failed, and we must abandon one location." "Why?" "There is a ship laden with Imperial explosives." "Imperial explosives? Why would such a thing be here?" "The Imperial explosives originated from an island in the South Sea known for its abundance of explosive materials. Their destructive power is immense, classified by the Navy as unconventional weaponry, typically utilized only under the demon-slaying mandate. We have dispatched personnel to dismantle the demolition point, but we have yet to receive a response." Philip's expression grew grave. "If we continue to linger here, we shall inevitably face doom. We must retreat. This mission has already failed." "Damn it. Very well, I will contact those we dispatched immediately." At that moment, tendrils of purple silk began to emerge from within the island, striking all individuals at the port, rendering them motionless. Philip found himself immobilized. Yet his mind raced with thoughts, panic consuming him. After a brief interval, all those ensnared began to raise their fists and weapons, charging towards one another. In a certain part of the port, several revolutionaries were engaged in mutual combat, adjacent to the explosive devices that had yet to be dismantled. Alongside over a ton of imperial explosives. Boom! The explosion resonated through the heavens and the earth, a black mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. The violent blast propelled a portion of the adjacent seawater into the air, fracturing the foundation beneath the port, causing it to collapse. The seawater surged into the sunken port, obliterating the surface. The port continued to crumble, with torrents of seawater surging in like a ferocious beast. The foundation's collapse persisted, and the ground where Philip and the others stood began to crack. In the distance, floodwaters engulfed numerous structures, advancing toward the interior of the island. Helena, with her exceptional vision, beheld the dire situation on the other side of the island, while the tremors beneath her feet continued unabated, causing the structures nearby to collapse relentlessly. This is bad. It seems the island is on the brink of destruction. Behind her, those pesky puppets surged forth once more. Helena unleashed her flame-swallowing technique, momentarily staving off the puppet's assault. Darn it, where is his true form? Growing impatient, Helena suddenly recalled something. She closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, a brilliant purple light emanated forth. The entire world transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors, with each puppet in the sky radiating a purple glow, tethered by a violet thread, while countless such threads wove through the city below. All these strands pointed in one direction, the underground of the Grand Theater. Qianlin. I have discovered his location. Before she could finish her thought, the island began to tremble violently once again. Helena glanced at the collapsing land in the distance and addressed Qianlin. Qianlin, let us split our efforts. You must hold back the encroaching sea, or it will inevitably engulf the entire island. I shall deal with that coward hiding beneath the ground. As Helena prepared to depart, Qianlin grasped her arm firmly, stating, I will confront him. You take care of the seawater. What? Why? You are the naval officer. It is more fitting for you to handle this, as it would cause less trouble. Indeed, he is lurking beneath the theater. I am off. Be cautious. With a resounding crackle, Helena activated her meteoric fire and sped away into the distance. Qianlin turned to face the oncoming puppets, raising his blade above his head, its red luminescence enveloping the blade as he unleashed a series of swift slashes, cleaving through the advancing puppets. With the puppets temporarily held at bay, he leaped from the rooftop, soaring through the air like a bullet towards the theater, trailing a long crimson arc behind him. The Rakshasa Suyue puppets pursued Qianlin into the theater. Upon entering the grand hall, Qianlin raised his blade behind him, the blade elongated, striking with an imperceptible speed, leaving straight fissures across the hall's floor before it shattered with a thunderous crash. The Rakshasa, broken blade, descending to the underground. Qianlin surveyed his surroundings, a lengthy corridor which ended at a corner, lined with opulent rooms on either side. The sea relentlessly battered the foundation, causing it to crumble, as vast expanses of land succumbed to the ocean's depths. Many had already drowned in the rising waters. Qianlin arrived at the shoreline, observing the incessant advance of the sea. Drawing a deep breath, he transformed into his lunar eclipse form, transitioning from his human animal form to his beast form. He was just about to take action when a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Helena turned her head and was surprised to see CP0. Indeed. I haven't seen you for a while. Where have you been? Helena inquired. CP0 wrote on the notepad, I went to investigate something. It took quite an effort to break free from that purple line. Just in time, you can help me. Otherwise, this island will sink. All right, how can I assist you? Helena pondered for a moment before inquiring, are you capable of merging the land? CP0 nodded slightly and replied, very well. I shall obstruct the seawater while you piece together the fragmented land to form a barrier against the waves. After surveying the situation below, CP0 nodded again, all right. I will do my utmost. Helena ceased to squander her time, lifting her colossal wolf head and parting her formidable jaws, a blinding white light emanating from within. In an instant, a radiant beam surged skyward. Upon reaching a significant altitude, the beam dispersed, enveloping the island in a protective barrier that encircled it entirely. The moon eclipse. Hu Ling CP0 was somewhat taken aback by this spectacle. Helena's fruit truly proved to be remarkably functional. As Helena's eyes darted around, she noticed CP0 idly watching. seemingly anxious at their lack of action. MMM, MMM, MMM. She emitted beams of light from her mouth, unable to articulate her thoughts, only capable of producing muffled sounds. If this continued, her stamina would soon falter, as this technique was immensely taxing. CP0 grasped her intent and sprang into action. Employing moonwalk to traverse to an area submerged in seawater, where only fragments of buildings and shattered ground were visible. Crouching atop a structure, he summoned blue light that gradually enveloped the entire edifice. Leaping to another ruin, he spread the luminous energy over it as well. With a swift motion, he brought both hands together, causing the two ruins to slowly shift and emit a thunderous rumble. Moments later, with a resounding thud, the structures merged seamlessly, preventing any seawater from seeping through. CP0 repeated this process, connecting remnants and repositioning them with precision. Soon, dozens of columns made of various buildings emerged above the sea's surface. All that remained was to unite these pillars to form a complete wall. Meanwhile, Qianlin dashed through an underground corridor, the cacophony of sounds echoing from both directions. As she turned a corner, she beheld a throng of individuals charging toward her with exaggerated, beast-like movements. Claude was orchestrating these people to seize Qianlin. Unable to retaliate, she glanced back at the corridor where another group was rushing forward. In a moment of desperation, Qianlin shattered the ceiling and leaped onto the first floor of the theater, where a swarm of puppets descended upon her like a plague of locusts. It seemed she would need to demolish the entire first floor to extract him. Raising her katana above her head, she began to spin, gathering momentum in her legs before propelling herself into the air. The whirling blade tore through the puppets that obstructed her path. As she ascended, the puppets followed suit, all converging upon her. She positioned the blade behind her back, crimson energy coalescing along its edge, which transformed into a deep black hue, imbued with the essence of Haki. Rakshasa, decapitation prison. A conical blade of intertwined black and red energy surged forth, obliterating any puppet that came into contact with it, reducing them to mere dust. The blade struck the floor, drilling into it like a relentless auger, carving out a crater several meters wide. Subsequently, the surrounding area could not withstand the tremendous impact and began to collapse, exposing the layer beneath. As Qianlin descended, she scrutinized the center, where a cluster of puppets had formed an impenetrable barrier. What could lie beyond? Sensing a presence behind her, she had no time to turn around as a massive iron hand seized her. The colossal grip constricted around Qianlin. In a desperate maneuver, she unleashed her demonic form, wielding her blade to deliver a powerful strike to the wrist of the iron hand. Though she managed to dislodge it, the attack left little more than superficial marks on the metallic appendage. Turning to face her adversary, Qianlin found herself confronted by a towering steel puppet, standing at a height of 20 meters, now swinging its arm toward her. She landed deftly on the ground, evading its assault, its large frame rendering it somewhat sluggish in its movements. In a moment of evasion, Qianlin launched an assault on the joints of the steel puppet's limbs. However, the terrifying hardness of the metal used in its construction rendered all attacks futile, leaving merely shallow gashes on the surface that only impeded its movements. At that moment, Vivian emerged beside a massive ruin in the distance, her hands aglow with an orange light. As she placed her hand upon the debris, the orange glow gradually enveloped the entire structure, causing it to morph in shape. Once the light dissipated, the ruin transformed into a second steel puppet, indistinguishable from the first. The second puppet stood motionless, while a violet thread shot forth from the cluster of marionettes, striking the new puppet. Slowly, it lifted its metallic head, producing a jarring sound of metal scraping against metal. Qianlin deftly dodged the foot of the first puppet as it advanced, but behind her, the second puppet charged forward with great strides. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, tumultuous tides surged between the scattered ruins, gradually closing in on the land. With a thunderous crash, all the ruins sealed shut, forming a dam constructed from various buildings that encircled the already fragmented harbor. Upon witnessing the successful obstruction of the seawater, Helena withdrew the protective barrier. However, tumultuous waves surged in from the outside. Fortunately, the dam proved to be remarkably resilient, steadfastly enduring without succumbing to collapse. Helena, utterly exhausted, transformed back into her human form and collapsed onto the ground. CP0's moonstep returned to Helena's side, inscribing on a clipboard, "Can you endure any longer?" Helena slowly nodded, weakly replying, "A short rest will suffice." And what of Wuma Qianlin? She has gone to confront that Claude. By the way, what is this ability? Is it the power of a devil fruit? Indeed, it is the puppet fruit. According to the Devil Fruit Compendium, it grants the ability to control all objects. Helena struggled to her feet and said, "I am rather concerned about Qianlin. You should rest now. You are having difficulty moving, let alone assisting her." Reluctantly, Helena acquiesced. Qianlin nimbly dodged, evading the relentless onslaught of the two puppets. To launch an effective counterattack against these mechanical adversaries, she required ample time. Otherwise, if this exhaustion continued, defeat was inevitable. What a vexing predicament. Must I resort to that? I am still not strong enough. As Qianlin battled the two iron puppets, Vivian conjured 3 additional puppets. The 5 encircled Qianlin, confining her. Gripping her sword, she surveyed her surroundings with a resigned sigh before closing her eyes. One puppet raised its massive hand to strike. But suddenly, a crimson energy erupted from Qianlin. She positioned her sword before her chest and began to spin rapidly. The great demon blade, blood whirlwind. The blade, whirling like a fan, clashed with the steel hand, sending sparks flying and a cacophony of friction ringing in her ears. The puppet's enormous hand was shredded to pieces. Qianlin leapt onto the puppet's arm, racing towards its head. As the puppet raised its other hand to strike, Qianlin leapt forward, soaring over its head to land on its back. The blade surged with ferocious crimson energy, driving deep into the puppet's neck. The great demon blade, Inner Sparrow. All the crimson energy surged into the puppet's interior, and mere seconds later, its waist was severed from within, a horrific gash nearly cleaving the puppet in two. The upper body swayed perilously, and with a resounding crack, the remaining connection at the waist broke, causing the two halves to collapse. Qianlin sprang back, narrowly evading a puppet's attack, and positioned herself level with the head of another. The katana rested behind her, crimson energy streaming from her eyes. The great demon blade, profound cut. With an almost imperceptible speed, Qianlin severed the puppet's head. However, its movements did not cease, indicating that the head was not a vital point. Undeterred, Qianlin raised her sword above her head, the crimson energy extending the blade to over 10 meters, and brought it down with tremendous force. The great demon blade, kill and rebirth. The puppet was cleaved in half from head to toe, and within less than a minute, 2 puppets had been vanquished, while Vivian was just beginning to craft another. Meanwhile, 3 puppets closed in to attack simultaneously. Rather than retreating, Qianlin summoned her spectral form, her long hair flowing like a demon's, wielding a massive sword that mirrored the one in her hands, with both hands gripping a blade. The malevolent spirit adeptly thwarted the assaults of 3 puppets. A piercing wail escaped its lips as the crimson energy emanating from the sword repelled the puppets, leaving behind a multitude of gashes upon their forms. The fiend cleaved one puppet's arm asunder, while Qianlin severed the leg of another with her own strike. In no time, the 3 puppets lay vanquished. Ignoring Vivian, Qianlin turned her attention to the cluster of puppets, crouching low. The great demon blade, Silhouette, surged forward like a bullet towards the heap of puppets, poised to deliver a decisive blow. However, 2 slender violet lines manipulated colossal stones that came hurtling towards Qianlin from either side. The speed of the oncoming boulders left her with scarcely a moment to react. She swung her blade in a circle, shattering the stones into fragments. Yet another boulder plummeted from above, forcing her to leap aside to evade it. In the distance, she unleashed a sword aura shaped like a demon, grinning as it barreled towards the cluster of puppets. The great demon blade, Huatugi, relentlessly tore at the puppets, barring its path, finally creating an opening. A quick glance revealed a person within, bare-chested and adorned with intricate purple markings. Seizing the moment, Qianlin spun rapidly in midair, unleashing a blood-red tempest that scattered the puppets, sending the protected individual flying, their body marred with wounds. The person landed on the ground. Struggling to sit up, it was Claude, his face twisted in a menacing glare directed at Qianlin. She was determined not to grant him a moment's respite and charged towards him with her blade raised. Claude commanded the surrounding puppets, debris, and an array of obstacles to hurl towards Qianlin in an attempt to hinder her. Undeterred, Qianlin cleaved through the obstructions with relentless fervor. Time was of the essence. Delaying further would spell disaster. With renewed speed, she approached Claude, only to have a colossal hand descend from above, summoning yet another iron puppet to block her path. Vivian arrived nearby, urging Claude, "Mr. Claude, hurry and rise." Qianlin deftly evaded the puppet's strike and, disregarding Vivian, thrust her blade towards Claude on the ground. However, as she lunged, another figure materialized before her, the tip of her katana plunging into this person's abdomen. It was Vivian, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded the blade embedded in her flesh. In that moment, Claude had manipulated Vivian to intercept Qianlin's attack. Fear etched across Vivian's face. She slowly turned to face Claude, who continued to exert control over her, forcing her to grasp Qianlin's weapon. Why? She implored Mr. Claude. Yet, Claude paid her no mind. Rising swiftly to leap away, Qianlin cast a complex gaze upon Vivian, gradually withdrawing the blade from her body. Vivian trembled violently, collapsing to the ground as pain racked her form, blood pooling beneath her. Just as Qianlin sought to locate Claude's fleeing figure, a massive stone hurtled towards her from behind, compelling her to crouch down to evade the impending danger. The colossal boulder did not strike Qianlin, yet it did not come to a halt. Soaring past to a distant point, Qianlin directed her gaze towards that location, where Claude hovered in the air, surrounded by the debris of ruins, boulders, and the remnants of puppets that converged upon him, encasing him in layer upon layer, forming an ever-expanding sphere. Qianlin raised her blade and unleashed a wave of sword energy. Yet the results were negligible, merely severing a small portion, which was immediately replenished. The sphere swelled to a radius of approximately 40 meters. And as the objects flew towards it, they ceased to enter the sphere, instead coalescing into numerous arms encircling it. The arms swung vigorously towards Qianlin. Each appendage was several meters thick. She positioned her blade in front of her, and when the arms reached her, they were cleaved by the raised blade. The severed segments had not yet touched the ground before rejoining behind her, reversing direction to strike Qianlin from the rear. She was struck heavily in the back and sent sprawling. After rolling twice on the ground, she promptly rose, only to find arms approaching from both sides. Gathering her strength, she leaped, and the two arms collided beneath her with a resounding thud. Landing atop one arm, she drew her blade back, unleashing a sword energy shaped like a malevolent spirit. The great demon blade, slippery ghost. The sword energy encircled the arm, incessantly eroding it. But the arm could not withstand the assault and fractured, only to have the broken pieces instantaneously return to their original position. Qianlin descended back to the ground, her attacks proving ineffective. With her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, she pondered a strategy. Suddenly, a section of the wall above the grand theater was breached, and a fireball plummeted from the heavens, crashing towards the stone sphere. The arms surrounding the sphere attempted to obstruct it, but were shattered to pieces, although they swiftly regenerated. The fireball continued unabated towards the sphere protected by the arms. Boom! Flames erupted, and the stone sphere trembled violently, yet it still failed to breach its defenses. Seeing that her attack had proven ineffective, Selena concentrated a luminous sphere in her hand and struck it forcefully against the stone orb. The cataclysmic explosion created a breach in the orb, yet it swiftly restored itself to its original form. In that moment, an arm swept towards her. Selena, enveloped in an aura of armed color, retaliated with a powerful punch, shattering the arm into two segments, which, this time, did not regenerate. Helena leaped down, and Qianlin shouted to her, "Helena, strike him with overwhelming force. Otherwise, he will quickly recover." Understood. Helena slightly bent her body, transforming into her eclipse form. The Shadow Eater was activated, and her speed reached an imperceptible level, vanishing from sight. Claude shielded his surroundings with his arm, but Helena reappeared at the most vulnerable point of defense. Energy coalesced in her hand, forming a wolf's head, enhanced with armament hockey. Eclipse, Wolf Hunt. The formidable strike instantly severed several arms, while nearby, tentacle-like limbs surged toward her from all directions. Helena, her hands cloaked in armament hockey, shattered one with a single punch. Qianlin raised her blade, preparing to launch an attack, but the sinister whispers of the demon echoed in her ears. "No, this is the final strike. I cannot sustain it any longer." Her katana, enveloped in armament hockey, transformed into a black blade tinged with red energy. Demon blade, slash of the fallen. The black-red sword aura surged toward the massive stone sphere, relentlessly battering its surface and creating a deep fissure. As Qianlin connected with Crimson Blood's resolve, her strength waned, and she collapsed to the ground. Helena fixed her gaze upon the fissure, her fists imbued with hockey, striking it repeatedly to widen the gap. The nearby tentacles attempted to thwart her efforts, only to be repelled by her relentless blows. Below, CP0 suddenly appeared beside Qianlin, assisting her to sit upright. A sudden recollection struck Qianlin, prompting her to instruct CP0, "Go check on that individual." She gestured towards the distant Vivian, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to her grievous injuries. CP0 inscribed on his writing board, "Who is she?" Qianlin replied, "Initially an adversary, but set that aside for now. See if she can be saved." Approaching Vivian, CP0 promptly tended to her wounds before relocating her to a safer spot. He then returned to Qianlin and wrote, There are no injuries to vital areas. However, if delayed any longer, her life may be at stake. Helena relentlessly struck at the fissure, gradually penetrating to a considerable depth. With all her strength, she grasped the edges of the crack, prying it open to reveal the scene within. Claude floated at the very center of a spherical expanse, surrounded by countless violet threads converging upon him, emanating from his form as a source of ethereal light. In the midst of the energy convergence at Helena's wolf kiss, Claude found himself in a state of panic. He attempted to command the tendrils to strike at Helena, yet they merely collided against a white barrier, for Helena had long since established her protective circle. The luminous orb from Helena's mouth surged forth towards the interior of the stone sphere. The lunar eclipse, imbued with radiant energy, instantaneously filled the entire spherical space. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force, the stone sphere began to fracture and collapse from various points on its surface, ultimately detonating with a resounding blast. Countless tendrils disintegrated at once, transforming into myriad fragments that cascaded to the ground. Helena was propelled by the explosion she had conjured. Yet she gracefully stabilized herself in midair before descending beside Qianlin and the others. Helena gazed upon the crumbling ruins and caught sight of Claude's figure. His body suddenly withered, aging instantaneously as he fell amidst the rubble, buried beneath the scattered stones. What was happening? The side effect of the puppet fruit is the consumption of life force. CP0 leisurely noted. Within the theater, across the island, the relentless slaughter abruptly ceased. Some individuals collapsed completely, rendered motionless, while others wept for their slain relatives and friends. Halifax regained control of his body, drenched in cold sweat, kneeling on the ground in a state of confusion. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the noblemen and officials had lost their previous composure, either hastily attempting to flee or being carried away by their attendants. It is all ruined, everything is destroyed. Halifax murmured to himself, "What have I done wrong? I merely returned to inherit what is rightfully mine. Why must I be forced into this predicament?" In a fit of rage, he pounded the ground with his fists, cursing vehemently, "Claude, you were truly damned." Clinging to that worthless dream. 20 years prior, in a small theater. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. On the dilapidated stage stood a youthful Halifax, adorned with a magician's hat, performing comical antics. Behind him stood a door, which Halifax opened to reveal nothingness, confirming to the audience that there was nothing behind it. He then closed the door, only to fling it open moments later, revealing the young Claude unexpectedly appearing from behind. The audience applauded once more, some whistling in delight. As the performance concluded, the two bowed repeatedly in gratitude. After the audience departed, Halifax began tidying up the props on stage, while Claude approached with a heavy bag. Placing it before Halifax and opening it, a multitude of coins spilled forth. "Tonight, we earned a total of 100,000 berries. Let us pay the rent first," Claude exclaimed joyfully to Halifax. "When will we perform at the Grand Theatre in Vickelson? Only then shall we be recognized as renowned magicians overseas." Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the theater, "Hey, is Halifax here? You have a letter." Coming. I'll fetch the letter. You tidy up," Halifax replied. He stepped outside and received the letter from the postman. As he hastily tore it open and glanced at its contents, his eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily frozen. Inside, Claude had nearly finished packing and, noticing Halifax had yet to return, called out, "Halifax! Halifax! What's the matter?" With a complex expression, Halifax pondered for a moment, tucked the letter away, and replied, "Oh, it's nothing," before returning indoors. Claude approached Halifax and suggested, "How about we perform that magic trick for next week's show? It is bound to be a sensational hit." Halifax was still pondering over the matter at hand, oblivious to Claude's words, only reacting after a while. "Huh, that performance? But we are not quite proficient yet. You almost got hurt last time." "Do not worry, we have practiced numerous times. At least we have prepared for 3 months," Claude declared, darting off to attend to other matters before Halifax could retort. Halifax stood behind him, hesitant to speak. 5 days elapsed, and Halifax's mind remained consumed by the contents of the letter. That evening, he approached Claude, expressing a desire to converse. "Huh? What is it? What happened?" Claude inquired with genuine concern, gazing at him intently, while Halifax struggled to find the right words. Halifax sighed deeply, finally revealing, "To speak frankly, my father is actually the Duke of Wycliffe." Claude's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Your father is a duke? Yet you claimed both your parents were merchants. You have deceived me all this time." Suddenly realizing something, Claude murmured, "You have more to tell me, don't you?" Halifax lowered his gaze, unable to meet Claude's eyes. My father passed away 2 weeks ago, and I must return. When will you be back? Claude, sensing the gravity of the situation, still inquired. As the primary heir of the family, cannot return, Halifax summoned his courage to respond. What did you say? Claude's voice was low, yet to Halifax it felt like a knife, piercing his heart. Just leave? You intend to abandon everything? I wondered why you have been so distracted lately. It turns out you were scheming to rid yourself of me. How can you say that? Halifax retorted. How can I not? Look at your actions. Do you regard our vows as mere trifles? Halifax found himself at a loss for words. Claude continued. Our endeavor is flourishing, yet you wish to withdraw. Flourishing? We barely scrape by. On good days we earn a few thousand, and on bad days, we cannot even afford the stage rental without incurring debt. Is this what you call flourishing? You often question me about the source of our funds, do you not? Those come from my family, you know? They look down on me, deeming my pursuit as a magician a disgrace. This is my last chance. If I do not return, they will sever ties with me forever. I apologize, but I must consider my own future. Halifax's words were resolute, and with that, he stood and walked towards the door. As he had taken but a few steps outside, Claude rose as well, saying, the day after tomorrow, our final performance. At least accompany me for this last show before you leave. No, I will not perform, nor should you. Consider a different act. It is too perilous. I will leave you a sum of money, as my final contribution, Halifax declared, departing without a backward glance. Claude remained rooted in silence. A tempest of emotions brewing within him. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he hurled a chair across the room. Halifax, you treacherous scoundrel! Claude erupted in a fit of rage. 2 days later, Halifax sat in a carriage bound for the port, preparing to depart and return to Vickelson to inherit his family's legacy. As the carriage passed by the small theater where he and Claude often performed, he caught sight of the notice board announcing the evening's program, which included Claude's magic show. Halifax turned his head away, unwilling to gaze any longer. On the second floor of the theater, Claude observed the street below, his face etched with exhaustion. The carriage carrying Halifax rolled past, but Claude could not see him inside. He only knew that Halifax would be leaving that very day. As night fell, the streets grew quieter, save for the intermittent applause and cheers emanating from the theater. Suddenly, the cheers morphed into gasps of horror as numerous patrons fled from the building in a panic. It's on fire. Quick, put it out. What happened? How did it catch fire? The magician's performance had gone awry, igniting the stage. The fire raged throughout the night, reducing the theater to a mere heap of ruins. No one knew Claude's whereabouts, and when the incident was mentioned, people remarked that the magician must have perished in the flames. Claude awoke in the church hospital of the small town, a nun nearby wringing out a towel. As he stirred, pain shot through his left side, and he soon realized he was swathed in bandages. The nun noticed he was awake and cautioned, do not move. Your burns have not yet healed. It will take several days. Claude closed his eyes, seeking rest. A week later, the bandages were removed, revealing a left side marred with scars from the burns. The nerves in his left hand had been damaged, rendering his fingers stiff and puppet-like. The magician's career was irrevocably shattered. Everything lay in ruin. Meanwhile, Halifax signed a contract. Grappling with the aftermath of his father's death and the ensuing upheaval of the family estate, including the inheritance distributed to his siblings, he was preoccupied, lacking the energy to address other matters. The steward entered, placing a stack of documents on Halifax's desk. Your Grace, this is the report submitted by the Dockworkers Union. Halifax pressed his throbbing temples and began to peruse the documents. Additionally, I have inquired about the matter you wish to know. Halifax looked up. The theater in Meltown experienced a fire a few days ago. It seems the incident was sparked by the magician's performance you once partnered with. And there has been no word of that magician since. Halifax lowered his gaze, his grip on the pen tightening unconsciously. Do not think the worst. He will be fine. Unable to remain seated any longer, Halifax rose and approached the window, gazing out at an expansive, breathtaking garden, yet his heart was unmoved by its splendor. The brilliant sunlight pierced his eyes painfully. No, he muttered. Claude hobbled toward a dilapidated carriage where 4 others were cramped together. Hurry up, you cripple. Don't keep us waiting. Claude paid no attention to him and slowly climbed onto the carriage. As the carriage gradually departed from Meltown, a lavish carriage approached the station from another road. The steward hurried to the carriage door to assist Halifax down, but Halifax jumped down directly. Together, they made their way to the ruins of the theater, where 5 or 6 individuals were engaged in clearing the debris. Halifax, feeling somewhat anxious, glanced around and grabbed hold of someone. inquiring whether there were any survivors from the recent devastating fire. Survivors? Those rescued were taken to the church hospital, came the response. Halifax hurried to the church hospital, entering a spacious ward lined with beds on either side. He grasped the arm of a nun, asking if she had seen anyone named Claude. After questioning several, he found that none had any recollection. Well, the ones here are the injured from the fire. The rest either perished or have been discharged. Halifax rushed over, but Claude was nowhere to be found. After awakening, Claude had not spoken a word, leading the nuns to believe he was mute. When they asked for his name, he ignored them, so they decided to let him be, discharging him as soon as he was healed. After 3 days in Mel, the steward advised that there were pressing matters for his family, urging him to return home. With no other options available, he reluctantly made his way back to Vickelson. Claude wandered aimlessly, unable to perform magic or possess any other skills for sustenance. Survival became increasingly difficult. He resorted to theft and robbery, landing in prison several times. One night, rummaging through a garbage heap, he discovered a cardboard box containing a sleeping infant. Claude was taken aback and gently lifted the baby. The box held nothing else, and the blanket wrapped around the child bore the name Vivian, presumably her name. He took her to several orphanages, but none were willing to accept her. Consequently, he carried her with him, spending his meager earnings 10 berries each night on a shabby shelter to provide for her, to sustain both himself and Vivian. Claude ventured into the underground black market, assisting gangs with smuggling goods, dangerous work but lucrative. With an additional life to care for, he felt compelled to take risks. One night, while transporting a crate, he was pursued by the town's enforcers. In his haste to evade capture, the crate fell, spilling its contents onto the ground. Bending down to retrieve them, Claude was stunned by what he saw. A devil fruit. A dark green fruit resembling a pineapple. Unsure if it truly was a devil fruit, he recognized that goods traded in the underground market were undoubtedly valuable, although it could merely be an exotic plant. Never mind. He decided to eat it anyway. Grabbing the fruit, he took large bites, his face contorting in agony. This tastes dreadful, Claude thought, glancing at himself for any changes. Before he could thoroughly inspect, the police discovered him. There he is. A multitude of police officers surrounded Claude, causing a stir of anxiety within him. Damn it! One officer swung a baton at him, and Claude deftly sidestepped the blow, only to lose his footing and fall to the ground. The officer advanced again, and instinctively, Claude raised his hands to shield himself. A slender purple thread shot forth from his palm, striking the baton. What is happening? To his astonishment, the baton slipped from the officer's grasp and soared into Claude's hand. Was this truly the power of a devil fruit? Claude raised his palm towards the officer before him, and a purple line extended outward, rendering the officer motionless. As Claude moved his hand to the left, the officer's body swayed in tandem. What on earth is this? The onlookers were taken aback, while Claude wore an evil grin. 5 years passed, and Claude strolled through a small town with Vivian. Ahead, at the corner of the street, a crowd had gathered. Claude cast a glance toward the center of the throng and halted. It was Halifax, a newly opened bank, where Halifax and a few impeccably dressed individuals were cutting the ribbon. Halifax wore a smile, yet to Claude, that expression was utterly repugnant. Vivian looked up at Claude in confusion. Her youthful eyes could not discern the events occurring within the crowd, nor the underlying connections. Claude led Vivian away. And since that moment, he had harnessed the power of the fruit to obtain a copy of a devil fruit for Vivian, simultaneously reviving his career as a magician. Until today, Vivian slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still hazy. As clarity began to settle, she felt a gentle rocking sensation and looked around. Realizing she was in a cabin aboard a ship, struggling to sit up, she felt a pain in her abdomen and instinctively reached for the source, finding bandages. Memories of the moments before her unconsciousness flooded back, Claude treating her as a mere tool to discard at will, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. If he were indifferent to her, what path lay ahead for her? From a young age, she had undergone Claude's training, serving as his partner in magic performances. She was forbidden from pursuing any other endeavors, had never known friendship, nor experienced any moments of joy. Instead, following Claude into the underworld, she had witnessed only filth and darkness. The door swung open, and Qianlin entered. "You're awake? Are you feeling unwell?" she inquired, suddenly recalling a scene from over a year ago when she had been injured, lying in bed while Selena came to check on her, a smile creeping onto her face. Vivian remained silent, her gaze fixed warily on the dark-haired woman before her. It was she who had stabbed her, though she could hardly blame her. "I apologize for your severe injury," Qianlin said, moving to the bedside and pulling up a chair to sit. What is your relationship with that magician? Qianlin cautiously probed. Vivian shifted her gaze away from Qianlin's penetrating eyes, ignoring the question. Are you father and daughter? Qianlin then inquired. After a considerable pause, Vivian finally managed to utter two words. Adoption. Qianlin found herself at a loss for words, and the two remained in silence. Why did you save me? Vivian asked softly, gazing at her hands. The feeling of betrayal must be excruciating, especially coming from one's adoptive father. Qianlin replied solemnly. Where are you taking me? That is a question for another person. I shall fetch him, Qianlin said as she rose and exited the room. After a while, she returned with CP0 in tow. Vivian cautiously scrutinized the masked figure. CP0 raised a writing board and inscribed, Do you have concerns regarding how we shall handle you and where you will be taken? Please share your intentions first. I do not know where to go, Vivian stammered. CP0 then turned to Qianlin and wrote, Miss Qianlin, may I request that you step outside for a moment? Qianlin shrugged and left the room. After some time, CP0 emerged. Qianlin stood by the ship's railing, feeling the sea breeze, and asked upon seeing CP0, Where do you intend to take her? Once everything is resolved, she will accompany me. You need not worry about that. CP0 replied. Qianlin shrugged, content as long as it did not interfere with her. Helena was purchasing a newspaper from Seagull. The headline boldly proclaimed, Revolutionary Army causes turmoil in Vickelson. Navy's rising star, General Helena, defeats the revolutionary forces, saving the people. Helena was at a loss for words, realizing that her fame had increased once more, inevitably leading to more troubles ahead. A month later, Vivian had made a remarkable recovery, nearly healed. She began contributing to the work. Helena was astonished to see such an elegant woman willingly engage in the most arduous and unseemly tasks. She had assumed Vivian would harbor resentment towards others, given their previous enmity. One evening, as Vivian was scrubbing the deck, she noticed the ship swaying increasingly with the rising waves and intensifying winds. The others emerged from their quarters, and Helena gazed at the sky, shrouded in ominous clouds that blocked out any trace of sunlight. She remarked, A storm is approaching. An hour later, the storm indeed unleashed its fury. The ship tossed upon the tumultuous waves like a fragile leaf. Vivian and Qianlin struggled to manage the sails with ropes, while Helena fought to steer the vessel, cautious not to exert too much force lest she break the helm. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged towards the ship, engulfing it entirely, and the crew was thrown about by the force of the water. Another series of massive waves struck, and the small craft could no longer withstand the onslaught, capsizing and throwing everyone into the sea. Vivian clung to the boat, spared from being swept away, while CP0 had foreseen the ship's demise and had grasped the mast to avoid being cast into the depths. Qianlin quickly resurfaced, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Helena. Helena! Helena! Qianlin called out in growing desperation, plunging into the water. In an instant, Helena lost all her strength as she plunged into the sea, gradually sinking towards the abyss. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, she beheld the silhouette of Qianlin swimming towards her. Helena had a dream reminiscent of the time she tumbled from the red Earth continent into the sea. This time, amidst the watery depths, she perceived two indistinct figures. Just as she was on the verge of discerning their forms, she awoke abruptly. Startled, Helena sat upright in her bed. After a moment's pause, she surveyed her surroundings. She lay upon a small bed, her legs extending beyond the edge. The room was modest, constructed of wood, reminiscent of a quaint countryside villa. It was tidy, adorned with standard furniture, and a globe alongside a model airship graced the desk by the window. On a shelf above, a picture frame contained an image of a couple with their daughter. The father's expression was stern, while the mother wore a gentle smile. The girl appeared to be but 5 years old. Vivian sat on a stool beside the bed, seemingly having just awakened from slumber. Roused by Helena's movements, she blinked in confusion and remarked, "You're awake," before rubbing her eyes. Suddenly, Helena felt an unsettling realization wash over her. Looking down, she discovered her complete nudity. Instinctively clutching the blanket tighter, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Observing her predicament, Vivian reassured her, "Do not worry. It was Miss Qianlin and I who removed your clothing. Your physique was simply too ample, and we had nothing suitable to replace it with. However, your garments have dried. I shall fetch them." With that, she rose and stepped outside to retrieve Helena's clothes. Helena accepted the garments with an awkward glance at Vivian, who averted her gaze, hastily donning her attire. She stood and inquired, "How long have I slept?" About a day, Vivian replied. Helena approached the window, drew back the curtains, and beheld the relentless downpour outside. She inquired, "Have we been rescued?" "Indeed," came the reply. "The owner of this abode transported us to this island in their airship." Helena cast a glance at the model on the table. "Where are Qianlin and the others?" "They have gone to the town to procure supplies." As this house is situated far from the array, by the seaside, Helena stepped out of the room, revealing an unremarkable living room, with the kitchen situated on the opposite side. Beside the window in the living room sat a person in a wheelchair. Upon hearing a sound behind them, they turned their wheelchair around. Upon seeing Helena emerge, they joyfully exclaimed, "You have finally awoken." Helena turned her head to see a girl of about 17 or 18, who was gazing at her with a bright smile. "My name is Sally. You must be Helena. I heard about you from that sister with the dark hair." "Yes, that's me." "Were you the one who rescued us?" "Me? Oh no, it was my father who encountered you in the weather vessel and brought you back." "And where is your father now?" "He is in his workshop." Selena stood in silence for a moment before inquiring, "Pray tell, why are they venturing out to shop at this hour? Why not wait for the rain to subside?" For within the forthcoming month, this torrential downpour would persist. Qianlin and CP0 arrived in the town, which sprawled extensively, yet many of the houses lay derelict and uninhabited. Only a small section on the outskirts remained occupied, illuminated by the glow of electric lights. As they made their way toward that area, they encountered an elderly man approaching them, short in stature, clad in a raincoat, sporting a monocle over his left eye, and with a scruffy white beard that had long been neglected. He clutched a flashlight in his hand. "Hey, you two, you're not from this island, are you?" "Good sir, we capsized in the storm and were rescued and brought to this island." Qianlin responded. "Rescued, you say? Was it by a fellow piloting an airship?" "Indeed. Has Carlos ventured out to sea again in his airship? He truly never learns." Qianlin was taken aback by the sudden ire of the old man. The one who had rescued them was named Carlos, and Qianlin recalled that after boarding her airship, he had uttered no more than a handful of words, an uncommunicative individual who had since remained behind the scenes, with only his daughter, Sally, attending to them. "What brings you here?" "To procure some supplies for maritime navigation." "Buying now?" "Isn't that a tad premature?" "Premature? Why do you say that?" "This deluge won't cease for another month." "A month? Why such a lengthy duration?" "Ah, it's a long story. Let us discuss it inside." "Oh. By the way, what is your name?" "Call me Bet." The two followed old Bet to a grocery store in the town, where an elderly woman dozed off. Bet pushed the door open and, once everyone was inside, slammed it shut with a heavy thud. The old woman stirred, grumbling at Bet, "You old fool. Did you not realize I was napping at this hour?" "Enough, enough. We have guests," Bet replied, removing his raincoat and hanging it on the wall. The elderly woman donned her reading glasses and squinted at Qianlin and CP0, stating, "Help yourselves to what you need." The store was reasonably stocked, with all the necessary items available, albeit somewhat outdated. Qianlin glanced around before turning to Bet. "Good sir, where have all the townsfolk gone?" "The townsfolk? They've all sailed away to settle elsewhere, leaving behind only us old codgers." Bet replied nonchalantly, to which the elderly woman interjected, "Who are you calling an old codger? Don't include me in that." "Ah, come now, how long have you been wearing those dentures? This place used to be quite populated, did it not? Why has everyone departed? Was it because of the rain?" Qianlin speculated. "Indeed, this rain has persisted for a month. The entire island is ensnared by the storm, with no ships able to enter or leave. In the beginning, the storms lasted much longer than they do now, with the longest one enduring for a full 6 months, completely submerging the eastern port and claiming countless lives. Moreover, their frequency was erratic. At times, they would return merely a week apart, compelling many to leave this place. Now, they occur once a year, lasting a month, and those who remain have grown accustomed to it." "When did this peculiar weather phenomenon begin?" The old man squinted, delving into his memories. "It must have been over 40 years ago, when I was just in my 30s, an apprentice mechanic, fresh from my training. And then came the storms." Sighing, he lit a cigarette. "You old rascal, don't smoke in my shop," the old woman scolded. At that moment, CP0 leaned in, raising a notepad to show the old man, which read, "Sir, is this Lighthouse Island?" After reading the question, the old man nodded. "Lighthouse Island? Was it famous before?" Qianlin inquired, puzzled. "Famous is an understatement. Legend has it that nearly a third of the mechanics on the Great Sea Route hailed from here. It was an island renowned for its mechanical manufacturing," CP0 wrote. "That's quite an exaggeration. At that time, the island had only a limited population, but indeed, Its mechanical manufacturing was among the most advanced. It would be fair to say it was not the first, but it was quite prosperous, the old man sighed. So what caused these storms? Qianlin asked again. Are you familiar with atmospheric monsters? The old man queried. Qianlin shook his head. The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, Actually, we don't fully understand it either. This information was relayed to us by Kairos, who, in his youth, traveled to a place to study meteorological phenomena. After years of research upon returning, he concluded that these storms are caused by a creature he referred to as an atmospheric monster, which becomes active whenever a storm arises. Initially, no one believed him until 3 years ago, when the atmospheric monster swept closely over the island, and most of the inhabitants witnessed it. What did it look like? Oh, it was enormous, resembling a jellyfish, soaring through the air, the old man replied, lighting another cigarette. Kairos has consistently studied that atmospheric monster. Every time a storm appeared, he would pilot a dirigible into the heart of it. Despite our numerous attempts to persuade him to take Selly and her mother away from here, he refused. Truly infuriating. Beth suddenly expressed her frustration. By the way, we haven't seen Selly's mother. Where is she? Qianlin asked. Selly's mother? Alas, she has passed away. Selly's face darkened as she spoke. Helena awkwardly waved her hand, offering an apology. I'm sorry. It's all right. Do you not understand either? A smile returned to Celia's face. 3 years ago, my mother perished in that storm. The town's elders spoke of it as the most ferocious tempest they had ever witnessed. My father had sailed away in the airship, and my mother and I were hiding in our old house. However, the house could not withstand the fury of the storm. It was Grandpa Bert from the town who found my mother and me. As Celia spoke, a tear glistened at the corner of her eye. Helena found herself at a loss for words, bending down to gently stroke Celia's head. Suddenly, the front door of the house swung open, and a figure clad in a raincoat strode in, forcefully shutting the door behind them. They turned to glance at Helena, yet remained silent. Father, you have returned, Celia exclaimed, as she pushed the wheelchair aside to fetch a towel, which she then handed to Carlos. In a hushed tone, Carlos murmured his gratitude. Mr. Carlos, we are profoundly thankful for your timely rescue. Helena expressed her appreciation. Carlos did not meet her gaze. He merely nodded in acknowledgement before tidying up and turning to enter the house. Helena felt a bit awkward, and Sally quickly interjected. My father is not adept at communicating with others. It's not that he dislikes you. There was a hint of sadness on Sally's face as she gazed at the closed door, which Helena perceptively noticed. Cautiously, she inquired, What's wrong? Sally lowered her head in silence, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. I am worried about my father. He will certainly take the airship out again tomorrow. And I fear for his safety. Hasn't he been doing this for many years? Surely, he will be fine, Helena reassured her. Sally shook her head and replied, Sometimes. I sneak into his workshop to take a look. Besides meteorological instruments and equipment for repairing the airship, there are also weapons. Weapons? Helena echoed, intrigued. Yes, there are many cannons. When I asked my father what they were for, he either evaded the question or changed the subject. I suspect he is attacking the atmospheric monsters. Attacking atmospheric monsters? Are you suggesting that he wishes to kill or drive away that creature, thereby freeing the island from the storms? Sally nodded. Yes. That seems to be the case. But it is far too dangerous. The airship has returned battered on numerous occasions. I was curious about the severity of the storms at sea, but now it appears to be the result of battles with the atmospheric monsters. Have you not tried to dissuade him? Helena asked. Of course, I have, but he never responds, Sally said, falling silent. After a moment, she lifted her head and said, You must be hungry. Let me prepare something to eat. Just as the food was ready, Kylos suddenly burst through the door, carrying a package and donning a raincoat. Sally, concerned, asked, Father, are you going to the workshop again? Kylos glanced at her and nodded. Are you taking the airship out again tomorrow? Sally pressed further. Kylos lowered his head, remaining silent. Are those cannons on the airship meant for the atmospheric monsters? She continued, but again there was no response. Father? Why won't you answer? Sally, no longer willing to indulge in idle chatter, positioned her wheelchair firmly in front of the door, gazing intently at Kylos. Father, you cannot take such risks any longer. I have already lost my mother. You cannot leave me too. Kylos' eyes flickered momentarily, yet he remained mute. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Hesitating, Helena approached and opened it, letting in the cold wind and rain. Qianlin, CP0, and Bet stood outside with various packages in hand. Once inside, They were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Sally turned to Bet and said, "Grandpa Bet, my father intends to take the airship out tomorrow. Please talk some sense into him." Upon hearing this, Bet's beard quivered with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kylos, exclaiming, "You dare to go out again? Have you forgotten what happened last time?" Kylos bowed his head in silence. Qianlin and CP0, unsure of how to react, quietly moved aside to set down their belongings. Qianlin softly inquired about the situation from Zelina, who briefly recounted the recent events. Bet and Selly continuously urged Kairos to abandon the notion of venturing out. After a considerable pause, Kairos quietly responded, "I understand." He then turned and retreated to his room. Bet sighed heavily, remarking, "He is truly obstinate. He will not yield so easily. Just look at him." "Thank you, Grandpa Bet." Selly expressed her gratitude. "It's nothing. You were rather unfortunate, having such an irresponsible father." "Please do not say that, Grandpa Bet. Take care." Upon returning to his room, Kairos gazed at a family photograph on the table, the smile of his wife piercing his heart. Hours later, the night enveloped the world in darkness. He grabbed a flashlight, donned a waterproof cloak, and opened the window to climb outside. Meanwhile, in Selly's room, Qianlin, CP0, and Vivian sat beside her. Vivian consoled her, saying, "Do not worry, Sister Zelina is accompanying him, and he will be safe." Kairos walked for approximately half an hour, arriving at a cliff by the sea where a large workshop stood. He produced the key to the workshop's main door and was about to unlock it when a woman's voice called from behind, "Mr. Kairos, may I accompany you?" He turned to see a towering woman, nearly 3 meters tall, standing before him. The flashlight illuminated her face, revealing white hair and shimmering purple eyes. He regarded Zelina for a moment and replied, "It is too dangerous. I will go alone." "Precisely because it is dangerous, Selly implored me to accompany you," she countered. Kairos fell silent, merely fixating on Zelina, who scrutinized his weary and hesitant eyes, along with the stubble adorning his face. He then turned and unlocked the workshop door, moving aside to raise the rolling door. Suddenly, a hand reached over him, grasping the chain, and with a few pulls, the door was hoisted to the top. Kairos glanced at Zelina before stepping into the workshop, followed closely by her. Upon opening the workshop's electrical panel, the entire space brightened. The workshop ceiling soared to about 10 meters, and in the expansive center rested an airship, its exterior entirely covered in steel, marred by numerous signs of repair. The airship was not particularly large, measuring around 10 meters in length, equipped with 3 cannons on each side. Having spent ample time in the Navy, Zelina was well acquainted with weaponry. She quickly discerned that these cannons were standard issue for the Navy and stepped forward to inquire, "Where did you acquire these cannons?" "When storms occur, warships can be wrecked, and the debris washes ashore. After dismantling these cannons, I repaired them," Kairos replied. This was the first time Zelina had heard him speak at such length. She had assumed he would ignore her. Kairos then retrieved the tools for repairs and began to service the airship. He swung open the airship's hatch and leapt inside, where he busied himself with repairs amidst a cacophony of clinking and clanging. Meanwhile, Zelina took the opportunity to explore Kairos's workshop. Nearly an hour passed before Kairos triumphantly completed his tasks and hopped back into the airship, leaving the hatch ajar, which assured Zelina of his tacit approval for her to accompany him. Once inside the airship, she secured the hatch behind her. The interior felt somewhat constricted, adequate for just Kairos, yet Zelina found herself without a seat and unable to fully straighten her back. Kairos settled into the pilot's seat, surrounded by an array of instruments and switches that left Zelina feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He retrieved a remote control and pressed a button, causing the door at the opposite end of the workshop to ascend slowly. With deft control, Kairos maneuvered the airship through the opening, while Zelina peered out through the cockpit window, discovering a straight thoroughfare ahead, flanked by rows of sequentially illuminating indicator lights. Helena speculated that the purpose of this path resembled that of an aircraft runway. Kairos deftly maneuvered the airship forward, gradually increasing its speed. Beth lay in bed, restless and anxious, fretting over Kairos's propensity for reckless behavior. Tossing and turning, she found sleep elusive and eventually sat up, recalling that it had been a considerable time since she had last tidied that particular place. With a sigh, she rose, dressed, and took up her flashlight before stepping outside. Exiting the town, she made her way toward the mountain at the island's center. The torrential rain battered the road, and Beth tread carefully, aware that her aging body could hardly withstand a fall. Upon reaching the hillside, she looked up towards the mountain summit, where a colossal structure loomed hazily through the mist brought by the storm. A fleeting glance back at the valley below caught her attention. A distant line of faint lights beckoned. Was that the signal lights of the airship runway? That scoundrel, Kairos. Beth hurriedly raced down the mountain. The airship's speed was sufficient for takeoff, prompting Kairos to retract the landing gear beneath. Simultaneously, the four propellers on the two pairs of wings began to whir to life. During the ascent, the airship jolted violently, emitting a low hum throughout its body. Helena glanced at Kairos, who remained expressionless and motionless. It seemed this was a normal occurrence, allowing her to relax. Once the turbulence ceased, the airship stabilized in both speed and altitude. Helena peered out the window into the darkness. The dense fog, coupled with the rain splattering against the glass, obscured her vision. You intend to confront that atmospheric monstrosity, but how will you locate it? Helena inquired. We cannot see it here. We must venture to the heart of the storm. Once we arrive, it will seek us out, Kairos replied softly. But how can we determine our direction in this impenetrable darkness? And how will we return? Helena pressed further. Well, Kairos said, extending his finger towards a control panel adorned with scales and indicators. This is the permanent pointer of Lighthouse Island, which I have modified for the airship. Helena swallowed hard, recognizing the mechanic's remarkable capabilities. Beth arrived at Kairos's workshop, only to find both the airship and its pilot absent. Slapping her thigh in frustration, she cursed, that irresponsible scoundrel. She turned and sprinted towards Kairos's home, arriving at the door and calling out, Sally. Sally, wake up. The door swung open, revealing not Sally, but Vivian. Sally, seated in her wheelchair, followed closely behind. Beth glanced at her, puzzled, and asked, Sally, are you aware that your father has gone out again? Yes, when Daddy returned home. Sister Helena told me he might leave in the middle of the night. I asked her how she knew, and she said she could sense it. I didn't quite understand. But Daddy did indeed leave at midnight, so I asked Sister Helena to come with me. Did you bring that white-haired girl along too? How could you involve someone else? It's too dangerous. Tian Lin emerged from a nearby room, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, ma'am. Helena is no ordinary person and will certainly ensure her and Mr. Kairos' safety. At that point in time, they must have already embarked on their journey. It is now too late to halt their progress. Alas, the airship traversed a dense expanse of clouds, and in that fleeting moment, a flash illuminated the horizon, lightning. The heart of the tempest contained vast expanses, brimming with thunder and lightning. Helena felt a twinge of concern, and before she could voice her thoughts, Kairos spoke up. I have applied an insulating coating to the exterior of the airship. Helena swallowed hard, realizing that he had been engaged in such endeavors for many years, undoubtedly considering all potential issues. After advancing for several more minutes, a faint sound emerged, oscillating in proximity, as if it were circling the airship. What is that? She inquired. Kairos remained intensely focused on the horizon. How will it attack us? Helena continued, her words trailing off. Suddenly, from the mist ahead, a massive gray tentacle emerged. Its girth comparable to that of the airship, its length immeasurable. The tentacle struck fiercely, but Kairos calmly maneuvered the airship to evade the blow. As the tentacle swept past one side of the vessel, he pressed a switch, launching a small projectile from the side, which struck the tentacle without detonating. The tentacle vanished, and Kairos swiftly glanced at a nearby display screen, which showcased a moving signal akin to radar. What was that? Helena asked. A beacon, utilized to ascertain its location. He replied, How do you intend to slay it? This creature appears quite formidable, and those cannons are of medium caliber, offering limited lethality. Furthermore, your airship is not particularly large, so it cannot carry a substantial quantity of ammunition. Kairos remained silent, his gaze fixed on the display screen. He noticed the beacon abruptly accelerate towards the right side of the airship and promptly activated the right side cannon, waiting for the opportune moment to fire. A blue projectile hurtled forth, emerging from the clouds and detonating against the advancing tentacle, releasing a burst of white gas that rapidly dispersed, freezing large sections of the tentacle's flesh into solid ice. Kairos pressed another button, and a standard shell was launched, obliterating the frozen areas into fragments. Attacking its tentacles is futile. We must target its core, he murmured. Helena contemplated for a moment and remarked, To locate its core, one must follow its tentacles. I will venture outside to provide cover for the airship. You should conserve the ammunition to target its main body. Kairos, somewhat perplexed about her plan for cover, nonetheless placed his trust in her and opened the hatch. Rain and frigid wind rushed in as Helena secured 2 steel cables around her waist and fastened them to the airship before leaping onto its roof. A tentacle lashed out, and just as Kairos prepared to evade, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the airship's surface. Moon eclipse, Jade Fang. A beam of white light shot forth from above, piercing through the tentacle, which convulsed twice before collapsing to the side. Kairos looked up to behold a werewolf, its entire form cloaked in white fur, standing atop the vessel. Though taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. Seizing the opportunity, he fired a beacon at the tentacle that Helena was assaulting, pursuing the signal to seek out its core. As they progressed, an increasing number of tentacles emerged, and Helena continuously unleashed beams of light to repel them. In the distance, a vague outline came into view. And as they drew closer, Helena discerned that the atmospheric creature was a colossal jellyfish. Its entire body writhed incessantly, releasing clouds of mist from its countless tentacles. As several tentacles advanced simultaneously, Helena gathered energy in her mouth and unleashed dozens of small white beams. Moon eclipse, rain fog. The incoming tentacles were shattered by the beams. But the atmospheric creature expelled more mist, causing its massive form to gradually fade from sight. Alarmed, Kairos accelerated the airship, aligning the side with the creature to fire another beacon. Yet, the signal was not only deflected by a tentacle, but the airship was also struck by one that approached from behind. The airship violently shook and spun several times before Kairos managed to stabilize it. Helena, feeling slightly dizzy atop, noticed another tentacle approaching and continued to use her Jade Fang to fend it off. With the atmospheric creature vanishing from view, Kairos and Helena resorted to their previous strategy, tracing the tentacles to locate its body. After several minutes, the last beacon was expended, and they finally discovered the essence of the atmospheric creature. Suddenly, the mist it expelled shifted to a vivid red, enveloping the area. Seeing this, Kairos swiftly maneuvered the airship away from the ominous crimson clouds. "What is this? Why are we retreating?" Helena inquired, bewildered. The chemical composition of this red mist is corrosive and highly flammable upon contact with any spark. Helena gazed upward at the atmospheric monster, which was once again attempting to vanish into the mist. How infuriating! It was about to escape. "Wait, is it burning?" Helena devised a plan and promptly called out to Kalis, "Steer the airship into the mist." She then transformed into her combat form. Kalis looked up, his heart racing at her current appearance, and anxiously exclaimed, "Did you not hear? That mist is highly flammable. Trust me." He glanced between the fog and Helena, steeling himself before he pushed the airship's power to its limits and plunged into the mist. The moment they entered, the celestial flames enveloping Helena ignited the crimson fog. The flames rapidly spread throughout the entire expanse of the red mist, causing Kalis's heart to sink with dread. This was the end. However, as the flames erupted, Helena opened her wolf maw and began to absorb the fire. Within mere seconds, she extinguished all the flames, her entire form transformed into a radiant dark red, reminiscent of molten lava that had yet to cool. Helena severed the two steel cables that bound her waist and leaped into the air. Carlos, startled, leaned forward to catch a glimpse of Helena's whereabouts. As Selena plummeted several meters, flames erupted from her body, resembling a miniature sun, propelling her towards the atmospheric beast. The Calamity Meteor, having absorbed a substantial amount of fire, gained sufficient momentum to pursue the atmospheric creature hundreds of meters away. Behind Selena trailed a dark plume of smoke. In this dim and shadowy realm, her continuously burning form was strikingly radiant. Kairos, somewhat taken aback, stood in a daze for a moment before promptly piloting the airship to follow her. With a resounding crash, Helena struck the atmospheric beast, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Helena placed her hands upon its form, igniting a conflagration that swiftly expanded. The atmospheric beast trembled, its entire body gradually transforming from a somber gray to a serene azure. The azure skin, impervious to the flames, exhibited remarkable resilience. Helena shifted into her eclipse form, gathering white energy in her hands. After a brief interlude, she unleashed a fearsome blade of Tempest. The eclipse, Tempest blade carved over 100 meters into its body, leaving behind profound marks in its wake. It proved effective. The atmospheric beast suddenly sprang into action, retracting its body and launching itself skyward. Helena fiercely embedded her claws into its flesh, anchoring herself to avoid being thrown off. Kairos pursued the beacon-controlled airship, ascending alongside it. The atmospheric beast burst through the cloud cover, emerging above the sea of clouds, where the resplendent moon cast silvery light across the vast expanse of cloud. Helena was illuminated by the moonlight, her entire being radiating with a luminous glow, while streams of lunar eclipse energy flowed from her eyes. This was Helena gazed upward at the moon, as the energy of the lunar eclipse surged within her, casting a shadow upon one side of the celestial body. As the eclipse commenced, the moment when the moon was half consumed, Intricate purple patterns resembling those of a devil's fruit began to emerge upon Helena's form. The once pristine white of her wolf tail transformed. The tip now adorned in deep purple hues. Helena's speed reached its zenith, and in an instant, she traversed hundreds of meters to stand before the atmospheric beast. The energy she had gathered in her hand coalesced into a spear of white and purple hues, aimed at the creature. With a swift motion, she hurled it forth. The velocity surpassing the speed of sound, and at the moment the sonic boom erupted, it struck the atmospheric beast. The spear's terrifying cutting force cleaved a gaping hole, over 10 meters in diameter, through one side of the creature's body. As Kairos ascended, he heard a brief, thunderous sound. Feeling as if a bolt of lightning had streaked past him, instinctively glancing aside, he beheld the enormous form of the atmospheric beast plummeting downward, staring at the fallen creature. He could scarcely believe it. Had it truly been vanquished? Had he finally achieved the goal he had pursued for over a decade? At that moment, his heart brimmed with gratitude for the tall, white-haired woman, contemplating that her extraordinary powers must surely stem from a devil fruit. Not long after the atmospheric beast disappeared from view, a tentacle suddenly broke through the clouds, striking the airship. With a resounding bang, it spun the vessel around. And Kairos gripped the control stick tightly, striving to stabilize the airship. A glance at the instruments revealed a power failure, forcing him to engage the backup power. Just as the propulsion system regained normalcy, another tentacle lunged at them. In a state of urgent peril, Kairos maneuvered the airship to evade, narrowly avoiding one tentacle that skimmed past its edge, only to find another approaching from behind. In that critical moment, a flash of violet light descended from the heavens, swiftly severing one tentacle. After darting several dozen meters away, it halted for a brief instant before racing toward the other tentacle, cleaving it as well. The atmospheric beast materialized through the mist. Its size diminished, yet its tentacles appeared even more robust. Its body had turned a vivid red, with a notable gap at the top, emanating a phosphorescent glow from within. It directed its maw between the tentacles toward the airship, unleashing a ferocious gale, causing the vessel to spiral out of control. A radiant violet light emanated from Helena as she charged towards the atmospheric beast. The creature coiled its tentacles into a singular mass, simultaneously transforming its outer skin to a deep azure hue. Helena collided with the cerulean appendages, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy. Helena conjured energy in both hands, forming two spear-like beams of light. With a sound that pierced the air, she hurled the moon eclipse, penumbral feast, purple nightshade, which collided with the cerulean skin of the atmospheric beast. After several seconds, the beams finally breached its defenses, severing numerous tentacles. The creature, now filled with trepidation, exhaled a mist and prepared to flee. In the next moment, Helena appeared atop it, gathering energy in her hands before slashing down with her claws. A swirling blade, purple and white and spanning dozens of meters, was unleashed upon the beast. The moon eclipse, penumbral feast, storm shift unleashed a tremendous force that relentlessly tore apart the creature's body, and within moments, it was cleaved in half. Kalos gazed in awe at Helena, resembling a celestial deity, as she transformed back into her human form and plummeted from the sky as if losing consciousness. In a panic, Kylos maneuvered the airship closer, activating two grappling hooks as he approached her. Once secured, he maintained the airship's balance, vacated the cockpit, and gradually pulled Helena aboard through a lower hatch. Breathless, Kylos seated himself on the floor, realizing that Helena had not lost consciousness, but was merely drained of strength. He settled her comfortably before returning to the cockpit. His heart sank as he beheld the Eternal Pointer. Its glass casing was shattered, the pointer spinning wildly in disarray, presumably damaged during the recent attack by the tentacles. With no other option, he reduced speed to conserve power and steered in a singular direction. Hours passed as they continued to navigate through the clouds. Although the mist had dissipated considerably, the storm would require more time to fully subside. Bet traversed the floor anxiously, his expression fraught with worry. Chinlin offered a word of comfort. "Please, calm yourself. How can I not be anxious? If anything happens to him, what will happen to Selly?" Bet exclaimed. "It has been such a long time. This is the longest wait yet. With this thick fog, could they have lost their way? Impossible. His airship is equipped with the Eternal Pointer. He cannot lose his bearings. I crafted that Eternal Pointer myself," he reassured himself. However, the more he considered, the more unsettled he became. The young women spoke of Kalos's previous endeavors to slay the atmospheric beast, and the thought had filled him with rage when he first learned of it. Given that a battle was underway, could the Eternal Pointer have sustained damage during the conflict? The more Bet pondered, the more anxious he felt. He paused, leaning against a wall, contemplating before turning to the others. I need your assistance. What do you need us to do? Illuminate the lighthouse. The lighthouse. You'll understand once we get there. All right. Vivian, you stay behind to look after Selly. Understood. Qianlin and CP0 followed Bet towards the island's center. After several minutes, they scaled a mountain, reaching the summit where a colossal lighthouse stood, towering over 100 meters. The structure had remained hidden in the dense fog until now. Bet opened the grand door and led the two inside the lighthouse. In the depths of darkness, Bet held up his flashlight, surveying the surroundings, and addressed the two companions. I shall restore the power. Afterwards, we must activate the searchlight atop the lighthouse. Without further ado, Bet ventured into the shadows, the beam of his flashlight flickering intermittently. After several minutes, the lights on the walls flickered to life with a series of audible clicks, revealing an expanse cluttered with rusted mechanical components in the damp air. A spiral iron staircase ascended directly to the tower's summit, flanked by an elevator in its midst. Emerging from the gloom, Bet dusted off the grime and mold clinging to him, stating, the remaining power should last for a few hours. We must hasten to illuminate the lighthouse and guide them home. The trio approached the elevator, where Bet pressed the switch. The elevator doors creaked open slowly, but halted midway with an obstruction. Sighing, Bet remarked, never mind, let us ascend the stairs. The three ascended the staircase, which creaked ominously with each step, a testament to its neglect. Bet, trailing behind, soon began to wheeze and slowed his pace, pausing to rest when suddenly a section of the staircase collapsed beneath him. Bet's heart raced in terror, yet fortunately, Qianlin grasped him firmly. Cautiously, they clambered to the tower's apex, where a colossal searchlight awaited, encased in glass. Two tracks adorned the outer edge, with a set of lenses affixed between them. Bet, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, this lighthouse is the very origin of the island's name. It has existed for a long time. Even the inhabitants from 50 years ago were merely latecomers. We, as engineers, have come in response to the government's call to repair and maintain this lighthouse. Bet, shaking his head, muttered to himself, what am I doing at such a time? He gestured toward the two handles beneath the searchlight, instructing the others. Do you see that? The circuit controlling the rotation is broken. You too. Push and get the searchlight moving. I will ignite it. Let us begin. Qianlin and CP0 leaped onto the searchlight's base, each grasping a handle. Push clockwise. With all their might, Qianlin and CP0 heaved the two handles, the sound of heavy gears resonating from below. The searchlight began to rotate, and the lenses on the outer track shifted in unison, maintaining alignment with the searchlight. Bet located the substantial battery designated for power supply and, with great effort, hoisted it beside the searchlight's power box. With all his strength, he installed the heavy battery, secured the power box, and flipped the switch. The high-powered searchlight erupted with a brilliant flash, its light piercingly bright, cutting through the fog produced by the atmospheric anomalies, reaching over 10 nautical miles away. Upon observing the searchlight's rotation stabilize, Bet called out to his companions, it's done. Cease your efforts. Qianlin and CP0 halted their exertions and leaped down from the light's base. Breathless, Bet uttered, this will guide him. Now we can only pray for his safe return. Before long, a sharp cracking sound echoed, followed by a jarring screech from the spotlight's base, which gradually dimmed moments later. Furrowing his brow, Bet retrieved a flashlight and hurried to the base, opening a small iron door and bending to enter. Minutes later, he shouted, damn it, a lever is broken. Quickly find lever number 3. You don't recognize it? I'll search for it. Upon hearing this, CP0 scribbled a few notes on a board and handed it to Bet as he emerged, the message reading, let me see. Bet, puzzled, replied, You understand this? No. You misunderstand. That lever is broken and must be replaced. CP0 took Bet's flashlight and ventured inside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, giving Bet an okay gesture. Bet blinked in disbelief as he entered once more to discover that the broken lever had indeed been reattached, the fracture seamlessly mended and utterly undetectable. He quickly exited. How did you do that? Bet began, but CP0 raised the board before him, revealing the message. I am a devil fruit user. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bet nodded in acknowledgement. Carlos felt an increasing chill of despair, aware that the airship's remaining power was dwindling, leaving him with no choice but to make an emergency landing on the sea. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the thick fog from a distance behind the airship. Twisting to the right. Is that a lighthouse? Carlos quickly adjusted the airship's course, steering towards the source of the light. Helena sensed the unusual movement of the airship and sat up, inquiring, what is it? Have we found our bearings? Yes, we are returning home now. Days later. In the evening, the storm had long dissipated, and the weather on Lighthouse Island was mild and refreshing. The residents who remained on the island had celebrated for several days the retreat of the tempest. In the quaint town, Vivian strolled with Sally, while CP0 sat atop a gentle hill, sketching the scenery. Meanwhile, Bert and Kairos toiled in the workshop, repairing the airship. Bert, with a tone of irritation, admonished Kairos. "You forgetful fool. Fortunately, these little ones were here. Otherwise, you might not have returned alive." Kairos remained silent. The once frozen expression on his face had vanished, replaced by flickers of emotion in his eyes. "Have you visited Sally's mother?" Bert hesitated before broaching this delicate subject. "Yes," Kairos replied, straightening his back and meeting Bert's gaze. "I wish to take Sally out to sea, to expose her to the wonders of the world beyond." Bert paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet he showed little overt reaction. After a moment, he asked, "Is Sally's leg suitable for such a journey? That is why I wish to ask you to create a prosthetic for her." Bert turned to him, his eyes trembling slightly. With a hint of uncertainty, he replied, "Why come to me? You know, I have not engaged in such work for many years. But you have been researching it all along, haven't you? How did you find out?" "Aunt Olivia told me." Instantly, Bert envisioned the disdainful expression of the elderly woman at the town's general store. Damn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the world gradually shrouded itself in twilight. Helena gazed intently at the moon hanging in the sky, attempting to invoke the shadow-eating technique. Qianlin, standing several hundred meters away with a blade in hand, fixed his focused gaze upon Helena. Minutes passed, yet Helena remained motionless. Qianlin's tense form relaxed slightly as he called out, "Is it not yet ready?" Helena responded awkwardly, No changes." Qianlin stood up in confusion, as Helena pulled her over to test her new form, only to discover that she was unable to activate it. Helena closed her eyes, summoning the lunar eclipse energy within her, seeking to reconnect with the sensations of that moment. The lunar eclipse energy surged through her body, accelerating in intensity and fervor. Upon reopening her eyes, they were suffused with a radiant purple light. Transforming into her beastly form, the purple lunar eclipse energy coursed throughout her being, manifesting as luminous violet patterns upon her skin. Upon witnessing this, Qianlin understood that Helena had successfully unlocked the new form she had previously mentioned. With her blade once more poised before her, she prepared to confront Helena. Helena positioned herself with her hands firmly grasping the ground, assuming a stance akin to that of a sprinter, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Qianlin was taken aback, completely unable to discern any trace of Helena's movement. Suddenly, her line of vision was occupied by a towering figure as Helena reappeared before her. Instinctively, Qianlin swung her blade, the edge slicing into Helena's form. Alas! Yet, Qianlin immediately sensed something amiss. The blade offered no resistance, and Helena's entire being remained eerily motionless, as if devoid of sensation. Was this merely an illusion? Helena's figure abruptly dissipated, and simultaneously, a chilling aura enveloped Qianlin from behind. As the aura faded, she turned her head only to find Helena standing just behind her, her fist raised mere centimeters from the back of Qianlin's head. How astonishingly swift! Qianlin couldn't help but exclaim in awe, as Helena released her half-shadow food terminal form. She found herself slightly fatigued, bending over and gasping for breath, with droplets of sweat trickling from the tip of her nose. "Is the cost a significant drain on one's stamina?" Qianlin inquired, sheathing her blade. Helena nodded, then straightened her back and said, "All right. Let us set aside other matters for the time being. I have something to inquire of you." "Yes, please ask." "You mentioned your intention to return to the land of harmony to settle matters. What exactly do you intend to do?" Qianlin lowered her gaze, took a deep breath, and replied, "My kin, my direct relatives have been slain by the branches of my own family. I belong to the main line, and they have long harbored jealousy towards our dominant position within the clan. My father sacrificed everything to send me away from the land of harmony, while they dispatched assassins in pursuit of me. It was the same at Sabaody, and on the occasion when I was placed under bounty. It was during one of those pursuits that I inadvertently stumbled near that branch, forcing me to unleash my crimson blood ambition, which ultimately led to the annihilation of the entire branch. In my understanding, the main line should possess greater strength than the branches within the clan. Why then were we defeated? Indeed, it was so, yet a decade ago, my grandfather perished in battle, and my father, lacking interest in swordsmanship and focused on blade forging, was unable to inherit the clan's secret arts. My father had no siblings, and after he fathered my sister and me." "You have a sister?" "Yes. but I am unaware of her current whereabouts. At that time, she and my mother fled in another direction. Neither my sister nor I were able to inherit that secret art, namely the crimson blood ambition. Thus, following my grandfather's death, the branches could no longer restrain themselves and expelled us from the family. Within months, they conspired to eradicate us entirely. Whom did your grandfather fight against to meet his demise? As the head of the family, he must have been formidable. I was still young then and lacked much information. They told me that my grandfather went to suppress the traitors who sought to usurp the nation. Helena is acutely aware that Thousand Frost's grandfather most likely perished during the campaign against the Black Charcoal Serpent in Kaido. So, you speak of putting an end to this? I intend to return and give my family a proper burial, as well as seek vengeance for them. However, even with your current strength, returning now would only lead to your demise. After all, even with my assistance, there are numerous capable individuals in the branch family, are there not? Helena suddenly grew serious, bending down to extend her hand and gently tapping Qianlin's forehead with her index finger. Let me make this clear. I shall adhere to your plans and assist you to the best of my ability, but should your life be at stake, I will unhesitatingly take you with me. Whether you consent or not, Helena declared with an air of undeniable authority. Qianlin widened her eyes in astonishment, tears glimmering in her gaze. Thank you. Of course. If I cannot escape either, it seems we shall have to bid farewell together. A week later, at the halfway point of the Grand Line, within the Navy headquarters, Sengoku lifted his teacup to take a sip, attentively listening to the report from the snail phone in his hand. After leaving Lighthouse Island, Rear Admiral Helena is heading straight for Wano. Uft. Sengoku spat out his tea, rage surging through him as he exclaimed, Quickly, pursue them. Bring them back. What is this? The voice on the other end of the snail phone, Takaka, appeared troubled. While catching up to Helena was not an issue, how they would manage to bring her back remained a conundrum. With no other option, they had to brace themselves and give chase. Several hours later, Helena stood atop a small vessel, gazing upward, while Takaka, positioned on a warship, looked down. The two exchanged intense stares. Takaka, unable to contain himself, exclaimed with a hint of distress, Oh dear. General Helena, you must return with me at once. This is an order from the Marshal. Why ever not? Helena inquired. I cannot disclose the reasons. Are you aware of who has taken hold of Wano country? Of course, the notorious pirate, Kaido of the Beasts. Then why proceed if you know this? You are indeed formidable, yet should they discover your presence, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences. I am not venturing to confront them. Wano country is vast, and I shall not be easily detected. You do not grasp my point. Approaching Wano country means that to avert conflict, the Navy cannot advance. If anything were to transpire, assistance would arrive too late. Let it go, Takaka. I shall not waver, Helena declared resolutely. With a swift motion, her hand transformed into a wolf's claw, and she unleashed a slicing wind that severed one of the warship's masts, sending it crashing down and startling the surrounding Navy soldiers. General Helena, you. Takaka gazed at her in disbelief. Helena urged the others to hasten their departure by boat, then turned to Takaka and exclaimed, Deduct the repair costs from my salary. Helena and her companions departed gracefully, while Takaka, cradling her forehead, resigned herself to the futility of treatment. After sailing for approximately a day, the waters ahead suddenly became tumultuous, with the waves violently crashing against the small vessel. As they ventured further, countless solitary peaks emerged around them, forcing the small boat to not only fend off the aggressive waves but also to avoid colliding with these isolated formations and rocky cliffs. Qianlin rushed to the deck and shouted to Helena, Be vigilant of your surroundings. Before she could finish her warning, a goldfish, larger than the boat itself, leapt from the sea beside them. Helena, capture it, or we shall never reach the kingdom of harmony. Understood, Helena exclaimed, grasping a hefty bundle of chain with a grappling hook. She spun it in the air several times before casting it out, ensnaring the fish by its mouth. The goldfish, feeling the sting, began to thrash wildly. Helena clutched the chain tightly, but it seemed she could not hold on for much longer. Vivian hurried over, bearing a large bundle of ropes. With one hand she felt the chain and with the other the ropes, and in the next instant, the ropes transformed into an identical chain. Qianlin dashed over, seized the chain, swung it a few times, and hurled it to catch the other side of the goldfish's mouth. CP0 gripped the ship's helm firmly, preventing the small vessel from capsizing. Ahead loomed a colossal waterfall, surrounded by countless giant carp leaping from the sea to ascend the cascade. And the one Helena had grasped was no exception. The small boat followed suit, tilting vertically as Helena and Qianlin clung tightly to the railing at the bow to avoid falling. The carp soared high, leaping over the waterfall and plunging into the nearby seas of Wano. Qianlin and Helena released their grip on the chain, and the carp swiftly swam away, vanishing from sight. We must remain vigilant. A massive whirlpool lies ahead. Qianlin called out. CP0 returned to the helm, steering sharply to one side. We need to traverse from the north to the other side of this country. My family resides in the eastern part of Wano, in Suzu, and presently we are near the western area of Kiri. Suzu in the snow country? Helena inquired. Yes. Huh? How do you know? Qianlin asked curiously. I met people from Wano while in the Navy, so I could tell from your name that you were from Wano. Haha, Helena said, a hint of nervousness flashing across her face. Qianlin stared at Helena for a few seconds in silence. Several hours later, the boat docked at a small harbor in Kiri, where the locals wore tattered clothing and sported traditional Japanese hairstyles. Whispers circulated among them. Outsiders have arrived. Quick, hide. If they clash with those bandits, we will be the ones to suffer. By the time Helena and the others' boat came to a halt, only 1 or 2 people could be seen in the entire harbor. How could it have become this dire? Qianlin lamented, unable to bear the sight of the dilapidated port. This was not the Wano she remembered. Although the country had experienced turmoil back then, it was nowhere near this level of decay. Upon disembarking, CP0 wrote on a board, "We need to change our clothes. Parading around in these would surely lead to us being reported. I will go buy some attire." Qianlin volunteered. After several minutes, she returned with a large bundle, and they all went back to the ship to change. Qianlin donned a Ronin's outfit, Vivian wore a hakama, and CP0 dressed in loose clothing typical of a child, complete with a straw hat and a fox mask. The 3 of them simultaneously glanced at Helena, who looked exasperated. She stepped forward and pointed at Qianlin's forehead, saying, "Why is it that I am the only one without a change of clothes? I truly could not find anything in your size. I only managed to buy men's clothing that would fit," Qianlin explained apologetically. Helena rolled her eyes, exclaiming how utterly vexing her height was. "What will you do about it?" Qianlin inquired softly. Helena let out a sigh, and suddenly a bright white light enveloped her. As the radiance faded, a small wolf, entirely white, floated in the air, accompanied by a few wisps of clouds. The wolf's violet eyes gazed mournfully at Qianlin, who felt a pang of embarrassment at being seen in such a form. "Well, this is the only shape I can assume," Helena remarked with a hint of irritation. Qianlin looked at Helena, her cheeks flushing slightly, and slowly extended her hand. Don't touch me." "Oh no," Helena exclaimed as Qianlin grasped her, playfully pinching the small wolf's belly. "So adorable." "Do not call me adorable," Helena protested, wriggling free from Qianlin's grasp, her voice laced with discontent. Yet, to Qianlin, Helena's irritable demeanor appeared utterly charming. Helena tossed her head disdainfully, let out a huff, and gracefully alighted upon Vivian's shoulder. Vivian, her eyes twinkling with mirth, glanced at Qianlin before casting a sidelong look at Helena. "Let us be off. We have several days' journey ahead." They were headed to the capital of the Land of Harmony, the City of Flowers. Muzong and Liangquan sat in a tea house, where Liangquan was heartily indulging in pastries while Muzong took a sip of his hot tea before setting down the cup. "Why return? Is it so difficult to pursue and deal with her?" he remarked. "Isn't it all because of you? Look at the state you're in. Those burned scars, where did they come from?" Muzong said, his tone laced with irritation. Liangquan sheepishly scratched his head, and Muzong, setting his cup aside, continued, "Moreover, she is not alone. There is a formidable woman by her side. If she gathers her allies for an ambush, we shall be in trouble." After finishing his tea, Muzong stood, declaring, "Well, it is time to depart. Your father has been urging us since yesterday." Meanwhile, a few streets away, Qianlin and his companions walked along the thoroughfare, with Helena in her beastly form observing the surroundings from Vivian's head. She mused, "It truly feels like stepping into ancient Japan." Suddenly, a loud exclamation pierced the air as a man with a handlebar mustache burst forth from a shop, rushing towards the group. "What a rare creature! I have never seen anything like it," he exclaimed, his eyes fixated on Helena as he fidgeted with his mustache, murmuring inaudibly, "Little girl, is this wolf yours?" The man asked Vivian with an ingratiating smile. Before Vivian could respond, he continued, "This is indeed a rare animal. Would you consider selling it?" He unabashedly proposed to buy Helena. "No, I will not sell," Vivian replied bluntly. "The price is negotiable. Business is all about discussion," the man persisted. Qianlin stepped forward, unfastening the sword from his back and resting it on his shoulder, his expression cold as he declared, "We are not selling." The man narrowed his eyes at this and began to retreat. "Oh, very well. I shall not press you further. Farewell." He turned back towards the shop and whispered to another person, "Follow them and communicate via the conch." Several hours later, the group exited the city and walked along the main road. Not far along, a band of masked bandits brandishing knives sprang forth from the roadside. Helena rolled her eyes, incredulous that such highwaymen would dare strike in broad daylight. "Hey, do not resist. You there, toss your knife over." One of the bandits shouted arrogantly, but Qianlin stood unmoved. "Hey, did you not hear me? Toss your knife." The bandit approached Qianlin, who swiftly stepped forward and delivered a punch to the man's face, sending him crashing backward with a cry. The others, witnessing this, shrieked and rushed forward. "Ouch! Ah, my arm." Qianlin brushed off the dust from her attire and surveyed the bandits sprawled on the ground, all writhing in agony. CP0 produced a length of rope, while Vivian gathered an abundance of branches, conjuring several identical lengths of rope. Together, they bound the bandits and suspended them from a tree by the roadside, leaving them to their fate. "Let us depart," Qianlin beckoned. After they left, a distant observer caught sight of the suspended bandits and hurried back to the flower capital to inform the man intent on acquiring Serena. "What? So many Sen have been defeated?" The man rose from his seat in the shop and strode towards the outskirts of the city. In the southern seas of Wano, there lay an island shaped like a colossal skull adorned with dual horns, known as Onigashima, the stronghold of the beast pirates. A group of henchmen wandered the corridors when suddenly, a cacophony of battle erupted nearby. "Let us investigate the commotion," one henchman suggested. Upon arrival, they beheld a striking woman clad in white, with golden eyes and towering stature, her long white hair tipped in blue, handcuffed and wielding a spiked club. She cut through the pirate henchmen with lethal grace. Swinging her weapon, she sent several pirates flying, bellowing, "Clear the way. Princess of Demons, please cease your rampage." One pirate pleaded, "I have no time for your nonsense. Step aside." The woman raised her spiked club overhead and brought it crashing down, shattering the floor within a 6-meter radius, toppling the pirates around her. She dragged the club behind her and swiftly fled in wooden clogs. "Hey, what is happening? Why all the noise?" A boisterous voice echoed as a large, rotund figure approached, adorned with braids and 2 mustaches, sporting sunglasses and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His left arm replaced with a mechanical prosthetic. "Lord Queen, the demon princess is causing a ruckus ahead," a pirate reported as he dashed over. Just then, the woman charged forward, club in hand. Queen stepped in front, declaring loudly, "Enough of this." The woman leaped into the air, her club enveloped in a dark aura. "Do not impede my path," she roared, swinging the club down upon Queen's head with tremendous force. Bang! Queen was struck, his eyes bulging as he swayed, barely maintaining his balance. The woman executed a somersault in mid-air, landing behind Queen before making her escape. Dazed, Queen muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it. What an insufferable brute." Above, in a pavilion, a girl embraced a boy tightly. "Little Pei, my poor little Pei, I shall treat you well," she exclaimed, yet the boy, caught in her grip, was near asphyxiation. After a struggle, he managed to break free, collapsing against the railing, gasping for breath. Noticing the disturbance below, Pei Jin remarked, "Sister, something is amiss down there." Yamato observed for a considerable time before exhaling sharply, muttering, once again, "That scoundrel Kaido. Can he not even manage his own daughter?" "Hey, what are you talking about?" Without hesitation, Yamato dashed out from the colossal skeleton, glancing around before leaping onto a towering pillar, several meters high. With a commanding voice, she proclaimed, "Kaido, come out here." The pirates below, witnessing Yamato's quest for Kaido, began to disperse in haste. "This is bad. The demon princess is once again seeking trouble with the governor. Run. Those who get caught up in this will have no way to escape." After a brief interval, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, and a cerulean dragon suddenly burst forth from the apex of the gigantic skeleton. The azure dragon spiraled in the air before descending, encircling the pillar upon which Yamato stood. Lowering its head slightly, it gazed down upon her with an air of superiority. "Yamato, do you still not relent? Why must you confine my freedom? There is no reason." How infuriating. Yamato crouched and gathered her strength, leaping with such force that the pillar beneath her shattered. With her kanabo imbued with haki, she propelled herself towards the dragon's massive head like a bullet. Boom. The dragon did not flinch nor evade, taking the blow directly and being pushed back by the immense force. Yamato noted the dragon's gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, and she silently scoffed. "Has it been drinking again?" The dragon gradually refocused on Yamato in the sky, disdainfully retorting, "I truly do not understand what you are fighting for. My aspirations are not for you to dismiss." With a mighty swing of her kanabo, Yamato unleashed a projectile wave that struck the dragon's chin, causing its head to tilt back. This nonsense ought to come to an end. Kaido repositioned his dragon head, opening his maw wide to gather energy. Blast breath. A torrent of scorching breath erupted forth. Yamato attempted to deflect it with her kanabo, but the overwhelming force sent her hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing into a massive boulder and shattering it to pieces. Damn it! Yamato pushed aside the rubble pinning her down and emerged from the debris, brandishing her kanabo like an arrow set free. Kaido reverted to his human form. A slight flush on his face, letting out a belch. Unsteady on his feet, he rested the kanabo on his shoulder, fixating on the rapidly advancing Yamato. Return my freedom to me. Concentrating haki around her kanabo, black lightning crackled, radiating immense power. As she approached Kaido, she struck him in the abdomen with a resounding blow, the tremendous impact causing him to stagger backward. Leaning on his kanabo, Kaido regained his balance. Yamato charged forward, intent on another strike, but Kaido raised his weapon, enveloping it in haki as well. The black lightning surged forth, his presence dwarfing Yamato's by several magnitudes. You will remain here, obediently, Kaido shouted. The resounding roar echoed as he swung a massive wolf fang club, heavier than that of the Wano people, towards Yamato. Like a baseball, Yamato was sent soaring into the air, colliding with the horn of a colossal skeleton before being flung back, landing on the opposite side of Onigashima. Lying in the deep crater created by her fall, Yamato gasped for breath, indignantly exclaiming, "Damn it." Kaido, rubbing his dizzy head, muttered to himself, "I should go have another drink." In the snowy town of Suzukawa, Vivi sneezed. The region was perpetually cold, with snow falling incessantly. Seeing that Vivi appeared to be chilled, Selena, nestled in her embrace, opened her small wolf mouth and exhaled a sphere of white light. The luminous orb floated to Vivi's forehead, dispersing and enveloping her entire body. Still cold? No, not anymore. Thank you. Thank you for what? The group made their way towards a bridge, with Chinlin introducing. Ahead lies the northern cemetery, a resting place for countless warriors, often accompanied by their weapons as burial goods. As they approached, the sounds of combat reached their ears. Upon nearing the bridge, they beheld a towering man, several meters tall, standing upon it, wielding a long-bladed sword. At his feet lay several individuals resembling Ronin, while the giant busily collected their weapons to stow in his pack. The moment she laid eyes on it, Helena recognized the creature as the fox, Gyokimaru, who had consumed the devil fruit. Gyokimaru, upon spotting Chilin and her companions, raised his massive sword in a menacing manner, threateningly addressing Chilin. "Hey, young lady, leave your sword behind, and I shall spare your life." With narrowed eyes, Chilin coldly retorted, "What if I refuse?" and promptly unsheathed her sword. "Then do not blame me for what comes next." Gyokimaru charged forward, swinging his colossal blade, yet remained vigilant of Chilin's movements, prepared to halt his assault should she show any signs of weakness. However, Chilin neither retreated nor displayed a hint of panic. "I have given you a chance," he bellowed as his sword came crashing down. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing reverberated, the shockwave sweeping away layers of accumulated snow around them. Gyokimaru stared in disbelief at the girl before him, astonished that she could so effortlessly deflect his attack. It felt as if he had struck iron. With a powerful flick, Chilin sent Gyokimaru's sword flying, then leaped into the air, delivering a swift cut that left a gash on his chest. "Ah!" Gyokimaru yelped, hastily retreating and turning to flee. He had no desire to engage in a fierce confrontation with her. Chilin made no attempt to pursue, recognizing that it would only lead to unnecessary complications. In the distance, perched atop a tree, Muku sensed the battle aura emanating from Chilin's direction, narrowing his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Well, has he dared to return? Is it a reckless gamble or has he prepared in advance?" As night fell, the group sought refuge in an abandoned inn, kindling a fire for warmth, and settled in for the night. With a resounding pop, Selena transformed back into her human form, stretching luxuriously before taking a seat beside Chilin. "Pray tell, what are your plans? If you seek vengeance, it would be rather unwise to simply confront your foes at the doorstep of your family. Engaging in a battle to the death, wouldn't it?" At these words, Chilin lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Helena's initially playful expression gradually shifted to one of exasperation as she inquired, "You can't possibly be serious about this, can you?" With a hint of shame, Chilin nodded. "You truly do not know how to commend yourself," she remarked. "Listen, Helena," Chilin suddenly interjected. "What is it?" Helena responded, intrigued. "I may truly be venturing into the unknown, but with your strength, you can certainly extricate yourself unscathed. You must not sacrifice yourself. You are the only one who still cares for me, and you cannot afford to come to harm. Qianlin's voice trembled with emotion as she gazed up into Helena's violet eyes. Helena's eyes sparkled as she locked her gaze with Qianlin's. After a prolonged moment, she slowly raised a hand and pressed it against Qianlin's forehead. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. At midnight, a luminous full moon hung in the sky, while the relentless snow continued to swirl around them, accompanied only by the occasional whisper of the wind. A group of over 10 individuals, clad in cloaks and conical hats, traversed the snow, which reached up to their calves. Yet their pace remained unimpeded. Each bore a katana, their intentions ominous. Upon arriving at the inn where Helena and her companions resided, these figures swiftly encircled the establishment, sealing off all exits. Attack! Commanded the leader, and all the warriors unsheathed their swords, with several stepping forward to kick open the inn's door. What? Nestled within the mountains, an impressive mansion stood, positioned halfway up the slope, with structures extending down to the foot of the mountain. The main city of the Wuma clan was surrounded by family members, while those dwelling below were commoners sheltered by the clan, gradually forming a fortified settlement centered around the main city. At the highest level of the main city, 2 individuals sat on tatami mats, indulging in drink. One was a tall, robust middle-aged man, whose expression exuded a malevolent air. He was Wuma Ichuan, the current head of the Wuma family. After downing a cup of sake, he set it down and turned his gaze towards Makuzu, saying, Makuzu, given your capabilities, this matter has not been handled to satisfaction. Makuzu remained silent, fixated on the swirling snow outside. After a considerable pause, he turned his head and said, Master, the Ronin you hired may not suffice to resolve this issue. Oh, what more can they stir? Wuma Qianlin possessed some prowess, and the 2 individuals accompanying her were shrouded in mystery. Do you have any thoughts? He inquired. Regardless of her intentions, she will inevitably seek out the family. We need only wait for her to come to us. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a report. Master, emissaries from Ghost Island have arrived. Inform them I shall be there shortly. With that, Wuma Ichuan rose and made his way towards the door. Upon entering the reception hall, he was met with the sight of a towering figure, over 6 meters tall, clad in a black warden's uniform, adorned with a mask and a sword, with a pair of enormous black wings and flames flickering behind him. Mr. Jean, what brings you here in person? Wuma Ichuan greeted politely. Enough with the pleasantries. You know full well what your family has done. That sunken ship? Indeed, Mr. Kaido desires those 2 fruits in the sea prison stones. You may take everything else. This is our greatest concession. Jean asserted firmly. Please, do not rush. We are allies with the beast pirates. We would never act in a manner that would disadvantage you. It is best to keep it that way. The salvage team will not return until tomorrow. I will dispatch the items you requested. No need. I shall come personally tomorrow. Having spoken, Jean did not wait for Wuma Ichuan's response and turned to walk outside. Ichuan coldly gazed at Jin's departing figure, disdainfully thinking, merely a pirate. The warriors stood frozen, staring at the empty inn, until the leader snapped back to reality and exclaimed loudly, This is bad. We have been discovered. No sooner had he spoken than several screams echoed from outside. The warriors inside rushed out to see a woman dressed like a Ronin wielding a katana. Those left outside attempted to counterattack, but they could not breach her defenses. Within mere moments, 5 or 6 had already fallen. Qianlin, brandishing her sword, took the initiative to engage, cutting down the warriors one by one, their strikes failing to reach her. As only 3 warriors remained, a nimble figure suddenly appeared behind them. CP0 swiftly touched the 3, and 3 threads materialized in his hands. With a forceful tug, they collided and fell to the ground. Their garments intertwined in such a manner that they could not separate. As the dust settled, Vivian emerged from the shadows, cradling a small wolf-like Selena. Qianlin approached, pressing her blade against the neck of the leading warrior, her gaze icy as she inquired, Were you sent by the Wuma clan? The warrior remained silent, his eyes flickering momentarily, confirming for Qianlin that he was indeed dispatched by the Wuma family. She shook the blood from her blade, sheathed it, and moved towards Vivian, with CP0 joining her. Tomorrow, I shall go directly to the family stronghold to settle the score. At the entrance of the stronghold, there are 2 statues of warriors, serving as defensive mechanisms that automatically attack intruders. I hope you can assist me in dealing with them, so I can conserve my strength, Qianlin stated. Helena soared from Vivian's embrace and landed gracefully upon Qianlin's shoulder, proclaiming, I shall maintain this form as we venture in together, providing them with a delightful surprise. If possible, could you refrain from taking action? Helena gazed at her with a sigh. Well, fine. The following day, atop the highest level of the Wuma citadel, Wuma Ichuan reclined, sipping from a cup of wine while contemplating the two chests before him, each containing a devil fruit. Is this what those pirates desire? Consuming it bestows extraordinary powers. Does it not? Wuma Ichuan mused slowly. Mukuzang replied, Indeed, many overseas have risen to dominance through this. Liangquan interjected, Father, then why do we not seize this opportunity? Foolishness. How could you entertain such a naive thought? The fact that Kaido's right-hand man has come personally indicates significant regard. Wuma Ichuan admonished, furrowing his brow. At that moment, a messenger arrived at the door. Master, a young Ronin woman at the citadel gate requests an audience. The guards attempted to disperse her but were met with resistance. A woman, and from her appearance, she resembles the child of that criminal. Mukuzang and Wuma Ichuan exchanged glances. Mukuzang, brandishing his sword, declared, I shall investigate. Brother Mukuzang, I will accompany you, Liangquan insisted, rising as well. Liangquan, you remain here. Your cousin Mukuzang is sufficient on his own, Wuma Ichuan commanded, halting Liangquan's advance, who reluctantly sat back down. At the citadel gate, Qianlin wielded her sword, with several guards lying defeated at her feet, while dozens armed individuals stood before her. Helena remained silent on her shoulder as Qianlin took a deep breath, lifted her blade behind her, and then swung it down with great force. A broad and swift wave of sword energy surged towards the throng of individuals, repelling them before they could react. The momentum of the sword energy did not wane. It cleaved through the oak gates of the fortress, splitting them into 4 pieces, causing the gates to crash down. As the outer walls of the fortress were assaulted, the 2 towering samurai statues beside the gate began to stir, their bodies and eyes glowing with a crimson light. From the forest emerged 2 figures, one of whom circled the feet of the statues several times, binding them to their bases and rendering them immobile. There had originally been mechanisms that allowed the statues to detach from their pedestals and move. The samurai arriving from within the gates hesitated to advance, perplexed by the unexpected behavior of the defensive statues. What was happening? Why weren't the samurai statues attacking the intruders? CP0 halted and signaled Vivian behind him with a gesture indicating all was under control. Vivian then raised both hands towards the 2 statues, sending forth 2 yellow orbs of light from her palms. Upon contact with the statues, one was gradually enveloped in yellow light, and after several seconds, the crimson glow transformed into blue, while the rest of the statue remained unchanged. With a snap of his fingers, CP0 commanded the statue to move freely. Stepping down from its pedestal and wielding a katana forged from a remarkably sturdy rock, it struck downwards. One arm of the other statue was severed, and the blue glowing statue delivered several more blows, shattering the crimson statue into fragments. The samurai within the fortress stood frozen in astonishment. Why were the samurai statues attacking each other? Wait, is it coming towards us? The statue turned to advance into the fortress, smashing the doorframe to pieces as it approached the bewildered samurai. CP0 and Vivian perched upon the shoulders of the samurai statue, with Vivian exerting control over its movements while CP0 ensured her safety. This is a newly developed ability of mine. If a copied entity possesses autonomous movement, the replica will unconditionally obey the commands of the wielder, though it cannot be too far apart, Vivian explained. Qianlin, gripping her katana, stepped cautiously into the fortress. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the myriad changes that had transpired over the past decade, yet some aspects remained unchanged. This blend of unfamiliarity and familiarity invoked a fleeting sense of unease and confusion within her. Numerous common folk were fleeing in panic, and upon seeing Qianlin, some recognized her as the daughter of the former clan leader. Hey, isn't that Lady Qianlin? It really is. She is still alive? Is she returning to? Shoo, don't say too much. Many had recognized the identity of the intruder, their memories of the turmoil from a decade prior still vivid. It was evident to all that Wuma Ichuan had slain the original head of the family to seize control, and they understood that Qianlin's return was solely for vengeance. As Qianlin traversed the main road, she observed a throng emerging from the central city, descending to the lowest tier. Leading the group was Muzong. Flanked by warriors whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the rabble, these were members of the family itself. Muzong tilted his head slightly and instructed those behind him. Send some to deal with that statue. Understood. With that, Muzong and his remaining elite warriors encircled Qianlin. Drawing his blade, Muzong pointed it at her and inquired, "What gives you the audacity to return here?" "Audacity has nothing to do with it. I never intended to survive," Qianlin retorted coldly. her gaze fixed on Muzong, enunciating each word with precision. Humph, what of the woman who aided you back then? Did she not accompany you? Muzong began to pace slowly, the tip of his sword unwaveringly directed at Qianlin. She remained silent, acutely aware of Muzong's movements. Muzong exchanged glances with the surrounding warriors, who instantly understood his signal and sprang into action. In response, Qianlin swiftly positioned her sword across her chest, her body spinning at high speed. The technique Rakshasa, blood vortex, unleashed a swirling red blade of energy that repelled the warriors. In the next moment, a fierce gale swept through, prompting Qianlin to raise her blade in defense, yet she still bore numerous wounds from the onslaught. Unbeknownst to her, Muzong had closed the distance, crouching low as he aimed to strike at her midsection. Helena's arm descended, enveloped in the armor of Haki, and with a sharp metallic clink, she deflected the strike. Qianlin swept aside Mukuzang's blade with her arm, then slashed forward, but Mukuzang stood resolute, the swirling currents around him acting as a formidable armor, preventing Qianlin's blade from descending even a fraction. Qianlin withdrew her sword and leapt back to create distance. A wave of sword energy surged towards her, and she deftly evaded it, only for Mukuzang to leap above her, delivering a powerful downward strike. Qianlin, with her great sword, aimed upward, unleashing a conical wave of sword energy that soared into the heavens. The technique known as Rakshasa, head-severing prison, collided with Mukuzang's blade, sparking a dazzling display. Yet Mukuzang exerted force, dispersing the energy while spinning in midair, unleashing a broad, pale blue sword wave. Mountain wind. Sensing the might of this attack, Qianlin promptly darted away. But as the sword energy struck the ground, it erupted violently. She hastily braced her blade, imbued with Haki, while her form was shrouded in an almost imperceptible white glow. Mukuzang's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss with Qianlin. Having withstood the fierce assault, she murmured a word of gratitude. Helena gently tapped her shoulder, urging her to remain focused on the battle at hand. As Mukuzang landed, a host of elite warriors encircled them. I'll deal with these commoners, you focus on that one, Helena whispered into Qianlin's ear. As the warriors advanced, Qianlin stood still, her presence unwavering. Mukuzang sensed a sudden surge of energy and urgently commanded the warriors to halt. But it was too late. A beam of white light erupted, sending several warriors sprawling, followed by a sphere of white light that detonated in midair. Some warriors fell lifeless, while others writhed in agony on the ground. Once the dust settled, Mukuzang's gaze sharpened as he beheld a massive white wolf materializing beside Qianlin, its snowy tail shielding her. The wolf was adorned with swirling flames, its violet eyes exuding both beauty and danger. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a beam of light directed at Mukuzang. Lunar eclipse, Jade Fang. Mukuzang raised his sword to defend, only for a scarlet sword energy to surge toward him in the next moment. A tempest swirled around Mukuzang, halting the energy just half a meter away. Qianlin approached him, her great sword raised high, charged with Haki, and struck down fiercely. Rakshasa, profound ascendance. The resounding clash of metal echoed, the shockwave from their collision sending grass sprawling across the ground. Oomph, as expected, she remains by your side. That creature is indeed the woman, isn't it? Mukuzang sneered, glancing at the giant wolf battling the elite warriors, before forcefully pushing Qianlin's greatsword aside. What did you call her? Qianlin retreated several meters, her eyes wide with fury. Mukuzang, Liangwan. Wuma Ichuan. Those who utter the term creature from their lips do so only to insult and deride. After her mother was brought into the family against her father's objections, many relatives regarded her as an omen of misfortune, openly calling her a monster behind her back. Qianlin, of course, recognized the uniqueness of her mother, for instance. Her mother's legs transformed into a beautiful fishtail when submerged in water. Moreover, Qianlin herself displayed a remarkable affinity for water, surpassing all family members except her mother, which led her peers to label her as a creature of monstrous lineage. Due to her father's lack of skill in swordsmanship and his alienation from the family, Qianlin faced ostracism despite being the future heir's daughter. It was only recently, upon arriving at Fishman Island, that Qianlin discovered the outside world viewed mermaids and humans merely as racial concepts, with mermaids possessing their own nations, information her mother had never divulged about her origins. Say another word, and I shall sever your tongue, Qianlin declared fiercely. Then come and try, daughter of a monster. A harrowing scream pierced the air as a malevolent spirit materialized behind Qianlin, brandishing a large blade aimed at Muzong. The blade shimmered with a swirling blue aura, colliding with a resounding clang. Above, a figure named Shuma Ichuan, holding a wine cup and sipping leisurely, sensed the tumultuous battle below and mused to himself, a demon body? It appears to be growing quickly. With just half the secret technique, it has reached this level. The Crimson Blood heroic heart should be awakening soon. The evil spirit let out a chilling wail as it swung its massive blade in a violent arc towards Muzong, displaying agility. Muzong deftly dodged the strike and retaliated with a faint azure sword energy that dispersed the upper half of the demon body. Seizing the moment while the demon was still recovering, he advanced towards Qianlin and aimed to strike at her. Qianlin retreated a half-step, evading a fatal blow. Yet the blade found its mark on her raised arm. Muzong sensed something amiss. Why had she not employed armed color to defend herself? Blood oozed from Qianlin's wound and stained Muzong's blade, prompting him to withdraw it swiftly as Qianlin stifled a pain groan. At that moment, the demon body reconstituted itself, crashing down with a colossal hand. Muzong raised his sword overhead to block the attack and immediately leaped away, maintaining a wary watch on Qianlin. At this juncture, Qianlin lifted a hand, prompting Muzong to raise his sword in readiness. As Qianlin grasped the air and pulled backward, Muzong's sword inexplicably followed her motion, causing him to startle and grip the hilt tightly, noticing Qianlin's blood upon the blade, leading him to a realization. Is it because of her blood? This is bad. The evil spirit's blade swept toward Muzong, and he realized that to evade, he must relinquish his grip on the sword. Damn it! A whirlwind of fierce winds suddenly converged around him, scattering the demon's blade before it could reach him. Qianlin, too, lost her control over Muzong's sword, simultaneously dispelling the demon body. Muzong glared menacingly at Qianlin and remarked, "You forced me to reveal this technique. Your progress is commendable." As the wooden figure crouched low, the surrounding air currents intensified. A robust tornado surged into the sky, and although Qianlin attempted to retreat, the vastness of the tempest swept her upward, leaving her body riddled with countless wounds from the razor-sharp winds. On the ground, the wooden figure extended his empty left hand as the winds converged, violently tearing the sleeve of his arm. A long azure blade coalesced in his grasp, and with a sudden motion, he struck with both a tangible and an illusory blade towards Qianlin. Adjusting her posture in midair, she fortified herself with armed color to withstand the blow. The clash resounded with a metallic ring. Qianlin was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a substantial crater. As the wooden figure descended, he raised his blade for another strike when a projectile-like sphere of light surged towards him from a distance. He had no choice but to shield himself with both blades, deflecting the sphere, which then hurtled toward a nearby structure, exploding with a deafening roar. The wooden figure glanced toward the origin of the sphere, spotting a colossal wolf with its magape, energy swirling within. Surrounding it lay a multitude of fallen warriors. This is indeed a formidable adversary, the wooden figure pondered. Qianlin emerged from the crater, spitting a mouthful of blood, and shouted loudly, clutching her side, "Helena, you must not intervene." Helena's movements faltered as she turned to the rising Qianlin, who declared resolutely, "I shall take my own revenge." Mukuzang scoffed derisively, "Ha! Then let us see you try." Qianlin abruptly raised her head, her blood-red eyes gleaming like those of a vengeful spirit. In an instant, she vanished from sight, lunging toward Mukuzang. Sensing her speed, Mukuzang murmured, "Interesting." He crossed his two blades to intercept her, but as Qianlin was struck, she suddenly transformed into a mist of blood. Resetsu, Mist Demon. Mokuzang's eyes widened in shock as he quickly crossed his blades behind him. A resounding clash echoed as Qianlin reappeared behind him, her great sword imbued with powerful energy descending upon him with ferocity. Mokuzang narrowly evaded the blow, summoning a torrent of air around him before unleashing it in a violent explosion that forced Qianlin back, gathering ruins. Qianlin executed a mid-air somersault and charged once more at Mokuzang, her great sword trailing behind her, crimson energy surging forth. Resetsu, Knight of the Ancestors. Mokuzang swiftly gripped his blade and thrust upward, unleashing two arcs of sword energy. Aomori Flying Bird. Qianlin dispersed the sword energy, darting past Mokuzang with incredible speed. A blood arrow shot forth, slicing into Mokuzang's right arm. Damn it! Mokuzang, taken aback, turned to face Qianlin, no longer underestimating her. He spread his arms wide, spinning like a drill and hurtling toward her. Bird. Countless malevolent spirits materialized around Qianlin, ensnaring her form, while others crawled up the blade of her sword. With a tremendous display of power, she raised her sword high above her head and brought it down with ferocity. Resetsu, Blood Demon-esque Curse. The two formidable attacks collided, creating a tremendous upheaval in the sky above the encampment. The spirits from Qianlin's blade surged forth, ensnaring Mokuzang and gnawing at his body. Though his flesh remained unscathed, the agony was excruciating. As he fell from the sky, Mukuzang struggled to rise, shattering the spirits with his will. Qianlin had somehow appeared before him. Her eyes ablaze with red energy, her sword raised high, and in an instant, she struck down. Even Mukuzang could only catch a fleeting glimpse of her motion. Great demon sword, mysterious slash. Swoosh. Blood gushed forth as a horrific wound stretched from his right shoulder to his left flank, sending Mukuzang tumbling backward. Lying on the ground, he attempted to rise again, but the wound pulsed with excruciating pain, and as he glanced down, he saw the blood-red energy swirling around it. Qianlin loomed over him, her foot pressing firmly against his chest, her crimson gaze fixed intently upon him. Damn it! Mukuzang, unwilling to concede, raised his arm in a desperate attempt to break free from Qianlin's grip, only to have her blade sever his right arm before she brutally stomped down on the wound on his chest. Ugh! Mukuzang cried out in pain, while Qianlin raised his blade, intent on ending his life. From a distance, a bolt of blue sword energy, crackling with electricity, sped towards them, forcing Qianlin to parry with his sword, leaving him no chance to evade. The sword energy struck his katana, unleashing arcs of lightning. Qianlin felt his arm numb from the shock. He quickly leaped back, glancing towards the main city above. Wu Maichuan descended the steps with his sword resting on his shoulder, tilting his head to observe Mukuzang, and expressionlessly inquired, Mukuzang, what transpired? Did she defeat you without even employing the crimson blood heroism? Struggling to sit up, Mukuzang clutched his severed right arm with his left hand, too pained to retort. Wu Maichuan cast a glance at the distant warrior statue entangled with a group of warriors, and with a casual swing of his blade, sent forth another bolt of lightning-infused sword energy. Get out of the way. Both Qianlin and Zelina shouted simultaneously to Vivian and CP0. CP0 moved swiftly, scooping up Vivian and leaping away, while the warrior statue was cleaved in half by the sword energy. Wu Maichuan unleashed several more waves of sword energy, prompting Qianlin to deftly evade the onslaught. Countering with a sweep of his own blade, he released a scarlet sword energy that clashed with a bolt of lightning, only to dissipate within 2 seconds. As the lightning sword energy surged towards Qianlin, a beam of light appeared from the side, dispersing the electric attack. You sure you, Qianlin? I'm coming. Let me take them down myself. Do not interfere, Qianlin shouted, dragging his katana behind him and unleashing a spiraling conical sword energy that surged towards Wu Maichuan like an electric drill, carving a trench in the ground. Rakshasa decapitation prison. Wu Maichuan flicked the tip of his blade, executing an even swifter and more forceful strike, crackling with arcs of electricity, which tore through the ground and effortlessly shattered the conical sword energy, continuing its relentless onslaught towards Qianlin. With the manifestation of his demon form, Qianlin extended his hands to brace against the advancing lightning strike, releasing a chilling wail as his demonic presence dissipated. Although he was not directly hit, the scattering lightning still left him significantly weakened. Helena, disregarding all else, opened her wolf-like maw to gather energy. Wu Maichuan cast a fleeting glance at her, and in the next moment, enveloped in blinding lightning, he surged towards Helena with an almost imperceptible speed. She was utterly unable to keep pace with him as he struck with his blade. The lunar eclipse, restoration, summoned a white energy barrier to shield her. Wu Maichuan's sword relentlessly hammered against it, increasing in force until the barrier shattered like glass. Helena transformed into her beastly form, her arms cloaked in a protective aura, preparing to withstand the blow. Clang! Helena felt an immense force collide with her arm, and in an instant, she was rendered unconscious by the electric shock from the blade. Seizing the moment, Wu Maichuan clenched his fist, which crackled with lightning and armed hockey, and struck Helena in the abdomen. She was propelled hundreds of meters away, crashing through several buildings and becoming buried in the rubble. After a few seconds, she managed to push aside the debris and crawl out, gasping for breath and clutching her stomach, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. What formidable strength! Wu Maichuan rested the blade on his shoulder, disdainfully remarking, with such feeble power. You still entertain thoughts of revenge? Qianlin refrained from acting recklessly. To confront him, she would have to employ her crimson blood valor. At that moment, a sound pierced the air, echoing through the night, as darkness enveloped the world. A bright spot appeared in the distant sky, moving at remarkable speed, and before long, it hovered above the encampment. Helena gazed upward, where a colossal, toothless pterosaur spiraled through the sky, flames flickering from the nape of its neck. It was Ember. Helena instantly recognized it as Kaido's right hand, one of the 3 calamities, the fire calamity, Ember. Why would Kaido's minion venture here? Was it drawn by the battle? Helena pondered in confusion. Ember transformed into human form, landing gracefully on the ground. He cast a glance around and addressed Wu Ma Yichuan, stating, "I have come to retrieve what belongs to us." Wu Ma Yichuan shrugged, gesturing to his surroundings as he replied, "As you can see, I am currently in a bit of a predicament. Could you possibly wait a moment? Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over what I seek," Ember demanded sternly. Wu Ma Yichuan pointed towards the distant Qianlin. "That individual is intent on taking my life, and I am unable to disengage at present. Moreover, I can't recall where I placed the item. Perhaps you could assist me in dispatching them quickly?" He sheathed his sword as he spoke. "What are you to command me?" Ember retorted coldly. "Oh, I wouldn't dare, but the situation is indeed troublesome. You may either wait patiently, or we can swiftly eliminate them together." Ember's terrifying gaze locked onto Wu Ma Yichuan, who narrowed his eyes in response. After several tense seconds, Ember snorted disdainfully, flames suddenly igniting in his hand. With a sweeping motion, a fireball hurtled towards Qianlin. Flame Emperor. A dark figure rushed in from the distance, opening its wolf-like maw to devour the fireball. As Helena transformed into her disaster form, she addressed Qilin behind her, saying, "Leave that person to me." Then, calling out to the distant Jean, she declared, "Hey, your opponent is me. Do not interfere in their battle." Wu Ma Yichuan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Do you consider this a duel? What a ridiculous little brat." At this, Qilin suddenly erupted in fury, brandishing her blade and charging forward. Flames ignited in Jin's hands as he raised them to launch an attack on the advancing Qilin. Helena crouched low, her body engulfed in roaring flames, propelling herself like a cannonball towards Jin. Disaster. Falling fire. Jin crossed his arms over his chest, enveloping himself in armed hockey to withstand the impact. With a resounding bang, Helena's fist collided with his arm, causing Jin to deflect her punch, and a sharp spike protruded from his fist, striking Helena. "Ah, damn it." Helena soared backward for several dozen meters, gracefully adjusting her posture mid-air before landing on the ground. It was futile. The flames of her disaster form proved ineffective against him. In an instant, Helena transformed into her eclipse form. June had already morphed into a toothless wyvern, darting towards Helena with astonishing speed, leaving a fiery trail in his wake. The Emperor of the Dawn, June, seemingly appeared before Helena in an instant, his massive wings sweeping through the air and sending her flying upwards. He aimed at Helena, swinging his wings to unleash a barrage of fire bullets from the flames that flickered behind him, striking with rapidity and density. Helena gathered her energy, forming a protective barrier that enveloped her entire being. The lunar eclipse, restoration temporarily thwarted this wave of assault. Without hesitation, Helena counterattacked, extending her claws to summon 3 blades of tempest, which surged toward Jin from 2 directions. The lunar eclipse, White Fox enveloped Jin's wings with an armed color of domineering aura, shielding his body against the oncoming blades of tempest. As he unfurled his wings, he unleashed a myriad of fiery projectiles, blades of the dual sovereigns. Helena moved swiftly, with fiery projectiles trailing closely behind her. Helena leapt into the air, while Jin unfurled his wings in pursuit. With both hands raised high above her head, Helena channeled her energy, unleashing a formidable storm blade as Jin drew ever closer. Eclipse, storm shift. Jin's wings, imbued with the fierce aura of armament color, surged forward without flinching, charging directly towards the colossal storm blade. The collision between the Danbao Emperor's wings and the storm blade erupted in a violent shockwave, ultimately scattering the blade before Jin's might. Jin retracted his head, coiling like a slingshot, and then with a resounding crack, a powerful shockwave shot forth towards Helena, akin to a laser beam. The sovereign of the Weasel's pride. Helena raised her arm, enveloping it in a protective layer of hockey. The shockwave pierced through her shoulder, eliciting a pained gasp as she lost her balance and tilted towards the ground. Jin seized the opportunity without hesitation, once more unfurling his wings to unleash the dual blades of his royal might, unleashing an uncountable barrage of fiery bullets directed at Helena. Helena was repeatedly struck, crashing into a building with a resounding thud, causing its collapse and plunging the scene into temporary silence. Ping. Qianlin braced herself against the katana, attempting to fend off Wu Ma Yichuan's assault, yet the electric current coursing through the blade inflicted unbearable pain upon her. "It's not easy to kill you overseas, yet you've come back to meet your demise," Wu Ma Yichuan taunted, delivering a kick that sent Qianlin sprawling. She rolled on the ground several times before slowly rising, while Wu Ma Yichuan chose not to press the attack, seemingly amused. Suddenly, Qianlin's eyes filled with a crimson energy, her teeth sharpened, and her entire demeanor transformed into something terrifying. Wu Ma Yichuan, wielding his sword, watched her with keen interest. "Ah, Have you finally decided to unleash the red blood heroic spirit? Qianlin vanished from her position, only to reappear above Wuma Yichuan, her katana elongating as she struck down with tremendous force. Great demon sword, Qian cut. A clash ensued, the scarlet energy intertwining with the lightning. Yet upon realizing her assault was ineffective, Qianlin swiftly distanced herself. In midair, she pivoted, unleashing a crimson demon that surged towards Wuma Yichuan. Great demon sword, slippery ghost. With a swift motion, Wuma Yichuan sliced the scarlet demon in half, carving deep furrows in the earth behind him. He smirked derisively as lightning flickered along his blade, unleashing a swift, eagle-headed blue energy wave towards Qianlin. She crossed her katana before her and spun at high speed, resembling a meat grinder. Great demon sword, blood surge. The eagle head collided with the whirling katana, energy exploding outward. Though the energy wave was continuously sliced, the current attached to it left numerous wounds upon Qianlin. As she landed back on the ground, the world before her was awash in crimson. She knocked her head gently, striving to retain her sanity. Wuma Yichuan, witnessing this, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Qianlin, my dear niece, how long can you maintain your composure before collapsing? Killing you will suffice." Jean transformed into his human form, standing before the ruins where Helena had crashed. The debris suddenly erupted, and Helena emerged, clutching her shoulder. Jean drew his sword, pointing it at Helena and declaring, "Hey, you are from the Navy, aren't you?" Helena gazed up at Jean, noncommittal in her response. "You are the recently renowned general, are you not?" Jean pressed on. "What is your true purpose for coming to Wano?" He exclaimed vehemently. "It has nothing to do with your 100 Beasts pirates." She retorted, "Whether it is related or not. The fate that awaits any Navy officer daring to intrude upon Wano is death." With that, the flames behind him extinguished and vanished in an instant, only for him to reappear behind Helena, striking down with his blade. Helena lowered her body, narrowly evading the strike. Jean raised his leg and swept it towards her. She lifted her arm to defend, yet was still sent flying. Jean relentlessly pursued her, delivering blow after blow, while Helena dodged left and right, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. It was futile. His speed was overwhelming. She needed to create some distance to utilize that. As Helena contemplated this, a strike came down upon her. One hand, cloaked in armed color, intercepted the blow, but the immense force forced her knees to bend. With her other hand, she gathered energy, conjuring a sphere of light. Lunar eclipses, radiance, she pressed it against Jin's blade, and a violent explosion compelled him to retreat, allowing Helena to swiftly create space between them. She looked up at the moon, letting its silver light illuminate her eyes, while simultaneously, the moon began to be consumed. Jean caught sight of the moon's strange phenomenon, and then turned to Helena's peculiar demeanor, prompting him to raise his blade and leap forward. In an instant, he was before her, swinging horizontally. Helena remained motionless, yet Jean noticed purple, swirling patterns gradually appearing on her skin, her eyes filled with the energy of the lunar eclipse. Bang! Helena's hands were enveloped in a radiant purple energy, which gleamed as she seized the descending blade. With a swift motion, she deflected the knife, transforming the energy in her grasp into a formidable spike aimed at Jean. Jean, wielding his sword, engaged in a fierce exchange, the two combatants clashing numerous times. They both retreated simultaneously, and Helena hurled the spike, now elongated at both ends, towards Jean with the force of a javelin, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. As she executed the move, Jean remained focused on his blade. With a sharp clang, the spike collided with the sword, and Jean struggled for several seconds before redirecting its trajectory. Turning back, he saw Helena charging towards him, both hands wielding a spike of gathered energy, compelling him to raise his sword in defense. Helena wielded her spikes as weapons, engaging in a fierce duel with Jean for several dozen rounds, with neither emerging victorious. After they parted ways, Jean let out a disdainful snort, remarking, "Oh, so you wish to compete in speed?" He transformed into his beastly form, merging arms with wings, achieving unparalleled velocity. Helena spat, gathering her strength, and charged towards Jean like a bullet. To the onlookers, the surroundings appeared devoid of human presence, save for two indistinct shadows hurtling through the air, accompanied by intermittent explosions. Suddenly, a house collapsed, yet the source of the assault on the structures remained inscrutable. Jean halted his flapping wings and unleashed a powerful blade of wind, while Helena either evaded or deflected it with the sharpened spike she had conjured in her hands. The two remained locked in a stalemate, their battle ongoing. On Ghost Island, Kaido leaned his head on his hand, gazing at the exuberant Runty. who was animatedly conversing with him, while Peggy One stood by, her face a mask of anxiety as she implored her sister to cease her remarks. "Hey, Kaido, did you not promise us devil fruits today? Why the delay? We've been waiting endlessly." Runty boldly confronted Kaido without a hint of fear. Peggy One, her heart racing, clutched her sister tightly, pleading, "Please, sister, don't say any more." Kaido regarded Runty calmly, raising a hand and assuring her, "Do not fret, Runty. Jean has gone personally to retrieve them. His absence likely indicates some unforeseen circumstance." Runty, vexed, stamped her foot and turned her head away in defiance. While Peggy One wiped the cold sweat from her brow, finally feeling a sense of relief, Helena hurled a sharp spike, and June swiftly evaded it by rolling to the side. The spike pierced through a distant boulder. June flapped his wings, unleashing a flurry of wind blades, which Helena guarded against with her armament-coated hands. June ascended above Qianlin, his wings enveloped in a layer of armament, crossing as they swept down. Daebao Emperor. Helena arched her back gracefully, her wings brushing against the tip of her nose, and in that fluid motion, she delivered a swift kick to Jin's face. Jin momentarily retreated, spiraling around Helena at an exhilarating speed. Helena did not pursue to attack. Jin occasionally unleashed a blade of wind, which Helena either evaded or defended against. Jin's speed escalated, allowing him to soar freely, while the frequency of his wind blade assaults increased dramatically. Helena found herself somewhat overwhelmed, nearly sustaining injury on several occasions. No, she must perceive the trajectory of his movements. Closing her eyes, she reopened them to a world transformed into a dazzling spectacle, where time itself seemed to decelerate. A gusting blade of wind hurtled toward Helena, yet she effortlessly evaded it, then sought the trace of Jean, observing him soaring through the air, trailing a long, crimson streak behind him. With a swift motion of her hand, Helena conjured a row of 5 sharp, purple energy spikes, which then shot forth towards Jean like arrows released from a crossbow. The technique, known as lunar eclipse, half-shadow devouring, pure arrow, left Jean wide-eyed as the spikes blocked his path. He had no choice but to defend himself, yet he was unable to fully mitigate the assault. Subsequently, he shielded his body with his wings. However, 2 of the spikes still managed to pierce him. Flames reignited behind Jean, spreading across his wings, and with a powerful flap, he unleashed a vast wave of fire. The Fire Emperor. Helena leapt away, casting several sharp spikes into the air. As the power of her wings diminished, she plummeted swiftly, only to once again unfurl her wings at a height close to the ground, diving towards Helena with great intensity. As Helena concentrated sharp spikes in her hand, intending to intercept Jean, she was taken aback when he abruptly halted a mere dozen meters before her. With a powerful flap of his wings, a multitude of wind blades, ignited with flames, surged towards Helena. What? With such proximity and the high velocity of the wind blades, there was no evading them. She could only brace herself as best as she could. Numerous gashes were inflicted upon her body by the wind blades, and the flames clinging to the wounds exacerbated her suffering. A resounding explosion followed, as a beam of light shot forth, piercing through Helena's abdomen. Helena, enduring the agony, hurled 2 purple spikes with all her might. The flames behind Jean extinguished, and in an instant, his speed surged as he evaded the spikes and charged directly towards Helena. His wings adorned with a coat of armament. The bow of Dan resounded with a resounding thud. Helena was sent flying, and Jean offered her no respite. Flames erupted behind him as he spread his wings, unleashing a torrent of fiery projectiles. The bullets from the blade of the dual sovereigns rained down upon her, forcing Helena to retreat incessantly. She found no opportunity to defend or evade the relentless onslaught. Frustration welled within her. If this continued, she would have no choice but to enter her disastrous form, yet even then, she could not match his speed, and the Shadow Eater would be powerless against his flames. Helena collided with a small hill, the surface of which had been shattered by fiery projectiles. Jean, while launching attacks, drew closer, and when within a mere 10 meters, the flames extinguished, reaching peak velocity as he appeared before Helena in an instant. With a tremendous claw reminiscent of a pterosaur, he struck, causing the hill to splinter into several fragments, sending Helena soaring 100 meters away. Jean, intent on pressing the assault, surged forward at high speed, his colossal wings poised to strike Helena. At that critical moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Helena, sending gray shockwaves radiating outward. "Get away from me," she bellowed. Helena roared, and Jean felt as though he were shaken to his core, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, forcing him to cease his forward motion and allow Helena to descend back to the ground. Helena descended upon a clearing, kneeling on one knee as she pressed her hand against her injured abdomen, utilizing the energy of the lunar eclipse to mend herself. Breathing heavily while keeping a vigilant gaze fixed upon Jean. Jean hovered in the air, refraining from advancing recklessly. Was that the Conqueror's Haki? If Kaido's Conqueror's Haki resembled a world-devouring dragon, then Helena's presence evoked the sensation of a fierce and malevolent wolf to Jean. Helena was somewhat perplexed by the recent events. What had just transpired? Why had such overwhelming power forced Jean to retreat? Was it the Conqueror's Haki? Meanwhile, Kaido, who was enjoying a drink on Onigashima, suddenly raised his eyes towards the northeast, sensing the presence of Conqueror's Haki, akin to a fierce wolf emanating its might and challenge. Was that where Jean had gone? Oh, how intriguing. He promptly stood up, grasping his kanabo, and moved towards the exit. Runty, noticing his sudden departure, exclaimed in frustration, "Hey, Kaido, are you leaving us behind? Come back." Peggy, startled, hurriedly covered her sister's mouth, whispering, "Sister, what are you doing? I want to see some things for myself. Please wait here." Kaido turned to Runty, uttering a brief remark before transforming into his dragon form and soaring into the sky. At that moment, atop Onigashima, Yamato sat eating a rice ball while gazing into the distance, specifically towards the direction of the ringing. What was happening over there? Such formidable energy was emanating, reminiscent of both her father's and her own. Suddenly, Kaido sprang forth, startling her. And she quickly realized that he too was drawn by the disturbances and intended to investigate further. With her weapon strapped to her back, Yamato leaped onto Kaido's back. Kaido glanced back, muttering to himself, "Yamato, huh? Well, if you want to come along, then so be it." Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, obscuring the moon, prompting both Helena and Jean to look up simultaneously. Jean immediately recognized the arrival of the storm, and Helena surmised it was nearly certain. A colossal azure dragon broke through the clouds, descending upon them amidst fiery clouds. Kaido and Helena exchanged grave glances. Kaido observed his surroundings, noting that Jean and Helena had engaged in battle far from the residence of the Wama family. Transforming back into his human form, he inadvertently flung Yamato to the ground during his transformation. "Ugh, damn it," Yamato exclaimed as she landed with a thud not far from Helena. Puzzled, Helena turned to see a young girl with white hair, the tips tinged with blue, and horns adorning her head, suddenly realizing, "Isn't that Yamato? How did she come out? Did she follow Kaido?" Shaking her head, Helena decided not to dwell on it. Jean approached Kaido, speaking softly, "I apologize, Mr. Kaido. I could not manage the situation." "Not to worry," Kaido reassured him. "I shall deal with this little brat." Helena coughed up blood and shouted to Kaido, "Kaido, I have no ties with you. Do not pursue me." Jean, standing aside, spoke sternly, "Mr. Kaido, this woman is a naval commander. Her audacity to come here must be eradicated." "A naval commander, you say? It matters not." "Jean, do not interfere. I wish to exchange a few blows with her." Jean fell silent and stepped back. "You there. Come and face me in battle. Let me see your prowess." "Damn it. Why must you obstruct me? If you can fight to my satisfaction, I shall cease my interference." "What say you?" Helena spat vehemently, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The purple energy surged around Helena, converging at her mouth, while Kaido stood resolutely, wielding his spiked club and observing her intently. The eclipse, half-shadow devourer, Amethyst Gale unleashed an instant barrage of countless violet beams, striking Kaido and his surroundings, causing the ground beneath to fracture and split. Kaido, however, remained steadfast, continuously being pushed back without evading or dodging. Helena surged towards Kaido, leaving behind a violet afterimage. Violet energy enveloped her claws as they elongated in an instant, reaching close to Kaido, crossing each other as they lunged forward. Lunar Eclipse, Half-Shadow Devourer, Ring K9. Helena grasped firmly at Kaido's abdomen, where a cross-shaped scar left by Odin resided. With a resounding thud, Kaido was propelled backward, crashing into a distant hill. He leaped from the hole created by the impact, a relaxed smile gracing his face. "That was quite the force, but to truly inflict harm upon me, you still have some way to go." Helena, unwilling to yield, let out a sharp hiss as she channeled her energy into her hands. A remarkably long, pointed spike, enveloped in the armor of Haki, materialized before her, which she hurled with tremendous force, far stronger than her previous projectiles. Lunar Eclipse, Half-Shadow Devourer, Violet Calamity. Kaido chuckled softly, finding the situation amusing. He raised his kanabo, and the spike struck it with a resounding force, resulting in a brief stalemate lasting 2 to 3 seconds. With a swift motion, Kaido flicked the spike aside, sending it piercing through the forest for several hundred meters. Surely, this is not your limit, little one. Is it only the likes of Ryu Sakura and the Haki of Binding that can inflict harm upon him? In the distance, Yamato observed the fierce battle between that individual and Kaido and contemplated whether he could assist in overcoming Kaido. However, as he advanced a few steps, a blade was drawn across his path. Young Master Yamato, do not interfere in Mr. Kaido's battle. Jin admonished coldly, his gaze fixed on Yamato. Yamato shot back with a fierce glare, unyieldingly retorting, Jin, step aside. Young Master Yamato, I advise you to remain where you are. Jin insisted. In response, Yamato lifted a metal rod and leaped into the air, aiming to strike Jin on the head. Jin raised his blade to parry the blow, and the clash of their weapons produced a sharp, resonating sound. With a surge of strength, Jin deflected Yamato's rod, while Yamato, mid-air, unleashed a shockwave. Naruto, Jin, with flames extinguishing behind him, transformed into a beastly form and swiftly evaded the shockwave, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. He then appeared behind Yamato, his massive wings striking down with great force. Yamato, shrouded in haki, raised his kanabo behind him, successfully blocking Jin's attack with a resounding thud. Although Yamato's speed could not match Jin's, his reflexes were remarkably quick. Jin continued to assault him multiple times, yet all were deftly defended by Yamato, leading both combatants into a deadlock. Helena felt the surging power coursing through her veins, attempting to harness it. In the original text, it spoke of gathering it to a single point before unleashing it with concentrated force. Helena endeavored to summon her domineering aura in her hands, spending considerable time gathering it. Yet it merely enveloped the surface of her entire hand. What a vexation! Suddenly, Kaido surged forward, swinging his club with tremendous force, dark lightning crackling around the spiked weapon. There is no time for you to practice during battle, little one. Helena raised her arms in defense, and with a resounding crash, it felt as though a mountain had descended upon her hands. The ground beneath her shattered like glass, and Helena found herself on the brink of collapse. The spiked club breached her defenses, striking her down, the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki pressing down upon her, shaking her very spirit. Helena braced herself, determined not to succumb to Kaido's overwhelming conqueror's haki. Gritting her teeth, she let out a low growl, and suddenly, a surge of gray conqueror's haki erupted from her, clashing against Kaido's. How intriguing, how delightful. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed heartily, intensifying his release of haki, while Helena summoned every ounce of her strength to unleash her conqueror's haki to the fullest. As both of their haki dissipated simultaneously, Kaido raised his kanabo, while Helena lay in a large crater, gasping for breath. Hey kid, how about joining my pirate crew? Kaido extended his invitation. Helena clung to the edge of the pit as she rose, and after a moment, she looked up at Kaido and replied, I refuse. Kaido chuckled and inquired, What? Is there anything in the Navy that you truly care about? For me, steadfastly adhering to the Navy's principles is my duty, Helena answered earnestly. An intriguing response. You remind me of that rising star in the Navy. Oh, let me see what other abilities you possess. Within the residence of the Wuma family, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, sending Qianlin hurtling backward. She rolled several times on the ground before scrambling to her feet, albeit unsteadily. Qianlin was now battered and bruised, her body marked with cuts and scorched by electricity. In stark contrast, Wuma Ichuan stood at a distance, seemingly unscathed. Although no longer as composed as at the beginning, he still appeared relatively at ease. Your willpower is quite tenacious. You managed to maintain your composure, Wuma Ichuan remarked lightly. Qianlin gasped for breath, her eyes filled with a crimson energy. Her emotions became increasingly difficult to control, and she erupted into fits of rage multiple times. Am I on the verge of losing my sanity? It seems my abilities are insufficient, Qianlin pondered, her consciousness fading. As Wuma Ichuan's lightning-infused sword energy approached, Qianlin found herself unable to maneuver her body to evade it. Clang! Crackle! In a flash, Qianlin raised her sword to block the incoming energy. The electricity coursing through the sword struck her repeatedly, yet she remained unresponsive. As the sword energy dissipated, Qianlin bent forward, dragging her weapon along the ground as she staggered onward, her movements reminiscent of a drunken stagger. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Wuma Ichuan. Her two red eyes devoid of any glimmer, and with a primal roar akin to a true demon, she charged at him, an evil spirit seeking vengeance. Wuma Ichuan unleashed several sword energies to obstruct Qianlin's path, yet she astonishingly leapt into the air, evading them all. With her sword raised high, she descended upon Wuma Ichuan below. Bang! A sharp metallic clash resonated, and a shockwave erupted. Qianlin's strength far surpassed her previous capabilities, forcing Wuma Ichuan's arm downward. Humph. Have you finally lost your grip on reason? Wuma Ichuan's body crackled with electricity as he blasted Qianlin away. In midair, she made no attempt to correct her posture, allowing herself to crash to the ground before rising once more. The wounds covering her body did not hinder her, for she had lost consciousness and felt no pain. She would only cease when her strength was fully depleted. Once again, she charged at Wuma Ichuan, her speed peaking as she relentlessly swung her weapon. Wuma Ichuan blocked her strikes left and right, retreating continuously to diffuse the intensity of her assault. Qianlin's attacks were wild and unrestrained, exposing nearly all her vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, Wuma Ichuan performed a roll, slipping past Qianlin's left side, and delivered a powerful cut to her left rib. In retaliation, Qianlin swung her sword back. But Wuma Ichuan ducked, countering with an upward thrust that grazed her abdomen. Blood poured from her wounds, yet such injuries only fueled her frenzy, propelling her into a more ferocious state. As Qianlin's breath quickened, crimson veins began to emerge upon her skin, pulsating like blood vessels. After a brief pause, she suddenly unleashed a chilling howl, raising her blade to strike down upon Wuma Ichuan. Having anticipated her move, Wuma Ichuan deftly evaded, and Qianlin's sword struck the ground, releasing a terrifying scarlet energy that carved a gaping chasm several meters long. Staggering forward, Qianlin surged ahead like a bolt from a crossbow, one hand gripping her weapon. Her visage twisted in a fierce snarl, her teeth sharpened into vicious points. Locking onto Wuma Ichuan, she advanced with a menacing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Wuma Ichuan retaliated with slashes of energy, yet their impact was minimal, merely slowing Qianlin's relentless charge. As she approached, Qianlin swung her blade, but Wuma Ichuan narrowly dodged, countering with a palm strike to her abdomen, channeling a tempest of lightning that erupted violently within her. Qianlin was sent sprawling, yet she rose abruptly, blood seeping from her mouth, only to launch herself at him once more. TCH, what a troublesome adversary. Wuma Ichuan mused, realizing that engaging Qianlin head-on was disadvantageous. In her current frenzied state, it would be prudent to subdue her once her strength waned. He continued to retreat, deftly avoiding her onslaught as her attacks began to show signs of fatigue. Qianlin swung her sword, but Wuma Ichuan leapt to avoid her strike, seizing a fleeting moment of instability in her posture. What an opportune moment. Wuma Ichuan's katana crackled with lightning, radiating a blinding light as he descended with immense force. Qianlin raised her blade to block, but the surging electricity shattered the ground around them. Unable to defend adequately, the lightning-infused blade struck her right shoulder, unleashing a relentless torrent of electric shocks upon her. Qianlin's movements slowed momentarily, prompting Wuma Ichuan to raise his weapon for another strike. With a sudden roar, Qianlin erupted with a force that compelled Wuma Ichuan to retreat. From her back, her spectral form emerged, wielding a massive blade and sweeping it menacingly around her. Has the backlash begun? Though it would soon lead to her demise, Wuma Ichuan decided to utilize his secret technique. He produced a blood-red talisman adorned with arcane symbols, muttering incantations as he extended his palm, causing the talisman to soar forth of its own accord. As the talisman ignited above Qianlin, its ashes glowed a vivid crimson, dispersing around her. These luminescent ashes began to coalesce, forming a prison of scarlet light. Trapped within this confining barrier, Qianlin's spectral form ignited, emitting anguished cries. Though it swung its blade at the prison, the moment it made contact, the weapon disintegrated into motes of light. Below, Qianlin herself exhibited signs of suffering. Collapsing to her knees, her hands clutching her head, trembling uncontrollably. Wuma Ichuan leisurely sheathed his sword. Casting a glance at Qianlin before surveying the surroundings, he spat in disdain. Well, this wretched little spirit has certainly wreaked havoc on our encampment, but we shall simply recruit more refugees. Helena was struck with immense force, sending her crashing against a colossal boulder. She emerged from the debris, her hands coalescing into sharp projectiles that were hurled towards Kaido, slicing through the air with an audible whoosh. The spikes collided with Kaido, who braced himself, being propelled backwards several meters, leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground. It was futile. She needed to concentrate more, focus her energy. Time was slipping away, and Helena's stamina was waning, making the invocation of her haki increasingly arduous. Kaido let out a chuckle, spinning his 8 precepts, enveloped in both armament and conqueror's haki, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Helena swiftly enhanced her speed, narrowly evading the impending strike. In a deft maneuver, she hurled several sharp spikes to distract Kaido, creating an opportunity for her to attempt a flow of cherry blossoms. Kaido, wielding his spiked club, effortlessly swatted away the projectiles. With a booming voice, he proclaimed, "My muscles have yet to warm up. Let us make this interesting." He then transformed into his hybrid beast form, scales and dragon-like skin manifesting across his body, sharp fangs protruding from his mouth, dragon horns sprouting from his head, and a formidable tail swaying behind him. Grasping his spiked club, he charged directly at Helena, raising the weapon high above his head, lightning coursing through the iron rod. Infused with the potent haki of Conqueror's will and armament haki, he brought it crashing down with tremendous force. The ominous roar of thunder unleashed a terrifying aura that surged forward like a deluge, leaving Helena struggling to evade it. She was compelled to cross her arms, enveloping her head with armament haki, while striving to unleash her Conqueror's will to withstand Kaido's overwhelming presence and avoid being dazed. With a resounding crash, the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, while a powerful shockwave sent the surrounding snowflakes tumbling through the air, momentarily creating a vacuum. As Helena's consciousness flickered, a sudden and intense wave of pain engulfed her. Her hands, devoid of any sensation save for the torment, hung limply by her sides. The bones in her arms lay shattered, unable to be lifted, while her entire body throbbed with excruciating agony. Helena could only persist without fainting. Yet she found herself unable to move, now in a state of utter helplessness. Kaido did not continue his assault. Instead, he rested his spiked club upon his shoulder, silently observing Helena. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Have I been too harsh?" Helena trembled as she lifted her head, her violet pupils locking onto Kaido's gaze. Under the scrutiny of those wolf-like eyes, Kaido experienced a rare sensation of threat. A smile broke across his face. Despite being rendered nearly immobile, she still exuded such an aura. "I shall ask you one final time, will you join my pirate crew?" Coughing up a few flecks of blood, she merely continued to stare at Kaido in silence. "I see, what a pity. It seems you are not the one," Kaido lamented, raising his kanabo and gazing at Helena with a mixture of regret and anticipation. In the distance, Yamato repelled Jean with a strike. Turning to this scene and witnessing Helena on the verge of being slain by Kaido, a look of unwillingness crossed Yamato's face, unable to bear the sight any longer. Jean, noticing the shift in Yamato's demeanor, also halted his advance. Helena averted her gaze from Kaido and closed her eyes. To perish beneath Kaido's club is no injustice. In this lifetime, she has at least made a name for herself. Helena finds solace in her lack of fear in the face of death. Had it been her former self, she would have undoubtedly been reduced to tears and cries by now. In Helena's mind, memories of her past life began to surface, though they had grown somewhat hazy. The girl who once concealed herself beneath a hood and in the cloak of night, finding solace solely in the realms of games and anime, felt both strange and yet intimately familiar. Indeed, she had undergone a profound transformation. Compared to her former self, Qianlin, she hoped for her vengeance to be successful, praying they would not meet again in the depths of hell. Amidst the ethereal haze, a haunting voice resonated, deep and captivating. What could be the source of this sound? Helena pondered with curiosity. Suddenly, her entire consciousness was enveloped in a kaleidoscopic expanse, a realm without boundaries, utterly devoid of substance. From an unknown origin, two luminous orbs, akin to playful fish, approached Helena. One orb shimmered with hues of white and violet, while the other glowed with shades of black and crimson. These two luminous entities danced around her consciousness, leaving Helena perplexed. Gradually, the myriad of colorful lights converged, coalescing into a singular golden orb. The three luminous spheres swirled around Helena's awareness, moving up and down. In an instant, the golden light expanded, saturating the entire space. As Kaido's spiked club descended, in that suffocating moment, a surge of golden energy erupted from Helena. She opened her eyes, her pupils transformed into a radiant gold. The mysterious and noble golden energy propelled Kaido backward, who, after stabilizing himself at a distance, exhibited a brief moment of astonishment, followed by a hearty laugh. "Oh ho ho ho! What is this? A fruit ability? Such a formidable fruit indeed. This is quite intriguing," he exclaimed with mirth, as Helena transformed into her beast form. A magnificent wolf adorned with pure white, fur glimmering with golden sheen emerged, intricate golden patterns and flowing light appearing upon her body. Her enormous tail was enveloped in golden radiance, and majestic golden antlers sprouted from her head. The great wolf howled skyward, leaping into the air, where golden clouds materialized beneath her paws, allowing her to float gracefully above the ground. In the distance, Jean and Yamato stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. The divine wolf gazed down upon Kaido, hovering serenely in the air. The dog fruit, mythical Zoan type, Tengu form, divine spirit. Suddenly, Qianlin awoke with a start, gasping for breath as she surveyed her surroundings. Darkness engulfed her, an abyss devoid of anything tangible. Looking down, she found herself kneeling in a pool of blood, her hands raised, shackled by chains that reached into the shadows. She attempted to break free from the chains, but to no avail. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the desolate expanse. A chill enveloped her, causing her to tremble as she murmured, "Where am I?" A piercing scream resonated in her ears, the voice of a demon, yet it grew increasingly chaotic. A crimson light flickered before her, revealing a colossal malevolent spirit kneeling in front of her, its blood-red eyes fixated on Qianlin. This was the manifestation of the demon's essence. What in the world is happening? The fiend slightly parted its maw, foul saliva dripping into the sea of blood beneath. With a mighty slap of its hand, the resulting splash of blood struck Qianlin, igniting an unbearable searing pain that compelled her to gasp. Time lost its meaning as the demon let out a thunderous roar, sending ripples through the surrounding blood. Withering arms emerged from the crimson depths, reaching out toward Qianlin, who felt a grip tightening around her as a clawed hand pierced her skin. Struggling against the grasp of the demon, the chains rattled incessantly. "Get away, you vile creature!" Qianlin shouted, her face contorted in fury. Countless smaller demons crawled forth from the blood, advancing toward her with deliberate intent, instilling a sense of dread within her. "No!" As the minions seized her, grotesque visages filled her vision, overwhelming her with terror. The demon began to gnaw at Qianlin's flesh, an excruciating pain surging through her, prompting a piercing scream. The agony stretched on indefinitely, leaving her consciousness gradually fading, overwhelmed by a sense of unwillingness and dread. "No, I cannot perish yet. I have yet to avenge my mother, my father, and Xiaorun." Memories flooded her mind, inadvertently recalling her grandfather's words. "Qianlin, remember, we are of a cursed lineage. Do not fear it, conquer it, and it shall serve you." With a sudden clarity, Qianlin opened her eyes wide, her blood-red irises locking onto the demon's gaze. Enduring the horrific pain, she fought to maintain her awareness, confronting the colossal fiend head-on. The demon, seemingly provoked, raised its massive blade and howled as it swung down towards her. A scarlet light enveloped Qianlin, obliterating the smaller demons that had been incessantly gnawing at her. The blade struck the crimson aura, dissipating into nothingness. Crimson fluid coursed over Qianlin's body, mending the wounds inflicted by the demons. This life-giving essence climbed her arms, corroding the chains that bound her. With a resounding clink, the chains shattered, and Qianlin flexed her sore limbs, rising to her feet. Blood coalesced in her hands, forming a katana nearly 2 meters long. With fierce determination, she leapt towards the demon, letting out a battle cry as she swung her blade. The demon emitted a mournful wail as its form began to disintegrate violently, erupting into a cataclysm that shattered the surrounding space. Wuma Ichuan anticipated Qianlin's demise from the backlash, pacing impatiently, casting wary glances around. Suddenly, the distant prison ignited with crimson flames, causing Wuma to furrow his brow. "What is happening? What is this?" An ominous premonition gripped him. The flames grew increasingly fierce, engulfing the entire prison. Wuma placed his hand on his blade, alertly watching the inferno. Abruptly, a blood-red sword aura cleaved through the flames, hurtling towards Wuma. He drew his sword to defend himself, startled by the overwhelming force behind the strike. The sword aura grazed his side, leaving a deep gash on his left arm. Footsteps echoed as Qianlin emerged from the blazing fire, her katana trailing behind her, surrounded by ribbons of scarlet energy. 2 long, curved horns sprouted from her head, and several bony spikes pierced through her back. Wuma's eyes widened in disbelief, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Damn it. To overcome the backlash so swiftly, this cursed lineage is indeed insidious." With a swift motion, Qianlin swung her katana, declaring fiercely, "Wuma Ichuan, surrender your life." Wuma scoffed coldly, "Humph. So what if you have conquered it? It won't be long before you exhaust your strength. Come, try to kill me." Kaido surveyed the magnificent golden wolf in the sky, its noble and mysterious aura overshadowing everything else. Helena opened her wolf-like maw, a surging torrent of golden energy converging within. The very space surrounding her seemed to warp and twist. The divine being, golden extreme white, unleashed beams of light that surged forth, cascading towards Kaido. Kaido brandished his spiked club, crackling with thunderous energy. The thunderous beams collided with the club, which was entwined with the aura of dominance. and the violent clash released a torrent of energy that shattered the ground beneath them. In the distance, Yamato and Jin were also caught in the maelstrom unleashed by this encounter. Yamato plunged his iron staff into the earth, anchoring himself against the force that threatened to sweep him away. How formidable, Yamato couldn't help but exclaim. Helena transformed into her beastly form, with clouds encircling her shoulders, and golden patterns shimmering upon her pristine white fur. Her claws were infused with golden energy, faintly glowing with a radiant luster. The antlers atop her head were flawless, each curve perfectly crafted. The enormous tail of a wolf flickered at its tip like flames, scattering golden specks of light with every movement. Kaido let out an exuberant laugh, leaping high with the 8 precepts in hand. As he unleashed the descending 3 realms, summoning Nariku, Kaido spun his spiked club, enveloped in the hues of armament haki and conqueror's haki, as it unleashed a torrent of purple-black lightning, crashing down with tremendous force. With a flick of her right hand, Selena conjured a shimmering golden barrier before her. Kaido's spiked club struck against the luminous shield, sending sparks of lightning and golden motes scattering in all directions. The Divine Guardian. Celestial Veil. Helena leaped into the air, her hands entwined with armed colors and golden light, radiating a mesmerizing black-golden glow. Suddenly, an explosion of energy enveloped her entire arm. The Divine Spirit, Golden Staff, approached with a fist imbued with potent energy. Kaido gripped his spiked club with both hands, raising it behind him as black lightning erupted, striking forth in an instant. The thunderous 8 trigrams unleashed a ferocious surge of energy, as lightning and golden streaks alternated, devastating the land, which was rendered unrecognizable in the chaos. As Helena delivered a powerful punch, golden energy erupted upon striking Kaido. The resounding explosion of the divine ascendant spirit, Swift Wolf, reverberated through the air, propelling Kaido like a cannonball, which crashed into a small mountain before coming to a halt. Kaido, increasingly exhilarated, leaped from the gaping hole he had created and charged towards Helena. The dual-colored haki from his 8 temple ring enveloped his hands, and the surging lightning intensified beyond measure. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, directly targeting Kaido's spiked club. The formidable might of thunder, the 8 trigrams, unleashed a cataclysmic torrent of lightning. As the fearsome dragons might instilled terror in all directions, the air was compressed by the astonishing speed of the iron rod, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. Helena, enveloped in a radiant golden energy, prepared to engage in a fierce confrontation with Kaido. From a distance, Jin and Yamato felt a sudden tremor coursing through their bodies, followed by a blinding burst of golden light and violet lightning that surged toward them. Yamato was swept away by the aftershock, while Jin immediately transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky. From his aerial vantage, he observed the battlefield where Helena and Kaido clashed. Within a radius of several hundred meters, fissures radiated outward from the 2 combatants, both of whom remained motionless. After a moment, Helena swayed unsteadily before collapsing face down, losing consciousness as her powers reverted back to their human form. Kaido also transformed back into his human state, resting his spiked club upon his shoulder as he regarded Helena. Despite the lingering pain in his arms, he understood that her fainting was not a result of his attack, but rather due to her sheer exhaustion. Had the newly awakened abilities proven too uncontrollable? Kaido murmured softly. Jin approached Kaido and said, "Mr. Kaido, to eliminate the threat, we must remove her. Otherwise, we risk empowering the Marines by letting her go." "No, Jin, I hold her in high regard. I am eager to see how far she can ascend," Kaido replied. "Then why not capture her?" Jin pressed. "If we do that, the old geezers in the Marines will surely come to demand her return. She can serve as a bargaining chip. I have already promised her that I would not interfere if she pleases me. Now, Jin, retrieve those 2 fruits." Jin, recognizing the futility of further argument, replied, "Understood, Mr. Kaido," and unfurled his wings, soaring toward the Wuma encampment. Kaido turned to leave but suddenly recalled Yamato was still nearby. He glanced back to see Yamato approaching Helena, who lay on the ground. Kaido made no move to stop her or utter a word, permitting her to proceed. Yamato knelt beside Helena, delicately collecting a small lock of her hair. "One day, when I set sail for adventure, I will surely seek you out." Yamato vowed silently to Helena. "Hey, Yamato, it's time to head back." Kaido's voice cut through the air, prompting Yamato's expression to shift to one of seriousness as she turned to face him. Gripping her iron staff tightly, Kaido remarked nonchalantly, "It seems the handcuffs need an upgrade." With a swift motion, Yamato raised her Chilin Taiko above her head, leaping into the air and unleashing a crimson blade of energy that spanned several meters. Wuma Ichikawa, charged with crackling lightning, lifted his glowing blade to counter the oncoming attack. He was pushed backward, straining to withstand the force of the strike. How infuriating. You've grown so much stronger. I will not hold back any longer. As the tempestuous lightning coursed through Wuma Ichuan, his eyes became engulfed in electric brilliance. Gripping his blade, he charged towards the plummeting Qianlin, enveloped by a crackling aura of electricity. With unwavering determination, he thrust his sword directly at Qianlin. In response, Qianlin spun his great sword at an accelerated pace, unleashing a torrent of cutting energy that shattered everything in its vicinity. The strike of Wuma Yuan's blade, empowered by his fierce resolve, collided with the spinning edge of Qianlin's weapon, sending forth sparks and arcs of electricity, wreaking havoc upon the already ravaged surroundings, reducing structures to mere ruins. Undeterred by the initial setback, Wuma Ichuan intensified the surging lightning enveloping his form, even as his body began to feel the strain, tingling with fatigue. As he swung his sword again, Qianlin coated his blade with an imposing aura, further draping it in a crimson energy. The two blades met with a clash that generated a shockwave, forcing both combatants to retreat simultaneously. Wuma Ichuan's arm bore a grievous wound that split open, blood flowing freely. Consumed by rage, he seethed at the sight of his once subdued adversary now gaining the upper hand, loathing the innate bloodline of his family. Seizing the initiative, Qianlin raised his sword, the sanguine energy coursing up the blade, causing it to extend dramatically. With a swift and lethal diagonal slash, he unleashed a sword aura powerful enough to cleave through anything in its path. A thunderous clang resonated as the energy surged forward, causing all structures in its trajectory, including the central city, to collapse in perfect alignment along the same cleaving plane. Wuma Ichuan summoned all the lightning within him to fortify his blade against this cataclysmic strike. Following a violent clash, he was hurled sideways, his arms' veins shattered from the impact. Meanwhile, in the central city, Liangquan beheld the two devil fruits before him, greedily examining one. Consuming this grants power? How extraordinary. The price is an inability to swim? What a trivial cost. He mused with a sinister grin, ready to take a bite. Suddenly, a flash of red light caught his eye, followed by a deafening clang. Liangquan was startled as the ceiling above began to cave in. He pushed aside the wooden debris pinning him down, bewildered by the chaos. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed as darkness enveloped him. Heralded by the descent of an enormous black-winged dragon, Jean glanced around, spotting the two devil fruits on the ground and approached them. Hey, pirate, don't move. You can take them when I say so. Do you hear me? Liangquan shouted imperiously. Jean, however, ignored him, striding forward towards the fruits. How dare you disregard me? Liangquan fumed, infuriated that a mere filthy pirate would treat him with such contempt. Liangquan drew his blade and leaped to strike at Jean. Jean, with an air of impatience, cast a fleeting glance his way before unsheathing his own sword to deliver a decisive blow. Liang Xuan's body was cleaved in half, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his innards and blood spilling forth in a gruesome display. Jean, surveying the skirmish below, chose to depart swiftly, accompanied by two devil fruit powers, to avert any unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, Wuma Ichuan stumbled out from the ruins, his body marred with wounds sustained from the fierce combat. His observation Haki sensed an impending attack from behind. Raising the hairs on his neck, he instinctively lifted his sword to counter the threat. However, his strike met only empty air as Qianlin crouched low, aiming for his legs. Wuma Ichuan's eyes widened in realization as he enveloped his legs in armament Haki for protection. With a sickening thud, two blood jets erupted, each leg suffering a gash from the merciless assault. Helena raised her hand and struck Wuma Ichuan squarely in the face. Blood spewed from his mouth as Qianling swung a blade towards him. With a thunderous roar, Wuma Ichuan unleashed a burst of lightning that deflected the attack. Qianling seized Wuma Ichuan's right arm, twisting it forcefully, prompting a cry of pain from him. With a swift kick, Qianling sent him flying. The sword slipped from Wuma Ichuan's grasp and fell aside. As he attempted to rise and retrieve it, a wave of sword energy struck, sending the weapon flying. Qianling positioned the blade against Wuma Ichuan's throat, who glared back with resentment and fury, unable to fathom his defeat at the hands of this young adversary. Coughing up blood, he suddenly erupted with laughter. Ah, so you came looking for your monstrous mother and worthless father? Do you wish to know how I ended their lives? My dad killed your father first, and then, before he could finish, Qianling struck down, severing Wuma Ichuan's head, flicking the blood from her blade. The crimson blood heroic form dissipated, and Qianling collapsed to the ground, lying there to rest. Memories of her deceased parents and sister flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her face. Footsteps approached, prompting Qianling to look up warily. It was Vivian. She knelt beside her, producing a handkerchief to wipe Qianling's face. "Where's Helena?" Qianling inquired. "She is not dead. She merely fainted. Don't dwell on it too much. Rest now." Yes, when wielding the blade, one must be steady, lest vulnerabilities become apparent. Crack, crack. One must not falter underfoot. Vigilance is paramount. Crack, crack. Ouch. The wooden sword in young Qianling's hands was knocked away, causing her to tumble backward and land awkwardly. "Grandfather, this wooden sword is far too light," pouted Qianling, dissatisfied as it felt like nothing in her grasp. Her grandfather, Wuma Shanming, contemplated for a moment before retreating into the room, returning with a wooden katana and presenting it to Qianling. "How about this weight? This will do. Thank you." Grandfather, Qianling's father, Wuma Yuzheng, seated nearby, interjected. "Father, I shall forge a katana for young Qianling." Wuma Shanming nodded in agreement. "Sister." A 6-year-old girl dashed out from behind Wuma Yuzheng, followed by a beautiful young woman. "Sharan, slow down," and anxious and called out as Qianling's younger sister. Wuma Shuangji ran, rushed to her side, eagerly displaying something in her hands. "Look, sister, this little bug is so beautiful," she exclaimed. Only for the ladybug to take flight. "Oh no, it flew away. Sister, can you help me find another one?" In the distance, Wuma Ichuan passed by, casting a stoic glance at the joyful scene before turning away. Wuma Yuzheng noticed his departing brother, and the smile on his face gradually faded, his expression becoming increasingly complex. 6 months later, Qianling gazed at her father expectantly, and Wuma Yuzheng chuckled as he patted her head, saying, "No need to rush, no need to rush." Turning cautiously, he drew forth a katana, its hilt imbued with a deep crimson hue and its blade glowing in a vibrant red, emanating an aura of peril. "I have christened this weapon Blood Quiet Azura, and from this day forth, it shall belong to you." Qianlin swallowed hard, reverently lifting the sword with both hands. Before the two women could utter a word, Qianlin's mother knocked at the door and called from outside. "The head of the family seems to be headed out for something. Yuzheng, please go and see what is amiss. What is happening?" And Wuma Shaming led the clan's elite forward, while Wuma Yuzheng emerged from the side, with and Qianlin trailing behind. Upon noticing him, Shaming halted and said, "Yuzheng, I was just looking for you." The two drew close, whispering to one another for a considerable time, while Wuma Ichuan observed them coldly from behind. "All right, let us proceed." With that, Shanming departed with a sense of urgency, accompanied by his elite entourage. "Father, where has grandfather gone?" "Ah, it is nothing. You should go and try your sword." Yuzheng urged Qianlin to leave while he remained behind, watching Shanming and his group depart, and guided Qianlin away, who turned back to glance at her father, discerning the worry etched upon his face. A few days later, the returning group was considerably diminished. Yuzheng was quick to greet them, but found no sign of Wuma Shaming. He seized Wuma Ichuan at the forefront of the procession and inquired, "Where is father?" Wuma Ichuan glanced at him, tilting his head aside. Yuzheng followed his gaze to a stretcher upon which lay a figure, wholly shrouded in white cloth. In disbelief, Yuzheng knelt to the ground, overwhelmed by grief. 2 years later, on a tempestuous night, Yuzheng sat atop the highest tower of the main city, nursing a drink in solitude. Wuma Ichuan entered, blade in hand, pushing the door open. Yuzheng regarded him with confusion as Wuma Ichuan placed a hand upon the sword, standing before him. "Brother, I have come to speak with you." He drew forth the blade, dragging his hand across its edge, igniting sparks. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Yuzheng surmised, his brows furrowing as he fixed his gaze upon Wuma Ichuan. "Cede the position of family head to me." Wuma Ichuan suddenly leveled the sword at Yuzheng. "Humph. By what right does a worthless wretch like you presume to enter the main family while I languish in the branch family?" Yuzheng's face flushed with anger, and after a moment of silence, he closed his eyes, suppressing his rage, and replied, "Even if I were to agree, the elders of the clan would not consent." "Them? That is no longer an issue." "What? You dare?" "I have but one demand. Safeguard my family." Wuma Ichuan sneered. "Humph. Very well. I shall grant you your wish." With Frost Jiran upon his back, Yuzheng, along with Un and Qianlin, approached a dilapidated house nestled in the woods, burdened with various packages amidst the falling snow. "Father, where are we? Why must we come here?" Frost Jiran sneezed and inquired. "Little Jiran, from now on, we shall reside here. You must be obedient," came the reply. "Father, it is so cold. Let us hasten indoors. Several months later, one fateful night, Qianlin was abruptly awakened, her body covered in a cold sweat, sensing an impending danger. She sprinted barefoot towards her parents' room, rousing them from their slumber. Father, mother, awaken. It seems someone is approaching. Her father, rising to his feet, moved to the window, poking a hole in the paper to peer outside, but saw no figures. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to trust Qianlin's instincts and turned to her and saying, Qianlin, go awaken Shaoran. My dear, gather our belongings. We must leave at once. Where shall we go? To the City of Flowers. There, amidst the throngs. They would not dare to act recklessly. Quickly, Qianlin dashed back to the room, shaking the slumbering Shuangziren awake. Sister, what is happening? Sister. Shuangziren, still groggy, was pulled from her dreams by Qianlin's urgency. As Qianlin hastily dressed her, she implored, Shaoran, do not cry or make a fuss. We must follow father and mother and leave swiftly. Do you understand? Although clearly frightened, Shuangziren obediently nodded. Once Qianlin had dressed her sister appropriately, she turned to gather their essentials, seizing the katana before hoisting Shuangziren onto her back, exiting the room. The family of four took only the necessities and a small amount of money before departing their home. Shortly after they left, 6 hooded warriors arrived, and Magong, glancing at the footprints in the snow, realized their quarry had fled, commanding, quickly, pursue them. The four ran through the woods when a blade of energy sliced through the air behind them. Qianlin, bearing Shuangziren, widened her eyes at the incoming attack. With a swift motion, she lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike as it whizzed above her. Both sisters tumbled to the ground, and Qianlin quickly regained her footing, discarding unnecessary burdens, lifting Shaoran onto her back, and fleeing. The 6 pursuers remained relentless, and the family soon reached the shore, where a fisherman's boat glimmered with light. Yujing hurriedly approached the fishermen, offering all their money. I implore you, set sail at once. The fisherman, momentarily taken aback, hesitated upon seeing the money, but ultimately rose to prepare the boat. And the sisters climbed aboard, and as the vessel drifted a few meters away, Magong and his men arrived. Magong unleashed a blade of energy, severing a section of the boat's canopy. Others boarded different fishing vessels, leaping onto this one. Yujing raised a paddle, bracing for the confrontation. Wallen, sensing the dire situation, retrieved a conch shell containing a transparent liquid from her clothing. She poured the liquid over Qianlin, urgently instructing, Qianlin, take Shaoran and flee. Do not concern yourself with us. Do not hesitate. Do you hear me? A tear slipped from Qianlin's eye, and Shaoran, unable to endure the tension, began to cry out loudly. Oh, you. In the aftermath of a confrontation, the captors had subdued Zhang, in a moment of desperation, and pushed Qianlin and Shuangziren into the sea. Once submerged, a transparent substance enveloped Qianlin, forming a protective bubble around both her and Shuangziren. The bubble was carried by the waves, and as Qianlin held Shuangziren tightly, it collided with a rocky outcrop, bursting with a resounding crash, allowing the tumultuous sea to flood in. Despite her familiarity with water, Qianlin found herself helpless against the surging currents. Upon regaining consciousness, Qianlin discovered that her limbs were bound, and she was imprisoned within the confines of a ship's cabin. The entrance creaked open, revealing an individual who appeared to be a pirate engaged in smuggling between Waji country and foreign lands. The figure tossed a stale piece of bread and a bottle of water towards Qianlin before departing. As the door closed behind him, she overheard voices outside. Heh. Who would have thought we'd snag a little one? Selling her as a slave could bring in quite a profit. Fear gripped Qianlin. Yet she soon realized that she could easily wriggle free from her bindings. As night fell, the ship docked. With a surge of determination, she broke the ropes binding her wrists and swiftly freed her ankles. Stealthily, she approached the door and pushed it open, relieved to find the coast clear. The view on the shore was unfamiliar, causing her heart to race as she comprehended that she was no longer in Waji country. Once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she began her search for her sword. The vessel was modest in size, and she soon discovered her treasured katana propped against a wall in a storage room. Nearby, a drunken pirate slumbered at a table. Cautiously, Qianlin approached her weapon, lifting it gently, only to turn and find the pirate stirring. Ugh. Don't move. Someone. Help. The pirate stumbled to his feet, pointing an unsteady finger at Qianlin. Panic surged within her. If he summoned others, her escape would be thwarted. In a moment of urgency, she gritted her teeth and drove the blade into the pirate's chest. His scream halted abruptly, blood spilling from his lips as he collapsed. Qianlin withdrew her sword, trembling as she watched the pirate fall silent. Breathing heavily, she steadied herself against the wall before making her escape. Reaching the ship's edge, she leaped into the sea, swimming towards the shore. Meanwhile, in Waji country, Jioli, a tall and graceful woman, cradled the unconscious Shuangziren, having already changed his clothes. Meanwhile, Wuma Yuzheng paced restlessly, frustrated by his inability to grasp the sword techniques his father had just imparted to him and his brother. Could it be that I am destined to be an inadequate warrior? He pondered as he braved the heavy snowfall, heading towards the coast. The cold air invigorated him, and upon arriving at the shore, he gazed out across the vast sea, noticing something peculiar on the horizon. In the distance, the wreckage of a ship partially floated upon the sea, its design betraying no resemblance to that of Wano. One could only hope that the foreign sailors had escaped unscathed. A voice emerged from beneath a cluster of rocks, prompting Wuma Yuzheng to lean down and peer closely. There, sprawled upon the stones, was a blue-haired maiden clad in nothing more than a damp, flimsy garment. Wuma Yuzheng hastened downwards, calling out, "Young lady, are you all right? I'm on my way." Upon reaching her side, he hastily removed his cloak, intending to drape it over her, only to recoil in shock, exclaiming, "The sea, a sea monster." He beheld her enchanting visage, yet was taken aback to discover that her lower half transformed into a fishtail, causing him to retreat in trepidation. The mermaid hurriedly reassured him, I'm not a monster. I mean you no harm." She gazed at him with an expression of distress. Wuma Yuzheng, still shaken, observed her delicate form trembling from the cold, her sneezes echoing in the air. He tossed the cloak towards her, speaking gently, "Please, cover yourself." As she wrapped the cloak around her, she noticed his hesitation and said, "Do not fear. I do not consume humans. Have you never encountered a mermaid before? Are you from overseas? Well, I was meant to be captured and sold into slavery, but then the ship met with disaster, and I managed to escape here," she explained. Slavery? Wuma Yuzheng stammered, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts on such a concept. Race, the maiden interjected to clarify. "Ah, is that common overseas?" he inquired. "Not exactly. Although many are aware of our existence. My apologies, but this land lacks your kind. However, there are legends of sea demons. Perhaps someone from the past encountered your kin." He mused, just as she let out another sneeze. "Ah, you must be freezing. Can you survive on land?" he asked, concern etched on his face. The maiden nodded, her fishtail gradually transforming into two elegant, snow-white legs. Wuma Yuzheng stared in astonishment. The maiden's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively drew her legs closer. Realizing his gaze, he blushed as well and quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. How rude of me. Can you walk? Or shall I carry you? I can find you a place to stay." The maiden hesitated, but Wuma Yuzheng waved his hand, insisting, "Please trust me. I am not a villain, truly." After a moment's contemplation, she finally nodded. "You may carry me. I have not walked much on my legs." "Oh, very well. My name is Wuma Yuzheng. And you?" "I am inside an inn." Wuma Yuzheng returned with a bowl of hot soup and some food, while cozied herself under the blankets. The aroma of the meal wafted through the air, prompting her to peek out and gradually make her way to the table, reaching for the bowl of soup. Just as she was about to sip, she hesitated, feeling it impolite to eat without acknowledgement. Casting a cautious glance at Wuma Yuzheng, she saw him seated and encouragingly said, "Please, eat. Don't mind me. Do you not wish to eat something?" "Not at all," Yuzheng replied, a hint of distress evident in his tone. Wichan observed keenly. After sipping a few mouthfuls of hot soup and consuming a morsel, and continued to gaze at Yuzheng, who was lost in contemplation, staring out at the swirling snowflakes. "Is there something troubling you?" No, not at all. Your expression betrays you. You appear as tormented as an octopus. It seems you have something on your mind, but if you prefer not to share, I shall not pry," and remarked, resuming her meal. After a moment of hesitation, Yuzheng felt a yearning to confide. Thus he said, "My family hails from a lineage of warriors." "Warriors?" "Indeed. My father is a formidable swordsman, and he imparts his swordsmanship to my brother and me. My brother possesses remarkable talent, yet I struggle to grasp even the basics." And blinked, remaining silent. "Moreover, barring unforeseen circumstances, I am destined to inherit this family legacy. It is utterly absurd for a warrior family's heir to be inept in swordsmanship," Yuzheng lamented, falling into silence once more. After a brief pause, and inquired, "Do you not have other talents?" This question seemed to ignite a spark in Yuzheng. "Certainly. Although my swordplay is lacking, I have a profound passion for forging blades. The swords I craft are quite popular in both Jioli and Huaji City. However, My family deems blacksmithing an undesirable profession and offers me no support. And leaned closer, gazing earnestly into Yu Zhang's eyes. Then pursue what you love. Do not leave room for regret. If you care little for the role of family head, chase after your passions. Initially taken aback by her proximity, Yu Zhang felt a wave of gratitude wash over him as he responded, "Thank you for your encouragement. No, I should thank you for saving me." And took a hearty bite of tempura and exclaimed, "Delicious." She then offered a piece to Yu Zhang. "Here, you should try a piece." Yu Zhang cautiously accepted the tempura, and both of their faces flushed crimson. Having spent a month together, they had already fallen for one another, though unspoken. Their mutual understanding was palpable. Yu Zhang glanced out at the vibrant streets of Huaji City, a smile gracing his lips. This past month had been the happiest time of his life. Just then, a carrier pigeon landed at the window, and he noticed the family crest hanging from its neck. His smile faded as he retrieved the message from the bird's leg and began to read. Upon finishing the letter, he turned to An, who had been watching him intently, her demeanor tense. "What is it? Has something happened?" "Ah, it's nothing. My family has summoned me back, claiming I have been too reckless out here." And lowered her gaze, her body trembling slightly, and after a moment of silence, she whispered, "Are we going to part ways?" Yu Zhang took a deep breath, contemplating for a moment before resolutely declaring, "No, I wish to take you with me. I do not want to be separated from you. Your family will not accept me. Then let us depart, distancing ourselves from my kin. Although there are many cherished memories I hold dear, I feel like an outcast within my family, a peculiar anomaly. The moments spent with you are the happiest of my life." And stood up, embracing Yu Zhang, her tears beginning to flow. "But I do not wish for you to lose what you rightfully deserve because of me." Yu Zhang whispered softly in her ear, "Yet, the thought of leaving you is unbearable." And gazed in a daze at the two towering warrior statues at the entrance of the Wuma family's residence, having envisioned a vast family, yet discovering that an entire city belonged to them. Yu Zhang took her hand and said, "Come, let us enter." Beside the city, a river traversed the settlement, where a group of children frolicked on a bridge. Suddenly, one child accidentally tumbled off the bridge and plunged into the water. "Help! Help!" The child cried out desperately. Surrounding women, preoccupied with washing clothes, were unable to swim and could only scream in alarm. As luck would have it, An and Yu Zhang were passing by. Yu Zhang, noticing the distress, was about to leap into action, but An had already shed her outer garment and dashed forward. In that moment of shock, Yu Zhang realized she had already ventured far ahead. An, wait, reaching the riverbank, and leaped into the water. For the initial moments, there was silence. But soon she emerged from beneath the surface, dragging the child with her. Swiftly swimming to the shore, she handed the child over to the waiting hands on land. "Thank you for saving him," a woman exclaimed, having spotted An's lower half submerged beneath the water. The onlookers immediately recoiled, murmuring, "Monster! Monster!" Yu Zhang hurried over, apprehensive of the very reaction he feared. From a distance, a group approached. It was Wuma Ichuan, returning with several warriors. Hearing of the incident, he rushed to the scene and, upon arrival, saw his brother pulling a woman to safety. "Wuma Yu Zhang? When did he return? And what is that?" Wuma Ichuan squinted at an fishtail, his hand resting on his sword. Seeing his brother's arrival, Yu Zhang exclaimed urgently, "Ichuan, wait. She is not a monster." He then turned to drape his outer garment around him. Although Wuma Ichuan refrained from immediate action, he continued to regard An with suspicion. How do we explain her fishtail then? In the main hall of the city, Wuma Shaming occupied the principal seat, with Wuma Ichuan beside him, surrounded by the most esteemed elders of the families. Yu Zhang and An sat opposite these dignitaries. As Yu Zhang recounted their situation, thus it is, she is not a monster. Overseas, her kind is not seen as outsiders. Upon hearing this, An felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, yet she remained silent. Moreover, we have already fallen in love. What? Such absurdity. Even if she is not a monster, as the future heir of the Wuma family, this behavior is utterly contrary to propriety, one elder exclaimed, with the others echoing in agreement. Yu Zhang felt a surge of anxiety, at a loss for words. Not only has he failed to exert sufficient effort in mastering swordsmanship, but now he has also committed such a breach of decorum, truly more a hindrance than a help. Before Yu Zhang could respond, An suddenly rose, indignantly declaring, "You must not speak of him in such a manner. He possesses his own talents and gifts. You cannot belittle him simply because he struggles with swordplay." Yu Zhang stared at An in astonishment, taken aback by her defiance against the elders. "Impudent wretch, you have no place to speak here." An's face flushed with anger. "Enough. Let us cease this quarrel Wuma Shanming interjected. Sitting up straight, he turned to Lin and inquired, "My dear lady, you truly harbor affection for Yuzhong, do you not?" And replied earnestly, "Indeed. Yuzhong is destined to become the head of this family. You must be aware of that." Upon hearing this, Wuma Ichuan's eyes flickered. "If you truly wish to marry Yuzhong, you shall undoubtedly enjoy wealth and splendor as the lady of the household. Yet you must also bear certain responsibilities. Are you prepared for that?" And resolutely nodded and stated, "I possess nothing. Yuzhong saved me, and I am willing to accompany him for eternity, should he desire it." "Very well. I shall not interfere with your wishes as long as Yuzhong finds happiness." "What? This cannot be allowed." "Indeed. How could the Wuma family permit a monster to enter our ranks?" "Enough. It has been decided. Once you have made your choice, inform me, and we shall hasten the wedding arrangements. Now, disperse." Upon exiting the chamber, Yu Zhang embraced him, exclaiming with excitement, "I knew father would support me." After a moment, he noticed that In had begun to weep in his embrace. "Wua, those elders in your family are so terrifying. Their gazes seem to devour me whole." There. "It's all right," Yu Zhang gently soothed, stroking her hair. However, as Yu Zhang gazed upon it, battered and bruised, he felt an overwhelming anguish, as if his teeth might shatter. He glared at Wuma Ichuan, desperately attempting to break free from the chains binding him. "Wuma Ichuan, why have you harmed her? Why pursue our annihilation? I have already relinquished the position of family head to you. What more do you desire?" Wuma Ichuan smirked coldly. "Ha! I simply wish to witness your demise, nothing more. Brother, though we share no blood ties, how can you ascend to the role of family head with such a worthless lineage? By what right?" He waved his hand dismissively, causing Yuzhong and In to be suspended aloft. The ropes tightened around their necks, and at that moment, In lifted her head. Gazing affectionately at Yuzhong, overcome with sorrow at her suffering, Yuzhong cried out, "I am so sorry. In, I apologize for my inadequacy. I am unable to even protect my family, rendering myself a worthless being. I am truly sorry." And chuckled softly, weakly responding to Yuzhong, "What foolish words are you uttering? Are you not a master blacksmith of unparalleled skill?" Coughing lightly, she continued, "Do not berate yourself. It is not your fault, truly. Yuzhong, do you remember the words you once shared with me? I wish to convey the same sentiment to you now." Yuzhong gazed at him, who, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, "Let me part from you. I too cannot bear it." With a sudden crack, the wooden planks beneath them were removed, and their necks were snapped in an instant. Wuma, with an expression devoid of emotion, surveyed the lifeless bodies of the two and commanded, "Burn that wretched creature. It brings ill fortune." She and Lin sat cross-legged before the graves of her parents, her hands clasped together, bowing her head in solemn silence. She grasped her blade, rose to her feet, and turned to leave, only to catch sight of Zelina standing beneath a distant tree. Qianlin approached slowly, her gaze fixed on Zelina. "You have fulfilled your long-held wish, have you not?" Zelina murmured softly. Qianlin nodded, her eyes glistening with impending tears, and she suddenly rushed forward to embrace Zelina, quietly sobbing in her arms. Selina remained silent, gazing down at Qianlin, her hand gently brushing through the girl's hair. Qianlin looked up and said, "That masked little fellow mentioned that you encountered a formidable pirate named Kaido of the 100 Beasts?" Selina hesitated, for the thought that Kaido might very well be the one responsible for her grandfather's demise weighed heavily on her. Given that Qianlin had spent her entire life within the confines of her family, she was, in truth, rather naive about the world beyond Wano. Thus, Selina chose to refrain from elaborating further. "You said you were nearly killed. I apologize." Helena playfully pinched Qianlin's cheek, smiling as she remarked, "Even at this hour, you still wish to apologize to me. Do you consider me a stranger?" No. I merely fear for your safety. You have endured considerable injuries yourself. What do you intend to do next?" Qianlin replied, her gaze sorrowfully fixed upon the sky. "By the way, you are returning to the Navy, aren't you?" Qianlin inquired. "Indeed. I have been away long enough. If I do not return soon, they will come looking for me and forcibly bring me back." Reluctantly, Qianlin grasped Helena's hand, tears welling in her eyes once more. Zelina playfully flicked her forehead and chuckled, saying, "You were so ruthless when it came to killing. Yet now you seem so prone to tears. I must remind you, you are a wanted person, should we encounter each other on the vast sea in the future. I cannot allow you to escape." Helena pondered for a moment and then remarked, "Alternatively, if you wish to meet me under normal circumstances, you could consider becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, it is not a particularly esteemed role." "The 7 warlords? Are they pirates working for the world government?" "Indeed. With your strength, you would be more than capable. However, I advise against joining unless absolutely necessary, as it could lead to significant complications. Think of it merely as a contingency plan. On the shores of Wano, Chiharu waved at the ship on the horizon and shouted, "Helena, thank you. We must meet again." Helena leapt to the pinnacle of the mast, exclaiming with exuberance, of course. Tears of reluctance shimmered in Qianlin's eyes as she bade farewell to Helena, watching her until her vessel plummeted over the great waterfall. A month later, in Mariewa, Takaka gazed helplessly at Helena, who languished in her chair, a visage of melancholy. Helena murmured anxiously, "What should I do? What should I do? Sengoku is surely going to reprimand me severely. What am I to do?" Takaka shrugged and replied, "I did advise you numerous times back then, but you chose not to heed my counsel. Thus, there is little I can do now." Helena paid no heed to her surroundings, lost in her own melancholic thoughts. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing an individual clad in a striking yellow suit, with orange-tinted eyes and a languid, slightly lecherous expression. "Ah, General Helena, you have finally returned. During your escapades, the marshal has been quite irate," came a voice laced with levity. Helena turned to glance at the newcomer, letting out a resigned sigh as she replied, "I am aware, Mr. Porcellino, there is no need for reminders. Well, the marshal is on his way," he added. No sooner had he spoken than the door was forcefully thrust open, and Sengoku stormed in, approaching Helena with a furious demeanor. Helena promptly stood at attention, and Sengoku bellowed, "Helena, do you have any idea how long you've been gallivanting about?" Helena involuntarily leaned back slightly, swallowed hard, and replied, "Nearly 2 years." Sengoku slammed a stack of papers onto the table, pointing emphatically, "The island of fishmen, Vickelson. How is it that wherever a significant event occurs, you are involved? Huh? In this?" Sengoku retrieved a newspaper from a few weeks ago, holding it up before Helena. The headline featured the photographs of 3 individuals. In the center was Kaido's bounty poster, to the left was Helena, and to the right was a photo of the wanted criminal, Chiron. The headline read, "Navy's Rising Star challenges Beast Governor Kaido." Suspected to be accompanied by the notorious criminal Chiron with a bounty of 300 million. Sengoku, with a fierce glare, articulated each word with precision. What on earth is going on here? In a certain expanse of the Grand Line, a World Economic Agency hot air balloon advanced through the sky. Inside the balloon, Morgan sipped coffee, facing an image-transmitting snail, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Those crows I trained for photography are exceptionally useful. The images captured within Kaido's territory were thanks to my crows." From the other end of the image snail came an odd laughter. Mama. Did Kaido encounter that Helena? Her growth is astonishing. She can exchange blows with Kaido." On the other end was Big Mom. "Ha. Stirring up this world is my greatest delight." In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, the sound of striking resonated within the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Soldiers nearby cautiously kept their distance, wary of disturbing the individual who was training. "Hey, come over here." "Is that her? She looks so young." "You didn't know? She's not yet 30. Only 26 this year. But why is someone of her caliber training here? I heard her specialized equipment has all been damaged. To be so powerful and yet so diligent is truly formidable." Helena struck a thick steel plate with a series of powerful punches, concentrating her armed color hockey at a single point before releasing it. Bang! Suddenly, a hole erupted on the other side of the steel plate, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. How was this achieved? Helena breathed heavily as she withdrew her stance, beginning to unravel the bandages that encircled her hands. Her finely honed muscles and towering height of 3 meters instilled a sense of trepidation in those around her. Having spent many years in the Navy, Helena had cultivated an indomitable spirit, and her expressionless demeanor inadvertently radiated an air of authority. Sweat dripped from Serena as she draped a towel over her shoulders, preparing to leave the training ground. In the distance, a voice called out, "General Serena. The Marshal requests your presence for an urgent meeting." "Understood. I shall be there shortly." In the conference room, nearly all the vice admirals were present, including Kizaru, Akainu, and Fujitora. Brand New slapped several bounty posters onto the board and declared loudly, "According to reports, a distinguished individual has been abducted by a pirate alliance, which is demanding ransom from the world government. The government has ordered us to organize a rescue mission immediately, and the CP system will assist us in our operations." "CP? This individual must be of utmost importance." "Indeed, it cannot be trivial," Brand New continued. "Intelligence indicates that the main members of this pirate alliance include Bad Tooth Goddess, with a bounty of 870 million, Amblast Erlink, with a bounty of 1 billion. Their leader, the notorious Silver Axe, formerly of the Rocks Pirates, has a bounty of 2.5 billion. Furthermore, there are 30 other pirate crews involved. Sengoku, arms crossed, surveyed the room and spoke gravely. Borsellino, you will serve as the commander for this operation. Doberman, Spider, and Weasel, take your respective teams and follow. Firefist, Steel, and Bastille remain on standby. Yes. Doberman and the others stood to acknowledge their orders. Suddenly, Kizaru raised a hand, indicating he wished to speak. I have a suggestion. Why not include Serena as well? Everyone turned to him, puzzled by his intention. Should an incident occur, Serena could serve as a primary force, and I would provide support. What do you think? Absolutely not. The target of this operation is too significant to act recklessly. Why should she go? Sengoku questioned, perplexed. Well, if Serena were to achieve a great feat, it could be enough for her promotion to Admiral, Kizaru replied. The room fell silent, with everyone, including Serena herself, astonished by Kizaru's sudden mention of this matter. Sengoku frowned, seemingly contemplating Kizaru's words, while Akiji and Akaina remained impassive. Kizaru continued, Serena has only served in the Navy for 10 years, yet her accomplishments surpass ours at the same stage, especially in the eyes of outsiders. She has held her own against the Yonko Kaido and narrowly escaped from Big Mom unscathed, while her strength may be slightly lacking. Defeating a prominent pirate would certainly validate her capability. From Serena's vantage point, Kizaru's tinted glasses reflected light, obscuring his eyes. Sengoku squinted and inquired, what prompted this sudden suggestion? The Navy's responsibilities are increasingly demanding, with the Yonko of the New World and the pirates arriving in droves at Paradise, as well as the scattered Revolutionary Army, all requiring naval manpower. Many resources from Vegapunk are still untested in combat, so Sengoku closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. After a moment of silence, he stated, we will discuss this matter later. The position of Admiral is far too critical. First, we must complete this mission. Serena will accompany you. Yes. After the meeting concluded, Zhanghua and Hilu remained in the conference room. What does Porcellino intend to do? Zhanghua pondered aloud, perplexed. Hilu adjusted his collar and slowly replied. What he seeks is likely a more balanced navy. However, Silena is a rather unstable variable. I fear it may not unfold as he envisions. In a certain maritime region of the New World, a moderately sized island named Chun Island harbored a robust fortress. Surrounding the island were various ports, and over 30 pirate ships roamed its vicinity. Within the fortress, a grand banquet was underway. At this feast, a colossal figure raised a wine goblet, pouring the liquor down his throat, splattering wine across his beard. This giant, towering over 10 meters, bore a bare torso. Beside him rested an enormous machete measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, its blade marred with numerous scratches. This was Bad Teeth Gudus, a Zoan-type crocodile fruit user, capable of transforming into a long-snout crocodile, with a bounty of 870 million. Hailing from Elbaf, he was once a member of the giant warrior pirates a century ago, escaping capture during a surrender. After consuming a devil fruit, he wreaked havoc on numerous naval bases and has since remained active upon the seas. The pirates below reveled in merriment, when one individual, tinkering with several vials of chemical substances, suddenly leaped up and shouted frantically, "It's going to explode! It's going to explode!" He then carelessly tossed the vial, which shattered and detonated, creating a gaping hole in the floor, impacting several nearby pirates. This was Dillink, a long-armed tribe chemist, and the creator of Imperial Explosives, a specialist in detonations, who delighted in rampant destruction, having caused the collapse of numerous landmark structures and resulting in the deaths of many tens of thousands. Dillink, if you keep tossing your rubbish around, I shall crush you underfoot. Goodis bellowed with discontent, his voice resonating like thunder. Hey, don't be alarmed. It was merely a little jest, a mere jest. Dillink chuckled nervously, attempting to assuage the tension. In stark contrast to the raucous festivity outside, within a silent chamber of the fortress, a blue-haired youth was confined within a cage. The room was dimly lit, with only a few candles flickering on the walls. In this feeble glow, the outline of a tall, muscular figure could be discerned, though it appeared angular, as if clad in armor. At the island's lookout tower, a pirate devoured a piece of meat and cast a casual glance towards the sea, spotting several small dots on the horizon. Discarding the meat, the pirate seized a telescope to scrutinize further, confirming the approaching vessels were naval ships, and promptly sounded the alarm. A shrill alarm echoed throughout the entire island. On the water, 7 naval ships were present, 4 in the lead and 3 trailing behind. The number of ships approached the standard for a demon-slaying order, with an exceptionally impressive officer configuration, 7 vice admirals and 1 admiral. The well-informed Morgans had reported just the day prior, a major operation. The Navy has dispatched 7 vice admirals and 1 admiral, likely preparing to engage with the notorious pirate Silver Axe and his band of marauders. The Yellow Ape, holding a newspaper, handed it to Serena and remarked, "Look, the public attention surrounding this matter is quite significant. Whether this will be your defining battle or a defeat depends solely on your performance." Serena glanced at the newspaper but remained silent. Although the Yellow Ape had already elucidated his reasons for proposing Serena's promotion to admiral during the meeting, she still harbored doubts about his motives. "If you falter, I might share your misfortune," he added playfully, "though I sincerely hope that such an event will not transpire." A messenger rushed in, standing at attention to report to the Yellow Ape, "Sir, the 3 vice admirals, Fire Mountain, Steel Rays, and Bastille, have arrived at the designated location and request to halt further advancement. They seek your authorization, and all battleships are to prepare their weaponry for any unforeseen combat." Once the messenger departed, Serena inquired, "Mr. Yellow Ape, why do you and Admiral Sengoku believe these pirates will take action?" "Well, it's merely speculation, but you are not the only one preparing for a defining battle," he replied. "What do you mean?" she asked. The infamous Silver Axe, a member of the Rocks Pirates, emerged from the remnants of the Rocks crew, which initially included the formidable Captain John, alongside the legendary figures of Gold, Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. Later, Whitebeard aligned with Big Mom and Kaido, also recognized as the 4 Emperors. Wang Ji has taken over the old lair of rocks on Hive Island and amassed a group of ruthless pirates. Captain John's demise left only Silver Axe in obscurity for many years. Now, with such brazen provocations against the world government, he either possesses genuine strength or is foolishly unaware of his limitations. In either case, the objective remains the same: to carve a name for himself and attract talent in this age of great pirates. By the way, what is Silver Axe's true name? It is not mentioned on his bounty notice. Is it still unknown? Indeed, since he became a pirate, he has donned a suit of silver armor that conceals his entire body. No one has ever beheld his true visage, nor has anyone heard his name. He wields an incredibly hard silver giant axe, which is the origin of his moniker. The messenger returned with another report. "Sir, we have just received intel that 7 islands, comprising 30 pirate ships of varying sizes, are converging towards this location. If they all arrive, the estimated number of pirates may reach 10,000. The Navy, on the other hand, has approximately 4,000 personnel. While we may be outnumbered, the quality of our vessels far surpasses those ill-gotten pirate ships. Do you comprehend, Serena? The opposing forces are clearly intent on engaging us," the Yellow Ape casually remarked. "Prepare the surrounding G-54 and G-11 units for support," he commanded. Selena remained silent, her gaze fixed on the increasing throng of pirates encircling the distant island. Within the fortress, Silver Axe rose, the metallic clinks echoing with each movement. He grasped the iron cage containing the blue-haired youth and lifted his colossal Silver Axe, striding outward. The fortress gates creaked open, and Silver Axe emerged, dragging his weapon step by step. Outside, a horde of eager pirates, ready for action, erupted in jubilant cheers upon his arrival. "Silver Axe, let us vanquish those Navy men. It is rumored that a vice admiral has been dispatched. They surely cannot rival Silver Axe." Silver Axe remained unresponsive, disregarding the raucous shouts of the surrounding pirates. As he made his way to the dock where an ironclad warship awaited, his flagship. Once aboard, a multitude of pirates followed suit, setting sail alongside the flagship. Advancing toward the Navy vessels, Goods and Dilling lingered on the shore, directing the pirates to prepare the coastal defense cannons, equipped with Dilling's specially designed ammunition. Boasting remarkable range and devastating power, the pirates were poised, awaiting their captain's command. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the 2 fleets separated by mere hundreds of meters. With the Navy's flagship and the pirates' ironclad almost touching, Kazara stood at the prow of his ship, while Selena observed the towering figure clad in silver armor on the opposing vessel. Silver Axe leaned on his axe with one hand while clutching the cage with the other. "Is this my adversary?" Kazara spoke first. "Silver Axe, is it?" Silver Axe offered no reply. "Where is the person we seek to redeem? Let us first confirm his safety," Kazara said leisurely. Silver Axe remained silent for a considerable time before responding with a harsh, dry voice. "Why has the Navy come?" Kazara chuckled softly. "Dealing with pirates is our Navy's duty, is it not?" After a prolonged pause, Silver Axe replied, I do not see you bringing what I desire. Kizaru adjusted his glasses and inquired, what is it you seek? 20,000 rifles, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, 1,000 heavy cannons, 5,000 shells, 10 large warships, and various supplies. Did you truly believe we could acquiesce to such demands? Silver Axe scoffed, say what you will. This individual in my possession is worth all of it. He shook the cage vigorously, causing the unconscious boy within to jolt against the bars, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. Kizaru lowered his head slightly, as though contemplating. This is quite a predicament. Helena's body began to tense. The situation had escalated dramatically. It was evident that once the yellow ape intervened to rescue the boy, it would all hinge on her. The yellow ape looked up and remarked, what a pity, we cannot accept your terms. The Silver Axe fell silent, and both sides remained in a standoff. Moments later, the Silver Axe abruptly raised the massive silver blade and struck towards the cage. In that instant, a shimmering light, reminiscent of a mirror, coalesced in the yellow ape's hand, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Silver Axe. With a swift kick from the Yada no Kagami, a resounding clash echoed as it intercepted the descending axe. On the other side, although Helena could not match the yellow ape's speed, she swiftly transformed into her beastly lunar eclipse form. Leaping into the air, she imbued her hands with radiant white lunar energy, coalescing into a wolf's head that lunged at the Silver Axe. Lunar eclipse, wolf hunt. The Silver Axe raised its arm to deflect Helena's assault, and seizing the moment, the yellow ape transformed his leg into a streak of yellow light. Delivering a powerful kick that shattered the cage, seizing the boy, he swiftly extended a finger, unleashing a beam of laser light. The Silver Axe staggered back several steps under the force of the beam. With the boy in tow, the yellow ape returned to the battleship and called out to Helena in the distance, the rest is up to you now. He then raised his arm to the black listening bug on his wrist and issued an order, all personnel, prepare for battle. This bug was not meant for communication. He realized he had forgotten that detail. Without needing the yellow ape's command, both sides, already on high alert, sprang into action upon witnessing the breakdown of negotiations, initiating a barrage against one another. In an instant, the surrounding waters were filled with the resounding echoes of cannon fire and plumes of smoke. The Silver Axe, feeling the overwhelming force in its arm, could not help but regard the young Navy officer before it with newfound respect. You, state your name. Admiral Helena, she declared. Helena retracted her hand and executed a swift spin kick midair. The Silver Axe once more raised its arm to block, exerting tremendous force to push her back, sending Helena soaring into the sky. As Helena raised her arm, a claw-like strike unleashed a tempestuous blade, measuring a width of over 10 meters, aimed squarely at the Silver Axe. The moon eclipse, storm shift. The Silver Axe stood resolute, neither flinching nor evading, absorbing the full impact of the tempestuous blade with an ear-piercing screech of metal against metal. The blade dissipated, and suddenly, darkness enveloped the scene as Helena closed the distance, plummeting from the air with both hands clasped together, delivering a heavy blow to the head of the Silver Axe. With a resounding thud, the entire armored battleship buckled under the force, its bow sinking while the stern tilted skyward. The metallic floor beneath the Silver Axe bowed under the pressure. Yet he merely inclined his head slightly, as if nothing had transpired. In an instant, the Silver Axe lunged forward, seizing Helena's arm and flinging her away with great force. Helena deftly adjusted her posture, bracing against the wall to propel herself forward. Mid-advance, she transformed into the form of a calamity, flames igniting and enveloping her being. Calamity, falling fire. The Silver Axe raised his colossal Silver Axe, using the handle to intercept her. Helena collided with the axe handle, flames bursting forth, yet failing to inflict any harm upon the Silver Axe. Meanwhile, the coastal artillery commenced its assault, a single shell detonating upon a naval vessel with cataclysmic force. The retreating pirate fleet, bolstered by the coastal defenses, managed to withstand the onslaught of the Navy. Should the warship be struck by those heavy artillery rounds 5 or 6 times, it would be on the brink of sinking. Observing the situation, the yellow ape ascended into the air, eyes fixed on the approaching barrage of dozens of shells. He raised both hands, fingers twisting, unleashing a multitude of light projectiles. The 8-foot Shongoyu. All incoming shells were intercepted, and the yellow ape, gathering luminescence in his hands, shot forth a radiant passage, instantly transporting him above the island. The 8-span mirror. Raising a finger, he released a beam of laser light that obliterated several coastal artillery pieces, the ensuing explosions affecting hundreds of people. At that moment, the pirates realized their adversary was upon them. Some raised their firearms, aiming at the yellow ape, who allowed bullets to pass through his elemental form. Raising his hand once more to fire a laser beam, he sensed an attack from behind, imbued with the will of hockey. Thus, he utilized the 8-span mirror to vanish from his position, narrowly evading a colossal blade cleaving through the air. Oh, how terrifying. That was a close call. The yellow ape turned to see a bare-chested giant brandishing an enormous cleaver, also infused with hockey. You must be bad toothgoods, am I correct? Before he could finish speaking, the yellow ape instantly materialized before Goods, delivering a powerful kick to his face. The impact resonated, causing Goods to topple backward, his massive frame crushing several pirates who failed to flee in time. Goods swiftly recovered, while the yellow ape refrained from immediate attack, casually firing a laser beam at a distant location, toppling several coastal artillery pieces. Atop the fortress in the island's center, Durink commanded a group of pirates to hoist an imposing cannon of impressive caliber. Nervously patting the cannon's barrel, he shouted, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" Hee. The pirates, fully prepared, aimed at a cluster of ships on the sea, indifferent to whether they were friend or foe. Boom. The terrifying recoil of the colossal cannon caused the entire building to tremble slightly as the shell soared towards the heart of the battlefield at sea. Aboard a pirate ship, someone heard the ominous sound of the projectile whizzing through the air. Looking up, they cried out in sheer horror, "The Emperor's dynamite! It's the Emperor's dynamite!" Boom. The shell struck the pirate vessel, erupting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the ship into mere ashes. The cataclysmic blast generated towering waves, causing nearby vessels to sway violently, with several capsizing. Kizaru, slightly taken aback, gazed at the explosion on the sea and mused to himself, "Oh, how terrifying indeed. The power of the shell. Well, it must be that Durink's doing." The massive cannon continued its relentless barrage, sending several plumes of black smoke billowing into the air. A warship was struck, its hull shattering into 2 pieces. Kizaru tracked the source of the cannon fire, unleashing a robust laser beam. Durink, seemingly foreseeing his fate, shouted as he leapt from the top of the building. The cannon and pirates left behind were hit, the violent explosion collapsing half of the structure. Yet Durink had already vanished, evading the chaos. Turning around, a gigantic creature brandishing a cleaver charged at him. Kizaru sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack, and scrutinized the beast. The creature was covered in scales, dragging a long, thick tail behind it, with the head of an elongated crocodile. This was Guttis, the user of the croc fruit. In his long-snout crocodile hybrid form, resembling a primeval beast, Guttis wielded the cleaver with both hands, aiming a strike at Kizaru, who twisted slightly, causing the blade to graze the sleeve of his justice coat. The cleaver struck the ground with a resounding crash, sending shards of stone flying and creating a deep trench. Kizaru fired a laser beam at Guttis's chest, but it failed to penetrate his tough hide. "Ah, such formidable defense," Kizaru remarked casually, dodging another of Guttis's strikes. Guttis opened his massive mouth, armed with hockey, his upper and lower jaws and teeth gleaming with a metallic luster now blackened. He lunged forward, his formidable jaws snapping shut like colossal pincers, producing a deafening crack that sent shockwaves around the long snout. A multitude of luminous points converged above Guttis, as Kizaru's right leg gleamed with a yellow flash, delivering a swift kick to the top of Guttis's head. The creature barely registered the impact before his head crashed down onto the ground, creating a sizable crater and lifting his body off the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Guttis struggled to regain his senses. Kizaru glanced at the coastal artillery still firing in the distance and raised his hands, launching a barrage of light orbs. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, Doberman witnessed the series of violent explosions on the shore and realized that Kizaru was clearing the coastal heavy artillery. He immediately commanded, "Advance forward." 7 relatively intact warships advanced steadily, their artillery far surpassing the inferior cannons employed by the pirates. The soldiers from the ship that had been split in 2 had mostly transferred to other vessels. On the periphery of the battlefield, an increasing number of pirate ships and supporting warships rushed towards the fray. Bang! Silver Axe's fist collided with Shalina's crossed arms, which were fortified by her hockey. She retaliated with a kick that struck Silver Axe's weapon, only to find it felt like hitting a solid iron mass. The material of this armor was undoubtedly not ordinary metal. Shalina noticed that her attack left no trace, which was highly unusual. Silver Axe swung his colossal axe in a sweeping motion, leaving Shalina with no avenue to evade. She could only lean back to avoid the massive weapon. "This won't do. I cannot unleash my full potential here. I must find a more suitable location to fight." Helena erupted with a divine golden energy, compelling the Silver Axe to retreat under the forceful impact. She activated her divine sovereign form, extending her hand as the golden energy entwined around it, manifesting into a colossal golden hand that seized the silver axe. Divine Sovereign, Giant Spirit God. Helena raised her silver axe and hurled it with great force, sending it soaring from the ironclad vessel to crash upon another pirate ship, shattering its mast. Just as the silver axe regained its footing, Helena leaped into view, her legs infused with a tempestuous golden energy. With a sweeping kick aimed at the silver axe's waist, the energy erupted instantaneously, sending golden streaks radiating in all directions. The divine spirit, celestial steed of the howling wolf, propelled the silver axe like a cannonball to the side, plunging toward the sea. However, during its descent, the silver axe adeptly adjusted its position, miraculously landing upon the water's surface without sinking, as if something beneath it were supporting its weight, allowing it to hover atop the waves. Helena was somewhat astonished. What is happening? Could it be a fruit user? The silver axe raised his colossal axe behind him, enveloping the blade in a dark hue of armament. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a white shockwave that surged towards Helena with a deafening roar, distorting the very fabric of space surrounding the wave. Helena transformed into her beast form, soaring into the sky upon a cloud. The pirate ship was cleaved in two, its wreckage capsized by the residual force of the shockwave, tumbling into the depths of the sea. The pirates aboard were cast into the water, with some drowning on the spot. Helena gathered energy within her mouth, unleashing several arcs of golden beams that struck the surface of the sea, conjuring towering waves. The divine entity, Silver Axe, positioned his massive axe across his chest, its surface coated with a dark hue of armed hockey. The beams collided with the axe, propelling Silver Axe backward for several dozen meters. Yet, he remained steadfast, his stance unyielding, and both he and his weapon emerged unscathed. Truly formidable. Helena noted the unusual resilience of Silver Axe but did not relent in her assault. Transforming into her beastly form, she lunged at Silver Axe like a bullet, concentrating her hockey into a point, and executed the technique, Flowing Cherry Blossom. Approaching Silver Axe, she delivered a powerful punch that penetrated his armor with hockey, erupting from his back and carving a chasm into the ocean behind him. For the first time, Silver Axe's body quivered slightly. It worked. However, Silver Axe quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a punch aimed at Helena's face, imbued with armed hockey and exuding an overwhelming force. Helena unleashed a wolf's kiss, golden flames surging forth, the searing fire forcing the Silver Axe to retreat, while the surrounding seawater too was ignited by this golden inferno. Divine Sovereign, Sacred Fire of Lulan. With a mere wave of the Silver Axe's colossal hand, Helena perceived no visible manifestation, yet sensed the air around her solidifying ominously. Suddenly, she was violently struck by an unseen force, sent flying, yet her eyes beheld nothing before her. Helena transformed into her beast form, summoning clouds to prevent herself from plummeting into the sea. What just happened? What struck me? Her confusion deepened. She was certain that the Silver Axe was a wielder of devil fruit powers, yet the nature of those powers remained elusive. This won't do. I must engage on solid ground, for the peril of falling into the ocean is too constraining. Helena gathered energy in her mouth, unleashing a formidable golden beam towards the Silver Axe. Divine Ruler, Golden Extreme, Cloud Fong. The Silver Axe, unfazed, raised his massive axe to block the attack. Although it failed to inflict damage, the beam stirred the surrounding waters, causing him to waver slightly. A colossal golden hand broke through the waves, grasping the Silver Axe. Helena employed her previous tactic once more, this time spinning in midair to gather strength before hurling the Silver Axe like a discus towards a distant island. Whoosh! The Silver Axe soared over the battlefield, colliding directly with the fortress on the island. Yellow Ape glanced upward, casually kicking aside the large blade that Guttus had swung at him, and remarked, "Oh, they've made it this far." The Silver Axe pushed aside the rubble, emerging step by step, his armor unmarred save for a thin layer of dust. Helena approached like a shooting star descending upon a structure, the golden light dissipating as she landed. She clung to the outer wall of the building like a monkey in a tree, her body suspended in midair on the other side. She gazed down at the Silver Axe, who leisurely rested the massive axe upon his shoulder, as if to say, "Come forth, let me witness your capabilities." Helena released her grip and descended to the ground. Once steady, she raised her paws, golden energy entwining around her hands, and unleashed a formidable strike. 10 golden shockwaves, towering several meters high, surged toward the Silver Axe, accelerating as they advanced, leaving a trail of deep ravines in their wake. The Divine Sovereign, in her full divine essence, wielded the colossal axe to cleave through these shockwaves. With a resounding clash, they met, after a brief stalemate. The shockwaves were repelled, crashing into various structures and causing significant destruction. With a forceful stomp, Helena unleashed a torrent of golden currents that surged forth from beneath her feet, resembling colossal whips striking against the silver axe. The divine entity, Lord of the Heavens, commanded the waters. As the silver axe relentlessly wielded its mighty axe and fists to fend off these assaults, the resulting shockwaves wreaked havoc upon the surrounding environment. As the golden currents dissipated, they transformed into a myriad of luminous specks. Helena emerged from this celestial display, her fists imbued with the essence of flowing cherry blossoms, aimed directly at the silver axe's head. In response, the silver axe forcefully struck the ground with its axe handle, conjuring an invisible force that propelled Helena and the surrounding debris away. Helena collided with a building, swiftly rolling out as golden energy erupted around her, enveloping her in a radiant aura. Her speed surged dramatically, leaving behind a shimmering golden trail. In an instant, she appeared behind the silver axe. Channeling her formidable power into her fist, she delivered a heavy blow to his back. The silver axe staggered slightly, tilting forward as he swung his massive weapon. With agility, Helena braced herself against the giant axe and executed a graceful maneuver. Her leg struck the head of the silver axe, causing a burst of her energy to explode forth, sending the axe head veering to the side. Helena swiftly distanced herself after launching her attack. Indeed, Silver Axe merely flexed his neck, appearing unfazed by the strike. Guttis, in a fit of frustration, enveloped his blade with armament hockey while gathering energy, unleashing a formidable shockwave of immense range. The Bagoo Kingdom's yellow ape transformed into a flash, evading the onslaught, which struck the pirates behind him with devastating consequences. Lord Guttis, please be cautious not to harm our own. Damn it, Guttis bellowed, feeling utterly helpless against the yellow ape. The yellow ape reappeared above, his right leg transforming into a flash once more, delivering a whip-like kick that sent Guttis' massive form soaring sideways like a kite, shattering several coastal defense cannons in the process. The yellow ape then crossed his arms before his chest, unleashing a barrage of light projectiles that relentlessly battered the fallen Guttis. After several seconds of the Amaterasu attack, the dust settled. Guttis' scales bore varying degrees of damage. Although he could still rise, he remained breathless and utterly powerless. The yellow ape brushed off the dust from his attire, looking down at Guttis with a condescending gaze. Hey, still not willing to surrender? Then I shall be compelled to escalate my efforts. Raising his hand, a radiant laser beam illuminated him entirely, concealing his eyes behind his orange glasses. The powerful beam shot forth from his fingertips, striking Guttis squarely in the chest. The immense destructive force stripped the surrounding earth layer by layer, leaving nearby pirates severely injured from the residual shockwaves, while those farther away were blinded by the searing light. The entire shoreline was aglow with the beam's brilliance. As the brilliance faded, Guttis lost consciousness, his chest a gruesome sight. The yellow ape, with his hands in his pockets, quipped nonchalantly, what a waste of my efforts. At sea, the pirates, stripped of the support from coastal cannons, found themselves unable to contend with the Navy's fleet and began to retreat. However, newly arrived pirate ships managed to temporarily halt the retreat. Yet, the Navy's reinforcements still required some time to arrive. The yellow ape did not pursue the pirate ships but instead soared towards the island's center, in search of Helena and Silver Axe, who were engaged in combat. With a fist imbued with golden energy and black armament hockey, he struck, producing a resounding explosion. Silver Axe swung his massive axe, the blade colliding with the fist. The two stalemated for several seconds before being forced apart, engaging in several more rounds without gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Silver Axe launched an assault, bringing his massive axe crashing down onto the ground, fracturing the surface like a spider's web. Helena was jolted into the air, and as Silver Axe swung down with his axe, she swiftly drew her hand, summoning a golden barrier beside her. The divine respect, heavenly veil. With a thunderous crash, the axe struck the barrier, creating a violent collision that sent golden sparks scattering in all directions. Helena fell back to the ground, and before she could make any move, the Silver Axe lunged forward, gathering force at his waist before unleashing a remarkably swift punch. Although Helena was over 10 meters away, the fist did not strike her physically. Instead, it seemed as though an invisible drill surged towards her. The earth was carved into an extraordinarily deep and wide chasm, and Helena was sent hurtling backward by the sudden onslaught. Throughout this encounter, Helena perceived nothing. She could not discern what the Silver Axe had done. Emerging from the ruins, she refrained from recklessly advancing. Instead, she activated her unique perspective, transforming the world into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Before her, she observed an absence of tangible objects. Merely the subtle hues of the air swirling gently. The silver axe readied himself once more, and the air before him abruptly froze, only to be struck by his powerful fist. Helena swiftly leaped to the side, narrowly evading the strike. What? He can manipulate the air. What manner of ability is this? Helena furrowed her brows, feeling quite vexed. His defenses were as impenetrable as fortresses, and his strength was unparalleled. For a moment, she was at a loss as to how to overcome him. The yellow ape perched atop a nearby ruin, observing the battle below with keen interest. Helena summoned a surge of golden energy, manifesting into a colossal hand that descended with formidable force upon the silver axe. The silver axe raised its arm in defense, yet the ground beneath it buckled under the impact, remaining unscathed. Revered deity, giant spirit, Helena approached, her hands enveloped in the intertwining hues of armament hockey and golden energy, launching a direct assault towards the silver axe's face. With a swift motion, the wielder of the silver axe deflected her strike, causing Helena's blow to collide with the air before him as though it had struck an impenetrable wall, rendering her unable to advance even a fraction of an inch. Helena swiftly retreated, her hands plunging into the earth to upheave a substantial portion of the surface. The rock bore down upon the silver axe, which shattered it with a singular, forceful blow. Amidst the fragmented stones, Helena's silhouette emerged, hovering above the silver axe, wielding a conical surge of golden energy. Entwined with a gray, domineering aura, the divine manifestation, descending ring, thrust the conical energy into the silver axe's chest, compelling it downward with tremendous force. As the ground beneath it continued to collapse, simultaneously, the silver axe felt an uncontainable tremor within its psyche as the domineering aura relentlessly assailed its very soul. Instantly, the silver axe swung its massive blade, unleashing an intangible force that repelled Helena and everything in her vicinity. Helena executed a graceful somersault in midair, landing firmly on the ground. Helena pondered for a moment. Both Flowing Cherry and the Conqueror's hockey could inflict harm upon him. Yet such methods would deplete her stamina too rapidly. She could not afford to prolong the confrontation. His abilities remained uncertain, but the capacity to bolster his own defenses while manipulating the air for both offensive and defensive maneuvers proved to be a troublesome fruit power. The silver axe did not remain stationary. Instead, he took the initiative, his colossal axe sheathed in armament hockey, charging toward Helena at an astonishing speed. Helena gathered energy within her mouth and unleashed a robust beam of light. The divine being, Jinji Yunya, directed the beam straight at the silver axe. However, the silver axe maintained its momentum, advancing towards Helena with relentless force. As it swung down, Helena crossed her arms, enveloping them in the hockey of armament to withstand the assault of the silver axe. The axe continued to strike down with rapidity and immense power, leaving Helena with no opportunity to escape. Helena finally seized the opportunity, leaping aside as the massive axe struck the ground, creating a fissure that stretched for dozens of meters. While the resulting debris and dust billowed into the air, Helena gathered golden energy in her hand and, with a swift motion, struck backward. The golden energy erupted instantaneously, scattering the surrounding dust in an instant, while golden streams radiated outward in every direction. The divine beast, the silver axe, stumbled momentarily, and Helena keenly observed that a crack had formed precisely at the point where her fist had made contact. Even an attack infused with overwhelming might had proven effective. What could this phenomenon possibly signify? Helena unleashed another strike, golden energy surging from her leg, propelling her foot towards the head of the silver axe with an imperceptible velocity. The sovereign god, Liamingii, spread his legs wide, absorbing the impact without being toppled. The colossal axe swept horizontally, and Helena intended to roll away to evade it. However, an unexpected force from the air suddenly pressed down upon her, rendering her immobile. Just as the giant axe descended upon her, the air's grip finally released. But it was too late. A sharp hiss echoed as a stream of blood erupted forth, a grotesque wound carved from her shoulder down to her abdomen. Helena suppressed the pain as golden energy erupted from her body, manifesting into tendrils that simultaneously launched an assault on the silver axe, sending it flying away. Divine deity, dance of the silken spirits. A gentle golden radiance emanated from Helena's hands as she placed them upon her wound, causing it to heal gradually. What manner of fruit had she consumed? Helena's expression grew grave. Despite her efforts thus far, the damage she could inflict upon the silver axe was quite limited. A single misstep could leave her vulnerable to its assault. a consequence she could scarcely endure. With a muffled thud, the silver axe pushed aside the massive boulders that had piled upon it, emerging step by step, dragging its formidable silver axe behind. As Helena extended her hand, golden tendrils coalesced into a massive sphere of light, which lingered momentarily before being launched like a cannonball. The divine being, golden spirit, clad in silver armor, stepped forward, channeling his armed color as he delivered a powerful punch to the approaching sphere of light. Energy erupted in all directions, and after a few seconds, the sphere detonated. Emerging from the dazzling cascade of golden brilliance, the silver axe appeared, his silver armor remarkably unscathed. Flamboyant tricks are of no use, are they? Helena spat, her hands weaving together the armed color and golden energy before delivering a tremendous strike to the ground. The terrain within several hundred meters shattered instantaneously, and the earth beneath the silver axe began to crack, causing him to lose his footing slightly. Helena surged forward in an instant, her fists enveloped in a grayish hue of conqueror's haki, launching a powerful blow towards the silver axe. The silver axe, clad in armament haki, felt the air around them begin to solidify. The sound of impact echoed, but their fists never made contact. Mere centimeters apart, a tempest of energy collided violently. The shattered ground trembled once more, being polished smooth by relentless waves of force. Neither combatant yielded an inch, exchanging a flurry of blows without gaining the upper hand. From a distance, Kizaru observed from a height, his coat billowing in the wake of their fierce confrontation. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of Helena's conqueror's haki, he murmured to himself, "Truly, an unassuming yet formidable presence of a sovereign." The silver axe seized the opportunity, driving the handle of his axe into Helena's abdomen with tremendous force, sending her flying backward. Yet, before she could travel far, he reached out, and Helena's body seemed to freeze mid-air, as though the universe had pressed a pause button on her. The surrounding air solidified, ensnaring Helena in place. Despite the eruption of her haki, it proved futile. She noticed a faint black mist enveloping her. Has he infused his haki into the very air? The silver axe tightened the space around her, relentlessly compressing her form. Helena struggled in vain, her body beginning to crackle ominously. Kizaru, witnessing the unfolding drama, radiated a bright yellow light, ready to intervene should Helena find herself in mortal peril. "Aya!" Helena roared, unleashing her conqueror's haki in an explosive display. Kizaru felt a gust rush past him, followed by a tremor that rattled his very soul. Could such an impact be felt even if I were not the target? How terrifying indeed. Across the sea, many pirates and navy personnel suddenly sensed a force that sent shivers down their spines, halting to gaze toward the island. They could almost perceive the presence of an ancient behemoth lurking within its depths. The silver axe was compelled to release his grip, staggering back several steps, his hands trembling slightly before he regained control. As the target of Helena's unleashed haki, he felt as if he were being stalked by a ferocious and merciless wolf. Helena descended to the ground, gasping for breath. The recent exertion of her conqueror's haki had taken quite a toll on her. She must summon every ounce of her strength. Selena entwined her hands with golden energy and flowing cherry blossom vigor, soaring towards the silver axe like an arrow released from its bow. The silver axe raised its massive silver blade and swung it down, unleashing a white shockwave that surged towards Selena. Her fist collided with the shockwave, sending tremors that lifted the debris scattered across the ground. Helena did not pause. A surge of golden energy erupted from her, allowing her to leap into the air and hover gracefully. With her arms outstretched, the golden energy around her coalesced into 4 elongated blades, each several meters in length, forming a formidable array behind her. These blades, imbued with a grayish hue of conqueror's haki, radiated an aura of impending doom. With a decisive thrust of her hands, the 4 blades descended like divine retribution upon the silver axe below. The wielder of the silver axe raised his massive weapon above his head, and with a resounding thud, a dark shield of haki intertwined with a silvery current enveloped him. The blades collided with the shield, unleashing arcs of gray lightning that obliterated everything in their vicinity. The ensuing shockwaves were potent enough to wreak havoc upon the surroundings. Observing the imminent danger, Kizaru swiftly repositioned himself using his Pika Pika no Mi, finding refuge at a distance, just as his Din Din Mushi began to ring. "Kizaru, what is the situation? Has the target been successfully rescued?" Yes. The target has been saved, but the battle is still ongoing. Helena is engaged with the silver axe, and as of now, it is impossible to ascertain the outcome of their duel. Kizaru, if she falters against the silver axe, rescue her immediately. There must be no room for error. Do you understand? Understood. As the dust settled, It became evident that the silver axe's weapon had shattered, the handle lay broken, and his silver armor was marred with cracks. With a casual toss, he discarded the splintered axe to the ground. In an instant, his aura surged, causing more fissures to appear in his armor until it ultimately exploded, scattering fragments about and revealing an incredibly robust physique beneath. The helmet of the silver axe had also shattered, unveiling his true visage, a bald head adorned with tattoos, his features exuding an air of unwavering resolve. Yet the entirety of his jaw and neck was fashioned from silver, suggesting that he had undergone some form of augmentation. Helena descended gracefully to the ground, and after landing steadily, she lifted her gaze towards the distant silver axe. Both understood that the moment for a decisive confrontation had arrived. Silver Axe assumed a horse stance, his fists drawn to his waist, gathering energy for a brief moment before unleashing a powerful straight punch, imbued with the might of hockey. The air, entwined in darkness, carved a trench into the earth as it surged towards Helena. The golden energy coalesced in Helena's hand, and she opened her palm to catch the gust of force from the punch, neutralizing it. The golden energy, accompanied by a streak of gray conqueror's hockey, surged toward the heavens, forming a colossal wolf's head that lunged at the silver axe. Divine Lord, Fei Dao God Wolf. The silver axe pushed his hands outward, and silver and black currents spiraled around him, colliding with the approaching giant wolf's head. As the wolf's head dissipated, a massive golden hand suddenly reached out, seizing the silver axe firmly. Divine Lord, Giant Spirit God. The muscles on the silver axe tensed, veins bulging, as he summoned all his strength to shatter the giant hand with his hockey. He then raised his hand, and the black currents pressed down upon Helena. Kneeling on one knee, she seemed to bear the weight of a mountain. Accumulating golden energy in her mouth, she aimed and unleashed a torrent toward the silver axe. Divine Lord, Golden Extreme Cloud Fang. The thick golden beam forced the silver axe to cross his arms defensively in front of him, pushing him back several dozen meters. As the beam dissipated, Helena was already upon him. With a punch imbued with hockey, she struck down heavily, while the silver axe retaliated with a punch of his own, also charged with hockey. When their fists collided, a resounding explosion echoed, scattering the hockey. They exchanged blows relentlessly until both their arms were left battered and bloodied, veins ruptured, and blood flowed freely. Helena gasped heavily, her breath coming in ragged bursts as she relentlessly wielded her conqueror's hockey, pushing her physical limits to the utmost. Meanwhile, Silver Axe staggered unsteadily, his resolve teetering on the brink of collapse as he continuously endured the overwhelming force of her conqueror's hockey. Helena summoned all her strength, roaring as she infused her hands once more with the conqueror's hockey, delivering a powerful strike to the abdomen of the Silver Axe. Though the Silver Axe attempted to raise his hand in defense, it was too late. Both body and spirit were struck with immense force, leading to a shattering of consciousness. He was sent flying like a puppet with severed strings, crashing through several buildings before falling into silence. Helena steadfastly awaited the emergence of the Silver Axe. But after an extended period of time with no sign of his arrival, she could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. The transformation into her beastly form was undone, and her hands grew numb, her entire arm stained with blood. Beside her, a flickering yellow light revealed the presence of the yellow ape, who stood with his hands in his pockets. Ah, Helena, congratulations on your triumph over the Silver Axe. The position of Grand General is surely within your grasp. Helena lacked the strength and inclination to respond to Kizaru, opting instead to remain seated and rest. Kizaru glanced into the distance and remarked, "Well, you stay here and rest. I must attend to the battle over there." Amidst the ruins, Durinka emerged, dragging the unconscious Silver Axe little by little. At sea, reinforcements had arrived on both sides. The Navy had lost 6 warships, while the pirates had already seen over 20 of their vessels rendered ineffective. Disorganized and scattered, the pirates proved no match for the disciplined and well-trained Navy. Their only advantage lay in sheer numbers. A brilliant yellow flash streaked across the battlefield, followed by a multitude of luminous projectiles cascading from the heavens. The heavenly light struck the pirate ships as if bullets piercing through paper, leaving them utterly defenseless. Following the initial barrage, hundreds of laser beams followed suit. The pirates wailed in despair, abandoning any notions of pirate alliances or loyalty to Silver Axe, hastily turning to flee. The Navy commenced their pursuit, with Kizaru relentlessly targeting and sinking pirate vessels from above with lasers and light projectiles. On the opposite side of the island, Durink had successfully transferred Silver Axe onto a small submarine, which then submerged and drifted far away from the island. Beneath the central fortress of the island, a vast chamber was filled with imperial explosives, within which lay a ticking time bomb. Helena rose to her feet, her hands trembling. Realizing that remaining in this place was untenable, she decided to make her way toward the shore. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. And as she turned to survey her surroundings, she found no immediate threat. Yet, a deafening roar began to swell in her ears. And a blinding light erupted from a certain point ahead. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal mushroom cloud, accompanied by flames, ascended from the heart of the island, startling both pirates and Navy personnel on the distant sea. This was followed by a prolonged, thunderous roar, and then a violent tremor shook the ground, unleashing towering waves that radiated outward from the island. Quick, tighten the mainsail. Impossible. The mast has shattered. The ship is capsizing. Jump. In an instant, nearly 100 vessels on the water were tossed violently by the tsunami triggered by the tremors. Kizaru, shedding his previously languid demeanor, activated the Pika Pika no Mi, teleporting to a point 1 kilometer away from the epicenter of the explosion, where the mushroom cloud loomed ominously close. Suddenly, a howl pierced the heavens, and a massive claw, several dozen meters in width, emerged from the cloud, revealing an immense wolf's head directly before Kizaru. This golden giant wolf, measuring hundreds of meters in length and towering over 100 meters high, resembled a primordial beast, utterly alien to this world. Helena transformed into her beast form, fully unleashing her power to counteract the terrifying explosion. Yet, her stamina was nearly depleted. The golden giant wolf fragmented into myriad glimmering specks, drifting away with the sea breeze. Huang Yuan descended to the ground, gazing at Helena, who lay before him, breathing slowly. He looked up at the sky and remarked, "Well, that truly startled me. However, you also have me quite astonished. I am genuinely curious to witness your future accomplishments. Is this why you have appointed me as a general?" Helena, lacking strength, inquired in a staggered manner. "Well, think as you wish," Huang Yuan replied nonchalantly. "Miss Peach Rabbit and Mr. T Pig are substitutes for the generals. Shouldn't they be promoted first with a new general in place?" No, their roles are not meant to manifest at this moment," he chuckled. "Though I may have recommended you for the position of general, if you indeed wish to decline, that is entirely your prerogative. Just observe the Marshal's indecisive demeanor. Should you express a desire not to ascend, he would undoubtedly acquiesce," Huang Yuan stated with an impassive tone. Selena fell silent, lying there and gazing up at the sky. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the office of Sengoku, a blue-haired youth reclined on the sofa while Selena sat beside him, scrutinizing his features. Kizaru sat off to the side, trimming his nails, while Sengoku paced by the window. A knock resounded at the door. "Come in." Two figures clad in white entered, a diminutive CP0 member alongside another individual wearing a mask, whose physique and attire suggested she was a woman. Upon entering, the CP0 member offered a perfunctory bow to Selena, and the masked woman spoke. "Long time no see, Miss Selena." "Are you Vivi?" Selena inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. It was worth noting that after returning to Mary Geos 2 years prior, CP0 had taken Vivi away, and this marked their reunion. Sengoku approached and asked, "Are you the ones here to escort him?" The CP0 member wrote on a notepad, "Yes, you may leave everything to us from here." The two led the blue-haired youth out of the room, and before stepping outside, the CP0 member glanced back at Selena. After a brief moment of contemplation, Helena stood up and said, "I shall take my leave." "Very well, you may go," Zhangguo nodded, gazing out of the window in silence. Upon reaching the door, CP0 was indeed waiting outside. He revealed a writing board that bore the message, "The Holy Minzazeland is already aware that the Navy intends to promote you to the rank of Admiral. The esteemed one hopes you will consider this matter with great care." Without waiting for Helena's response, CP0 gestured a farewell and departed promptly. Helena stood upon a terrace, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. In the distance, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow upon the right side of her face, causing her to squint involuntarily. The prospect of her promotion to general had garnered the approval of the higher-ups. Now, it merely awaited her own consent. It was at this moment that Helena realized she was but a step away from the very epicenter of this world, this swirling era. Reflecting on the 18 years she had traversed in this realm, she found herself momentarily engulfed in uncertainty. It seemed as though she had witnessed everything and experienced it all. Yet what had she truly gained? This was indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Nonetheless, She had forged deep bonds with comrades who had stood by her through thick and thin. And the image of a crimson-clad figure with flowing ebony tresses danced in her mind. Helena let out an unconscious chuckle, unaware of Qianlin's current whereabouts. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, prompting Helena to turn her gaze. It was Akainu. Mr. Sakazuki. He acknowledged her with a cold nod as a form of reply. What brings you here? Akainu inquired, devoid of any emotion. I was contemplating the matter of the admirals. Do you and Mr. Kazan and Mr. Borsellino not find it somewhat inequitable? A decade ago, I was merely an apprentice officer under your command, and now I am nearly on equal footing with you. Fairness? Who defines it? If you question whether you are qualified to become an admiral, the answer is unequivocally yes. However, do you think that attaining the rank of admiral will grant you all that we possess? After a brief silence, Akainu continued. Helena lifted her gaze to him, as Akainu regarded her with a penetrating look imbued with significance. Nothing possesses solely a favorable aspect, especially one as extraordinary as you. With these words, Akainu turned and departed. Helena gazed at the receding figure of Akainu, her resolve gradually solidifying. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, thousands of naval officers stood in perfect formation, each adorned in their coats of justice, all of them of the rank of captain or higher. They were arranged into 2 battalions, leaving a broad passageway in the center. Silence enveloped the scene, with every individual wearing a solemn expression. Standing at attention with impeccable military posture, a group ascended the elevated platform, led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Chief of Staff Tsuru, followed closely by Garp and 3 admirals. With a number of vice admirals trailing behind them, the core leadership of the Navy had gathered, forming an orderly line on the platform. The vice admirals stood in 2 rows, with Sengoku at the forefront, flanked by Garp and Tsuru, while the 3 admirals maintained a considerable distance behind. Helena had arrived at some point behind the 2 formations, standing in the central passageway. Helena, adorned in a suitably tailored white suit and draped in a cloak of righteousness, has cast aside her previous disregard for detail, emerging as a figure of elegance and distinction. Yet, she retains the resolute spirit of a soldier and the spirited essence of a woman. Her beautiful visage bears an air of solemnity as she lifts her leg, advancing with the most precise stride towards the elevated platform above. Her impressive stature, standing 3 meters tall, stands out conspicuously amidst the crowd, prompting the nearby sailors to steal glances at Helena as she passes by. A ripple of excitement courses through the naval personnel. It is she. Oh my. We finally behold her in person. Hush. Silence falls as the crowd's restrained murmurs give way to an enveloping quiet. Helena ascended the platform step by step, her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes upon Sengoku, drawing closer to him. Sengoku regarded Helena with a complex expression, while Crane silently observed the interaction between them. Admiral Helena, he inquired, do you possess the confidence to bear the banner of justice, to become the harbinger of righteousness that eradicates evil from this world? I do, she affirmed resolutely. Do you have the courage to lead, to command valiant and fearless naval soldiers in battle? I do. Sengoku stepped forward, personally draping the exclusive insignia of a fleet admiral around Helena's shoulders, along with the epaulets and medal. Henceforth, Helena is elevated from vice admiral to fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, bearing the codename Bayakazai. Helena turned and cast a sweeping glance at the array of generals flanking her on either side. Regardless of whether their gazes conveyed admiration, envy, curiosity, or indifference, Helena was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of the moment. Below, tens of thousands of onlookers fixated on the young woman standing upon the platform. Exuding an aura of authority and strength, her demeanor both formidable and composed, evoking reactions of disbelief and profound reverence. Helena clenched her right fist against her left breast and proclaimed loudly, "Justice. Victory is inevitable." The 2 formations below immediately echoed, "Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail." Across various locales of the Grand Line, Shambadi, Dressrosa, Totland, Alabasta, Mary Geos, Costguard, Surreyes, Vickelson, Lighthouse Island, hundreds of thousands of newspapers, hastily printed by the World Economic Journal, were disseminated far and wide. Upon receiving the papers, people's eyes were immediately drawn to the headline occupying a significant portion of the front page. Unprecedented. The youngest admiral in history, just 26 years old. Gasps of astonishment arose. Look, look. The Navy has a new admiral. Who is it? Who is it? It's Admiral Helena Whites, the fierce wolf Helena. Is it true? I had only heard of her rapid rise. I never imagined she would become an admiral now. In Thailand, on Cake Island. Mondor held up a newspaper and shared the news with Big Mom, who erupted in laughter. Mother, mother. So soon? How eager they are. In Wano country, on Onigashima. Jin held a newspaper and remarked darkly, that previous Navy officer is now an admiral. Kaido took a swig of his drink, burped, and said, oh, I heard she defeated the recently resurfaced Silver Axe. Quite impressive, isn't it? Somewhere in the Grand Line. A one-armed man with red hair and a casual black cloak sat in a tavern with his companion. Shanks set down his drink and picked up the newspaper, contemplatively murmuring. A new admiral, is it? I shall have the opportunity to witness her prowess. At the adjacent table, a stranger, a young woman, leaned over and asked the red-haired man, may I borrow a glance at the news? Of course. Qianlin took the newspaper and smiled upon seeing Helena's photograph. In the year 1522 of the Sea Circle, at Mary Geos, the seat of the highest authority of the world government, it could be said that the vast majority of the world's news and intelligence flowed into this sacred place, which most people would never glimpse in their lifetime. The intelligence department here was in constant motion, the incessant ringing of telephones filling the air, with operatives perpetually sending and receiving messages. A Navy officer hurriedly made his way to a luxurious conference room, where even the officer reporting was of colonel rank. Upon entering, he knelt on one knee and reported to the 5 figures in the room, report to the 5 elders. The fleet dispatched to the New World 2 days ago has been entirely obliterated. Red-haired and white-beard are about to make contact. What? A stern-looking elder with greenish hair sat up and spoke. Another bald old man, seated cross-legged on the sofa and wielding a knife, tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Contemplating for a moment before issuing a command, quickly inform Marineford. Instruct Sengoku to take action and monitor the movements of red-haired Shanks and white-beard Edward Newgate. Ensure that all disturbances are quelled. Understood. Across the vast ocean, 2 ships, one large and one small, were on the verge of meeting. The bow of the larger ship was adorned with a whale, while the smaller vessel bore the head of a dragon. Shanks, holding an enormous jug of wine that dwarfed him and his companion, gazed at the imposing Moby Dick ahead. Ben Beckman, standing beside him, exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, are you ready, Captain? Almost there, Shanks replied. At that moment, a woman with black hair and a red outfit emerged from the cabin, brandishing a katana. Approaching Shanks and Beckman, she looked toward Moby Dick and asked, is the so-called strongest man in the world on that ship? Shanks nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is. Several nautical miles to the north, a large warship lay anchored, its crew of naval soldiers exhibiting a palpable tension, as they sensed they might be witnessing a moment that could alter the course of history. The ship's rear admiral commanded everyone to remain on high alert. On board Moby Dick, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, stood and declared loudly, you youngsters should return. Your bodies cannot withstand this. What do you mean by that? At that moment, several weaker pirates collapsed as Shanks approached, still holding the jug of wine. Pardon my rudeness. I didn't mean to assert dominance upon boarding. Before Shanks stood a robust elder exceeding 6 meters in height, adorned with numerous 4 drifts, and his iconic crescent mustache revealed his identity. Seeing your face makes the wound that bastard left me throb once more, Whitebeard rumbled. I brought healing water. I have no intention of fighting. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Is this the demeanor of a man exuding confidence? You scoundrel. Whitebeard jested heartily. Hey, Shanks, what have you done to our ship? Marco shouted in dissatisfaction. Is that you, Marco from the 1st Division? Would you care to join me? Enough with the banter. Diamond Jozu interjected. Old man, what about us? Well, he isn't here to brawl. Let us converse privately. Once the others had departed, Shanks was about to take a seat when he suddenly noticed something and remarked, there are others eavesdropping from afar. We must ask them to leave. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, questioning, is that Sengoku's scoundrel? Yes, let his men refrain from causing trouble. Red-haired raised his head and gazed towards the Navy warship, exuding an overwhelming presence of conqueror's haki that surged toward the stationary vessel. The personnel aboard the warship felt an invisible weight bearing down upon them. And just as the soldiers began to falter, a gray conqueror's haki erupted from a certain point on the ship, countering Red-haired's formidable aura and shielding those on board. The 2 forces clashed fiercely on the surface of the sea. Although the gray haki was slightly inferior, Red-haired could not completely overpower it. Both Red-haired and Whitebeard were momentarily taken aback, then shared a knowing smile. Red-haired remarked, it seems we have an intriguing visitor. This sensation feels somewhat unfamiliar. And I have a conjecture in mind. That person, I have also heard of her, so young yet so remarkable. Below on Red-haired's ship, sitting on the railing, was Qianlin, who had been lost in thought while gazing at the sea. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar presence accompanied by the surge of conqueror's haki. She sprang to her feet, directing her gaze towards the warship. Could it be her? Aboard the warship, the soldiers were rendered speechless by fear. The door to the captain's quarters swung open, and a tall woman emerged, stooping slightly as she did so. Beneath her justice coat, she wore a white suit, albeit with the collar somewhat unbuttoned, giving her an informal appearance. With her hands tucked into her pockets, the sound of her black-heeled boots echoed against the wooden deck. The woman halted on the platform, spreading her legs apart and straightening her posture to face the two emperors. "Gather yourselves, do not be dazed," she commanded. "Ah, it's her. I had no idea that our commander would be her. Isn't she supposed to be a rear admiral? Why, did she board in secret?" Standing before them was none other than Admiral Helena of the Navy headquarters. Red-haired and Helena simultaneously retracted their conqueror's haki. Observing that Helena showed no intentions of interrupting, Red-haired remarked, "It appears she is merely here to observe us. She will not disrupt our conversation. Let us begin." Helena slowly approached the ship's railing, leaning against it as the surrounding sailors gazed at her in apprehension. She lifted her eyes, surveyed the scene, blinked, and inquired, What is it? Is there something amiss with me?" The sailors, shaken from their stupor, responded with a chorus of no, before returning to their posts. Takaka sauntered over, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Honestly, I thought I would bask in the limelight a bit longer." Helena chuckled and patted her shoulder, saying, "Enough of that. Let us not dwell on it." As they conversed, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Helena sensed two formidable forces clashing in the direction of the meeting between the two emperors, as if the very heavens were being torn asunder. After a while, the two ships departed, each taking a different course. Well, we should be on our way as well. A week later, on a small island near Water 7, a town lay at the center, encircled by massive boulders, now littered with ruins and fallen stones. The remnants of many houses bore the scars of scorching, as if a fierce battle had just erupted. A burly pirate, nursing a drink, was bandaged and missing several teeth, flanked by a few companions. "Ha ha ha. The Navy is due to arrive today, right?" From a vantage point, Van Oka peered at the sea through the scope of his sniper rifle, replying, "Indeed, they have come." Upon hearing this, the infamous Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach tossed aside his cup and strode toward the port. Basis grabbed hold of a youth shackled by sea stone, the boy battered and bruised, his upper body bare, revealing the large emblem of the Whitebeard pirates on his back. The Navy ships docked at the shore, and Blackbeard and his crew stood waiting. Takaka descended from the ship, approaching Blackbeard and inquiring, "Are you Blackbeard?" "Indeed, that is I." "Then this must be Fire Fist Ace," she said, casting a glance at the youth Basis held. "Yes. What of it? Is this man's head sufficient to secure my position as a warlord? Such matters are beyond my purview. I do not hold the final say. Now, hand him over to us." Blackbeard raised an eyebrow, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Not a chance. Before I become a warlord, I cannot relinquish this bargaining chip." Takaka, feeling exasperated, rubbed her forehead and replied, "I advise you not to hold on too tightly." "What do you mean by that?" Before she could finish her thought, a footstep echoed, and a figure emerged from the ship's railing, a justice coat billowing in the wind, his pristine white suit strikingly conspicuous. Blackbeard's arrogant grin faded. His eyes widened slightly, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. "What? Why is an admiral here?" Helena, with her arms crossed, perched upon the railing. "Address Teach below. Surrender the individuals to us, as per my orders. Should you refuse, do not blame us for resorting to force." With an air of nonchalance, Helena calmly adjusted her attire. "Ah, Admiral Bays, can I truly place my trust in the Navy?" Teach inquired loudly. "If I intended to seize what I desire, why would I not simply take action?" Helena tilted her head, responding with a question. "And, in comparison to your treachery, who is truly more untrustworthy?" Helena remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Teach, unfazed, erupted into laughter. "Ha, a traitor? So what? As long as I can obtain what I seek, what does it matter if I am deemed a traitor?" he declared with pride. Helena tossed her hair aside and, with a click of her tongue, declared, "Enough of the idle chatter. Swiftly hand him over to us." Blackbeard gestured towards Bosch's, who promptly tossed Ace onto the ground. Ace landed with a muffled groan. A few Navy officers stepped forward to assist him, escorting him onto the warship. Helena remained stationary, watching as Ace drew closer, letting out a deep sigh. A tragedy was about to unfold, she pondered. Ace slightly lifted his head and cast a glance at Helena, from which she discerned a glimmer of defiance and resilience in his eyes. Helena turned her head and said below, "Takaka, let us go." The Grand Line impelled down. Helena gazed up at the imposing gray gates before her, the frigid steel barrier severing the outside world from the interior. The weighty gray walls enveloped all who entered with an involuntary sense of suffocation. Behind the iron gates lay the first floor of the prison, while below the surface of the sea, 6 additional levels descended straight to the ocean floor, rendering the entire prison a colossal tower primarily submerged in the depths. The waters surrounding this fortress were teeming with formidable sea creatures, making escape a daunting endeavor, compounded further by the vigilant prison guards. Before Helena stood a towering man clad in a black warden's uniform, adorned with devilish horns atop his head and a pair of enormous black wings extending from his back. His visage exuding an aura of menace. Beside him were 2 figures, one, a grotesque amalgamation of a demon and a pharaoh, also boasting black wings, and the other, a woman dressed in a guard's attire, her eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses. The man in black exhaled, releasing a cloud of purple toxic gas from his lips, prompting his 2 subordinates to maintain a considerable distance from him. Helena approached him, flanked by Takaka and several Navy officers who were escorting Ace, shackled with seastone restraints. Magellan gazed at the woman before him, who subtly emanated an air of authority, and curiously remarked, "Are you the Vice Admiral Whitesea? You appear remarkably youthful." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Director Magellan." Meanwhile, Hannibal, with a rather loud voice, muttered, "Humph. One day I shall ascend to the position of director as well. Everything within this prison will belong to me." "Oh dear," Magellan scolded as he tapped Hannibal on the head, reprimanding, "You imbecile. What nonsense are you spouting in such a setting?" Helena observed with great interest Hannibal, who had a penchant for expressing his thoughts candidly. She recalled that he was a person who would never flinch in the face of formidable adversaries for the sake of the common people. Magellan turned around and remarked, "Ah, this must be Fire Fist Ace. Let us take him into our custody." With a slight nod, the Navy personnel handed Ace over to the prison guards. At that moment, Takaka's din-din mushy rang. "Yes, this is the aide to Admiral Whitesetsu." "Understood. I will urge her immediately." After hanging up, Takaka approached Helena and informed her, "The Marshal is pressing for you to return promptly for an emergency meeting. You need to hurry." "All right, I understand," Helena replied. "But why do I need to hold on to the din-din mushy for direct communication with the Marshal? Could you not be such a hassle?" Takaka retorted, poking her chest with irritation. "Ah, ha ha ha. I appreciate your efforts. So they are urging me, are they? Let us set out at once." At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the conference room was filled with all the vice admirals and admirals, including Karp and Tsuru, along with 2 admiral candidates, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and all the high-ranking officials gathered. Opposite them was a din-din mushy displaying an image of the other summoned vice admirals and several giant vice admirals. Helena sat beside Akainu, who remained silent. His eyes narrowed as he observed Sengoku. Helena took a sip of water and leaned back in her chair, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Sengoku and Brand-New positioned themselves at the forefront of the conference room, with Sengoku gesturing for Brand-New to begin. Brand-New proceeded to affix several bounty notices onto the whiteboard. Recently, a pirate who claimed the name Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, had defeated Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and demanded to be recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The world government has now acquiesced to his request. But more pressing is the matter of how to address the situation with Fire Fist Ace. Akiji interjected, "Isn't he already in custody, escorted by Helena to impel down? What further deliberation is necessary?" Sengoku cleared his throat and replied, "Indeed, I have conceived a significant strategy. The Whitebeard Pirates, under the leadership of Ace, have always placed immense value on the lives of their comrades, particularly someone as pivotal as the 2nd Division captain. Whitebeard regards these individuals as family, and should their lives be threatened, he will undoubtedly take action." Sengoku paused momentarily before continuing. "Therefore, I have resolved to publicly execute Portgas D. Ace as a means to lure the Whitebeard Pirates into a rescue attempt. In doing so, we shall prepare for battle and aim to annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates." The proclamation elicited astonishment from the majority present. They had not anticipated the Marshal would possess such audacity, daring to challenge one of the emperors of the sea, particularly Whitebeard, whose renown rivaled that of the Pirate King, Roger. Helena cast a fleeting glance at Garp, who sat there in silence, his gaze fixed upon the table. It was evident that he and Sengoku had conferred privately, yet his emotions must surely be tumultuous, for Ace was akin to a grandson to him. Sengoku, also regarding Garp, continued with resolute determination. Not only must we execute a public execution, but we must also invite the media to cover it, maximizing the notoriety of the event. Should we indeed confront Whitebeard, this will be a war that determines the course of an era. At that moment, Brand New presented the bounty posters of Whitebeard and over 50 other pirates, scattering them across the tabletop. These were the bounties of Whitebeard, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and the 43 captains of New World pirate crews under his command, each one formidable in their own right. Sengoku seized the opportunity to discuss the Navy's combat preparations, deploy 50 large warships to safeguard Marineford, and summon 100,000 naval officers of lieutenant rank and above from the New World and the Paradise. All of you, rear admirals and admirals, shall be our main force. You must ensure the smooth execution of Fire Fist Ace. Furthermore, he decreed the compulsory assembly of all warlords of the sea to assist in the battle. Notify all naval families in Marineford to seek refuge in Sabaody, and establish a projection of the Din Din Mushi for public viewing. At this juncture, Helena raised her hand to speak, and Sengoku nodded in acquiescence. She remarked, "I wish to remind you to be wary of Blackbeard." Sengoku inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "This man harbors immense ambition yet has bided his time for so many years. This is indeed alarming. Moreover, his clear objective is to become a warlord of the sea. And I fear that for him, the warlords may merely serve as a stepping stone to his ultimate goal." Sengoku nodded, indicating his attentiveness, and then continued to deliberate with the others on specific details. Days later, as Helena perused the latest bounty posters, she was taken aback by the first one, featuring a remarkably familiar individual. Captain Eustace Kidd? Bounty, 315 million berries. Wait, the bounties are listed from highest to lowest, so the next one cannot be. Flipping to the next page, she was greeted by a broad smile, as the exuberant youth left an impression of innocent brightness. Monkey D. Luffy. The Straw Hat Kid. Bounty, 300 million berries. Nearby, Tekai, engrossed in a newspaper, overheard Helena's words, brought the paper over for her to see, and remarked, "That Captain Kidd, along with the ruckus-raising Straw Hat Luffy and 10 other pirates, all have bounties exceeding 100 million. They are referred to as supernovas. This year is truly chaotic." Helena exhaled, calculating the time. Indeed, it was the moment when the Straw Hat crew arrived at Sabaody. Wait a moment. Aside from Kidd and Luffy, there are still 10 other individuals? Aren't there 11 supernovas in total? Helena did not inquire of Takaka. Instead, she continued to peruse the bounty notice in her hand. If I recall correctly, the third highest bounty at that time was for the fortune teller Hawkins, was it not? The next bounty notice did not feature the handsome blonde man, but rather a striking young woman with raven hair and captivating crimson eyes, whose beauty was truly extraordinary. Upon her first glance, Helena trembled slightly at the strikingly familiar visage before her, momentarily rendered speechless. Could this be Qianlin? No, it could not be her. The bounty notice for Qianlin did not resemble this. She hastily glanced at the name inscribed on the bounty, Xian Yishuang, with a reward of 280 million. Could it be? Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Helena uttered a prompt, "Come in," and the door swung open. The newcomer was Vivian, who addressed Helena, saying, "Miss Helena, the Saint of Minzelin wishes to see you." On the archipelago of Chambord, in a restaurant situated beneath the 24th red tree, a multitude of pirates congregated, for this was a lawless land. A man with fiery red hair and a menacing demeanor was indulging in drink. Suddenly, he spotted at the opposite table a long-armed individual whose peculiar appearance and attire evoked laughter, with teeth resembling piano keys. "Hey, who's that guy?" "Oh, that's Apu from the Sea Howl," came the response. Apu seemed to have caught Kid's gaze, raising a finger in a provocative gesture. Kid set down his cup, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Boom! An explosion erupted, shattering a wall of the tavern. Apu emerged from the debris, landing gracefully. Kid stepped through the newly created opening, observing Apu with keen interest. Apu pointed at Kid, proclaiming, "Heh, I'm always up for a fight." Kid unsheathed a knife from his waist, viciously declaring, I'm going to kill you." In the distance, a tall, middle-aged man wielded a massive stone pillar, a pair of wings adorning his back, suggesting his origins from the Sky Island. Engaged in combat with him was a masked individual, each hand brandishing a spinning blade. As they clashed, a figure resembling Zoro, with an X-shaped scar upon his chin, intervened. "If you're going to fight, take it to the New World." Ulki maintained his unchanging smile as he regarded the two combatants, remarking, "It is the fallen Navy Captain Drake." Drake sheathed his weapon, leading his men back. alongside a young man adorned with a sealskin-patterned hat and tattooed hands. The youth smiled at Drake, inquiring, "Are you in high spirits, Captain Drake? Have you taken down a few?" Before Drake could respond, a shadowy figure approached, clad in a black trench coat and mask, with raven black hair and crimson eyes. She possessed a tall and imposing stature, two black longswords strapped to her back. She exuded an aura of coldness and danger. Trafalgar Law, upon seeing her, remarked, "Oh, is that not Yin Shuang? This is quite the lively gathering." Shuang stepped forward, halting before Law, who squinted at her and queried, "What brings you here? Are you looking for me? You are a doctor, are you not?" A hoarse, stuttering voice emanated from Shuang, as though her throat had endured severe trauma. "And what of it?" Law retorted. "I wish to request your assistance in treating someone," Shuang implored. "Oh, I am not a paragon of virtue, nor do I possess the leisure to rescue someone unrelated to me," Rose stated bluntly. "I will cover all expenses, or if there is anything else I can do, just let me know," Shuang insisted. Ro raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Can you assure me that treating this individual won't bring me trouble?" Shuang nodded slightly, indicating that Ro could be at ease. Ro gazed into Shuang's somewhat vacant eyes. After a moment, intrigued, he stood up and said, "Lead me to him." Without uttering a word, Shuang immediately turned and walked toward a large gathering of people, who, upon spotting her, swiftly parted ways. "Hey, don't come near her. She was just here. Oh my goodness. It's terrifying. I've never seen anything like this." Ro listened to the hushed conversations around him, sensing that something was amiss. He glanced at the enigmatic woman before him. Information about her was virtually non-existent, and the authorities had deliberately concealed all events related to her, much like in his hometown. Shaking his head, he saw Shuang stop in her tracks. Before her lay a man, and as Ro looked over, his eyes widened slightly. The man's veins were grotesquely prominent, pulsating beneath his skin with each heartbeat. A knife wound marred his right arm, the injury now blackened, and the entire limb had taken on a toxic hue of purple. His expression was one of agony, eyes bulging as if they might burst, mouth agape, frothing at the lips. He had completely lost consciousness. Furrowing his brow, Ro donned gloves and a mask, approached the man for examination, and extracted a sample of his blood for analysis. Rising, he asked Shuang, "What poison is this? I have never encountered it before." "This poison has no name," she replied. Ro cast her a glance, then crouched down to inspect the man further. After a prolonged examination, he stood, closed his eyes, removed his gloves and mask, sanitized his hands, and told Shuang, "This man is beyond salvation, without an antidote. I have never seen this toxin before. His bodily functions have deteriorated to an irreversible state." As he spoke, the man on the ground coughed a few times, purple blood oozing from his orifices before he exhaled his last breath. Shuang closed her eyes, a tear escaping from the corner. Ro turned to her and asked, "Who is he to you?" "He was a bounty hunter pursuing me," she replied, her brow furrowed. "Why do you weep for the demise of your enemy? The poison coursing through him was unleashed by me. Did you not claim you did not know the name of this toxin?" Shuang remained silent, raising her left hand to remove her black glove, revealing her hand enveloped in a purple haze. "I am a user of a devil fruit. The poison is a plague I released. I killed him and his family." Shuang spoke with urgency, and Ro did not interrupt her. "I unleashed the plague during a battle in his hometown. Everyone there, including his family, perished by my hand. If it is your devil fruit ability, why not revoke it? I found myself unable to escape from a relentless pursuer, a rather formidable foe. In desperation, I resorted to the plague once more. What manner of fruit possesses such terrifying power that even its wielder cannot dispel it?" Frost retrieved a bottle of wine, approached the lifeless form, and poured it over the body. Subsequently, he ignited the corpse, ensuring the plague would not spread. The doctor expressed his gratitude, stating, "Your reward is well deserved." "No, I have done nothing significant. It is of no consequence," Frost replied, declining the offer with a subtle nod of appreciation before turning to depart. As Frost's silhouette receded into the distance, Luo could not help but muse, what a paradoxical existence. What could be the nature of such a power? In the holy land of Mariehua, Helena entered the study of Minzelin, who was guiding a young boy in his reading. In an instant, Helena recognized the child as the one previously abducted by the Silver Axe. Upon noticing Helena, Minzelin glanced up and softly instructed the boy, "You may leave now." The boy said nothing, rising to depart. Minzelin then approached Helena, producing a beautifully crafted box from his bosom and presenting it to her. Helena took the box, casting a puzzled glance at Minzelin, who gestured for her to open it. As Helena gently lifted the lid, she discovered a resplendent gemstone, radiating in 7 vibrant hues. Its cut exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship. Take this gem to the North Sea, she was advised. I can only reveal this much. It is not that I withhold further information, but rather that I am unaware of it myself. Helena was somewhat at a loss for words. Is that all there is to it? Furthermore, is it true that your navy is about to engage in battle with one of the 4 emperors? You must ensure that you do not encounter any mishaps. Do you understand? Helena was quite certain that he was not genuinely concerned, yet she nodded in acquiescence. Upon leaving the room, Helena made her way towards a reception room. As she pushed open the door, she found Sengoku and Kizaru inside, sipping tea. Oh, Helena, what brings you here? Kizaru inquired casually while Sengoku remained silent. Oh, it's nothing much, just here to find someone, she replied. At the auction site in Sabaody Archipelago, a colossal transparent tank stood on stage, containing a young merman with green hair. The audience below was in an uproar as one individual grabbed another, a boy clad in a straw hat, shorts, and a blue cardigan. The boy shouted, "Cammy, I'm coming to rescue you." The person holding him, sporting a long mouth, persistently cautioned, "No, Straw Hat, you mustn't act rashly." Amidst their struggle, for additional hands, concealed within the man's clothing, inadvertently emerged. Ah, a merman. Why is a merman here? Get back to the sea. Indeed, how disgusting. Get lost. Little 8 was at a loss, while Luffy continued to rush towards Cammy. Bang! A gunshot rang out, startling Luffy, who turned to see Little 8 slowly collapsing and rolling down the stairs. Above, a celestial dragon, dressed like an astronaut and bearing an exceedingly unattractive visage, hopped about, seemingly with cognitive issues. I've caught a merman. I've caught a merman. Without spending a dime, Luffy turned around and approached Charlo step by step. As he passed by Little 8, who desperately clung to him despite his injuries, Little 8 implored, "Straw Hat, no matter who is killed before you, don't intervene. Remember your promise? Don't provoke the celestial dragons." Little 8 continually apologized. But Luffy merely crouched down to ensure Little 8 was comfortable before standing up and resuming his advance towards Charlos. Charlos raised his gun, aiming it at Luffy, and exclaimed, "Huh, how dare you look me in the eye? Can't you see me? You're infuriating." He fired several shots, all of which Luffy effortlessly dodged. What? Luffy stepped closer, gritting his teeth, channeling all his strength into his fist, and struck Charlos squarely in the face, leaving an indelible imprint. For a few seconds, silence reigned. Then the audience erupted in gasps. Heavens! What has he done? How dare he lay hands on a celestial dragon? Simultaneously present, Law and Kid chuckled in unison. Their interest peaked as they turned their gaze towards Luffy. Another celestial dragon leaped up, raising his gun to fire back. How dare you strike my son? Hey! Quickly send the Admiral and warships. Do you hear me? Holy Land, Mariewa. Report. Sir Admiral. A celestial dragon has been attacked by the bounty hunter Straw Hat in Sabaody Archipelago. We request the dispatch of an admiral. What did you say? As Sengoku abruptly rose to his feet, his excitement caused the teacup beside him to topple to the ground. He approached the table, supporting himself upon it, and lamented with a headache. That little rascal again. What a constant source of trouble. What on earth is happening with that clan? According to intelligence reports, Eustace Kid and several of his companions, along with Trafalgar Law and his crew, are also present. In total, there are 13 bounty criminals here, 5 of whom boast bounties exceeding 100 million. The primary culprit, of course, is the Straw Hat Kid who harmed the celestial dragons. The human traffickers, not to mention the guards of the peaceful agency, have also lost contact. They must have been completely annihilated. In any case, the abduction of the 3 celestial dragons is an unprecedented incident. Kizaru sipped his tea and remarked, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the celestial dragons, we must take action, correct? Sengoku-san, allow me to mobilize immediately. I will return shortly, rest assured. Wait a moment, Kizaru-san, interjected Silena, who had been silently standing by the window. Is there something you wish to discuss? May I handle this matter? Silena turned to face Kizaru. Kizaru regarded Silena, pausing in silence for a moment before averting his gaze and conceding, well, all right then, but let my scientific unit accompany you. It would be an excellent opportunity to test the pacifists. Understood, Silena replied, while Sengoku observed her in silence. Several hours later, a military ship sped towards the Sabaody archipelago, its heavy cannons relentlessly firing shells. The people along the shore scattered in a panic, creating a scene of utter chaos. Run. The general has arrived with his troops. We're doomed, None of us will escape. What on earth has that wretched straw hat kid done? Suddenly, a fireball blazed through the air at an incredible speed, far surpassing the shells, crashing into the coastal town like a meteor. The onlookers were too frightened to approach. Amidst the smoke and flames, a towering figure emerged. Helena, with her hands tucked into her pockets, stepped out, surveying her surroundings. She murmured to herself, "Where are you?" It was only then that those around her reacted, screaming and fleeing in panic, leaving the area devoid of any presence. In a nearby alley, a figure raised his firearm, aiming it at Helena's head. Consumed by the delusion that if he could eliminate the general with a single shot, he would achieve everlasting fame. Bang! The bullet, accompanied by a flash, hurtled towards Helena, who remained steadfast and unflinching. The shooter, exhilarated by the moment, stood up recklessly, oblivious to the danger of being discovered. Helena instantaneously raised her hand, effortlessly catching the bullet, as if it had veered off course, leaving no trace of impact. As she relaxed her grip, the bullet clattered to the ground, and not a scratch marred her skin. The gunman stood frozen in disbelief, while his companion was the first to react. Hey, we need to get out of here." The two fled the alley, and a sharp sound pierced the air above them as Helena gracefully descended before them from the sky. "It was you who shot at me, wasn't it?" Helena remarked nonchalantly. The two men paused for a heartbeat, then, struck by terror, they turned and fled. Helena did not pursue. Instead, she raised her left hand, which transformed into a white wolf's claw, with radiant energy converging into her palm. The lunar eclipse, birth of light, unleashed a luminous sphere that shot forth instantaneously, piercing through the two fleeing figures and soaring towards a colossal red tree with a diameter of 100 meters in the distance. Moments later, a violent explosion severed the trunk of the red tree, causing it to slowly topple to one side. The soldiers aboard the distant warship gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend the astonishing spectacle before them. This Miss Bizet has certainly gone too far. Beside the building where Selena stood, Apu and his companions observed the unfolding scene. Apu could not help but exclaim, "Is this what a general does? Truly chaotic." The anxious individual beside him urged, "Captain Apu, we should flee swiftly. We are in peril as well." Apu, playfully wrapping his arm around the man's neck, replied, "Heh, what fun is there in that? It's far more entertaining to provoke the enemy before we make our escape." As Helena's hand reverted to its original form, she tucked it back into her pocket and glanced at the interrupted red tree, curling her lip in disdain as she prepared to depart. At that moment, the snail phone entrusted to her by Kazara began to ring. However, Helena chose to ignore it. She had other matters to attend to. Meanwhile, a stout and robust figure, wielding a massive axe and sporting a mushroom-shaped hairstyle, sat atop a rooftop, incessantly calling into the snail phone. "Hello, Bayako. Hello, General Bayako." How infuriating. What is going on? Why is he just like the old man, refusing to answer the snail phone? As Helena turned a corner, she found herself confronted by a group of individuals clad as if attending a cult gathering. At the center of this assembly sat a blond man, engaged in the manipulation of cards for divination. Upon noticing Helena's presence, the others were taken aback, with one exclaiming, "Oh no, it's Bizet. Captain, you must flee. We shall handle this." Hawkins, however, remained expressionless, leisurely continuing his divination. "Do not worry. Today is not my day of sacrifice," he stated with an air of indifference. Helena glanced at him, approached, and bent down to inquire, "Excuse me, do you happen to know the whereabouts of Shinya Frost? I am familiar with the individual you mentioned, yet I am unaware of her current location." She continued, "By the way, you are also a wanted criminal, are you not, Magician Hawkins?" Helena's words echoed in the ears of Hawkins' crew like a voice emanating from the depths of hell. With the energy of the lunar eclipse clinging to her legs, Selena swept her foot forward, sending Hawkins hurtling sideways, crashing through a wall of a building. Simultaneously, at a nearby port, an individual engaged in unloading cargo was suddenly propelled to the side, shattering a wall before plummeting back to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Selena was aware that she could not harm Hawkins at the moment, yet she still conjured a luminous sphere enveloped in flames and hurled it forth. The sphere detonated, engulfing the entire building in smoke and fire. On the rooftop, AP couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Truly formidable. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure in motion suddenly erupted in flames. Hawkins emerged from the smoke, unscathed, and remarked, as expected of a general, "Your strength surpasses my wildest imagination." Helena gazed at him in silence. Two shattered scarecrows emerged on his arm, tumbling to the ground. Having already dispatched two, Using 10 against the Admiral felt somewhat daunting. At that moment, a burly man with wings descended from above. Following him, an exceptionally tall figure leaped forth. His robust physique was clad in a black vest and gloves, topped with a rectangular hat, his eyes gleaming white, and adorned with two bear-like ears atop his head. He was a pacifist, modeled after the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma of the Seven Warlords, and a new type of weapon of war proposed by Kizuru for experimentation. Lying on the ground, Urki lamented. Defeat is inevitable. He is truly formidable. Nearby, Hawkins cautioned, there are even greater threats ahead. What? Urki turned to see the towering Helena standing not far away. Could it be Admiral Whitebeard? How unfortunate. With the Admiral in front and a warlord behind. Is my end truly near? Not yet. You are not destined to perish, Hawkins reassured Urki. Is that you, Hawkins of the North Sea? Even as an enemy jesting with me, I am indeed grateful. Suddenly, the pacifist sprang into action, launching a punch at Urki, but another figure leapt in, brandishing a sword and battle-axe, striking the pacifist multiple times before delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Is this all the strength you possess, you peculiar monk? Drake mocked Urki. You again? Humph. Urki grunted in frustration. Helena suddenly spoke up. Is it you, General Drake? Drake turned around, surprised. This is not good. Bize is also here. At that moment, Ulki growled, his form gradually enlarging, muscles bulging and tearing through his shirt, becoming even larger than the pacifist who had just risen. Though he had been battered, was there still a glimmer of hope? Let me confirm it. Let us retaliate and see. Look, this is getting exciting. Things are becoming increasingly interesting. Apis on the roof exclaimed with enthusiasm. His crew was in a state of utter panic. They will all be killed. Now is the perfect time for us to flee. What are you saying? The atmosphere has just reached a fever pitch. Ulki shouted at the pacifist. You've really hit me hard. Don't think I'll still be like I was before. Ulki unleashed a flurry of punches, each heavy blow landing on the pacifist with a dull thud. The pacifist could not withstand the assault and stumbled backward, collapsing a building in the process. That must have had some effect. Ulki boasted. The peculiar monk Ulki, who had just been knocked down, now wielded such strength after his transformation. What was going on? Suddenly, a laser beam shot out from the swirling dust, piercing Ulki's shoulder. The beam exploding behind him. Ulki, in pain, lost his balance and fell to the ground. The pacifist emerged from the ruins, smoke still wafting from the cannon in his hand. Drake instantly recognized the nature of the pacifist's attack. That was the yellow ape-s laser. Not only did he possess the body of a bear, but he also replicated the yellow ape-s offensive capabilities. Vegapunk had indeed amplified the pacifist's power to such an extent. Drake subtly glanced at Helena, who remained motionless not far away. All right, the playtime should come to an end. Helena lifted her gaze towards the few supernovas present. The pacifist charged at Drake, who transformed into a colossal dinosaur, seizing its arm and sinking his teeth into its head. The pacifist raised its hand, firing a laser beam, causing Drake to howl in pain as he reverted to his human form. Ulki, watching the battle, forgot that Helena was behind him. Suddenly, he felt a chill as Helena delivered a sweeping kick to his waist, sending him flying and crashing into several buildings before he came to a stop. Behind him, Hawkins was enveloped in straw, transforming into a gigantic, grotesque, and terrifying scarecrow. Demon manifestation. Hawkins's fingers morphed into sharp nails, relentlessly clawing towards Helena. Helena raised one hand to parry Hawkins' attack. Then, seizing the momentum, she hurled him forcefully to the ground. The impact created a substantial crater in the earth. Helena's hand transformed into a white wolf's claw, gathering energy within it. She unleashed a luminous sphere that erupted upon striking Hawkins. As the dust settled, 5 or 6 straw effigies tumbled from Hawkins' body. Helena concentrated again, forming another sphere of light. At that moment, a melody wafted down from above. Helena looked up to see AP dancing atop the roof, his body morphing into various instruments to create music. AP began to rap along with his performance. Yo, do you hear this music? If you do, please don't change the channel, yo. He struck his own head with a resounding thud, causing his chin to crack audibly. With that, an invisible slash aimed for Helena's arm, producing only a spark and leaving a gash on her sleeve. AP then pounded his stomach with both hands, producing a deep drum. Helena suddenly transformed into a black werewolf, her body engulfed in raging flames. The calamity, known as the falling fire, shot forth like a cannonball, becoming a fireball that hurtled towards the fleeing AP. Upon witnessing the terrifying black werewolf materialize before him, AP was taken aback. What? Helena unleashed a powerful punch, sending April hurtling through the air, crashing into a towering skyscraper. Drake observed from a distance, unable to suppress his astonishment. Is this one of the dual legends of the great general by Zay? Truly terrifying. Before he could ponder further, a brilliant flash ignited in the sky as a blinding orange fireball raced towards him. Hudo Yao Ming, this is bad. Boom. A violent explosion shook the very ground beneath, and Drake was thrown to the ground, engulfed by flames. How infuriating. The flames ignited once more upon Helena, soaring above Hawkins as torrents of fire erupted from her mouth. The inferno of Hudo Tun Yin enveloped Hawkins, compelling him to hastily abandon his Strawman form. Fearful of the flames, when the fire subsided, he found himself battered and bruised, crouching on the ground as he gasped for breath. Helena descended to the ground, taking deliberate steps toward Hawkins. Bending down, she inquired, I will ask, and you shall answer. Where was the last appearance of Xianya Frost? Hawkins pondered for a moment, then replied, I have heard it was headed towards tree number 25. That is all I know. Helena disregarded him and stood upright, making her way toward tree number 25. The tree, embodying the essence of the pacifist, accumulated energy, and a laser beam erupted forth, causing an explosion several dozen meters ahead. A woman clad in a black trench coat leaped from the smoke billowing from the blast, brandishing a long sword in defense against the pacifist. Nearby, Law and Kid, along with their pirate crew, were engaged in battle with the pacifist. In the distance, a throng of Navy officers rushed forth, with the leading officer shouting, Charge! Do not let these pirates escape. Kid grinned wickedly, just in time, activating the powers of the magnet fruit. All metallic weapons and artillery in the hands of the Navy flew towards Kid, layering upon his arm and forming a colossal mechanical limb of steel. Kid bellowed as he swung the enormous appendage down upon the pacifist, forcing it to kneel. It opened its mouth, gathering energy for another laser blast. Eustace, get out of the way, Law shouted, as a semicircular energy wall enveloped the area. Room. Law teleported in front of the pacifist, driving his sword, the onigiri, deep into its neck, rendering it incapable of utilizing its laser beam. Kid then swung his massive mechanical arm, sending the pacifist flying, momentarily silencing it. All right. We've taken down one of the 7 warlords. Kid exclaimed triumphantly. Bartholomew Kuma, is that all you've got? Law, more composed, remained on guard. The pacifist twitched a few times before rising once more. Damn it. How resilient. The pacifist unleashed laser beams from its hands and mouth, the incessant explosions scattering the 2 pirate crews in disarray. The 2 captains leaped to higher ground, the situation dire. Law called out to Kid, Hey, Eustace. Let's temporarily join forces. Get lost. I can take this guy down myself. Kid retorted angrily. As the 2 continued their bickering, a dark figure shot forward. Frost raised her long sword, leaping before the pacifist and delivering a heavy strike with her dual blades, leaving deep gashes on its shoulders. The pacifist retaliated with a laser beam, but Frost sidestepped, slashing twice at its left flank. Law turned to Kid. She's engaged. We need to join her and end this fight quickly. We're also prime targets here. Before he could finish, a raspy voice rang out. Stay back. Frost commanded the 2, insisting they maintain their distance. Hey, Chuanya, you can't handle him alone. Law's words, the blemish has spread to the steel, which begins to rust, while garments and muscular tissue succumb to decay. Certain areas have deteriorated into fragments that fall to the ground, transmitting this ashen energy to the earth, causing the flora to wither and the soil to turn a pale gray. The decay on the pacifist has extended halfway across their body, rendering them immobile. With a piercing crack, the corrupted arm separates from the torso, tumbling to the ground. The pacifist sways unsteadily and collapses backward. The white corruption has spread with a radius of 6 or 7 meters before finally halting. Those in the distance are struck with terror at the sight. The immense robot that had relentlessly suppressed them has been dealt with so swiftly. That creature's power is undeniably perilous, murmured Ronan. What is going on with that woman? What kind of fruit ability is that? Kid also remarked. I have found it. A woman's voice resonated. Though Ronan and Kid had yet to discern the source of the sound, they only felt a wave of heat behind them, followed by flames surging forth. The 2 narrowly evaded the blaze and turned to see a towering figure amidst the roaring fire. Helena emerged, surveying the individuals present before finally fixing her gaze upon Frost in the distance. How strikingly similar she is. Both Law and Kid recognized her simultaneously. What? It's the Admiral. Law lowered his head, his expression grave. Indeed, it seems the straw hat brat has attracted significant attention. Look at the trouble you've caused. An admiral, is it? How infuriating. They've all come. Though Kid maintained a facade of defiance, beads of cold sweat had begun to form on his forehead. He was impulsive but not foolish, well aware of the Admiral's formidable prowess. Law and Kid felt a gust of wind pass by, and in an instant, Helena vanished from sight. How swift. Where did she go? Law searched frantically for Helena, only to hear a voice from behind. Turning, he beheld Helena standing before Frost. Aren't we the targets? Frost furrowed his brow, removing his right glove in an attempt to fend off Helena. Bang! With an aura of dominance enveloping her, Selena swiftly grasped Frost's wrist, rendering any attempt to withdraw futile. As Frost swung her left sword in retaliation, Selena raised her other hand to block the strike. Observing this, Law witnessed Selena pull Frost backward, whispering something into her ear. Subsequently, Selena forcefully pressed Frost's head into the ground, creating a crater upon impact. For a moment, Frost lay still, while Selena rose and tilted her head to gaze at Law and Kid in the distance. Suddenly, her hands transformed into wolf-like claws, unleashing two razor-sharp blades of wind toward the pair. As the blades sliced through the air, Law shouted room, and exchanged positions with a nearby rock to evade the attack. Kid, on the other hand, raised his massive mechanical arm defensively, but the wind blades struck with such ferocity that they shattered the arm into countless fragments of scrap metal. Eustace, be cautious, Law warned loudly. Kid glanced upward, only to find Selena hovering above him. With a resounding thud, she delivered a kick to Kid's head, causing blood to erupt from his nose and mouth. Ugh! Kid was sent flying sideways, crashing into the trunk of a crimson tree, falling silent thereafter. Helena turned around to find that Ro and his pirate crew had already made their escape. Helena raised her hand to gather energy, and a luminous sphere soared towards the Red Heart pirates. Cursed be it. Room. Law expended a considerable amount of stamina to transport everyone from the pirate crew away. Upon landing, Law, fatigued, collapsed to the ground. Helena refrained from pursuing further, glancing back at Frost, who was struggling to rise. She retrieved her phone bug and called Bartolomeo. Hello? This is White Zetsu. You finally picked up. What on earth is happening? The locations of the Straw Hat Kid, Captain Kidd, and Trafalgar Law have been pinpointed. Which direction shall we take? Let's head towards the Straw Hat Kid. Helena concealed her intentions. A green-haired swordsman was desperately fleeing, carrying a long-nosed individual on his back, accompanied by a tall skeleton. In the distance, a pacifist was poised to unleash a beam of light, while Bartolomeo swiftly struck Luffy away. As Zoro sprinted, he suddenly halted, hearing an unusual sound. Usopp stumbled and fell to the ground, ready to voice his complaint, when his keen eyesight caught sight of a fireball descending from the horizon. Meteor of calamity. Get down, Usopp managed to warn. Just as the fireball struck the ground before the trio, Usopp and Brook were sent flying, and as Usopp regained his footing, he beheld a towering woman gripping Zoro's neck, lifting him off the ground. Zoro! Usopp cried out, drawing the attention of the Straw Hat crew from a distance. Robin turned her gaze, her pupils dilating in alarm as she exclaimed, "Oh no! It's an admiral!" The group was left in disbelief, while Luffy, filled with dread, shouted, "Zoro! Run!" Helena gazed upon those familiar faces, shaking her head slightly and letting out a sigh. She never anticipated that their first encounter would unfold in such a manner. Under such circumstances, Usopp, trembling, drew back his slingshot and shouted at Helena, "Release Zoro at once." Receiving no response from her, Usopp gritted his teeth and launched a fiery star in her direction. Helena raised her hand and caught the incoming miniature bomb, which erupted with a resounding bang in her grasp. Helena's hands remained untouched by even a speck of dust. Undeterred, Brook brandished his slender sword and charged forward. Helena lifted her left foot and, with a powerful stomp, unleashed a wave of air that instantly propelled Usopp and Brook away. Helena turned her gaze towards Zoro, who was holding himself up despite his grievous injuries. In his heart, Zoro bitterly lamented, how infuriating to be confronted by an admiral. Meanwhile, Robin crossed her arms, employing the powers of her devil fruit, unleashing the 20-petal flower. 10 pairs of arms materialized around Selena, binding her limbs and neck. With a powerful surge of energy, Selena shattered the arms, transforming them into drifting petals. Robin, too, was struck heavily, unable to withstand the force, and collapsed to the ground. Helena surveyed her surroundings, feeling a sense of helplessness as she thought, where are they? They are taking an eternity. With that, she transformed Zoro's hand into a wolf's claw, beginning to gather energy. Usopp, in a state of despair, shouted, "Zoro!" just as Zoro was on the brink of being slain by Helena. A figure darted in like a gust of wind from afar. With a swift kick aimed at Helena, she raised her arm, utilizing Haki to defend herself. The figure executed a swift somersault, delivering another kick, forcing Helena to release Zoro and intercept the attack with her other hand. Once they had both regained their stance, Helena spoke. "Have you finally arrived? Old Rayleigh, or should I call you Dark King Rayleigh?" Rayleigh replied with a smile. "Ah, Helena. I never imagined that the little rascal from back then would grow into a Marine Admiral. I suppose you had already discerned my identity at that time, hadn't you?" Helena, after a moment of contemplative silence with her eyes closed, reopened them and inquired, "Mr. Rayleigh, do you truly intend to obstruct my path?" "Indeed. Let us not pluck the tender sprouts. Their era has only just begun. Those who have already faded into the past still yearn to stir up the waters, do they? If the Navy could rescind the bounty placed upon my head, I could retire in peace. You are aware that such a thing is utterly impossible. It appears you have no intention of sparing them, do you?" Helena shrugged, remaining silent. At that moment, Luffy shouted from a distance, "Usopp, Brook, quickly carry Zoro and run." Usopp rushed forward, lifting Zoro and Brook, sprinting away. "Everyone, focus on how to escape. We are no match for them at this moment," Luffy called out, his voice hoarse. The Straw Hat crew scattered in various directions, and Luffy yelled from afar, "Uncle, I beg you. Wishing you safe travels." Rayleigh waved goodbye. Helena murmured to herself, "What a predicament. Flames have ignited upon me, transforming me into a beastly form," just as she leaped to charge at the fleeing crowd. Rayleigh unsheathed his sword and struck towards her. Helena, exuding an air of dominance, crossed her arms. With a resounding clash, the blade struck against the hardened armor, producing a crisp sound that resonated through the air. The shockwave unleashed by the impact sent the surrounding grass bowing in submission. "I shall not allow you to catch up," she declared. "It has been quite a while since I wielded a sword." Helena struck the ground with both palms, and the surging flames radiated outward. Raleigh leaped backward to evade. While Yuli, wielding immense power, Raleigh ascended into the air, swinging his sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy directed at Helena. With an aura of dominance enveloping her hand, Helena effortlessly deflected the sword energy with a single motion. As Helena transformed into her eclipse form, a surge of turbulent energy coalesced within her mouth, unleashing a radiant beam directed towards Riley. Eclipse, Radiant Fang. Riley raised his sword, the beam colliding with the blade imbued with formidable energy, causing the power to disperse in all directions. With a swift motion of his sword, Riley completely shattered the energy. As the remnants fell to the ground, Helena had already closed the distance. A radiant white energy enveloped Helena's hand, forming a wolf's head. Lunar Eclipse, Wolf Hunt. Raleigh raised his sword and struck, unleashing an explosion of energy that marred the ground with countless scars. The two engaged in a relentless clash, unable to determine a victor amidst their fierce confrontation. In the distance, the Pacifista aimed a laser beam at Sanji, while War Peach approached the downed Luffy. In a fit of rage and despair, Chopper consumed 3 Rumble Ball capsules, transforming into a towering beast over 10 meters tall. The Pacifista scanned the area, unable to identify the creature's nature. Seizing the opportunity, Usopp hurriedly called out to his fallen comrades, "Hey, Sanji, Zoro, Brook, get up. We must leave now." The Pacifista turned its attention to the group on the ground, raising its hand as it began to charge the laser beam. Just as the beam was about to be unleashed, footsteps echoed from behind them, accompanied by a commanding voice, "Stop, PX-1." Usopp turned to see a figure identical to the Pacifista, albeit adorned with gloves and holding a book. "Another one. What on earth is happening? I can't take this anymore. How many of these beings are there?" Zoro struggled to rise, his heart sinking as he beheld the figure before him. This was the genuine article, the true warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. Zoro recalled the harrowing experiences aboard the thriller bark. "Roronoa, you still live?" Kuma stated impassively. Zoro, with great effort, replied, "Thank you for your mercy." Usopp, filled with anxiety, interjected, "Hey Zoro, this isn't the time for idle chatter. If we're to escape, where do you wish to go?" As Kuma removed his gloves, he spoke, "Zoro, we must flee now." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Kuma's hand struck down, producing a crisp sound as Zoro vanished into thin air. Usopp stood frozen, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Silena and Rayleigh stood locked in a stalemate, their fists colliding with swords. In the distance, Bartholomew Kuma was effortlessly sending Luffy's companions flying one by one, yet Rayleigh found himself momentarily unable to intervene. The aging warrior was indeed feeling the strain, unable to break free. Silena pressed forward with determination, forcing Rayleigh to retreat. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and his breath quickened, revealing the toll of exertion upon him. "Are you truly the Dark King, Rayleigh?" A voice suddenly pierced the tension as Kuma appeared between the two. He whispered something into Rayleigh's ear. "Do you expect me to take your words at face value?" Rayleigh replied, skepticism lacing his tone. "Believing or not is entirely your prerogative. But my current situation is precarious," Kuma responded with an air of calm. "Mr. Kuma, I kindly ask that you refrain from interfering," Silena warned. Fully aware of Kuma's past actions. "I have no obligation to heed the Navy's commands," Kuma stated with an inscrutable demeanor. Helena narrowed her eyes, raising her hand towards the distant Nami and Frankie as energy coalesced within her palm, releasing a radiant orb that shot forth. Lunar eclipse, radiance. Nami and Frankie had no time to evade. Paralyzed by fear, Nami found herself unable to move, while Frankie grasped her arm, turning to flee. Just as the luminous sphere was about to strike them, Kuma teleported behind the pair, raising his palm to intercept the orb. It collided with his fleshy hand, deflecting upward and crashing into a vibrant red tree. The tree was violently uprooted, collapsing under the force. Selena murmured, "Indeed. They are willing to confront the Navy directly to ensure their departure." Kuma turned around, using his palms to push Frankie and Nami away. Luffy, witnessing the loss of his comrades, was consumed by anguish. In a fit of desperation, he activated his second gear and charged at Kuma. "You bastard," he shouted, as his rubber arm elongated, the speed of his punch akin to a bullet shot from a gun. Kuma raised his hand, deflecting Luffy's fist elsewhere. Luffy leaped, roaring as he threw another punch, but Kuma effortlessly blocked it, sending Luffy flying once more. By the time Luffy regained his footing, the now enormous Chopper was preparing to strike Kuma. "Chopper! No!" Luffy screamed hoarsely. A crisp sound echoed as the giant Chopper instantly vanished. Kuma turned and approached Robin step by step. Luffy, numb and helpless, pleaded, "Stop, stop. Please, just stop." With a final pop, Luffy collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth with his hands and head, crying in despair, blaming himself for failing to protect his friends. "So, is your plan simply to send him flying? Have you considered how to explain this?" "It is a grave matter," Selena addressed Kuma. Ignoring her, Kuma approached Luffy and stated, "We shall not meet again, Straw Hat. Farewell." With a final pop, the evening glow cast down, enveloping everything in silence. After a long pause, Kuma turned and walked away, while Rayleigh remarked, "Well, this is where it ends. I hope you will not disturb me again, Selena. If we wish to capture you, we must devise a proper plan." "Do not worry," Rayleigh said, sheathing his sword and departing. Bartolomeo approached Selena, saying, "Hey, White Fox, now that the Straw Hat crew is out of reach, what about Law and Kid?" "Well, let us see. If all else fails, we can capture some other pirates," she replied. In a certain alleyway of Sabaody, Frost leaned against the wall, nursing a bleeding head wound. "Hurry. She must be here." Outside the alley, cries of the Navy hunting pirates filled the air, but Frost paid little heed. Her thoughts consumed by the words of Admiral White Fox, "Your sister is searching for you." The next day, in a sea area of the New World, red-haired Shanks was perusing a newspaper, the headline detailing the gathering of 12 supernovas at Sabaody and the incident involving the celestial dragons. As Chiefing passed by, she caught a glimpse of the newspaper, trembling momentarily, frozen in place. She seized the paper from Shanks, who looked at her in confusion, fixated on the photograph of Frost. Her hands quivered, causing the paper to rustle. After a long silence, she turned to Shanks and said, "Mr. Shanks, I must bid you farewell." 2 days remained until Ace's execution. Holy Land, Mariehua. Seated upon the sofa in the banquet hall, Shirina observed the individuals before her. Bartholomew Kuma and the enigmatic Dracul Mihawk remained silent, while the ostentatious Don Quixote Doflamingo, draped in a flamboyant pink feather coat and donning sunglasses, exuded an air of brazen arrogance. A confrontation ensued between Doflamingo and the towering, intimidating Gecko Moria. "Doflamingo, what did you say?" Moria retorted. "Oh, I remarked that it is rather humiliating for a 7 Warlords member to be bested by a mere inexperienced youth, isn't it?" "Ha." The 7 Warlords had assembled here, poised to witness the execution of Ace. Helena, serving as the naval liaison with the 7 Warlords, had been stationed here for several days. She soon realized that Blackbeard had vanished, fully aware that he had likely set off or impelled down. The sound of high heels echoed in the room, and Helena turned to see Hancock entering, accompanied by her large serpent. Hancock was no longer the young girl of yesteryears. She had transformed into the proud empress of the seas. With her head held high, she looked down upon everyone present. Upon her entrance, Doflamingo let out a sinister chuckle and remarked, "Look who has graced us with her presence. Isn't this the beloved Miss Boa?" He guffawed with glee. Hancock dismissively tilted her chin in his direction, retorting, "Silence. How dare you speak to me with such disrespect?" Helena rose from the sofa, beaming as she addressed Hancock. "It has been such a long time, Hancock." Hancock cast a sidelong glance, her eyes widening in surprise. "Helena. Ah, it is indeed me. I never anticipated our reunion would occur under such circumstances. You have ascended to the position of a warlord of the sea." Hancock offered a faint smile, replying, "You have become an admiral. There is no need to speak of my achievements." She continued, "By the way, I encountered Mr. Rayleigh not long ago." "Was it regarding the events in Sabaody?" Helena inquired. "Yes, there were some rather unpleasant incidents with Mr. Rayleigh." Suddenly, Helena recalled something and decided to tease Hancock. He was protecting a pirate crew at the time. Hancock lifted her gaze towards Helena, intrigued. "A pirate crew?" "Yes, it was the Straw Hat crew, one of the supernovas, led by a captain named Luffy." Upon hearing that name, Hancock felt as though her heart had been struck, her pulse quickening and a blush creeping across her cheeks. Helena inquired with a teasing smile, "What is the matter? Do you know this person?" "Oh, no, I don't know them, just a newcomer, that's all." Helena ceased her teasing as a quarrel erupted nearby. Morlia struck the table fiercely, causing several black bats to flutter into the air behind him. His fury palpable as he bellowed, "Doflamingo, do you dare believe I will tear your mouth apart?" Doflamingo responded with incessant laughter, rising from his seat to kick it aside. He raised his hand, his fingers deftly moving, with strands of silk glimmering at his fingertips. Locking eyes with Morlia, he taunted, "If you can do it, then come on." Hawkeye merely cast a fleeting glance before lowering his hat and dismissing the scene with a casual remark of boredom. Meanwhile, Bear remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding confrontation. With a sweeping gesture, Morlia sent several bats hurtling toward Doflamingo, who swiftly advanced, his hand raised with an imposing air, ready to thrust at Morlia. In that fleeting moment, a figure darted between them, one hand shattering Morlia's bats while the other blocked Doflamingo's impending strike. Helena halted between the two, as her cloak of justice gradually cascaded down. Hawkeye cast an emotionless glance in this direction, while the bear remained utterly motionless. Helena pushed away Mingo, glanced at the two individuals on either side, and remarked, "I advise both of you to refrain from fighting here. It puts me in a difficult position." Moria huffed in irritation, still cautious in the face of the Admiral's warning. Mingu retracted his hand, chuckling, "He, understood. Truly worthy of an admiral." In the New World, near the waters of Wano, a pirate ship adorned with a dragon head faced a fleet of over a dozen warships. Red-haired Shanks wore a serious expression, gripping the hilt of his sword while glaring at the opposing flagship, where several towering figures stood. Jesus Burgess remarked, "Indeed. It seems the 100 beasts have mobilized entirely. Both the calamity of flame, the calamity of plague, and the calamity of drought are all present." Suddenly, Shanks felt a powerful aura enveloping him. On the flagship of the beast pirates, Kaido emerged, shouldering a kanabo and clutching a jug of sake, drinking as he walked. Upon reaching the bow of the ship, he planted his weapon down, causing the wooden deck beneath him to splinter. Shanks stepped forward, declaring, "Kaido, I am here to stop you." Kaido lifted his gaze to Shanks, then resumed drinking, while none dared to utter a word. "Stop me? What concern is this of yours?" Kaido asked bluntly. "This is a matter capable of determining the fate of an era. I cannot allow you to interfere." Shanks replied, unwavering and cold. Kaido hurled the sake jug behind him, his arm bulging with muscles as he transformed into his hybrid form, his body covered in scales, sharp fangs bared, and dragon horns sprouting from his head. "For the sake of a decrepit old man, you would go this far?" Shanks, Kaido shouted angrily, leaping into the air toward him. Shanks did not respond, but drew Griffin, leaping up to confront Kaido head-on. Thunderous clash ensued as the black and purple hockey coiled around Kaido's kanabo, compressing the space around it with terrifying power. Shanks' sword, imbued with Conqueror's hockey, glimmered as he swung it, leaving faint trails behind. When their weapons collided, a violent surge of energy radiated outward, forcing those on both ships to brace themselves against the shockwave. The sea churned into towering waves, and the clouds above were cleaved apart, fierce winds swirling around them. Both Kaido and Shanks unleashed their Conqueror's hockey simultaneously, the cataclysmic forces colliding, causing ordinary pirates present to collapse under the pressure. On the beast pirate's side, Jin watched the confrontation silently, while Queen exclaimed, as expected of Mr. Kaido. "And that red-haired fellow?" Jack broke into a cold sweat, contemplating. Is this the scale of a clash between the four emperors? Meanwhile, Ben Beckman exhaled a plume of smoke, muttering to himself, "What a chaotic scene." Jesus Burgess observed with keen interest, while Luffy gorged on meat in the background, asking, by the way, "Isn't the captain heading to Marineford?" With a fierce breath, Kaido unleashed a torrent of scorching flames toward Shanks. With a swift motion, red-haired Shanks evaded Kaido's breath attack and struck down with his blade. The sound of the cutting edge resonating through the air. The immense spiked club of Kaido thundered like a demonic deity descending upon the earth. As he swung it with tremendous force, the aftermath of their battle sent shockwaves that incapacitated the naval vessels stationed over 10 nautical miles away, their crews collapsing under the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's haki. It took considerable effort for the Navy aboard the ships to relay the news back to headquarters. Upon receiving the report, Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration and said to Tsuru beside him, "At this critical juncture, trouble has arisen in the New World. Red-haired Shanks and Kaido are clashing. However, I lack the energy to attend to them at the moment. What reinforcements have yet to arrive?" Tsuru replied, "Helena and the 7 warlords are still at Mariewa. We must urge them to come swiftly." After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku instructed a messenger to summon Helena back. Only 3 hours remained until Ace's execution. Surrounding the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford were as many as 50 large warships, poised to serve as the Navy's first line of defense against Whitebeard and his crew. In the square of Marineford, 100,000 elite Marines gathered, each clad in the garb of justice, symbolizing their distinguished status. Before them stood 5 formidable figures: the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, the swordsman Mihawk, the Moonlight Moria, the pirate Empress Hancock, and the nightmare Don Quixote da Flamingo. Behind the soldiers were various vice-admirals, including towering giants among them. The vice-admirals, the 100,000 soldiers, and the 5 warlords formed the Navy's second line of defense. Suddenly, the soldiers gasped as they beheld 4 chairs positioned directly beneath the execution platform, and 4 figures emerged to take their seats. What is happening? Such an overwhelming aura. They realized the gravity of the situation. 4 admirals were stationed at the execution platform, with Kizaru and Helena on either side, while Akainu and Akiji sat in the center. Meanwhile, at Sabaody Archipelago, 3 massive screens broadcasted the situation at Marineford, with crowds gathered below, eager to witness this momentous historical event. The air was filled with the clamor of reporters and the incessant ringing of communication devices, as journalists anxiously recorded every significant moment, fearful of missing any pivotal scene. "Hey, look, it's Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace has appeared." Ace ascended the execution platform step by step, stirring excitement among the Navy and the onlookers at Sabaody. Upon reaching the top of the platform, Ace knelt, shackled in place, while 2 executioners crossed their long blades before him. As he gazed down at the throngs of Marines and the vast ocean ahead, thoughts of Luffy and Whitebeard consumed his mind. Sengoku and Garp approached the scene, with Sengoku saying to Garp, "Is everything all right, Garp? I must convey the truth of this matter." "Do as you wish. I shall descend now," Garp replied. Kapu walked away with a somber expression. Sengoku ascended the execution platform and addressed the executioners. "Step aside." "Yes. Bring me the Din Din Mushi." Sengoku took hold of the Din Din Mushi, paused momentarily, and began to speak, his voice resonating through the loudspeakers to the entirety of Marineford. "There is something of great significance I must convey to you all. Poor Gas D. Ace, regarding the profound implications of this man's death here today." All eyes turned to Sengoku, eagerly awaiting his next words. Only Kapu lowered his head, his expression intricate. "It isn't your fault," Tsuru remarked. Kapu forced a laugh. "Ho ho ho. Women can be so gentle at times like these, little Tsuru." "Ace, declare your father's name." Sengoku raised his voice. Ace glanced at Sengoku, then closed his eyes and bowed his head, stating, "My old man is Whitebeard." "No, that is not right. There is nothing wrong. Only Whitebeard, no one else." Ace suddenly shouted. "At that time, we searched desperately. On that island, there could have been that man's child. With the scant information and possibilities provided by CP, we conducted thorough investigations on every infant, every child about to be born, and their mothers, yet we found nothing. It's no wonder. Your birth was a price paid with your mother's life. It can also be seen as your mother's ulterior scheme, deceiving our eyes. Not the eyes of the world." In the South Sea, there is an island called Badarilla, and your mother's name is Port St. Rouge. Upon hearing this, Ace's eyes widened in shock, his entire being trembling. This woman's actions far exceeded our understanding. She devoted herself entirely to her child, carrying you for 20 months in her womb. Then, upon giving birth to you, she perished from exhaustion. Ace clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. A year and 3 months after your father's death, the person inheriting the world's most wicked lineage was born. That is you. You cannot possibly be unaware. At that moment, Kapu recalled that night. He stood before the individual in the cell, who implored him. The child in my womb is innocent, Kapu. I beg you for my child. Kapu reluctantly closed his eyes. Your father is. Sengoku continued mercilessly. The Pirate King. Gold Roger. After a brief silence, the square erupted in astonishment, the crowd in Sabaody expressing their disbelief. Reporters scrambled to record the unfolding events. One reporter, unable to believe his eyes, dropped his notebook to the ground. Is the bloodline of the Pirate King still alive? Isn't he Luffy's biological brother? Hancock murmured. The wind gradually intensified, and Kapu glanced up at Ace on the execution platform. His face obscured by the sun, Kapu reminisced about the past. He carried a lantern through the dimly lit prison. Arriving at a cell where he set down the lantern. Kapu, can I trust you? My child is about to be born, yet regrettably. I shall no longer be among the living by then. Garp sighed, feigning righteousness as he said, Why do you share this with me? A Navy man, Roger? Your mother. The woman connected to you is surely destined for execution. That is precisely why I must inform you. Roger rose and approached Garp. The government will undoubtedly investigate my whereabouts over the past year, locate her, and eliminate her. Yet the child within her is innocent. Their faces were drawn so close together. Garp, our bond is forged through countless battles. You are as trustworthy as a comrade. Garp, unwilling to concede, turned his head away with a scoff. You must protect her. Roger smiled. Suddenly, Garp stepped forward, grasping the iron bars of the cell, and shouted, Do not presume to dictate my actions. Roger met Garp's gaze steadfastly, affirming no. You will assist me. Garp recoiled repeatedly, recalling his visit to Sea Rouge, witnessing Ace's birth firsthand. He remembered taking Ace to seek Dayton's help in raising him. He also recollected a recent encounter with Ace in Impel Down, where Ace had said, The trouble is, both Luffy and I have inherited the bloodline of world-class criminals. Even though I bear the name of my mother, Port Gas, who has been my greatest benefactor, I refuse to acknowledge the lineage of that scoundrel father of mine. Ace looked up at Garp, smiling, and said, Old man, my only father is Whitebeard. Returning to the present, Garp could not help but cover his face. Tsuru glanced at him and softly remarked, Garp, it was about 2 years ago. Sengoku continued, You used your mother's name as the captain of the Spade Pirates, soaring through the seas with remarkable speed and strength, and we finally realized that Roger's bloodline had not perished. However, Whitebeard, who also recognized this fact, allowed the son of his rival to board his ship to train you as the next Pirate King. Ace roared, That is not true. I boarded that ship to make my father the Pirate King. That is your perspective alone. The truth is, we cannot act against you at will. For you are protected by Whitebeard. If we let this be, you will surely ascend to the pinnacle of the next pirate era. Thus, executing you here today holds monumental significance. We are prepared to wage war against Whitebeard if necessary. The Navy erupted with fighting spirit, beginning to cheer loudly. Someone rushed to the execution platform to report to Sengoku. Report. The gates of justice have inexplicably opened. What did you say? At that moment, the entirety of Marineford and the surrounding seas fell into an eerie silence. Doflamingo remarked, How peculiarly quiet it is. The Navy held their breath, ever vigilant of the sea. Sailors with telescopes scoured the waters. A thick fog began to rise, and dark clouds loomed overhead. Suddenly, he spotted dozens of shadowy figures emerging from the mist. The alarm sounded, heralding the arrival of the enemy. A total of 43 pirate ships, all notorious bounties from the New World. However, the silhouettes of Whitebeard and his commanders were conspicuously absent, as reported by the scouts. Shaking his head, Sengoku remarked, What is there to panic about? Tears welled in Ace's eyes as he asked, Can you all see little Ace too? Ace, we have arrived. The Navy remained on high alert. Should we engage? Not yet. Whitebeard must be nearby. He surely has some scheme. Keep a close watch on the surface. Marco chuckled. This is getting more interesting. How thrilling. Come forth, Whitebeard. At that moment, massive bubbles began to rise from the depths of the sea, and the 4 admirals sensed the unusual activity beneath. Could it be? So it was. Their ships had emerged from below after being coated. Before the thought could settle, a colossal ship, its prow shaped like a whale, burst forth from the water, creating towering waves. It landed directly within Crescent Bay, effortlessly surpassing the 50 naval vessels surrounding it. Ace, in disbelief, gazed at the familiar ship before him and cried out, "Dad!" Before long, 3 enormous bubbles surged once more, as 3 smaller pirate ships broke the surface, heading straight for the navy gathered in the square. It was the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Someone spotted Marco through a telescope. All the captains had assembled. Just then, footsteps echoed as someone slowly ascended the stairs to the bow of the Moby Dick. Everyone held their breath, the 4 admirals fixated on the figure at the helm. Sengoku squinted and murmured, "You have finally arrived, Whitebeard." Whitebeard, wielding his bicinto, ascended to the bow. "It's been decades, hasn't it, Sengoku?" His voice was not loud, yet Sengoku, standing far above on the execution platform, heard him clearly. "Whitebeard." Sengoku responded. "Is my dear son unharmed?" Whitebeard inquired. Sengoku's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the enemy breaching their defenses so closely. "Wait for me a moment, Ace." Whitebeard set his bicinto aside, widened his stance, and with crossed arms, struck the ground heavily on either side. The 2 resounding impacts shattered the space like glass. The vibrations surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding sea to churn violently. The sea quaked. It was as if the very waters were trembling. Ace, recalling the moments shared with the Whitebeard pirates, cried out in anguish, "Dad, it was I who disregarded your warnings and ran out. Why did you not abandon me? It is my own stubbornness that has led to this." "No, it was I who urged you to go, my son," Whitebeard replied. Ace gazed at Whitebeard's imposing figure and the comrades standing behind him. Bewildered, he exclaimed, "What are you saying? You clearly obstructed me at that time." "I commanded you to leave." Whitebeard chuckled. "I commanded you to leave, did I not, Marco?" Whitebeard slightly tilted his head, inquiring of Marco. "Ah, I heard it too. Ace, you have endured much suffering. In this vast ocean, everyone should understand the consequences of laying a hand on our comrades." Marco asserted resolutely. "We shall not allow anyone who harms you to go unpunished, Ace. Await us there. We shall rescue you at once." The members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in spirited cries, vowing to save Ace. "You've summoned quite a formidable crowd," Akiji remarked. "Why continue discussing this at this point?" Akainu expressed his irritation. Kizara tapped his temple with a finger and commented, "It is truly unsettling to behold." Helena glanced at the 3 individuals and remarked, "Esteemed seniors, you all seem rather unconcerned." To which Huang Yuan turned his head slightly, chuckling softly, and inquired, "Are you feeling anxious, little Helena?" Helena smiled, caught in a blend of nervousness and excitement, unsure of which it truly was. "Ah, youth indeed. What is there to be so fervent about?" Moria bellowed, "Behold. This is the might of the 7 warlords and the Marine headquarters, bolstered by 3 admirals and 100,000 elite troops. Opposing us are the Whitebeard pirates and over 40 pirate ships. How shall you advance, Whitebeard? This is truly exhilarating." Doflamingo licked his lips and turned to Mihawk, inquiring, "Are you planning to remain a mere spectator? After all, you're only here to pass the time, aren't you?" Ignoring him, Mihawk received a dismissive response from Doflamingo. Hancock glanced at the group and then closed her eyes, silently praying for Luffy. A momentary, uneasy calm enveloped the surroundings before a more violent tremor shook the area. It was the tsunami triggered by the earlier quake, courtesy of the Tremor fruit wielder, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Carp shouted. Towering tsunamis surged on either side of Marineford, reaching hundreds of meters high. "Even with our numerical advantage, we must not be complacent. We could very well be the ones to lose in the end. That man possesses the power to destroy the world," Sengoku warned sternly. As the tsunami loomed ominously, Doflamingo remarked, "What a terrifying force. No wonder he is the legendary monster." Seated between Helena and Akainu, Akiji sighed, then suddenly leapt into the air. Extending his hands, he conjured ice pillars that pointed towards the colossal wave, freezing it in its tracks. "The Ice Age," Whitebeard exclaimed, "You little brat." Akiji retaliated by launching several ice spears at Whitebeard. With a swift motion, Whitebeard struck back, sending shockwaves that shattered the ice projectiles. The vibrations reverberated through Akiji, prompting him to transform his body into an elemental state. "Alas, my attack failed," he lamented, as he was fragmented into numerous ice shards, descending toward the sea, where he reassembled himself. Dipping his hand into the ocean, Akiji instantly froze the surrounding waters, transforming them into thick, solid ice, which gradually spread, encasing the entire bay in ice. Fire the cannons. Destroy the Moby Dick. The Marines initiated their bombardment. The Whitebeard pirates watched anxiously as their ship was immobilized by the ice. "This has provided us with a foothold. Let us disembark," a captain shouted. And the pirates followed their leaders, leaping onto the ice to advance towards the plaza. "Let them witness our might," Vista proclaimed, as blades clashed. The sounds of gunfire and steel resonated through the air. Outside the bay, 50 naval vessels were also frozen in place, prompting the pirates to commence their own barrage. Shortly after, the cannon fire was intercepted by the various vice admirals aboard the ships. The pirates, securing their vessels alongside the ice, jumped into the fray against the Marines. At that moment, Mihawk ascended to a platform, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Well, now, this is quite rare," he remarked. The yellow ape spoke, and Akaina remarked, "That man, who follows his own path, actually intends to join the battle." Helena could not help but remark, "He may be interested in Whitebeard." The yellow monkey turned to glance at Helena and casually responded, "Indeed, it seems so." Ming looked at Mihawk and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you going to make your move?" "Just to give it a try," came Mihawk's emotionless reply. He focused intently on Whitebeard, and though he revealed little, his words hinted at an eagerness to engage. Even the strongest would tremble at the sight of his gaze, paralyzed by fear. "Such a description is befitting of one known as Hawkeyes," Hancock mused. Below, the swordsman Vista also took note of Mihawk's intentions, stating, "I've longed to face him." Any swordsman would acknowledge the mightiest among them. Mihawk drew the black blade, Yoru, one of the 12 supreme grade swords in existence. With a slight gathering of power, he unleashed a strike, sending forth a towering azure sword aura with a cataclysmic force towards the Moby Dick. The sword aura cleaved through the thick layer of ice on the sea's surface, instilling a profound sense of dread. The sword aura was about to reach Whitebeard when someone anxiously shouted, "Dad!" A roar echoed as a figure dashed from the side, positioning himself before the Moby Dick. Catching Mihawk as strike with both hands, the unstoppable sword aura abruptly halted, and moments later, that individual, with a fierce shout, deflected the energy upwards into the sky. It was Diamond Jozu. The one who had intercepted Mihawk's strike was Jozu, the captain of Whitebeard's 3rd Division. Mihawk sheathed his sword and regarded the man whose body had largely transformed into diamond. Jozu responded with a triumphant smile. Sengoku stepped forward, initiating the strategy, "How foolish. Do you intend to force a breakthrough?" Artillery team, commence bombardments on the following pirates. Frontline soldiers must prevent them from reaching the plaza. The battle below raged fiercely, with the captains navigating through the navy like a tiger among sheep. Watching this unfold, the yellow monkey stood up and remarked, "Truly, the captains of Whitebeard are formidable. Each one as powerful as a monster. To minimize losses, we must capture the leader first." The yellow monkey then looked towards Whitebeard, and in an instant, transformed into a flash, appearing above the battlefield. Helena cast a glance at the unmoving Akainu and inquired, "Has Mr. Borsalino also taken action? Mr. Sakazuki, are you still unmoved? Why the haste? There will be plenty of opportunities ahead," Akainu replied expressionlessly. A blinding light illuminated above Whitebeard, revealing the silhouette of Kizaru. Whitebeard exclaimed, "What in the world is happening? It's so dazzling. It's Kizaru. Kizaru has arrived." Kizaru, with his fingers poised, unleashed a flurry of luminous projectiles directed at Whitebeard. Suddenly, a shadow of a bird swooped in, obstructing the onslaught, and the projectile struck it, rendering its form into disarray. As the brilliance faded, Kizaru beheld the figure engulfed in azure flames, with wings crafted from the same blue fire. How terrifying. The mythical Zoan fruit, members of the Whitebeard pirates truly resemble monsters, Kizaru remarked. Marco gazed at Kizaru and shouted, "How could you disrupt our great captain upon your arrival?" As the wounds inflicted by the luminous projectiles on Marco healed, he transformed into his phoenix form and soared towards Kizaru. Kizaru fired more light projectiles, yet they failed to harm Marco. With a surge of haki, Marco delivered a sweeping kick to Kizaru's arm, which he had raised to defend himself. Kizaru chuckled lightly. This technique seems effective." Marco retorted, "Stop lying." And with a powerful kick sent Kizaru flying, who transformed into a sphere of light and crashed into a building, causing a tremendous explosion. Kizaru re-emerged from the rubble, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "It appears this won't be so easy after all." Marco let out a brief laugh, but his expression shifted abruptly as he noticed a massive blade of wind soaring towards the Moby Dick from below. He was taken aback by the sheer force of the attack. Whitebeard, sensing the formidable energy emanating from the wind blade, realized that the Moby Dick might not withstand such an assault. With a mighty sweep of his hand, Whitebeard struck the atmosphere, causing the very fabric of space to fracture. The wind blade shattered under the violent tremors, scattering countless energy fragments that ravaged the surrounding ice, eliciting cries of anguish as the Moby Dick sustained multiple damages. Both Whitebeard and Marco turned their attention to the execution platform below, where Helena was poised, her hands transforming into white wolf claws. Is that the young child who has recently become an admiral? Quite impressive, Whitebeard mused, observing Helena. Marco, with a hint of exasperation, muttered, "Tch. Not a single one of them is easy to deal with." Helena withdrew her hand, for it was entirely expected that the probing gale blade had been effortlessly blocked by the old man with the white beard. Akainu glanced at Helena and remarked, "You are not like that unreliable fellow, Borsellino. Your actions were far too hasty." Helena chuckled softly and remarked, I understand. I merely wish to witness the world's strongest." At that moment, Diamond Jaw's arm transformed into diamond as he struck the ice surface with tremendous force. A profound fissure twisted outward, ultimately forming an astonishing circle. Jaws plunged his hands into the crack, roaring as he painstakingly extracted the colossal ice blocks, which he hurled toward the plaza behind him. Taste this. The massive ice block, measuring several hundred meters in diameter, dwarfed even the giants among the commanders in the plaza. Should it descend unimpeded, the potential for devastation would be catastrophic. Akainu gazed up at the ice block, rising to his feet with an expression of displeasure, stating, "One and all, neglecting your posts, if we all depart, who shall guard this place?" With a swift motion, Akainu's right fist morphed into lava, launching a formidable punch toward the colossal ice block, which expanded as it traveled. A resounding explosion echoed as the enormous lava fist collided with the ice, shattering and evaporating it until, before long, it was entirely consumed. The pirates below watched in disbelief, their terror amplifying as the molten hands disintegrated in the air, showering the battlefield with countless meteors. The pirates, along with some naval officers, scattered in a frenzied retreat. The battlefield resembling an apocalyptic scene. A meteor struck one of the Whitebeard pirates' vessels, obliterating its bow and snapping its mast. Another meteor careened toward the Moby Dick, prompting Whitebeard to slice through the air with his blade, forcefully extinguishing the flames on the meteor. With a sardonic tone, Whitebeard taunted Akainu. "Why not go light the candles on a birthday cake, magma brat?" Akainu, regarding Whitebeard with a smirk, retorted, "What's the matter? Don't fancy an extravagant funeral, Whitebeard?" The battle raged on, with the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates charging forth, relentlessly attacking, while the commanders outside the bay continued to fend off the pirates' advances. Suddenly, the ice surface began to tremble violently. Helena turned her gaze toward the bay's exterior, where an immensely colossal figure approached the coastal defenses. "Here it comes. Finally, it arrives," roared Little Oars Jr., his thunderous bellow resonating across the battlefield as he brandished a sword several meters long, cleaving downwards and shattering the coastal cannon alongside a naval ship. "Is that truly a descendant of Oars? How I long for his corpse," Moria greedily mused, while Doflamingo beside him licked his lips, exclaiming, "My hands are itching." Little Oars gazed at Ace on the execution platform and quietly vowed, "Ace is the gentlest. I will not allow you to perish." The giant commanders sprang into action, charging toward Little Oars. He approached a massive warship, gripping it with both hands, impervious to the cannon fire directed at him. Sengoku turned to Ace, stating, "You have truly brought forth an extraordinary individual." Ace, disregarding Sengoku's mockery, shouted to Little Oars, "Your colossal form shall serve as a target. Ace, await my arrival. I am coming to rescue you." Little Oars summoned every ounce of strength within him to lift the warship, which exceeded his own height, and hurled it forth with great force, repelling the advancing giant admirals and creating a breach in the harbor. "We have broken through. Everyone, charge." The pirates outside the bay, led by Little Oars, surged into the harbor through the opening. One giant admiral exclaimed, "This is the first time I have looked up at another. I am heading to Ace. Do not obstruct my path." Little Oars declared loudly, "I shall stand in your way." A giant admiral raised his sword and charged forward, engaging in a fierce duel with Little Oars. Yet, even the giants appeared as mere children before Little Oars, who struck them back with tremendous blows. With a resounding clash, the sword of the giant admiral shattered, and Little Oars inflicted a horrific wound upon him, causing the giant to topple to the side. "Admiral Razlavar!" The other giants cried out, "This fool Oars! What can we do against such reckless bravery?" Whitebeard shouted to Little Oars, Ors resolutely replied, "Do not hinder me, father. I must go save him, swiftly, to rescue Ace. I know you people. Assist him in the aftermath. Cover for Ors." The giant admirals advanced together to attack little Ors. Yet they were all repelled in the face of his unmatched strength. "Hey, you lot, go elsewhere. This fellow is mine." A woman's voice echoed from above as a fireball soared forth from among the giant admirals. Hado radiance. In Helena's hands, two radiant orbs infused with flames converged, merging into a brilliant orange sphere. She approached the young Oz and, with a swift motion, struck the sphere against him. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the surrounding icy terrain, as fierce flames engulfed the colossal Oz, while the shockwave and fire from the blast toppled both the Navy and pirates in the vicinity. Helena landed steadily back on the square, while little Oz fell to his knees, nearly losing consciousness from the explosion. The enormous straw hat he carried on his back tumbled to the ground, and as he glanced over, he noticed it was singed at the edges. Memories flooded back to him of Ace crafting that very hat, regardless of the scorching sun, the pouring rain, or even the falling snow. He would don it and venture outside, a testament to the bond of their friendship. With unwavering determination, little Oz rose to his feet and slowly made his way toward the gallows. "Enough is enough, Oz," Ace cried out in heartbreak. Yet, little Oz continued to advance, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Ace, though the gallows still lay far ahead. "No, it isn't sufficient. I must at least take down one admiral." Little Oz gazed straight ahead at Helena, as her colossal fist came crashing down, obliterating a vast expanse of the harbor. However, amidst the swirling clouds of dust, he spotted a diminutive figure soaring forth, engulfed in flames, revealing a black werewolf within the inferno. Helena approached little Oz, turned, and delivered a swift kick to his chest. A dull thud resonated as Oz endured the forceful blow, the impact leaving a significant indentation in his chest, causing him to stagger backward. However, little Oz regained his composure and continued advancing toward Ace. Helena gazed upon the reckless little Ors, her heart filled with reluctance. Yet, as a commander, she was bound by duty. With a resounding thud, Helena struck Ors at the nape of his neck. He cried out in pain, collapsing forward, one hand thrusting into the square. His consciousness was fading, sustained only by the fervent desire to rescue Ace. "Hee. I shall claim this wretch's corpse," Moria cackled, manipulating shadows to form a long spear that erupted from the ground, piercing through little Ors's body. "Ors," Ace cried out in agony, as little Ors extended a hand towards him, repeatedly murmuring, "I come to save you. I come to save you, Ace." Tears streamed down Ace's face as he watched Ors. At last, Ors slowly crumpled to the ground, his massive form stirring clouds of dust. "Ors!" Ace's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air, though Whitebeard's expression remained stoic. Sorrow and rage flickered in his eyes. "An opening has appeared, Whitebeard." The giant Vice Admiral, Longs, launched a surprise attack from the flank with his axe. Whitebeard retaliated with a powerful punch, shattering the giant's axe, and grasped the giant's helmet, unleashing the tremor fruit to obliterate it. The giant, rendered unconscious, was unceremoniously hurled away by Whitebeard. The surrounding Navy personnel watched in disbelief as a Vice Admiral was so easily defeated. Whitebeard inhaled deeply and bellowed to the pirates, "Advance over Ors's body." The pirates, fueled by rage for Ors, surged forward with renewed vigor towards the square. Outside the bay, at the opposite end, the pirates attempted to bombard, but found themselves unable to break through. A steel-hulled icebreaker approached. "Leave it to us," commanded the ship's captain, the Ice Witch, Waydibe, directing the vessel to smash through the bay entrance, allowing the pirates to surge inside. "Report. Gaps have appeared at both ends of the bay, and pirates are flooding in," a Navy officer relayed to Sengoku. "No matter," Sengoku replied calmly. He then picked up a den mushi, addressing the other side. "Tsuru, the battle has commenced. The timing is perfect." Behind Tsuru hung several pirates, seemingly washed clean, as she proclaimed, "To defeat me, you are a million years too early. Notify all soldiers." In an instant, countless Navy personnel received the order. Whitebeard sensed something amiss, turning his gaze towards Sengoku upon the execution platform, muttering to himself, "What scheme are you plotting?" "Wise strategist, Sengoku the Buddha." Carp's den mushi buzzed insistently, yet he paid it no mind, steadily ascending the execution platform. "What is it? Do you have objections to the operation?" Sengoku inquired. "None. They are merely pirates, unworthy of sympathy." "Then, silence. What is wrong with my presence here?" Carp interrupted Sengoku, taking a seat beside Ace. Though the criminals may be unworthy of sympathy, family is another matter. Garp's voice suddenly turned melancholic. Ace gazed at Garp, noticing the slight tremor in Garp's shoulders accompanied by the sound of muffled sobs. What am I to do? Garp lamented, unable to contain his tears as they streamed down his face. Ace, you wretched fool. Why did you not heed my advice and live accordingly? Ace, looking at Garp, who resembled a beloved grandfather, felt at a loss for words as he witnessed the elderly man's uncontrollable weeping. If you dare entertain any treacherous thoughts, I shall not spare you, Garp. Sengoku interjected. Had I wished to, I would have acted long ago. At that moment, something ominous was plummeting from the sky above the battlefield. Oh, lives are about to be lost. No, wait, I'm made of rubber. I cannot perish. Are you only concerned for your own survival? Think of a way out. You have gone too far. This is all your fault for blinking. Are you blaming me for this, Crocodile? Hey. Many on the battlefield cast their eyes skyward, including Hancock, Mihawk, and the other warlords, as well as Silver's Rayleigh and the three admirals. They all beheld a warship descending from the heavens, carrying over 200 souls, including Crocodile, Jinbe, Ivankov, Mr. One, Galdio, Buggy the Clown, and Luffy. Garp's eyes widened in disbelief as Silver's Rayleigh chuckled softly. Ah, at last, it has arrived. The warship crashed into the crater created by Diamond Jozu, fortunately landing in water, allowing its occupants to survive. Moments later, Luffy climbed to the bow of the ship, spotting the grand structure of Navy headquarters below, where a bare-chested figure knelt on the execution platform. With a grin, Luffy inhaled deeply and shouted, Ace. Ace looked up in disbelief at his brother descending from the sky. Luffy. Ace. At long last, I see you. Just wait. I will be with you shortly. Luffy called out, as several others followed behind him. The surrounding Navy personnel shouted, Is that Crocodile? And what is with that large face? Ivankov remarked, Indeed, this is headquarters. It is truly remarkable. Luffy declared resolutely, Ace. I have come to save you. Sengoku, fuming with anger, glared at Garp and exclaimed, Garp, once again it's your family. Garp, equally exasperated, shouted Luffy. Buggy burst forth, flamboyantly proclaiming, Yah! Awaken world. Mihawk muttered to himself. There stands the one at the center of it all, the Straw Hat Kid. The Empress gazed adoringly. Luffy, I'm so glad you're safe. Akiji lazily remarked. What an extraordinary group has arrived. Kazara casually added, I didn't expect to see you all again so soon. Straw Hat Kid. Moria's teeth itched with rage, wishing he could flay Luffy alive. Wasn't he the brother frequently mentioned by Ace? Marco frowned and glanced over. All the new and former warlords had gathered. Hee. And is he the infamous rookie, the Straw Hat Boy? Doflamingo remarked with keen interest. Is that the fellow? Akainu, standing beneath the execution platform, coldly regarded Luffy, the grandson of the naval hero Garp and the son of the revolutionary dragon, declaring him a must-eliminate. So, this is your response, Jinbe. Sengoku called out to Jinbe in frustration. Indeed, I shall no longer serve as a warlord. Sengoku gritted his teeth in anger. While nearby Garp calmly analyzed the situation, regardless of the circumstances, this alliance is exceedingly peculiar. A revolutionary officer alongside prisoners, not to mention a group of odd characters. And Crocodile, I hardly believe your intentions align with theirs, at least not on this battlefield. Ivankov glanced around, puzzled, and inquired, Where is Crocodile? Crocodile had vanished in the blink of an eye. Surely, he has been intimidated by this scene. Over there. Buggy pointed in a direction. The lower half of Crocodile transformed into swirling sand, soaring towards the Moby Dick. Approaching Whitebeard from behind, Crocodile menacingly stated, Long time no see. Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Without looking at him, disdainfully retorted, Truly a stubborn brat who never learns his lesson. Crocodile scoffed, swinging his golden hook at Whitebeard. In a critical moment, a figure rushed in from afar, kicking Crocodile's hook aside, unleashing a torrent of steam. Crocodile focused and realized it was Luffy, activating Gear Second to thwart him. Luffy delivered another kick, but Crocodile ducked and retreated. This is where our agreement concludes. Why are you aiding Whitebeard? Crocodile queried. So, this old man is indeed Whitebeard. Then you shall not lay a hand on him. Ace holds great affection for this man. Luffy declared loudly. Are you here to save your brother? Whitebeard inquired coldly, lowering his gaze. Yes. Then you are aware of who your enemies are. Whitebeard thrust Kanjianki heavily into the ground, causing the ship beneath them to tremble violently. Individuals like you risk their lives. Whitebeard warned icily. Luffy, incensed, shouted back at Whitebeard. Enough with your incessant chatter. This matter is not yours to decide. Whitebeard was slightly taken aback, not anticipating that this young boy would dare speak to him in such a manner. Hey, I know you wish to become the Pirate King, don't you? But I am the one destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy boldly proclaimed to Whitebeard. Everyone around, including both Navy and pirates, stared in astonishment at the audacious young lad who dared to challenge Whitebeard. Whitebeard, gripping Kanjiunki, struck the ground once more, chuckling as he remarked, "Truly audacious. Should you dare to hinder me, I shall not spare you, you snot-nosed brat. I shall proceed according to my own desires. I will rescue Ace." Luffy then turned to Whitebeard and declared, "We just received a communication from the Navy, stating that the execution is to be carried out ahead of schedule. Is that so? I informed you because you, too, intend to save Ace. This indeed constitutes crucial intelligence. I apologize." "No need to dwell on it," Whitebeard replied dismissively. In the distance, Buggy and Ivankov stood in stunned silence, with Buggy exclaiming in despair, "Why is that guy able to converse with Whitebeard as an equal?" Luffy inhaled deeply and shouted to Ace, "Ace, I am coming to save you." He then leaped off the Moby Dick and sprinted towards the plaza. The pirates, witnessing Luffy's charge, followed suit. Sengoku murmured, "A mere child can boost morale so significantly? Nevertheless, it matters not. It will not affect the battle." He produced a Den Mushi and rallied the Navy's spirits. "Do not panic. Act according to orders." Whitebeard chuckled softly, muttering to himself, "That scoundrel Sengoku is implying that there is no need to adhere to any agreements with pirates regarding timing." The pirates approached the colossal body of the fallen oars, when suddenly a yellow laser beam and a white sphere shot forth, causing a violent explosion before them and sending the pirates flying. A white commander glanced over and saw two towering figures, one yellow and one white, standing not far ahead. Hey, you think we will allow you to breach our defenses so easily?" The Yellow Emperor drawled. Helena gazed at the approaching Luffy and remarked, "Ah, the Straw Hat Boy has arrived." Upon seeing Helena, Luffy was instantly reminded of his recent harrowing experience, that wretched fellow from Sabaody. The yellow monkey's legs shimmered with light, while Helena gathered white energy in her hand, both aimed directly at Luffy. With a flirtatious wink, Ivankov unleashed an invisible wave that sent Luffy flying. Ugh! Luffy tumbled away, as the attacks from the yellow monkey and Helena struck the very ground he had just traversed, causing a violent explosion that shattered the icy surface. Luffy picked himself up, still pressing forward, still fighting. Ace, witnessing Luffy covered in dust and wounds, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, and he cried out tremblingly, "Don't come any closer, Luffy." Luffy, astonished, turned his gaze towards Ace, who continued to shout, "You must understand. We are both pirates, destined to roam freely upon the seas. I have my own adventures. I have my own crew. You have no reason to meddle in my affairs. How dare you, coward, come to rescue me? Do you think I would allow it? This is utterly disgraceful. Go back, Luffy." What he left unspoken was, "Please, Luffy, I don't want to drag you down. This is my blunder." Luffy, still running, replied loudly, "But I am your brother." The crowd gasped in shock. "What? A brother? Then he's also Roger's—" "No, wait. Ace's parents died after he spoke. How could he have a brother?" Luffy, exasperated, shouted, "What pirate code? I care not for it." Moria commanded his zombie soldiers to charge at Luffy, while a surge of seawater approached from one side, the salt within causing shadows to erupt from the zombies' bodies. Jinbei stood beside Luffy, lending him support, causing the Navy to hesitate in their advance. A giant admiral approached, raising a massive club to strike Luffy. Seeing the unfolding situation, Sengoku seized a Den Mushi and proclaimed, "Do not let a rookie disrupt your formation. He is also a target to be eliminated. He is the son of the revolutionary dragon." Carp stood silently, eyes closed, saying nothing. All present were once again astounded, their gazes fixated upon Luffy. Luffy activated Gear 3rd, his colossal fist crashing down upon the giant. "Ace, regardless of what you say, I will save you." Before the words had fully left his lips, a white figure appeared before Luffy. "What a ruckus you've caused, Luffy." Helena delivered a powerful kick, sending Luffy crashing onto the icy surface, where he created a deep dent. As Luffy struggled to rise from the crater, Helena descended gracefully before him. "Running around so recklessly is quite troublesome," she remarked, brushing her hair aside. "Damn it," Luffy exclaimed, activating his Gear 2nd. Steam erupted from his body, and his skin flushed a vibrant red. With his arms extended and twisting backward, he launched himself forward, spiraling like a drill. Bang! Helena lifted her hand to grasp the fist that Luffy had thrown, pulling it back forcefully, causing Luffy to lose control of his body and be propelled toward her. With a fierce sweep of her armament-colored leg, Helena launched a kick that sent Luffy hurtling sideways. "Damn it, that hurts," he exclaimed as he regained his footing, only to find the towering woman gathering a sphere of white energy in her hand. The lunar eclipsed life sphere shot forth like a cannonball, compelling Luffy to leap aside in haste. The explosion of the sphere unleashed a shockwave that tossed him through the air. Undeterred, Luffy sprang up, biting his thumb and blowing air into it, causing his fist to swell dramatically. Rubber, giant pistol," he roared, charging towards Helena. His fist struck the icy surface. But Helena had already vanished. "Can't you just behave a little?" she taunted. "Then you wouldn't be Luffy." In the blink of an eye, Helena appeared before him, ready to deliver a punch. "Marco, don't let that kid die," Whitebeard commanded. "Understood," came the response. A circular shield of blue flames materialized before Luffy as Marco transformed into his hybrid form, soaring in from a distance. With a swift motion, Marco's feet morphed into talons, and he aimed a kick at Helena. She braced herself with her armament, causing blue flames to scatter in all directions. The two were forced apart, descending back to the ground. Just as Helena touched down, a colossal figure resembling a diamond charged at her. Jozu rushed forward, prompting Helena to shift into her hybrid form, her hands transforming into wolf claws imbued with haki and lunar energy. With a resounding crash, Helena's claws met Jozu's advance. The sheer force shattered the ice beneath her feet as she leaped away, unleashing a slicing gale with a swipe of her claws. Jozu deflected the gale with his diamond-formed hand. "Hey, Ace's brother, just keep moving forward," Marco shouted to Luffy. "Thanks a lot. It's quite an honor to have two of the strongest officers combating me," Helena chuckled. "You're too kind. After all, you're the youngest admiral riding high on the waves of fame," Marco retorted, launching a powerful shockwave towards Helena. Phoenix Strike. The white energy of the lunar eclipse surged in Helena's hand, taking the form of a wolf's head. The wave of the lunar eclipse, Wolf Hunt, collided with the wolf's head, dispersing energy that swept across the surrounding icy surface. Jaws leapt high, raising his fist to strike down upon Helena. Helena raised her hand, enveloped in haki, as Jaws struck her arm. The force of his blow caused the icy surface beneath Helena to fracture, resembling a spider's web. Helena let out a laugh, while her other hand gathered energy to form a luminous sphere. With a swift motion, Helena struck the sphere against George's abdomen. The explosive force of lunar eclipse radiance sent George hurtling through the air, and as he landed, he stood up clutching his battered stomach. Both George and Marco refrained from advancing recklessly. Helena chuckled softly and declared, "Now that the battle is over, it is my turn. Lunar eclipse, Thornstorm." Helena relentlessly wielded her claws, unleashing a flurry of sharp wind blades upon the two adversaries. Marco's azure flames could mend his body, yet the sheer intensity of the assault compelled him to evade. Jaws, lacking such swiftness, transformed his entire form into resplendent diamond. The wind blade struck against him, forcing him to retreat continuously. Outside the bay, Rear Admiral Steelres sensed the opportune moment had arrived and commanded the naval forces outside the bay. "It is time to execute the plan of Admiral Sengoku." The Navy began a systematic withdrawal, while the coastal artillery ceased its bombardment. On either side of the sea, several warships converged. The pirates believed this was their moment to breach the bay, but Whitebeard contacted them through a transponder snail. "Hello, is Squard there?" "He was just here." "Transfer the command to the Dicarlban brothers. You shall engage those encroaching warships." "But father, this is the perfect time for us to meet up with you." "I have a dreadful premonition." "All right, we shall heed father's orders and attack the naval vessels on the flanks." The pirates of the New World sprang into action, assaulting the warships. Such trifling tactics could not escape your notice, Whitebeard. However, it matters not. It will not affect the plan, Sengoku declared from the execution platform. Luffy and his band of pirates found themselves encircled by the Navy, with dozens more soldiers approaching from behind. Death's gaze. A fierce impact repelled the Navy, as Ivankov leapt before Luffy. "Little Ivankov, I wish to carve a direct path to Ace." "Jinbei." "Understood." The three stood united, each employing their formidable techniques. Fishman Karate, 5,000 tile punch, Death's gaze, rubber, rocket cannon. An overwhelming wave of energy, born from their combined attacks, sent countless Navy soldiers flying. Unveiling a passage ahead, Luffy and his companions pressed onward, only to be confronted by a colossal figure blocking their way. I won't let you pass, Straw Hat. Moria cackled, obstructing their path. Just as Luffy was about to strike, Jinbei interjected. Leave him to me, Luffy. Thank you. Jinbei turned to face Moria, who brandished a massive pair of scissors with audacious bravado. Jinbei, do you dare to fight me? You cannot defeat me on land. With that, Moria seized the shadows of the surrounding Navy soldiers, absorbing them into himself, causing his form to swell and his strength to surge significantly. He split the scissors, wielding a half in each hand, and laughed maniacally as he swung them toward Jinbei. With agile maneuvers, Jinbei dodged several attacks before raising his hand to counter Moria's assault. Fishman Karate, Shark Skin Palm. Jinbei leapt, delivering a powerful punch to Moria's chest. Fishman Karate, Shark Tile Punch. Moria cried out in pain, expelling the shadows he had just consumed. Jinbei looked at him and remarked, Moria, it seems your training has yet to reach its potential. Curse you. Two individuals stood in confrontation as a swirling azure fireball soared past them. Marco crashed onto the icy surface, the cerulean flames erupting around him, restoring his form. He rose to his feet, while Jinbei cast his gaze toward the spot where Marco had landed. Once again, he beheld Jozu, his entire body transformed into diamond, hurtling toward them, landing beside Jinbei. Jozu quickly regained his footing, and both he and Marco bore expressions of defeat. Jinbei focused his attention, noticing a woman draped in a coat of justice, clad in a white suit, approaching their direction. Is that the Admiral Baishi? Jinbei inquired. Ah, it is she. The Admiral truly lives up to her reputation. Helena transformed into a werewolf, energy surging within her, the sound of compressed energy resonating harshly. A beam of white light erupted forth, aimed at Marco and his companions. Eclipsed Moon, Jade Tooth. Jaws leaped forward, his diamond form bracing against the onslaught. The beam struck him, energy radiating outward, forcing Jaws to be relentlessly pushed backward. As the beam dissipated, Helena descended upon Jaws, her fist enveloped in armament haki, crashing down upon him. With a fierce roar, Jaws raised his fist to retaliate, their fists colliding and sending ripples of energy through the air. Crane Claw. Marco soared in from a distance, seizing the opportunity to strike Helena while the two were engaged in their clash. Helena turned, opening her mouth to unleash a white energy sphere that detonated before Marco. Forced back, Marco stumbled as Helena pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to Jaws' waist, sending him flying. He crashed back onto the icy surface, creating a deep dent. Damn it, I am being suppressed. Jaws gritted his teeth in frustration. Fishman Karate, Shark Wave. Jinbei charged from afar, delivering a punch aimed at Helena's face. Helena raised her hand to intercept, a fleeting sensation of weakness coursing through her. Oh, does that punch carry seawater? However, this trivial amount of seawater is of no consequence. With her other hand, she unleashed a blade of wind towards Jinbei, who had no choice but to envelop his hand in armament haki to block the attack, yet he was still sent flying. Helena stood firm and addressed the three individuals. It is futile to prolong this encounter. Farewell. With that, she transformed into her formidable form and leaped into the air. Both hands gathered spheres of light, enveloped in flames, which turned a fiery orange. Clasping her palms together, she compressed the orbs before hurling them onto the icy surface. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion sent tremors rippling across the surrounding ice, leaving Marco, Jozu, and Jinbei, along with Moria, covered in soot and debris. Cursed Whitebeard. How dare he involve me in this? Moria yelled in frustration. Marco, with his blue flames unfurling from his wings, brushed away the black smoke that veiled his vision, searching for Helena's whereabouts. Damn it, she has managed to escape. Meanwhile, Luffy received the key to Ace's handcuffs from Hancock, his joy palpable as he leapt up and embraced her. Hancock, flustered by the unexpected affection, stammered, "LL Luffy. Thank you so much." No, it's nothing. You should hurry and leave," Luffy replied, descending and racing away, while Hancock collapsed to the ground in bliss, daydreaming about a future wedding with Luffy. Straw Hat. Don't run away. Smoker, observing the interaction between Luffy and Hancock, felt a surge of jealousy. How could a mere Straw Hat outmaneuver a warlord? Transforming into smoke, Smoker thrust his weapon, infused with sea prism stone, towards Luffy. Upon witnessing this, Hancock's anger flared, her veins bulging as she swiftly intervened with a kick aimed at the weapon. The spot where her foot struck was petrified and severed, leaving Smoker holding the two broken pieces of his weapon, his expression one of utter dismay, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Helena soared into the sky in search of Luffy, witnessing a green slash cleave through half the battlefield, slicing the ice and crashing down upon the harbor. Was that Hawkeye? Luffy activated his second gear, narrowly evading Hawkeye's strike. He extended his arm backward, preparing to unleash the Gum Gum rocket. Yet, a fleeting image flashed in his mind, his hand being severed. In a moment of desperation, he struck the ground with both hands, sending a flurry of ice shards into the air. Luffy hesitated, casting a wary glance at Hawkeye, who remarked approvingly, "You remain remarkably composed." In an instant, a blade swept through the air, and with a sharp clang, Luffy instinctively tilted his head back to evade the attack. He beheld the towering, ice-locked waves in the distance, instantly cleaved apart. Massive ice chunks plummeted, shattering several warships below. Though shaken, Luffy quickly regained his composure, deftly dodging Hawkeye's relentless assaults. It remained unclear whether Hawkeye was testing Luffy or merely holding back. Either way, he could not land a hit. A swirling sandstorm approached, engulfing Buggy and a group of prisoners within its chaotic embrace. Upon spotting Buggy, Luffy stretched out his arm and yanked him down. With a resounding clash, Luffy ducked beneath a strike, while Buggy, held in his arms, was bisected at the waist, leaving him in a state of shock, tears streaming down his face. "Gum Gum. Jet. Scapegoat. What are you doing, Straw Hat?" Buggy exclaimed. "What's the matter? The one trying to cut you down is him. Didn't you just say you came to rescue me?" Luffy retorted, incredulous at Buggy's self-importance. "Gum Gum Scapegoat." Luffy casually tossed Buggy towards Hawkeye. The latter unleashed a flurry of slashes, reducing Buggy's upper half to a multitude of horizontal strips. Hawkeye glanced at Buggy in silence. "Unforgivable. You must be Hawkeye. Specially designed mock cannonball. I'll blow you away." In an instant, Buggy's upper body restored itself, and he charged forward, delivering a kick that sent a miniature explosive hurtling towards Hawkeye. With a swift parry, Hawkeye deflected the projectile back. Buggy, wearing a knowing grin, declared, "Yes, I was prepared for this. Mock cannonballs are incredibly useful tools in pipeline engineering." "What do you mean?" Mr. 3 inquired. "Join me. 1-2 boom. Buggy. Buggy Captain." Luffy sprinted away as another slash from Hawkeye narrowly missed him. Marco, witnessing the scene, called out to Vista in the distance, "Vista, go assist Ace's brother. Dad said not to let him die." "Understood." The flower sword Vista stepped forward to confront Hawkeye,